I stared at the file in my hands, barely able to believe what I was seeing, so much so that I was nearly speechless with shock. Turning to Agent Coulson, beside me, my face full of doubt, I asked, "Are you sure this is the Mr. Kingpin mentioned? He looks like nothing more than an overly young kid." Agent Coulson nodded gravely. "Absolutely certain, Director. At first, I thought this intel was some kind of alien gibberish, but the deeper we dig, the more it seems that Kingpin's so-called Mr. is likely the very demon lord who's made the world tremble in fear." My expression darkened instantly. Without another word, I issued a direct order. Contact Black Widow immediately. Have her meet this young man. In person, if it's confirmed that he's truly the one who stirred up global chaos these past 3 years. Send me the highest priority alert. Understood, Director. My name is Sue E., and at this moment, I'm sitting quietly in the corner of a classroom. It's been 3 years since I crossed over into the Marvel Universe. When I first realized what had happened to me, all I felt was utter despair. As an experienced traveler between worlds, I knew all too well the dangers that lay ahead. Even if I took every precaution, I could still vanish in an instant with a single snap of Thanos' fingers, powerless to resist. But fortune smiled on me. Just as I was about to give up hope entirely, I awakened the powers of the Supreme Doomsday. It was like suddenly being handed an infinite cheat code. I gained the strength to destroy anything, nearly limitless physical prowess, and an astonishing rate of recovery. More importantly, every time I fought, I could evolve in response to my opponent's abilities, adapting rapidly to suppress them. Even if I was defeated, I could revive on the spot, evolve past the cause of my failure, and never fall to the same trick twice. Thinking of all this, I couldn't help but let a confident smile play at my lips. Gazing out the window at the schoolyard, my eyes gleamed with fearless light. With these abilities, I'd left countless legends in my wake all over the world. Even Kingpin, the underground king himself, had become one of my subordinates. Right now, Iron Man has yet to make his official debut, and life feels a bit dull, so I've chosen to spend my days quietly on campus. The teacher's lectures are nothing but a lullaby to me. I stifled a yawn, propped a book up in front of me, rested my arms on the desk, and settled in for a little nap during class. Just then, someone gently poked me from the side. I looked up to see Peter Parker, who leaned in and whispered, "Sue E., did you hear? Yesterday, Tony Stark was attacked by terrorists while testing new equipment. The whole internet's buzzing. Everyone's saying something might have happened to him." A glimmer flashed in my eyes as I listened, but sleepiness quickly crept over me again. Tony Stark, in his current state, was really too weak. Sparring with him wasn't nearly as exciting as facing off against Magneto. After all, I'd already bested that guy plenty of times. Who knows, maybe he'd grown stronger by now. "All right, Peter Parker, I need some beauty sleep. Don't bother me while I'm resting." With that, I let out a languid yawn and headed straight for the last row, laying down across my desk to catch some rest. The instructor glanced over with little more than a flicker of interest, as if he was already used to my antics. No sooner had I closed my eyes than an electronic voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "Ding! Would you like to join the dimensional chat group?" At the same time, 2 options appeared before me: accept and decline. Instantly alert, my energy surged within me, and the whole classroom seemed to fill with a frigid chill. Natasha Romanoff, who had just entered the building, felt it most acutely. A shiver ran down her spine, and a look of wariness and unease flickered in her eyes. As a seasoned agent, she was hypersensitive to danger. Her mind raced with suspicion. Could that boy from the files really be the legendary Demon King? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she started making her way toward my classroom. Lying face down on my desk, I let my power flow quietly inside me, checking for any signs of abnormality. I was baffled, after all. With the power of Doomsday Supreme, my mental defenses should have been unbreakable. How could anyone possibly invade my consciousness? Puzzled, I responded in my mind, "Accept." The electronic voice chimed again. "Ding. Congratulations, you've joined the chat group." It was only then that I realized, before I came to this world, I'd read plenty of novels about chat groups. Never did I imagine it would actually happen to me. Suddenly, excitement welled up inside me. I couldn't wait to meet all sorts of powerful members in the group, hoping they'd challenge me often so I could grow even stronger. After all, my motto has always been, what doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. But thinking back, I'd already been in the Marvel world for 3 years, and this chat group only just now appeared. Its timing was slower than a snail. As I anticipated meeting some super strong members, I forced myself to calm down. Before I could even take a good look, messages started popping up in the group chat one after another. Whitebeard, Gurarararara, welcome newcomer. I am the Emperor of the Seas, one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. Asuna Yuki, welcome to the chat group, newbie. I'm the poorest one here. CC, don't listen to her, newbie. She's actually the richest in the group, a bona fide heiress. The moment I saw those welcome messages, all my excitement vanished. There were only 3 other members in the chat besides me. An old man with a white beard, a noble-looking young lady, and an immortal witch. With a sigh, I glanced helplessly at my phone and slumped over my desk. Just then, I sensed something was off. Looking up, I saw Natasha walking into the classroom in her uniform, golden hair cascading over her shoulders. A subtle smile played at my lips as I thought, perhaps this is about to get interesting. I typed a message into the group chat. Thanks for the invite. Right now, I'm in the Marvel Universe as the Supreme Doomsday. Yuki Asuna replied, Supreme Doomsday? That sounds impressive. Is that your title? She followed up, care to explain yourself, newcomer? CC chimed in, with a name like Supreme, you must be incredibly powerful. She added, no matter which world it is, anyone called Supreme is not to be underestimated. The old man with the white beard sent a message. Gurarararara, hearing you all talk, I can't help but want to challenge this friend to a good fight. Yuki Asuna tried to calm him down. Don't cause trouble. You're the strongest one here. She warned me again, newcomer, whatever you do, don't accept his challenge. Whitebeard is a tremor fruit user. He can shatter space itself with a flick of his hand. CC teased. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping to see a showdown between the newcomer and Whitebeard. The group chat was growing livelier by the second. As for me, after sending that last message, I decided to go silent and stopped replying. Meanwhile, Natasha had already made her way to the podium, drawing every student's gaze as she stood there in her uniform. The teacher at the podium hesitated, glancing at her in confusion. Hello? May I ask who you are? Natasha smiled, her eyes sparkling with a hint of allure. Due to a staff shortage, the principal specially invited me to take over this class. From today on, all your courses will be under my care. Just then, the teacher's phone buzzed. After checking the message, he looked at Natasha again, then quietly left the classroom. No sooner had the teacher left than a wave of excitement ran through the students. Pretty teacher, are you really going to teach us? Wow, you're so beautiful. If you're my teacher from now on, I'll definitely study hard. The whole class was abuzz with excitement at the sight of Natasha, but I watched her with particular interest. Unlike the others, I wasn't dazzled by Natasha's beauty. The woman before me was actually a top agent from S.H.I.E.L.D., someone who put her mission above all else. I couldn't help but wonder if her sudden appearance had anything to do with me. Still, whether there's a connection or not, it doesn't really matter anymore. Right now, he's just an ordinary student. At most, his family is a bit more well-off than most. So, he simply sat there in silence, quietly watching Natasha in front of him, until the bell signaled the end of class. As a seasoned special agent, Natasha already had her own plan in mind. She would make contact with rashly. Her strategy was to spend the next few days mingling with the other students, gathering information about and building a psychological profile of him before deciding how best to approach him. This method was one of the reasons Natasha always managed to complete her mission so smoothly. This time, Natasha chose to start with Peter Parker, the boy sitting next to Sue. Hello, what should I call you? Natasha asked Peter Parker, her smile warm and inviting. A hint of shyness appeared on the boy's face. Peter Parker. Peter, I noticed how focused you were during class just now, listening so intently. That's mainly because you make the lessons so interesting, ma'am. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Natasha quickly got to the point. But Peter, I did notice that your classmate sitting next to you didn't seem very energetic. Do you know why that is? Peter scratched his head a little awkwardly. Talking about a classmate in front of a teacher made him hesitate, but he still answered. He just transferred to our school recently. He often dozes off during class, and apart from me, hardly anyone really talks to him. So, it sounds like you know him pretty well. What do you think of him as a person? He's a good guy. Even though he likes a nap, I've seen him feeding stray dogs before. I think he must be a really kind person. Hearing this, Natasha couldn't help but feel puzzled. According to the information S.H.I.E.L.D. had provided, Sue was the same dangerous figure who'd appeared all over the world these past 3 years, constantly challenging powerful opponents, even causing massive destruction in battle, at one point vaporizing entire stretches of ocean. And yet, here she was, being told that Sue feeds stray dogs. It was almost impossible for Natasha to believe they were the same person. Just then, Suyi's phone rang. This was a special phone that Kingpin had prepared for him. Not even S.H.I.E.L.D. could trace it, but the cost of such a device was astronomical. Only when Kingpin needed to get in touch with Sue would he use it. Sue picked up the call, his tone calm. What's happened? On the other end, Kingpin's voice was urgent. Mr. Sue, Daredevil destroyed one of my branches. The collapse even affected a nearby mall. My wife and child are trapped inside. Please, I'm begging you. They mean everything to me. Although Kingpin ruled the underworld, He had always cared deeply for his family. It was precisely for this reason that, at such a critical moment, Kingpin decided to call Sue-E. His wife and child were in grave danger. Even someone as formidable as Kingpin could not remain calm. After hearing Kingpin's plea, Sue-E responded with a calm composure. Just this once. You know as well as I do, I rarely get involved unless I'm facing a truly powerful adversary. Kingpin hurriedly agreed. Mr. Sue, I promise. There won't be a next time. In that case, send me the address, Sue-E said. As soon as the call ended, Kingpin immediately ordered his men to send Sue-E the exact location. Upon receiving the address, Sue-E stifled a yawn. In the next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. He moved with such extraordinary speed that he broke the sound barrier, shattering the ground beneath him. By the time those around him realized what had happened, Sue-E was already gone, leaving behind nothing but a deafening shockwave as he sped toward his destination. At the same time, Sue-E discovered the group chat's video recording function, perfect for documenting what was about to unfold. The thought put him in an unexpectedly good mood, and he picked up speed. In the blink of an eye, Sue-E arrived at the address Kingpin had provided, the Central Mall in Queens. Once a bustling hub teeming with people and traffic, it had now been reduced to a wasteland. Flames raged unchecked among the shattered ruins. If no one intervened soon, the survivors trapped in the rubble would be doomed. Without a moment's hesitation, Sue-E dove from above. As he landed, the already fractured ground erupted, sending massive chunks of stone hurtling skyward. His gaze instantly locked onto the survivor's location. His figure flickered, a mere phantom in the eyes of the rescue workers, who could only gape in astonishment at the scene before them. What on earth is happening? He's moving at an unbelievable speed. Could he be a mutant? Who knows? But right now, he's saving lives. There were exactly 3,072 people on site. Whether they were survivors or gravely injured, Sue-E moved each one to safety, one after another. As the boulders, deprived of momentum, began to plummet from the sky, Sue-E had already reached the deepest part of them all. He looked up at the sky, watching as countless massive stones rained down. A faint smile played on his lips. He slowly extended his palm, pressing it toward the oncoming boulders. Energy immediately gathered in his hand, a luminous blue radiance rippling outward from his palm. That profound, immense power surged forth in an instant, enveloping a space spanning more than 1,000 meters. A wave of brilliant light swept over every falling stone. This was the power Sue-E awakened when he faced the Mandarin during his showdown with the 10 rings. When the light faded, the massive stones had all been reduced to dust. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood frozen in astonishment, unable to believe their own eyes. Meanwhile, Sue-E, after capturing this extraordinary moment, uploaded the freshly recorded video to the group chat. In an instant, the group chat erupted with excitement. Ding! Sue-E has uploaded a 10-second video. See. Oh, has a newcomer shared a video? Asuna Yuki, I'm so curious to see what the newcomer's world is like. Whitebeard, Gurarararara, let me see what's so special about this newcomer's video. As the system notification sounded, group members quickly came online to respond. Ding! Whitebeard has received the video. Ding! Asuna Yuki has received the video. Ding! C has received the video. As soon as the 10-second video finished playing, the atmosphere in the chat reached a fever pitch. Asuna Yuki, is that really something a human could do? Asuna Yuki, unbelievable. Are you some kind of deity? C. Incredible. Just from this video, you look even stronger than Whitebeard. At Whitebeard, teleportation, rescuing civilians, and smashing giant boulders. All within 10 seconds. Whitebeard, with that kind of all-around power, in my world you'd be at least an admiral. Maybe even 4 emperors level. Asuna Yuki. 4 emperors? That's a bit much. Is the newcomer really that strong? Asuna Yuki. Sue-E. Hurry and introduce yourself. We're all dying to know who you are. C. Oh my, is our young lady developing a crush on Sue-E? It's Sue-E. Asuna Yuki. Shy, what are you talking about? Besides, you witch, stop tagging Sue-E like that. What if people get the wrong idea? Sue, don't worry, I won't misunderstand. After all, you're the famous heiress. C is the immortal witch and Whitebeard. You're one of the 4 emperors. Sue-E paused for a moment, then sent another message. I know all about your backgrounds. At that, the chat group suddenly turned quiet, everyone falling into a momentary silence. Asuna Yuki. What do you mean by that? Whitebeard. Me curioso, Sue-E. What exactly are you implying? C. What do you mean you know about our worlds? Sue-E. It seems you're skeptical. In that case, why don't I start with Whitebeard? Su-e said, Whitebeard, over 30 years ago, you were a member of the Rocks Pirates, weren't you? Whitebeard was instantly stunned, his face filled with shock. Su-e then turned to Asuna Yuki. Asuna, in your world, wasn't there a consumer device release called an RV Gear? Yuki Asuna replied, it hasn't officially gone on sale yet, but pre-orders have already started. You even know about that. With Su-e's words, everyone in the group was rendered speechless by shock. At that moment, CC turned to Su-e with a question. At Su-e, then do you know about my world? Su-e smiled and said, of course I do. In fact, I know your story very well. I know you've lived for a long time, and now you're even a bit weary of life. Isn't that right? CC fell silent for a moment, but did not deny it. Su-e offered comfort. Actually, it's nothing to worry about. I can't die either. Even if I did, I'd just come back to life. CC replied, oh, so you're an immortal, just like me? Su-e quickly waved his hand. No, I'm just an ordinary person, maybe a bit stronger than most. A giant question mark seemed to appear in every group member's mind. Someone who could teleport in 10 seconds, save lives, and shatter giant boulders. How could anyone believe he was just an ordinary person? After saying that, Su-e left the chat as if he had only dropped in to show off his abilities. Although they had chatted for a long while in the group, in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. Su-e's figure vanished once again, as if he had never been there at all, leaving everyone frozen in place, unable to believe what had just happened. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was carefully examining Su-e's file. Su-e's background was almost flawless. He was abandoned as a child and grew up in an orphanage. When he came of age, he supported himself with odd jobs and wrote his first book in a cyber cafe. That book took the world by storm and brought him a fortune. He was, in fact, the mysterious author of the best-selling series A Song of Ice and Fire. Every detail had been thoroughly investigated by S.H.I.E.L.D. But what puzzled Nick Fury was how Su-e, an orphan, had managed to acquire such extraordinary literary talent. As Nick Fury pondered this, Coulson reported the incident at the mall. A beam of azure light? That's right, it was him again. We still don't know why he saved those people this time, but we can't afford to miss this opportunity. Nick Fury immediately gave the order for Natasha to head to Su-e's residence. Based on our investigation over the past few days, Su-e always goes straight home after school. Go check it out right now. Inside the school building, Natasha received Fury's orders and left at once. She drove to Su-e's home, a beautifully decorated, standalone villa, nestled in the most exclusive neighborhood of Queens. Upon arriving in the villa district, Natasha skillfully avoided the view of the surveillance cameras, silently making her way to a concealed spot near Su-e's house, where she watched the activity inside with utmost vigilance. Director, Su-e still hasn't come home, Natasha reported to Nick Fury through her specially made communicator. According to the pattern of the past few days, Su-e should have already been back by this time. But tonight, his absence only deepened Nick Fury's suspicions about him. Just then, Natasha sent another update. Director, Su-e just returned to the villa. He didn't drive today, he rode a bicycle back instead. No wonder he was so late getting home today. Still, Nick Fury's instincts told him something about this didn't add up. He slammed his hand down hard on the desk. Coulson, standing nearby, jumped in surprise. He had never seen Nick Fury this anxious before. Nick Fury gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, Su-e, you better hope I don't catch you slipping up, or I won't let you off the hook. His mind flashed back to that mysterious figure in the black cloak who had suddenly appeared before him and snatched away his pager. That pager was his greatest secret weapon, the only means he had to contact Captain Marvel. This was the true reason for Nick Fury's mounting anger. Meanwhile, Su-e's gaze swept casually over the bushes not far from the villa before he stepped inside. Just then, the familiar notification sound of the chat group echoed in his mind. Ding! Hinata Hyuga has joined the chat group. Ding! The chat group now has 5 members, randomly selecting a group leader. Ding! The group leader has been chosen. The result is, as the system's prompts rang out in his head, the image of Hinata Hyuga instantly came to Su-e's mind, a girl with a gentle appearance but a resilient heart. He had to admit, the arrival of this chat group had turned his once monotonous life into something far more interesting. Sui, it Hinata Huyu, hello Hinata. This is the dimensional chat group, not an illusion. We're all from different worlds, so let's take care of each other from now on. Asuna Yuki, at Hinata Hyuga, welcome. Don't worry, we're not bad people. CC, at Hinata Hyuga, welcome to the group. Whitebeard laughed and said, Gurarararara, I'm having a feast here right now. I was just thinking about having a drink, but my sons never let me have more. He continued, with a newcomer joining today, that's the perfect excuse to drink a few more rounds in celebration. Asuna Yuki teased, Old man Whitebeard, you just want to drink more, don't you? I remember you once said your body is covered in old wounds, so maybe don't overdo it. Whitebeard burst out laughing. Gurarararara, my body's still strong as ever. Even a Navy admiral wouldn't stand a chance against me. Hinata Hyuga stood quietly to the side, blinking nervously as she watched the lively chatter among the members of the group chat. A sense of unease fluttered in her heart. In a soft voice, Hinata asked, is this really not an illusion? Are you all truly people from other worlds? Suiri susuret hergenti, don't nori, Hinata. This isn't an illusion. As long as you're in this group, we're like family. No matter what happens, you can always turn to us for help. CC chimed in. It seems you know quite a bit about the world Hinata comes from. Sui smiled, replying, I know a little here and there. Asuna Yuki, her curiosity piqued, asked, then tell us, what's the world the newcomer comes from really like? I'm dying to know. Sui turned to Hinata. At Hinata Hyuga, Hinata, let me ask, have you ever taken the Chunin exams? Hinata answered shyly, and no, I haven't. It was obvious that Hinata felt both embarrassed and tense. Sui didn't press further and simply asked, Hinata, do you know someone named Naruto Uzumaki? Hinata replied, I've heard of him, but I haven't really met him. Sui said, good, that's for the best. Hinata, remember what I'm telling you. That blonde-haired boy, if you ever run into him, keep your distance. He's not exactly the safest person to be around. CC teased, why do I get the feeling you're letting your personal feelings show? Just as CC finished speaking, the group chat suddenly chimed with a notification sound. Ding! The number of group chat members has reached 5. Now selecting a group leader. The unexpected announcement left everyone in the chat momentarily stunned. CC wondered aloud. Selecting a group leader? So it's random? Asuna Yuki exclaimed with excitement. Maybe being the leader comes with special perks. I can't wait to see. Hinata, too, was a little excited. I don't really understand what's going on, but it sounds amazing. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Gurarararara, the leader's seat is definitely worth looking forward to. While everyone was caught up in the excitement, the result of the group leader selection appeared. Ding! The new group leader is Sui. CC remarked, so, the newbie who just joined, actually became the group leader right away? Asuna Yuki said, I'm so jealous. I want to be the leader too. Lemon.jpg. Hinata asked innocently. What's a group leader? Is it something you can eat? Whitebeard bellowed with surprise. Gurara. Who would have thought it'd be Sui? Shock.jpg. Asuna Yuki laughed. Wow, Whitebeard, I can't believe you're using stickers now. Whitebeard replied. What's so hard about it? It's just using a sticker, after all. Whitebeard. Check out these muscles. Whitebeard. Aren't I the most handsome? C.C. Well, this is eye-opening. I never imagined you'd be this kind of Whitebeard. While the others enjoyed the lively atmosphere, Sui was bombarded with a flood of system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, you have become the chat group owner. Ding! As the group owner, you now possess the following privileges. 1. World Traversal. The group owner can create world portals, and members can travel to other worlds with mutual consent. Note: members need the owner's approval to travel between each other's worlds. 2. Kick function. The group owner holds supreme authority and can remove members at any time. 3. SOS function. The group owner must take responsibility. When a member encounters danger, you'll receive an alert. Successful rescues earn you rewards. Ding! The group is currently level 1. Once you reach 7 members, it will upgrade to level 2 and unlock more features. Sui didn't keep this information to himself. He immediately shared the group owner's privileges and details with the other members. Yuki Asuna. Wow, does that mean we'll all have the group owner's protection from now on? C.C. So I could travel to different worlds during my long life? Whitebeard. Gurara, not bad at all. This way, I can go to other worlds and recruit even more sons. Yuki Asuna. Now I'm sure, old man Whitebeard is still the same as ever. He hasn't changed a bit. Sui. At everyone, you're all welcome to visit my world. Here, infinite parallel universes exist. Magic and technology go hand in hand. We even have a purple potato spirit who can wipe out half the universe with a snap of his fingers, and all sorts of beings that are practically broken in power. Yuki Asuna. Purple potato spirit? If you cook him, can you eat him? Whitebeard. At group owner Sui. So, tell us, what kind of being are you in your world? Whitebeard's question instantly piqued everyone's curiosity and anticipation. After all, the chat group now had the SOS function. The stronger the group owner, the greater the benefit for everyone. At this point, Sui finally replied. Sui, I'm the kind of being who can't be killed. But that's not all. Every time he dies, he grows even stronger thanks to his Supreme Doomsday ability. As his personal motto goes, anything that can kill me will only make me more powerful. While the other group members were still reeling from Suyi's cheat abilities, the chat group suddenly issued a warning. Ding! Attention all members. Hinata Hyuga has issued a distress call. In an instant, the flurry of messages in the chat group came to an abrupt halt. Suyi spoke up at this moment. I didn't expect, as the group leader, that the first cry for help would come so soon. Whitebeard asked, at group leader Suyi, do you need our assistance? Isn't it possible to open a travel portal? CC added, but that requires the members' permission. Since just now, Hinata hasn't appeared again. Asuna Yuki said worriedly. I'm really concerned about Hinata. Doesn't the group have a live stream function? Can we activate it? Otherwise, there's nothing we can do except worry. Suyi replied, no problem. Trust in my abilities. With that, Suyi pressed the rescue button, a function only available to the group leader within the chat group. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the villa. At the same time, in the world of Naruto, Hinata Hyuga was curled up, her back pressed against the corner of the wall. Her normally fair face looked even paler than usual. This was the critical moment when the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village were about to abduct Hinata Hyuga. Just then, a person-sized portal suddenly appeared right in front of Hinata. Suyi stepped out of the portal. Inside Hinata's room, everyone immediately noticed the sudden appearance of the portal. They could all hear footsteps echoing from within. The abrupt change caught the ninja in the room off guard. In an instant, they bent into a defensive stance, eyes fixed warily on the portal. A single foot emerged from the passage, followed closely by Suyi himself. He took a look around. What greeted his eyes was a room of classic wooden architecture, filled with a subtle, refreshing fragrance that made the air feel especially pleasant. Suyi casually surveyed his surroundings until his gaze finally rested on the 3 hidden cloud ninjas standing before him. Turning to Hinata behind him, he said, Little Hinata, it's our first meeting. I am Suyi, the group leader. Leave what happens next to me. At this point, tension in the room reached a breaking point. The 3 cloud ninjas felt a pressure from Suyi as heavy as a mountain, an overwhelming murderous intent that chilled them to the bone. The sheer force of his killing aura was something even seasoned ninjas like themselves had never experienced before. Moreover, the technique Suyi had just used was completely foreign to them, not even something they'd heard of, let alone witnessed. But the mission had already begun, and the target was right behind Suyi. They had already infiltrated the enemy's territory. Retreat was no longer an option. Their only choice was to fight with everything they had. Exchanging a brief glance, the 3 ninjas charged straight at Suyi. At the same time, Suyi had just enabled the group's livestream feature. Everything unfolding here was now being broadcast to all the group members. Everyone could see the 3 hidden cloud ninjas, as well as Hinata, curled up in the corner. The most furious among them all was Asuna Yuki. Yuki Asuna. These guys are even willing to go after children? 3 adults ganging up on a kid. Who could have come up with such a plan? Yuki Asuna. If I ever find out who's behind this, I won't let them off easily. CC. But you don't have any combat skills, do you? How about I visit your world when you're free? I could also check if you have the potential for Geas. If you do, I can grant you that power. Whitebeard. At Yuki Asuna, if you truly wish to become stronger, I can teach you how to train in martial arts. And if you're interested in devil fruits, I can sell you one, as long as you're willing to pay in gold. Yuki Asuna. But even if I had gold, how would I give it to any of you? You can't exactly show up in my world to collect it, can you? That'd just be too much trouble. CC. Don't you know the chat group has a red envelope function? You can send any item except living things. Yuki Asuna. I knew it. You're always experimenting with group features when you're bored, aren't you? CC. Sneaking away.jpg. I'm off to watch the group leader put on a show. CC's words brought everyone's attention back to the livestream. By now, the group members no longer felt worried for Hinata Hyuga's safety. After all, the group leader, Suyi, had arrived on the scene in person. Hinata gradually regained her composure. Looking up at Suyi, who now stood in front of her, she felt a sense of security she'd never experienced before. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she quickly warned Suyi, "They're ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. Most likely 3 elite jonin. Please be careful." Suyi listened calmly, stifled a yawn, and, with his back to Hinata, flashed her an OK sign. To the 3 Cloud Village ninja, that gesture was a glaring opening. "You there. We're the top jonin of the Hidden Cloud Village. If you underestimate us, your fate will be..." Before the jonin could finish, Suyi's figure appeared right in front of him. His arm shot up, swift as lightning, and with a resounding slap, he struck the jonin across the face. The jonin was sent flying even faster than he had arrived, his head crashing straight into the wall nearby. He hung there limply, looking utterly disheveled. The other two jonin barely had time to react before the room echoed with two more crisp slaps. With a playful flourish, Su-yi sent all three jonin crashing headfirst into the wall, neatly lined up side by side. In an instant, these three elite ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, who had come to kidnap Hinata Hyuga and study her bloodline, were completely defeated. Hinata Hyuga gazed at Su-yi, utterly transfixed, her heart overwhelmed with shock. In her mind, a jonin stood at the very peak of the ninja world. Yet, this seemingly invincible figure had been defeated by Su-yi with a single effortless blow. The sheer impact of this sight rocked Hinata's beliefs to the core, and Su-yi's unrivaled presence was now forever etched in her memory. A crisp clapping sound echoed as Su-yi casually brushed his hands together, as if trying to rid himself of the unpleasant sensation from moments before. He turned and walked over to Hinata, reaching out to gently pinch her cheek. Wow, it's really soft. So this is what Hinata's cheek feels like. I've always wanted to try. That baby fat really is adorable. As she felt Su-yi's warm, broad hands softly kneading her face, Hinata's cheeks flushed a shade of red she had never experienced before. Her heart raced wildly, thudding so loudly it seemed Su-yi might hear it. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group were growing excited as well. Yuki Asuna, yeah, this is just too cute. CC, now that I think about it, I want to try too. I bet it feels amazing. Su-yi smiled, rubbing Hinata's cheek again, paying no mind to the chatter in the group. Instead, he spoke to Hinata sincerely. Hinata, I know you have incredible potential. If you're willing, I hope you'll show your true strength and become the main character of this world. All you need to do is work hard to become stronger. If you ever face an enemy you can't defeat, just call for help in the group. Every member here will stand by your side. Let those who try to bully you see that you're not someone to be pushed around. Yuki Asuna, that's right. Hinata, chase your dreams without fear. We'll always have your back. CC, oh my, hearing the group leader say that. Why am I suddenly so moved? Whitebeard, Gurarararara, anyone who dares bully a member of this group will have to answer to me. Whitebeard. Hinata saw every heartfelt message from the group members. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Hinata nodded firmly, then looked up at Su-yi with determination. Brother Su-yi, I'll work even harder. I want to become stronger, one of the very best. And when the time comes, if any of you are in danger, I hope I could be the one to help you. Su-yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. In that moment, he understood that Hinata's destiny had been completely transformed by his intervention. As for the child of destiny, Naruto Uzumaki, well, he could step aside for Hinata this time. Su-yi was certain that, with the chat group support, Hinata's growth would be nothing short of miraculous. She would leave even the greatest prodigies far behind. Just then, the electronic notification sound of the chat group rang out in Su-yi's mind. Guardian 8 trigrams, 64 palms. This is the Hyuga clan's most powerful taijutsu, an advanced skill of the gentle fist. When Su-yi heard the reward notification, he immediately knew his mission was complete. In the current world of Naruto, the overall power level wasn't yet overwhelming. So, Su-yi didn't linger. He simply said to Hinata Hyuga, see you next time, and vanished from the world of Naruto. Shortly after Su-yi's departure, Hinata Hyuga's room was suddenly filled with people. All of them wore the forehead protectors of the Hidden Leaf, and were members of the Hyuga clan. At the front was the clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, Hinata's father. The moment Hayashi rushed into the room, he was utterly stunned by what he saw. 3 shinobi from the Hidden Cloud Village had their heads embedded deep in the wall, showing no signs of life. Meanwhile, Hinata Hyuga stood up from the floor, turning her gaze to her father. Hayashi's voice was filled with disbelief as he asked, "Did you kill these 3? To him, Hinata had always seemed too gentle, her talent lacking, her progress in taijutsu painfully slow. So the scene before him was nothing less than a tremendous shock. Hinata didn't answer her father's question directly. Of course, she wouldn't mention the existence of the chat group. She simply said, "Father, these 3 ninja tried to abduct me just now. I know I'm still weak, but I swear I'll become stronger." In that moment, Hinata clenched her fists tightly. Meanwhile, Su-yi had returned to his own room. He didn't speak in the chat group right away, but checked the time. It was already 6 in the evening, and when he'd left, it had been about the same time. This made him realize that the flow of time was different in each world. Time in the Naruto world seemed to pass more quickly. To Su-yi, this was good news. As he mulled over these thoughts, he suddenly looked up, sensing something plummeting from the sky. In the next instant, a tremendous crash thundered from the villa's roof. 3 booming impacts echoed through the house. Su-yi saw a figure fall from above, smashing through the roof and several ceilings before landing on the first floor where he stood. He gazed up at the shattered ceiling and the sky awash in the evening glow, feeling a bit helpless. I just moved into this villa, and it's already been smashed through? Su-yi's eyes returned to the figure. It was a graceful woman, her black hair splayed messily across the floor, her face deathly pale. Even more striking was the black, skin-tight combat suit she wore, which was slowly fading away. Her elegant form was captivating, instantly drawing Su-yi's full attention. Su-yi didn't look away. On the contrary, he observed with growing interest. But in the next instant, his gaze sharpened. He recognized this woman. She was Hela, the goddess of death. She was supposed to be sealed away by Odin. How could she suddenly appear here? And not only that, she had come crashing down from the sky, smashing his house in the process. Su-yi made up his mind. No matter what, she would have to repay him as a maid for this, or he would never let her go. With that thought, Su-yi walked over to Hela, crouched down, and slipped his arms beneath her legs and back, lifting her in a princess carry. Just as he did so, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Su-yi guessed it was probably S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside, or perhaps even Natasha herself. Glancing down at the unconscious Hela in his arms, he swiftly carried her toward the basement. Meanwhile, Natasha was speaking into her communicator, reporting to Nick Fury. "Director, I've already knocked on the door, but there's absolutely no response from inside." Nick Fury replied in a steady voice. "Are you certain something fell from the sky and struck Su-yi's villa? Our satellites haven't picked up anything unusual. In any case, enter the house immediately. There might be an unexpected discovery this time." Upon receiving Nick Fury's order, Natasha prepared to force her way through the front door. But just then, the door slowly swung open. Standing in the doorway, Su-yi looked at Natasha and feigned surprise. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Natasha, truly the top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a future Avenger, shifted her expression in a heartbeat, first startled, then turning anxious. "Su-yi, what are you doing here? Wait, are you hurt?" "I was just getting off work and on my way home, and as I approached, I saw something fall here. I was worried something might have happened, so I came to check." Hearing Natasha's explanation, Su-yi shook his head slightly. Without hesitation, he opened the door wider and casually pointed to the spot where Hela had landed just moments earlier. "Thank you for your concern, teacher. A huge boulder did come crashing down from the sky and gave me quite a fright." Then, Su-yi shifted the conversation, looking at Natasha and asking, "Teacher, I heard you say you were on your way home just now. Do you live around here?" Natasha nodded with perfect composure. "That's right, I live right across from you. I just moved in recently." "What a coincidence. I just moved in too." Su-yi deliberately emphasized the words, making the coincidence sound even more striking. Then he added, "All right, teacher, I'm fine. According to local law, meteorites that fall from the sky belong to whoever finds them first. I might as well keep this one as a collectible." With that, he stifled a yawn. "Teacher, let's catch up another time. I'm a bit tired right now and want to get some rest." Su-yi's attitude was unmistakable. He was politely but firmly showing Natasha the door. Before she could say another word, he closed the door right in her face. Afterward, he hauled the fallen meteorite into his basement, placing it back in the spot he had prepared for it. All around the meteorite were various treasures Su-yi had collected over the past 3 years, including the pager used to summon Captain Marvel. Stretching with a lazy yawn, Su-yi muttered to himself, "S.H.I.E.L.D. really needs a wake-up call these days. Otherwise, these pesky flies are getting out of hand." As if in response to his words, the fallen goddess of death, Hela, let out a faint moan from where she lay on the floor. No sooner had her moan faded than Hela's eyes fluttered open. At first, confusion clouded her gaze, but she quickly took in her surroundings and realized where she was. She scrambled to her feet, instinctively shielding herself. Hela glared at Su-yi, her breathing ragged and her chest heaving with fury. "Human, you saw everything, didn't you?" Su-yi glanced her way, then replied with a calm indifference, "I didn't see a thing." Hela was livid at his response. "D!" she roared, swinging her arm to launch an attack at Su-yi. In her mind, a razor-sharp blade should have materialized and flown straight for Su-yi's heart. But aside from her faint outburst, nothing happened. The air was utterly still, unchanged. A jolt of realization ran through Hela. She was weak beyond imagining. Breaking free of her seal had come at a tremendous cost. Not only was her body badly wounded, but her divine powers were almost completely drained. That explained why her attack had failed. Su-yi took in Hela's condition and quickly saw what she was going through. His tone remained even as he said, "Do you understand what you've done? You put a hole in my villa. As compensation, you'll stay here for a while and help with the chores, be my maid." Mate, Hela's brow furrowed in disbelief. She, the mighty goddess of death, had never suffered such humiliation. If she could, she would have killed Su-E on the spot. But right now she was nothing more than a weakened woman, completely powerless to resist. Perhaps, she thought, staying here to recover wasn't the worst idea after all. As she weighed her options, Su-E draped one of his jackets over her shoulders and said, "Just settle down for now. I'll go buy you some clothes. And by the way, all these items around you are part of my collection. Don't even think about touching them." "Humph. Do you really think a mortal's little trinkets could possibly interest me? If you want me to stay, fine. Just don't regret it later." No sooner had she finished speaking than Hela swept her gaze contemptuously over the collection. But in the next instant, her eyes froze in astonishment. She noticed, not far away, a cabinet where 10 rings, each with a unique design, were neatly displayed. Within each ring, a tremendous power was quietly contained. Next, her attention was drawn to a meteorite set beside them. Embedded in its surface was a mysterious metal, and Hela could sense that this metal seemed capable of completely absorbing and neutralizing all surrounding vibrations. If Captain America were present, he would instantly recognize it. "Isn't this the very material my shield is made of?" Hela glanced around, spotting even more astonishing trophies, and even caught a glimpse of the cosmic cube. All these treasures were the spoils Su-E had collected over the past 3 years. The sight of everything left Hela deeply shaken. She stared at Su-E in disbelief and, almost involuntarily, asked, "Who exactly are you?" By now, Su-E had already walked to the elevator inside the villa. He left behind only a single remark. "Just an ordinary wealthy man, that's all." With that, Su-E stepped into the elevator, pressed a series of buttons, and the elevator began its descent deep underground. Left behind was the goddess of death, Hela, still wearing Su-Yi's coat, her face a mix of shock and confusion. Suddenly, Hela realized she might have wandered into the home of someone far more mysterious than she'd ever imagined. A faint smile played at her lips as she thought, well, perhaps this isn't so bad. At least she could recover in peace. Meanwhile, Su-E rode the elevator to the villa's lowest level, where a high-speed private train awaited him, built for swift travel. Boarding the train, he entered the chat group. Ding! Group leader Su-E is now online. The moment he logged in, Asuna Yuki repeatedly tagged him. Asuna Yuki. At group leader Su-E. Quick, check out the mission panel. Asuna Yuki. I just discovered the mission panel is finally working. C.C. You mean the task panel? Oh, when the chat group hits 5 members, it unlocks automatically. I've known that for ages. Asuna Yuki. Oh, come on, I really thought I was the first one to discover it. I've been excited for nothing. C.C. Admit it, you just wanted to impress Su-E little fox. Asuna Yuki. Arg. You witch. Stop making things up. Impress him? I've never even met the group leader. We barely know each other, okay? Hinata Hyuga. Brother Su-E is really wonderful. He's the best. C.C. Hinata. Do you like Brother Su-E? Asuna Yuki. At Hinata Hyuga. Don't listen to her, Hinata. Just tell me in secret, and I'll keep it safe for you. Hands on hips laughing hysterically. JPG. Su-E. Alright, that's enough teasing Hinata. Let me take a closer look at this mission panel. We'll chat more in a bit. After speaking, Su-E pulled up the task panel in the group chat. But the panel was completely empty. Nothing was displayed at all, not a single instruction, leaving Su-E at a loss. Forget it. I'll deal with what's in front of me first and study this later at my leisure. For now, let's draw SHELD's attention. They've been far too active recently. On the way back, I'll stop by and pick up a maid outfit. But which style would be best? Su-E sat on the high-speed train, lost in thought and mumbling to himself. Soon, Su-E left Queens and headed toward the outskirts of the city. When he returned to the surface, he found himself surrounded by dense forest. The area was deserted, and an air of desolation hung in the silence. He changed into the black robe he had prepared in advance, crouched down, and then sprang upward with explosive force. Drawing on his immense strength, he shot into the sky in an instant. Meanwhile, far away in a vast desert, Tony Stark was imprisoned in a cave, forging steel. His clothes were soaked through with sweat, his skin sunburned and darkened, exhaustion etched into every line of his face. The sound of hammer striking metal echoed relentlessly through the cavern. Tony's mind raced, frustration and anger churning within him. As a renowned entrepreneur and billionaire, being captured by terrorists and forced to build weapons here was a humiliation beyond words. But after several days of observation, he gradually pieced together the reason behind it all. It turned out he'd been taken because a mysterious figure had defeated and killed their leader, the so-called Mandarin. Leaderless, the 10 rings fell into chaos. Instead of scrambling for power, their focus shifted entirely to seeking revenge, hoping to restore their former glory. Tony was chosen as a tool to forge their ultimate weapon. All of this, he realized, was set in motion by that enigmatic stranger. The thought only fueled his anger, and he brought his hammer down even harder on the metal before him. Before long, he gazed confidently at the armor taking shape, the prototype Mark I Iron Man suit. An excited grin spread across his face. It's finally finished. At that moment, the group chat's task panel suddenly popped up with a new notification. Ding! Mission released. Rescue Tony Stark. In addition to group owner Sue E., one other member may participate. Reward upon completion, 100 points. After the chat group is upgraded, points can be used to exchange for items or enhance abilities. The group members erupted with excitement at the new mission. Yuki Asuna, it's here. A new mission just appeared. CC. Does this mean we're going to the group owner's world? Hinata Hyuga. I'm so curious. What is Sue Yi's world really like? Whitebeard said, once there are more participants, maybe we'll be able to exchange points for all sorts of items. Who knows? There might even be something that can cure illnesses. When Sue Yi saw the mission announcement, he paused for a moment. This time, his goal was to track down Tony Stark. His subordinate, Kingpin, had already warned him that remnants of the 10 Rings were still active. Because of Sue Yi's interference, the gathering had swelled to nearly 100,000 people. The first Iron Man suit Tony Stark built in that cave was simply no match for such a vast enemy. Sue Yi's plan this time could be described as killing several birds with one stone. First, after Tony Stark was kidnapped, Sue Yi took the opportunity to buy up shares of Stark Industries, making himself one of the company's major shareholders. When Tony returned, and the appearance of the Iron Man suit caused the company's stock price to soar, Sue Yi would naturally reap an enormous profit. Second, he hoped to use this incident to draw the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., shifting their focus to Tony, which would save himself a lot of trouble. Now, the system had issued a new mission, allowing chat group members to participate for points. This way, Sue Yi could accomplish 3 goals at once. With that thought, Sue Yi felt a surge of satisfaction and couldn't help but feel elated. He spoke in the group. It's nothing more than 100,000 terrorists. Rather than letting them run amok, we might as well wipe them out in one go. The reward for this mission is 100 points. Any takers? Yuki Asuna replied, I think I'll pass for now. I honestly don't have the ability yet, and if I go, I'd probably just hold everyone back. As she sent the message, Asuna felt a pang of disappointment. For the first time, she truly longed for strength. Hinata Hyuga said, I've been working hard on my taijutsu lately, hoping I can graduate early from the Ninja Academy. Asuna encouraged her, Go for it, Hinata. I know you can do it. Hinata replied, Thank you. CC also chimed in, Even though I'm immortal, I wouldn't be much help with this mission. My efficiency is just too low. In that case, leave this mission to me. Asuna immediately responded, That's wonderful. Grandpa Whitebeard, you need points even more than we do. Maybe you'll be able to exchange for something good and return to your prime. Whitebeard chuckled. Young lady, don't get ahead of yourself. I'm still in excellent health. Sue Yi agreed. Whitebeard, I'll leave this mission to you. Once you're back at your peak, I'd love to spar with you myself. That's exactly what I was hoping for. My blood's boiling already. Sue Yi gave his instructions, then it's settled. I'll let you know when I reach my destination. You just need to come through the teleportation portal. If possible, it's best if you wear a black cloak. The white-bearded man replied, Understood, I'll go find a suitable one. After receiving the reply, a smile crept onto Sue Yi's lips. It seems something interesting is about to happen. I have to admit, this chat group is truly fascinating. With that thought, Sue Yi picked up his pace. In just a short moment, he traveled from Queens to hover high above the desert. From the sky, Sue Yi surveyed the ground below, relying on his extraordinary vision to carefully observe the desert landscape. Just as he expected, the rebel forces were densely spread out across the vast sands, leaving hardly any gaps between them. They were fully armed, equipped with armored vehicles, tanks, and even armed helicopters resting on the ground, a scene that was nothing short of spectacular. Sue Yi had originally intended to bring an end to all this quickly, but just then, a sudden commotion erupted in the desert below. A barrage of gunfire broke out, the sharp crack of bullets slicing through the air and echoing in Sue Yi's ears. He immediately turned toward the source of the noise, quickly pinpointing the location of a bunker. If Sue Yi's guess was correct, Tony Stark should be inside that bunker right now, piloting his very first homemade suit of Iron Man armor, locked in a fierce battle with the rebels. The relentless gunfire drew the attention of the surrounding rebel soldiers. These were seasoned, ruthless fighters, Any disturbance instantly put them on high alert. All units assemble. Prepare for battle. The commands rang out again and again, echoing across the desert. In no time, the rebels converged on the bunker at the center of the gunfire, forming a tight encirclement. They raised their rifles and even rocket launchers, all aimed squarely at the bunker's entrance. Sui watched the unfolding situation with great interest. At that moment, a suit of armor appeared before their eyes. A hulking suit of iron with a grayish-white metallic shell, resembling a giant steel canister. Everyone who saw it was stunned. What on earth is that? None of them had ever seen such equipment before, nor did they recall anything like in their base. Before they could recover from their shock, however, the squad leaders shouted new orders. Open fire. In an instant, a hail of bullets rained down on the Iron Man suit piloted by Tony Stark. Gunfire and muzzle flashes filled the air, smoke mingled with the chaos, and the bullets battered the armor like a torrential storm. Yet Tony Stark's expression did not change in the slightest. He thought of how Sun had just sacrificed himself to give him a chance at escape, and his heart burned with fury and grief. Come on, you cold-blooded rebels. Now it's my turn. The bullets continued to pelt the Iron Man suit, but they had no effect whatsoever. Some bullets even ricocheted off the armor, injuring the surrounding rebels. This suit was nearly impervious to all conventional weapons. Tony Stark maneuvered the armor, extending both arms as searing flames erupted in an instant. The Iron Man suit was equipped with powerful flamethrowers on its arms. Blazing jets of fire surged out, transforming into fierce, roaring dragons that devoured everything nearby without hesitation. Had Sui not appeared, destiny would have allowed Tony Stark an easy escape. But with Su Yi's intervention, Tony now faced 100,000. Rebels, terrorists, to be exact. The moment he showed himself, he was immediately pinned down by a relentless barrage of bullets and missiles. No matter how furiously his flamethrowers blazed, it wasn't enough to tip the scales. Tony Stark quickly realized victory was out of reach and decisively chose to retreat. Just then, a squad leader fired one of Stark Industries' most advanced missiles directly at him. Tony sensed the incoming missile in a heartbeat, dread sinking into his chest. But at that critical split second, a dazzling azure beam shot down from the sky, swallowing the missile whole. The explosion never broke through the brilliance. It vanished in an instant, erased without a trace. It was a pure and radiant blue light. Tony Stark's pupils contracted sharply as he stared, frozen in disbelief at what was unfolding before him. What on earth is happening? Tony shouted in shock. Before he could gather himself, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. As the light gradually faded, a crater, dozens of meters deep, came into view. Fortunately, the ground here had been reinforced for the bunker. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed by the desert's scorching sands. Tony Stark noticed a black dot in the sky, growing steadily larger. Suddenly, he remembered a rumor he'd once heard. The legend of a figure in black robes, whose terrifying tales had spread across the globe. It's him. He's here. Not only did Tony Stark spot Sui, but everyone present was drawn by the brilliant light and instinctively looked up to the sky. There, before their eyes, stood a figure clad in black robes. When the terrorists recognized Sui in his dark mantle, even the lucky survivors from before couldn't help but tremble. The demon. That demon is here. Why? Didn't he disappear for a while? How has he shown up right in front of us again? Change targets. Open fire on the one in black. Bullets rained towards Sui like a torrential storm. He couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought I'd be so popular? With those words, Sui tagged Whitebeard in the chat group. Sui, it's Whitebeard. Hooty up. I've already arrived at the location. Ding. Whitebeard has requested to travel between worlds. Ding. Interdimensional portal established. Task detected. Participants for this mission, Sui and Whitebeard. Upon completion, each will receive 100 points. As the group system notification chimed, a massive portal suddenly appeared beside Sui, seemingly out of thin air. Seeing the portal, Sui couldn't help but marvel. My goodness, Whitebeard is over 6 meters tall. This portal is absolutely enormous. From within the portal, Whitebeard emerged, draped in a flowing black robe that revealed only his iconic white mustache. In his hand, he gripped his famed cloud-cutting blade, striding forward in measured steps. Those around, upon seeing Whitebeard, were left utterly speechless in shock. Is it a giant? No, wait, is he even human? How could a human possibly be that tall? He must be some sort of monster. That's right, there's no way he's ordinary. Whitebeard's arrival brought an overwhelming visual shock to everyone present. Even though they all stood in the scorching desert, an inexplicable chill crept over them. At that moment, Whitebeard's signature laughter echoed through the air. Gurarararara. Remember my name, Whitebeard. Before his words had even faded, Su-E sprang into action, unleashing the Guardian 8 trigram, 64 palms. A surge of powerful energy swept out, grinding every bullet flying toward them into dust. Su-E pointed ahead and declared, "Take care of everyone except the one in the iron suit behind us." Whitebeard roared with laughter in response. "Gurarara, no problem. Leave it to me." Su-E added, "These terrorists have committed countless atrocities. Show them no mercy." C.C sent a message. "Should we start a live stream?" At group leader Su-E. Su-E replied, "Sure, but anyone who's squeamish should probably skip this one." With that, Su-E started the live stream, and the scene instantly appeared before all the group members. There stood Su-E, relaxed and at ease, while Whitebeard's towering figure loomed like a mountain. Behind them, Tony Stark stared on, utterly stunned. In front of them, 100,000 well-armed terrorists stood ready, every weapon trained on the two of them. Asuna Yuki witnessed the scene and felt a jolt in her heart. To her, the impact of this moment was incomparable, especially since the world she inhabited was itself so technologically advanced. Her calculations of the firepower, guns and missiles alike, were hardly ever wrong. Perhaps that was why Asuna felt a deep sense of worry. Asuna Yuki, at group leader Su-E at Whitebeard, "Are you really going to be okay? That's 100,000 guns aimed right at you. The power of that kind of firepower is simply unimaginable." CC said, "Are you worried about Su-E? I was only joking at first, but now I realize things might be more complicated than they seem." She gave a sly, mischievous smile. Hinata Hyuga called out, "Brother Su-E, Grandpa Whitebeard, please be careful." Whitebeard let out a hearty, booming laugh. "Don't worry, little one. I'm Whitebeard after all." Su-E replied, "Actually, once you become as strong as we are, you'll understand. Even if the numbers are overwhelming, they're nothing more than insignificant obstacles." Asuna Yuki fell silent. A sudden realization dawned on her. Perhaps she truly could chase after the realms Su-E spoke of. As a founding member of the chat group, she didn't want to be the weakest. She wanted to grow stronger, too. Once Su-E and Whitebeard finished their exchange in the chat, they sprang into action. Whitebeard stepped forward in one powerful stride, clenching his fist with his arm slightly bent. Then, with a sudden burst of force, he punched the air, unleashing his signature tremor power. Everyone watched in fascination, wondering what Whitebeard was doing. In the next instant, cracks spiderwebbed through the air itself. The entire space seemed to split and shift out of alignment. Bullets, missiles, and all manner of deadly weapons exploded mid-flight, unable to get even remotely close to Whitebeard. All who witnessed this scene were left utterly stunned. Tony Stark, who had been monitoring the battlefield, was more convinced than ever that this towering, giant-like old man must be the strongest one of all. Everyone's eyes locked on a Whitebeard once again. The attacks directed at him grew even fiercer. Just then, Su-E took a quiet step forward. His movements were calm and unhurried. The terrorists facing him froze, confused and unable to grasp what Su-E intended to do. A few moments passed, and nothing seemed to happen. As they began to think that Su-E might not be as powerful as Whitebeard, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The sands of the desert quivered, rattling ever so slightly. Tony Stark, standing behind Su-E and Whitebeard, saw everything with perfect clarity. Yet it was not Tony who was most shaken, it was S.H.I.E.L.D. Through satellite imagery, all they could see was Su-E, clad in his black robe, standing at the center as millions of hectares of desert floor began to crack and shudder. Countless grains of sand cascaded downward like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, every single terrorist was swallowed whole, disappearing without a trace. The ground continued to collapse, with an endless torrent of sand rushing into the widening fissures below. Even 100,000 terrorists could do nothing against such overwhelming might. Nick Fury watched the whole process unfold clearly via satellite. Has the desert just vanished like that? Not only Nick Fury, but also Coulson, standing beside him, was left wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of what he'd just witnessed. Such power was nothing short of a god descending to Earth. No wonder that, back then, even the aftermath of his battle alone was enough to destroy an entire city. The sands of the desert kept cascading down, while the crust beneath Su-Yi's feet pressed and jostled, directly reshaping the very face of the desert. Towering mountains sprang up from the ground, growing rapidly skyward as if they were alive. In the blink of an eye, the once boundless desert had vanished, replaced by countless mountain peaks. If one looked closely, they would notice rivulets of crimson blood streaming down the mountainsides. In the instant those peaks formed, The 100,000 terrorists had been crushed to nothing under the overwhelming pressure. This, perhaps, was Su Yi's final act of mercy. He allowed them to leave this world without experiencing pain. One must understand that Su Yi's Doomsday Supreme power far surpassed that of Superman. It said that Superman could hold up the Earth's weight for 5 days and nights without even breaking a sweat, feeling almost no strain at all. And yet, Su Yi was even stronger than that. Whitebeard swallowed hard, almost reflexively. His expression shifted again and again as he stared in stunned silence at the scene before him. He recalled Su Yi's earlier words, that once he'd recovered, he would challenge Whitebeard, and suddenly felt an immense pressure settling on his shoulders. Originally, Whitebeard had thought that he and Su Yi were roughly equal in strength. Even if Su Yi had the edge, he'd assumed it was only because of his own age. After all, the speed and power Su Yi had previously displayed were still within the realm of comprehension. But what had just happened was beyond anything he could have imagined. Su Yi had effortlessly destroyed the entire desert, triggered seismic upheaval, and before everyone's eyes, raised a range of soaring ridges. Most astonishing of all, the spot where they stood was completely unscathed. Such precise control over overwhelming power was simply beyond anything Whitebeard could hope to match. He turned his gaze to Su Yi, feeling as though the man standing before him wasn't human at all, but a monster in human form. Ding! Congratulations to group leaders Su Yi and Whitebeard for completing this mission. Each has received 100 points. Hearing the prompt from the chat group, Whitebeard took one last look at the towering mountains before him, then spoke. Group leader, since the mission's done, I'll take my leave first. As soon as his words fell, a portal quietly opened behind him. Without hesitation, Whitebeard stepped through, and his figure vanished in an instant. The group members watching the live broadcast were left speechless for a long time. None of them could find the words to express the shock they felt. CC. So this is Su Yi's power as the group leader? CC. It's just incredible. With a single step, he completely transformed the desert landscape. Hinata Hyuga. Big brother Su Yi is amazing. Yuki Asuna said, so this is what Su Yi meant before. When you reach his level, the number of opponents doesn't matter anymore, does it? Meanwhile, back in his own world, Whitebeard was still in a bit of a daze. He stepped out from his spacious quarters and gazed at his sons. A sudden, powerful desire to grow even stronger welled up from deep inside him. Dad, are you alright? Marco asked with concern. Whitebeard let out a booming laugh and replied, Gurarararara. Marco, go and find me the best doctor you can. And from now on, I'm laying off the booze for a while. Marco could hardly believe his ears. After all, Whitebeard had always loved his drink. Even with all the secret wounds on his body, he'd never cared much. So why would he suddenly make such a decision now? As if sensing the doubt in Marco's heart, Whitebeard looked out to the distant horizon. There, the endless azure sea stretched as far as the eye could see. In a quiet voice, he said, because I want to become even stronger. That single sentence swept across the ship, sparking a storm of excitement. Dad, you're already the strongest man on the seas. There's no one out there who can stand against you. I can't even imagine how terrifying it would be if Dad could get even stronger. Whitebeard only smiled faintly at his son's admiration and said nothing more. Oh, right, Dad. Ace just sent some good news. He says he's finally caught up with Blackbeard. Is that so? Then let's trust that Ace will return in triumph. Over in the Marvel Universe, only Su Yi and Tony Stark remained. Su Yi looked down at Tony and found he had fainted dead away from fright. Well, we'll have plenty of chances to meet again in the future. I'm sure S.H.I.E.L.D. will credit you for today's events, and they're bound to make a big deal out of your achievements. So I'll leave it to you to keep their attention focused on you for a while. With those words, Su Yi closed the live stream in the chat group, and in an instant his figure vanished. He sped off toward a villa in Queens, moving with incredible speed. On the way, he even stopped at a specialty-made outfit shop and picked up a few costumes, planning to give them to Hela as gifts. After Su Yi's departure, Nick Fury, as expected, contacted the others and rushed to the scene to investigate. He was determined to get to the bottom of what had happened here. Soon, he discovered Tony Stark unconscious on the ground. At the same time, much of his attention shifted to the details of the battle, especially the giant in black robes with a white beard, who became their top subject of investigation. Except for Natasha, everyone else's focus had already shifted away from Su Yi. At this moment, Su Yi had already returned to his villa. He found Hela lounging comfortably in the living room, wearing extremely loose clothes and watching television in a leisurely manner. You look like you've settled in pretty quickly. Here, I bought you some new clothes. Try these on, Su Yi said as he tossed 3 sets of maid outfits onto the sofa beside Hela. As for the previous damage to the villa, Kingpin had already sent people to completely repair it. Now it looked as good as new. Hella heard Su-Yi's words and picked up the clothes beside her. In her eyes, Su-Yi had always been shrouded in mystery, and the various collectibles in the house made her feel a bit uneasy. As a result, Hella had decided that until her injuries were fully healed, she wouldn't leave this place. Even if it meant wearing a maid outfit, she would have to accept it. Suddenly, Hella's pupils contracted sharply. She stared at the maid outfit in her hands, her expression stiffening. So what do you think? Isn't it nice? I picked these out myself with great care, Su-Yi asked with a smile. Nice? Are you sure this is really maid outfit? Why do maid outfits have designs like this? Hella retorted, a note of disbelief in her voice. As the goddess of death, Hella found her cheeks flushing uncontrollably as she looked at the maid outfit in her hands. An unfamiliar emotion quietly blossomed within her heart, something she had never experienced before. Stark Industries Tower. Tony Stark sat on the floor, in utter disarray, devouring hamburgers one after another. This was his favorite food. Having narrowly escaped death, he savored this delicious taste with newfound appreciation. In front of him stood a swarm of reporters, their cameras and microphones pointed at him like a barrage of weapons. Mr. Stark, can you tell us what happened during your disappearance? And why did that desert suddenly turn into a mountain range? Tony Stark took a fierce bite of his burger. His gaze deepened, growing more intense. Yet, he did not answer the reporter's question directly. Instead, he spoke in a low, resonant voice. I saw young men lose their lives, killed by weapons I designed, weapons that were meant to protect people. And now, I've finally awakened from my illusions. I want to do more for this world and for society. So, I'm announcing the closure of Stark International's weapons manufacturing division. As Tony Stark finished speaking, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd of reporters. Camera flashes erupted all around, capturing this historic moment. Meanwhile, Su-Yi and Hella sat on a sofa, watching the entire broadcast to its end. Hella was still wearing Su-Yi's clothes. But even so, nothing could hide the allure that radiated from her. Su-Yi, it. I'll go to the room and sleep first, she said. Now, Hella needed to wait until her injuries had fully healed before her divine powers could return. Otherwise, she was no different from any ordinary person. She would get sleepy, hungry, and fatigued. Su-Yi glanced in the direction Hella was heading, his expression a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. Hella, that's my room. By now, Hella had already reached the door. Hearing Su-Yi's words, she paused for a moment, but she quickly took another step forward. So what if it's your room? I'm claiming it. With that, Hella strode into Su-Yi's room. But as she lay down on the bed, she was enveloped by Su-Yi's scent. That feeling of being wrapped up in him lingered in her mind, refusing to disperse. Su-Yi could only smile helplessly at the situation. Just then, Su-Yi received a private message from Asuna Yuki. Asuna Yuki. Su-Yi, are you free right now? Su-Yi. Yes, I am. What's up? Asuna Yuki. I've been thinking for a long time. I want to become stronger, but I don't know how. So I thought I'd ask you, as the group leader. The power system on my side is a bit complicated. Honestly, it might not suit you that well. Personally, I think you could try making a deal with Hinata or Whitebeard. Hinata has taijutsu and ninjutsu, but since you don't have any energy reserves in your body right now, you can only learn some taijutsu for the time being. Su-Yi said, over at Whitebeard's side, they also have physical combat techniques and something called devil fruits. I'm sure you know, even the cheapest. Devil fruit costs 100 million belly, but you can use gold to trade for them. Devil fruits are probably the best way to boost your strength. Su-Yi continued, as for CC's Geas, I wouldn't really recommend it. The randomness is a bit too high, and if your willpower is weak, you might even lose control of your abilities. In a bedroom adorned with a distinctly girlish touch, Asuna Yuki lay on her bed, replaying Su-Yi's words over and over in her mind. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Asuna Yuki asked, by the way, Su-Yi, do you know what will happen in our world in the future? Su-Yi replied, of course. Right now, aren't you all pre-ordering those full dive game headsets? As soon as you buy one, you'll end up in a death game. If you die inside, you'll die for real in the real world. But it's actually a pretty good way to train your combat experience and sharpen your reflexes. Asuna Yuki asked, will I still be able to use the chat group at that time? Ding. This chat group is above all else. As long as you remember, no matter what happens, you'll always be able to use all group functions as usual. Reading this message from the chat group, Asuna Yuki felt completely at ease. Asuna Yuki said, I understand. I'll definitely become stronger. There's no way I'll fall too far behind the rest of you. When Su-Yi read Asuna Yuki's message, a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Still, in his kind and friendly way, he gave her a helpful reminder. Su-Yi said, remember, if you ever meet a black-haired guy who calls himself Kirito, just ignore him. He's seriously bad news. Asuna Yuki replied, got it. Su-e said, all right, I'm heading to bed now. If anything confuses you, just come find me. After saying their goodbyes, Asuna Yuki went off to look for Whitebeard and Hinata Hyuga. In the blink of an eye, a new day arrived. Su-e stepped out of another room, stretching lazily. Yesterday, he thought, was the most fulfilling day he'd had in the past 3 years. He'd joined the chat group, got to know its members, even become the group leader. And, as if that weren't enough, he'd picked up a goddess of death as his maid. Except for not being able to spar with the truly powerful, he felt that, all in all, life was pretty good. Hella, are you up? Come on, time to make breakfast. Su-e called out toward Hella's room, then simply opened the door. The moment he opened it, a dazzling whiteness filled his gaze. At that moment, Hella had just awakened as well, her eyes still a little hazy as she looked at Su-e standing before her. In the next instant, she realized what was happening. Without hesitation, she pulled the nearby quilt over herself and shouted at Su-e, Su-e, get out of here right now. And with that, the uproarious day truly began. Ding! Edward Elric has joined the group chat. The familiar chime of the chat group echoed in Su-ye's mind. He casually closed the door, then flopped down onto the living room sofa. His consciousness entered the group chat. Su-e, and Edward Elric, welcome to the group. I'm Su-e, the group admin. Asuna Yuki. Hello. Newcomer, I'm the poorest member here. Hinata Hyuga. Don't try to fool anyone. Asuna, you're actually the richest here after Su-e. CC. Forever 18 here. Welcome to the group. Whitebeard. With a hearty laugh. Gurarararara. Another new face? Welcome, welcome. Edward Elric was stunned. Moments ago, he had suddenly received an invitation from a chat group. Without much thought, he had clicked accept. He never expected his mind would suddenly be filled with all sorts of unfamiliar things. Edward, what is this? Alchemy. CC, alchemy? It sounds like your world's a bit old-fashioned. Asuna Yuki. Ha ha ha, there it is. The witch's sharp tongue strikes again. Su-e. At Edward Elric, don't worry, this isn't alchemy. We're all from different worlds, like a family here. We help each other, support each other, and grow stronger together. When Edward Elric saw the word family, he was completely taken aback. The word family made Edward pause for a moment. Nowadays, all he had was his brother, trapped in a suit of armor, and a father whose whereabouts were a mystery. He'd always thought the word family was something distant, out of reach. But now, within this chat group, he was feeling that warmth once again. He had to admit, it was a truly wonderful feeling, and it brought a touch of comfort to Edward's weary heart. Just then, however, the chat group issued a task. Ding! New mission. Save Nina. Participant limit. 2. Reward upon completion. 100 points. The lively atmosphere in the group chat grew quiet in an instant at the announcement. Edward Elric. Nina? Do you mean the Nina from my world? But we just left her place. CC. What's going on here? At group admin Su-e. Yuki Asuna said, Su-e, you understand our world, and you must know Edward's world too. What exactly does this mission mean? At that moment, Su-e, who was lying on the sofa, saw the mission posted in the chat group. A chilling aura instantly filled the room around him. This immediately caught the attention of Hella, who had just stepped out of her room. But Su-e paid her no mind. Su-e, and Edward Elric, go back to Nina right now. Her father is a monster. He plans to use alchemy to fuse his own daughter with Nina's dog, turning them into a chimera that can speak. Everyone in the group felt a cold shiver down their spines. A father, fusing his daughter with a dog. Could any human truly do something so horrific? Su-e, and Edward Elric, get to Nina immediately. I'll set up a portal right away. Who will come with me? CC. Let me join this mission with you, Su-e. Yuki Asuna, at C2C. At group leader Su-e, I'm counting on you to save Nina. Hinata Hyuga. Su-e, please make sure to punish that monstrous father. Whitebeard. If it were me, I'd smash him until there's nothing left but dust. Edward Elric. So this mission really is about Nina? Her father would actually fuse her with Alexander. Alexander was the name of Nina's dog. Yes, that's why we have to stop this tragic event and set things right. Back when Su-e first saw this scene before he crossed worlds, he was furious. Now he was determined to repay Nina's father, Tucker, for that anger with interest. Only by making him vanish from this world could Nina be truly protected. Once Edward Elric understood the mission, he didn't hesitate for a second. He turned to his younger brother and said, Alphonse, let's head back to Nina's house. Alphonse had no idea what was going on, but hearing his brother's tone, he immediately followed Edward, racing off into the distance. If what the chat group said was true, then Nina was in grave danger. Realizing this, Edward picked up his pace even more. Before long, they arrived at Nina's residence. By then, the sunset had painted the sky in shades of orange-red. A quiet, almost eerie stillness hung over the house. Edward was slightly out of breath, but his eyes were full of determination. Without a moment's hesitation, Edward kicked open the door. Alphonse, seeing what had happened, hurriedly called out, "Brother, what are you doing? Why did you kick the door open?" "There's no time to explain. We have to find Tucker now. Let's split up and look for him." Alphonse had always trusted his brother. Even though he didn't know what was going on, he still separated from Edward, searching for any sign of Tucker. Meanwhile, in a hidden laboratory somewhere within the mansion, Tucker also heard the commotion from outside. "Damn it, looks like someone's trying to meddle. And just when I'm so close to the most crucial moment." A chilling light flickered in Tucker's eyes. Reflected in that cold gleam was the pale face of the little girl, Nina. "Daddy, what are you doing? Why are you tying me to the lab table? Why did you knock Alexander out? Daddy, what's wrong with you?" Nina's cries of "Daddy" echoed over and over in Tucker's ears, but his face showed not the slightest trace of emotion. Instead, he uttered words more disgusting than any he'd ever spoken before. "Don't blame me, Nina. I have no choice. Tomorrow is the state alchemist assessment. If I don't show results, I'll lose everything. I won't be able to indulge myself anymore. I'll be mocked by everyone, so I have to trouble you, Nina. You'll help Daddy, won't you?" Just as Tucker finished speaking, a thunderous crash erupted at the door. In an instant, Edward had kicked open the hidden laboratory's entrance. "Help you? You selfish bastard. Let Nina go this instant." Nina's eyes were brimming with tears. The moment she saw Edward rush in, she could no longer hold back her emotions. "Big brother, save me. He's not my daddy. He's not. My daddy would never do this." Nina's desperate plea made Edward clench his teeth in anguish. He hated himself for not seeing through Tucker sooner. If only he'd realized earlier, maybe none of this would have happened. Tucker looked at Nina, who was sobbing uncontrollably before him, and let out a sigh. "I was so close to completing my work. Why did you have to interfere now?" As he spoke, he reached inside his coat and pulled out a whistle. His brows arched and his gaze fixed on Edward, his expression twisted with mania. "Go to hell," he snarled. With that, Tucker blew the whistle sharply. Its shrill tone echoed throughout the mansion. In that instant, the once eerily silent house began to tremble ever so slightly. Dust drifted down from the ceiling. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of footsteps seemed to fill the floor above. The sounds kept shifting from place to place. At last, Edward saw the source, or rather, the sources of those noises. A parade of chimeras appeared before him. There were creatures with the bodies of cats fused with snakes, others that blended bats and dogs, and even one that combined a shark with an eagle. These bizarre chimeras were proof enough of just how many mad experiments Tucker had conducted during his time as a state alchemist. Every one of these creatures glared at Edward with glowing red eyes, advancing toward him with menacing speed. At that moment, Tucker's voice echoed in Edward's ears. "Edward, I admit you're quite skilled, but against my chimeras, your fate is to be devoured. Just watch as I fuse Nina and Alexander. She'll become my most perfect creation yet." Edward glanced at the swarm of chimeras surging toward him and let a faint smile curl at the corner of his lips. "Do you really think I'll let you succeed that easily?" As Edward's words fell, a portal suddenly opened up before him. The appearance of the portal clearly took Tucker by surprise. Before he could even register what was happening, a man and a woman stepped out from within. The man wore a cold, stern expression, his eyes as frosty as winter steel. The woman, her waist-length green hair cascading smoothly down her back, looked equally icy, her demeanor a perfect match for her companion. Seeing these two appear, Edward immediately called out, "Be careful. These chimeras are dangerous. We'll have to stay sharp." "Stay sharp?" the woman replied, her tone laced with contempt. "No need. Letting scum like him live even a second longer would be too much mercy. We should wipe him out now." Tucker still had no idea what kind of alchemy could make these strangers appear out of thin air. But in the end, there were just two more people. "Do you really think the three of you can defeat my 100 chimeras? I'm telling you, that's simply impossible. My precious chimeras, devour them all." Tucker snarled, pointing viciously at the trio. A guttural roar erupted from the front line. The shark-eagle chimera lunged forward at breakneck speed, charging straight at Su Yi. Edward shouted, "Watch out!" But they had underestimated Su Yi's power. With a disdainful snort, Su Yi swept his gaze over the attacking chimeras. Heat vision. A pair of crimson beams shot from Su Yi's eyes, slicing cleanly through every chimera in their path. Not a single one even had time to scream. CC, with a deft movement, blocked the scene from view. She paid no attention whatsoever to Tucker beside her, heading straight for Nina. Seeing this, Tucker's face instantly turned deathly pale, and he stammered, How is this possible? As he spoke, Tucker seemed to lose his mind. Impossible. My chimeric beast is the most powerful creature in the world. How could anyone take it down with a single glance? Then, as if suddenly realizing CC's actions, he pointed at the woman before him and shouted, You! What are you trying to do? Stay away from me. With a trembling hand, Tucker drew a pistol from his side, raised his arm, and fired at CC ahead. Go to hell! He screamed with all his might, his eyes wide with madness. His gaze was shot through with blood-red veins. But at the very instant he pulled the trigger, Suyi's figure appeared before Tucker, his voice cold as steel. You beast! Let me send you to hell to repent for your sins. Yet Tucker didn't seem to hear a word Suyi said. His focus was on the bullet that had already left his gun. The bullet tore through the air. From Tucker's vantage point, Suyi was far too close. There was no way he could dodge. In other words, Suyi was as good as dead. But in the very next moment, reality hurled Tucker from the heights of hope down into the abyss of despair. The bullet, traveling at incredible speed, struck Suyi's chest, but not even a scratch appeared on his skin. It simply ricocheted harmlessly aside. How can this be? There's no way you're human. You're a demon, a demon. Tucker's voice grew shrill and desperate, but Suyi gave him no chance to speak further. He seized Tucker by the throat with one hand and lifted him high above the mansion into the dizzying heights. Now, icy cold enveloped Tucker completely. The terror of dangling in the void interwove with the fear of imminent death. Please let me go. I'm begging you. I swear I'll never do it again. He still longed to enjoy the wonders of this world. He did not want to die. High above the earth, Suyi looked at Tucker and spoke in a low, deliberate voice. I'm no saint, nor am I some champion of justice. So take your sins and go confess them in hell. With those words, Suyi soared upward, carrying Tucker ever higher into the vastness of space. The power of Doomsday Supreme was unleashed to its fullest at this moment. The freezing cold of space made frost bloom across Tucker's skin. The lack of air left him writhing in agony. But to Suyi, this was far from enough. Only when Tucker was utterly pulverized could such scum be truly cleansed from the world. Butcher of 1,000, butcher of 10,000, it makes no difference to me, but to raise your hand against your own kin, that is unforgivable. If I see one, I'll kill one. Carry your endless regret to the grave. As Suyi's words fell, he moved even faster. He crashed straight into a planet, dragging Tucker with him. Fueled by rage, Suyi unleashed a punch, sending Tucker to his grave once and for all. Cracks began to snake across the planet's surface, spreading in all directions as the ground buckled and heaved. The destruction accelerated, rippling outward at a terrifying pace. In the blink of an eye, the entire planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The violent detonation twisted into a black hole, swallowing both the shattered planet and what was left of Tucker, wiping every trace of filth from existence. Meanwhile, CC approached Nina's side, gently lifting her from the experiment table. With tender care, she drew Nina into her arms, leaned close, and whispered softly in her ear, Nina, it's over now. Everything's all right. There's nothing left to fear. CC's words drifted into Nina's ears, gentle and soothing. Within moments, Nina slipped into a peaceful sleep. CC gazed at the sleeping girl, a faint melancholy flickering in her eyes. But as she remembered meeting Suyi and the other members of the chat group, her heart finally felt a little lighter. Perhaps she thought the chat group was a kind of home, and surely the girl in her arms would find her strength and, in time, discover her own happiness. Brother, what's going on? Just then, Alphonse finally reached Edward's side. He'd been searching the hidden laboratory when he was drawn by the sounds of battle, rushing to the scene. What he found was a green-haired girl, cradling Nina in her arms. The sight radiated a sense of tranquility. Ding! Rescue Nina, mission complete. Participants Suyi and CC receive 100 points. Edward, member of this world, also receives 100 points. Ding! Mission accomplished. Group members are free to leave at any time. The chat group's announcement echoed in their minds. Carrying Nina, CC walked up to Edward. I'll leave this child in your care. If you ever need help, just call us. We'll be on our way. For now, we're heading off. Then, CC bent down to whisper to the sleeping Nina. Nina, may happiness follow you from now on. With those words, CC quietly left the mansion. At that moment, Suyi descended from the sky. Having rid the world of a wretch, Suyi felt a surge of satisfaction and relief. C.C. Let's head back and leave the rest to Edward. We should trust our new member's capabilities. As for Nina, I'll prepare a red envelope for Edward to pass on to her when I return. I believe that the future she's already changed will bring her even more happiness. C didn't say a word. Instead, she simply gazed at Su-yi, her eyes curved in a soft smile. Looking into Su-yi's eyes, C spoke gently. Hey Su-yi, I'll be counting on you from now on. With that, C took the initiative and hooked her finger around Su-yi's, leading him toward the shimmering passageway. Feeling the warmth lingering at his fingertips, Su-yi glanced at C beside him, a touch of awkwardness in his eyes. And yet, in that moment, neither of them said another word. Once they returned to their own world, Su-yi immediately found himself face to face with Hella, who stared at him in utter shock. Hella, her face full of disbelief, looked at Su-yi and asked, "What kind of power is that? Is it something like the Bifrost?" She knew Su-yi was no ordinary man. Still, she never expected him to possess a teleportation ability. Such powers were exceedingly rare. Yet all Su-yi did was yawn, offering no explanation. Instead, he nodded toward the kitchen and said, "Aren't you supposed to be making breakfast, since you're the maid?" Hella was momentarily stunned by his words, but as the goddess of death, she refused without hesitation. "There's no way I'm cooking. But if you're willing to cook for me, I may consider sparing your life once I'm restored to my full strength." A smile tugged at the corner of Su-yi's lips as he heard her retort. But in the next instant his tone shifted. "In that case, you can go hungry. I'll just eat at school." With a hearty laugh, Su-yi strode straight to the garage, leaving Hella utterly speechless. He pulled out his phone and dialed Kingpin. "Kingpin, get a ton of rare metals ready for me. I'll pick them up this afternoon." "Understood, sir. Leave it to me." Kingpin didn't ask a single unnecessary question. As Su-yi's subordinate, he was more than satisfied to have such a powerful backer. Ambitious as he might be, Kingpin knew that his best bet on Earth was to stick with Su-yi. Compared to Su-yi's terrifying strength, he was more than willing to play the loyal underling. Having settled everything, Su-yi got into his favorite Bugatti Veyron and drove toward the school. Just then, he saw Natasha stepping out of the villa. Natasha noticed Su-yi as well. She waved at him, greeting cheerfully, "Good morning, Su-yi." Natasha, it seemed, still hadn't given up on pretending to be a teacher. Wearing a captivating uniform, she greeted Su-yi with refined elegance. Seeing this, Su-yi brought his car to a halt and responded with equal courtesy. "Good morning, Miss Natasha." Natasha looked at Su-yi, the corners of her lips curling into a sultry smile. She was subtly using her charms to catch Su-yi's attention. As a seasoned agent, she was intimately familiar with her own body. She knew exactly how to make her allure as potent as possible. The distance from the Villa District to Midtown High School in Queens was a bit of a drive. It was the perfect window for her to get to know Su-yi better while riding in his car. But just then, Su-yi's voice reached Natasha's ears. "Well, Miss Natasha, I'll be off then." With that, Su-yi, ever the straightforward type, drove away, leaving Natasha standing there. Natasha was left utterly dumbfounded by the scene. What was going on? Shouldn't Su-yi have naturally invited her into the car? Why did he drive off so bluntly? Could it be that she'd run into one of those legendary, iron-willed straight men? A barrage of questions flooded Natasha's mind. What Natasha didn't know, though, was that Su-yi might let anyone else into his car, but never an agent. It was just too much trouble. "Su-yi, everyone, the mission's complete. I'm working on gathering a ton of precious metals. When it's ready, I'll package it up as a red envelope for Edward. Su-yi, at Edward Elric, I'll be counting on you to look after Nina for us." "Edward Elric? No worries, group leader. I'm planning to send Nina to the countryside. It's peaceful there, far from the troubles of the world, and my childhood friend lives there too. She'll make sure Nina gets the best care possible." These days, Edward Elric had come to see the chat group as a second home. He could truly feel the warmth from its members. Especially after the whole incident with Nina, he felt embraced by the genuine comfort of a family. Asuna Yuki, at C2C, there was no live stream this time. "I'm curious, what were you up to? Did you end up slowing Su-yi down?" C.C. "Oh, you're so concerned about Su-yi. If you're crushing on him, just say so." C.C. "As for slowing him down? Not all. In fact, I even held Su-yi's hand. I have to admit, his hand was really warm. I've never held a boy's hand before. This was my very first time." "Asuna Yuki, you shameless flirt. How dare you hold Su-yi's hand?" "Yuki Asuna, you pervert, just you wait. I've already asked little Hinata and old man Whitebeard to teach me the secrets of martial arts. When I finally master them, that'll be the day I come looking for you. You'd better be ready for me." "CC, all right, if you're willing to come over, I'll make sure to give you a proper welcome." "Edward Elric, are you two fighting?" Or is this just some kind of lover's quarrel? CC, newbie, you're better off not getting involved in things like this, mischievous chuckle. Yuki Asuna, so what if it is a lover's quarrel? Hinata Hyuga, peeking shyly. Hinata Hyuga, huh? Where's Grandpa Whitebeard? Normally, he's always online at this time. Yuki Asuna, yeah, usually around this time, old man Whitebeard is the most active in the whole group. CC, maybe something came up for him. Su-e, no need to worry too much. Don't forget, our chat group has a distress call feature. Besides, in his world, there are very few who could threaten Whitebeard. CC, you're absolutely right. Yuki Asuna, pervert, keep your distance from the group admin. Watching the two women trade their sharp-tongued jabs in the chat group, Su-e couldn't help but laugh aloud. Before long, Su-e arrived at the school. He casually parked his Bugatti in the school parking lot. Under the gazes of everyone around, he strolled toward the school, yawning. There's something almost magical about the school itself. The moment Su-e set foot inside, a wave of drowsiness swept over him. But just then, a thunderous sound erupted from a distance. The noise had a pounding rhythm, like a colossal creature charging rapidly. Following the sound, Su-e looked over and saw a gigantic figure, its body entirely green, muscles bulging in exaggerated proportions. The moment Su-e caught sight of the figure, his eyes lit up with excitement. The Hulk. I can't believe he actually showed up. Now, things are getting interesting. And as soon as Su-e finished speaking, he noticed a dozen or so armed helicopters in hot pursuit behind the Hulk. They roared through the sky, chasing after the green giant. No doubt about it, this had to be the scene where the Hulk is being hunted down. It was just that perhaps because of his own presence, the original story had shifted ever so slightly. And so, the Hulk appeared right before his eyes. But that's perfect. Now he could finally experience the full force of the Hulk's power. He could feel his own energy ignite with excitement. Yet at that very moment, a piercing scream split the air. The scream shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The sound went straight into Su-e's ears. He momentarily tore his gaze away from the green giant, who kept leaping across the building. Su-e looked in the direction from which the sound had come. There he saw a fair-skinned girl with black-rimmed glasses crouched on the ground, too scared to move. Above her head, a piece of ceiling was collapsing. It was obvious that the damage was caused by the green giant, leading to the ceiling's downfall. What a pain! Su-e complained aloud, but the moment the words left his mouth, his figure vanished from where he stood, dashing toward the girl. He tried his best to appear like an ordinary person, but his speed was truly extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he reached the girl. Just then, the steel bars inside the ceiling could no longer withstand the weight, and with a harsh screech and a cloud of dust, the ceiling came crashing down. The girl watched in horror, feeling as if she was completely engulfed by despair. But at that very moment, Su-e appeared before her. He swept her up onto his shoulder and sprinted toward safety. Hot on their heels came the heavy thud of the ceiling hitting the ground. At the same time, Su-e grumbled, "Crouching here with your head in your hands. Honestly, you'd be better off just running for it. You're really wasting my time." The girl felt a strong hand encircle her waist, and a rosy blush spread across her cheeks. But when she heard Su-e's sharp words, she was at a loss for how to respond. Finally, she managed to stammer, I'm sorry, I was just too scared." "Forget it, it's fine. At least you didn't faint on the spot. That's already impressive," Su-e replied, his tongue as sharp as ever. The girl opened her mouth to say something, but as the words hovered on her lips, they somehow turned into shyness. She gazed at Su-e's face, and for some reason, the more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Just as she was about to ask, Su-e set her down. "All right, you're safe now. Remember, next time, if you have to, run for your life. Never just crouch in place and cover your head." With that, Su-e turned and strode away. By now, the city was alive with waves of terrified screams. The appearance of the green giant had thrown the citizens into panic. Armed helicopters roared overhead, occasionally spitting streams of fire, throwing the rhythm of daily life into chaos. Not having found the man in the black robe, Su-e didn't bother to hide himself. According to his own judgment, S.H.I.E.L.D. should have most of its attention on Tony Stark and whatever was happening out in the desert right now. Perhaps they were still investigating, trying to track down the whereabouts of Whitebeard, who had already vanished from the Marvel world. By contrast, very few resources were currently being spent on him, and even if he were discovered, it wouldn't really matter. At worst, it would just be a bit more troublesome. With this thought, Su-e no longer bothered to hide himself. He simply followed the trail left behind by the Hulk, quickly catching up. Armed helicopters clung closely to the Hulk's tail. But as time passed, they realized the gap between them and their target was steadily widening. General Ross, the Hulk is moving faster and faster. We're very likely to lose him, came a report through the communications device. On the other end was General Ross, stationed at the rear command post. His icy eyes had been fixed on the large screen before him from the very beginning. All of the Hulk's data was being displayed in real time. An unprecedented greed was spreading through his heart. He even started to imagine how wonderful it would be if he himself could possess such terrifying strength. But now, the very team tracking the Hulk might actually lose him. That was something General Ross absolutely could not tolerate. Immediately, he spoke in a cold, hard voice. If you lose the target, you can forget about staying on my team. He had paid a heavy price for this pursuit of the Hulk. Just the damages to the city and the endless explanations afterward, all of it fell on his shoulders. If he couldn't capture the target, wouldn't all his efforts be for nothing? But the Hulk's moving faster and faster, and we're almost out of fuel. That's your problem, not mine. If you can't do it, be prepared for the consequences when you get back. With that, General Ross cut off the communication. Yet, at that moment, his expression grew stiff and tense. If the Hulk escaped this time, it would be a nightmare to track him down again. No matter the cost, he was determined to capture the Hulk once and for all. Without hesitation, General Ross picked up his military phone and dialed Nick Fury. The call connected quickly. Nick Fury, I need you to use your resources to help me capture the Hulk. Nick Fury went silent for a moment after hearing General Ross's request. He didn't reply immediately. General Ross's lips twitched in annoyance. He knew all too well that Nick Fury never acted without seeing a clear benefit. But the power the Hulk possessed was simply too alluring to resist. General Ross took a deep breath, then turned to Nick Fury and said, "As long as you help me capture the Hulk, I'm willing to join forces with you in studying the Hulk's power. But if we don't intervene, there's a high chance you'll fail to catch him," Nick Fury replied, undaunted by General Ross's imposing manner. The two had been wrestling openly and behind the scenes for quite some time now. Neither had gained a true upper hand. Their rivalry was a dance of give and take. But this time, General Ross's desire was overwhelming. Nick Fury thought to himself that if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity, he'd be letting himself down. General Ross clearly understood what Nick Fury was after. Beneath his calm exterior, he cursed Fury viciously in his heart. Nick Fury really is a sly dog. Under normal circumstances, General Ross would never have allowed Fury to be so brazen. But now, Ross cast an unwilling glance at the giant screen before him. On were the latest statistics they had gathered on the Hulk. At that moment, his desire completely consumed his reason. General Ross finally said to Nick Fury, "All the technology developed by my forces, I'll share it with you." Ross had plenty of formidable resources at his disposal. Nick Fury hadn't expected Ross would be willing to pay such a steep price for the Hulk. But that in itself showed just how determined Ross really was. "Well, since you're being so generous, General Ross, I'll prove I'm just as sincere. Get ready for some good news," Fury replied. Just then, an urgent call came through to General Ross. "Sir, we've spotted a suspicious figure moving rapidly toward the Hulk." Nick Fury heard the emergency transmission loud and clear as well. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room grew tense and heavy. "A suspicious figure? Do we know which organization they're from?" General Ross's voice was noticeably sharper. He immediately signaled to his team to switch the feed to the cameras mounted on the armed helicopters. But the helicopters had already fallen too far behind. All that could be seen was a fleeting flash of green, nothing else. That only heightened Ross's anxiety. "Sir, it appears to be just a lone figure," came the report. "What? A single person? How is that possible? Who would dare take on the Hulk alone?" General Ross's voice rose with disbelief. In his mind, no one on Earth could possibly match the Hulk. Yet now, someone was closing in. How could he not be alarmed? Nick Fury, having picked up on the report as well, spoke up. "Since we're working together this time, General Ross, let S.H.I.E.L.D. lend a hand. Coulson, activate the S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites. Lock onto the Hulk's position and share the visuals with General Ross." "Yes, Director." As soon as Coulson finished speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action. But at that very moment, Nick Fury spotted Su Yi's figure through the agency's satellite feed. His previously calm eyes suddenly narrowed in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he hung up on General Ross. He strode quickly across the room, pressing his face close to the monitor, scrutinizing Su Yi's every move. The more he watched, the more unsettled he became. "That's it. This guy is Su Yi, just as I suspected. He's no ordinary person." Nick Fury's emotions, rarely on display, now surged with excitement. "Coulson, update SHLD's files immediately. Su Yi is the one, the terrifying." He stopped mid-sentence, frowning deeply. After all, not long ago, that terrifying individual had appeared in the desert. Of course, that desert had since been transformed into a mountainous region. But this alone revealed something important to Nick Fury. These black-robed figures were very likely part of an organization. And if there was an organization, there had to be rules binding its members. For what he could see now, wearing black seemed to be one of those rules. On top of that, Natasha had previously heard from Peter Parker, Su-Yi's classmate, that Su-Yi used to care for many stray dogs. Could this mean Su-Yi was truly a compassionate person? The more Fury thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Was it possible he'd gotten it all wrong? With this in mind, Fury commanded in a cold tone, "Pull up all surveillance in the city now." Coulson quickly brought up the footage. All they saw was Su-Yi rescuing a young girl on camera. He did carry her off rather abruptly, but even so, it showed he had the impulse to save others. Completely different from that terrifying individual. After all, that monster was a battle maniac. He had no regard for life, let alone the inclination to save anyone. In other words, Su-Yi was definitely not an ordinary person. But neither was he that terrifying figure. This left Nick Fury with a splitting headache. If Su-Yi wasn't a member of that organization, then he would have to start his investigation from scratch. But perhaps that wasn't all bad. If Su-Yi was just an ordinary person, there might be a chance to recruit him into the Avengers. Fury had been toying with this idea for a long time. It had been rooted in his mind since his earliest days as an agent. He'd waited all this time, hoping to find the right candidates. The first was Tony Stark, and now the second was Su-Yi. Just as this thought crossed Nick Fury's mind, his phone began to ring again. "Nick Fury, what happened? Why did you hang up on me?" "It's nothing, General Ross. Just slipped and hit the wrong button, that's all. Don't worry about the Hulk. I've already sent people to handle it." Nick Fury paused for a moment, then added, "As for that mysterious figure, we'll take care of it as well. Just wait for some good news from us." With that, Nick Fury hung up the phone once again. At the same time, he ordered his team to cut off the shared video feed with General Ross. Watching the screen before him go black, General Ross's expression remained unchanged. He had no idea what sort of tricks Nick Fury was playing, but as long as he could get his hands on the Hulk, nothing else mattered. Su-Yi had no clue what Nick Fury was thinking. He turned on the video function in the chat group and started a live broadcast. The moment Su-Yi opened the video, the group members flooded in without hesitation. "Yuki Asuna, awesome. Su-Yi's streaming again. I've just started my martial arts training, so this is the perfect chance to pick up some experience. C.C. Oh my, Su-Yi's gearing up for another fight, isn't he? C.C. Now I'm curious. Who's your opponent this time, Su-Yi?" "Hinata Hyuga. Big brother Su-Yi. Please be careful out there. Edward Elric. So this is what a live stream looks like? This is my first time watching. How fascinating." But soon, they all noticed that Whitebeard was nowhere to be seen. C.C. That's odd. Normally, whenever there's a stream, Whitebeard is always here. Yuki Asuna. Exactly. Without Whitebeard around to liven things up, it feels like the chat is missing a lot of laughter. Yuki Asuna. At Whitebeard, Grandpa Whitebeard, where you up to? Aren't you coming to watch the stream? And finally, this time, Whitebeard appeared. Whitebeard. Gurarararara. Looks like the moment I disappear, you all start missing me, huh? C.C. Not really. We're just curious about what you're busy with. Whitebeard. Gurarararara. C.C. You really do have sharp tongue. Now I finally understand how Yuki Asuna feels. Yuki Asuna. Right? Just let me train a little longer, and then I'll travel to her world to give her a piece of my mind. Let's see how she likes being on the receiving end of that sharp tongue. C.C. Mischievous grin.jpg. C.C. Honestly, I could be even sharper, but I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. C.C. At Yuki Asuna, come on over. Let's see how you plan to teach me a lesson. Out on the open sea, Whitebeard looked at the lively chat and felt most of the gloom in his heart melt away. Whitebeard. Gurarararara. I've got a few things to take care of these days, so I'll be busy for a while. I'll chat with you all again when I have some free time. Whitebeard. I'm out of here. Su-Yi. At Whitebeard, if you run into any trouble you can't handle, just call us. Whitebeard. It's just a minor issue. Nothing to worry about at all. Gurarararara. Having received Whitebeard's response, Su-Yi didn't say anything more. At that moment, he had already caught up with the Hulk, and the Hulk had also sensed his presence. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk let out a bellow that exploded in Su-Yi's ears like a shockwave. If it had been an ordinary person, their ears would be ringing incessantly. They might even be bleeding from every orifice. But the Hulk was facing Su-Yi. Su-Yi's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes filled with disdain, and he said softly, "What are you roaring for? Do you think being loud makes you tough?" He casually flexed his wrist and addressed the Hulk. "Come on then, let me see if your strength is enough to get my blood pumping." As his words fell, An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Su-yi, shooting skyward. A crushing aura, terrifyingly powerful, descended upon the Hulk like a mountain, pinning him down. The Hulk clearly felt the threat emanating from Su-yi's presence. This, without a doubt, struck a nerve. The Hulk roared again, this time like a great ape, pounding his chest in a wild frenzy. He no longer tried to flee, consumed by boundless rage. He charged straight at Su-yi. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was watching Su-yi's battle via satellite. In his hand, he also held a dossier full of the Hulk's stats. The more Nick Fury studied the Hulk's data, the better he understood why General Ross was willing to go to such lengths to capture him. The main reason was simple. The sheer power contained within the Hulk was simply too immense. Coulson, send a team to support Su-yi immediately. Forget about who Su-yi is for now. Our top priority is to subdue the Hulk. Nick Fury paused, staring deeply at the screen, and sighed. There's no way Su-yi can take on the Hulk. But before Nick Fury could finish his sentence, he saw Su-yi facing the Hulk's onslaught without the slightest hint of fear. In fact, he seemed completely at ease. The Hulk threw a punch. Su-yi countered. Yet each exchange sent the Hulk staggering backward. At this point, Nick Fury could hardly believe his own eyes. In a remote corner of Queens, in an almost deserted park, the fight between Su-yi and the Hulk raged on. Why do you punch like a girl? Or is that really all the strength you've got? Su-yi's words were like a sharp blade, slicing deep into the Hulk's heart. A thunderous roar erupted, echoing through the surroundings. In that instant, a terrifying surge of power exploded from the Hulk's body. His aura extended for thousands of meters, enveloping everything in its reach. Countless birds in the park suddenly took flight together, wings beating in unison. They rushed desperately toward the edges of the park, as if fleeing from some impending catastrophe. The Hulk, now thoroughly enraged by Su-yi, swelled even larger, his muscles bulging to several times their previous size. Boundless fury transformed him into a living mountain. Compared to him, Su-yi looked no bigger than a child. The members of the chat group, watching the video, felt as if they had been transported into the scene, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of pressure. Yuki Asuna, this guy's presence is overwhelming. Even though I know it's just a video, my body is starting to tremble. CC, honestly, I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone with such terrifying power. That aura, if an ordinary person had to endure it directly, they'd probably die of fright on the spot. Edward Elric, is the group leader really going to beat that green giant? It looks like his strength just exploded several times over. Edward Elric, if it were me, I doubt I could even take a single punch from him. Hinata Hyuga, Su-yi will be fine. I believe in Su-yi. While the group members fretted for Su-yi with bated breath, Su-yi simply let out a yawn. He spoke softly, hey, what's with all the shouting? Do you really think that makes you strong enough to defeat me? It was as if the Hulk had heard Su-yi's words. Already seething with rage, the veins on his forehead began to throb violently. He clenched his right fist, gathering all his strength into it. In a flash, the Hulk sprang forward, the ground erupting beneath him in a burst of earth and stone. The sheer force of the leap sent him hurtling towards Su-yi like a massive missile. His fist sliced through the air, generating a powerful shockwave. It was as if the very space around them was being torn apart. Watching the live satellite feed, Nick Fury murmured, Su-yi, it's over. As the massive green figure was about to crash down on Su-yi, Su-yi calmly extended one arm. Though it appeared slow, his movement was as quick as lightning. His thumb and middle finger pressed together, and just as the Hulk's fist was about to strike, Su-yi snapped his fingers with a sharp flick. The Hulk's expression darkened instantly, the rage on his face vanishing in a heartbeat, replaced by an intense, searing pain. The Hulk's arm shattered inch by inch under Su-yi's blow. The sheer force sent the Hulk hurtling away even faster than he'd arrived. Hundreds of trees splintered and crashed in his wake. The Hulk's massive body finally slammed into a wall nearly 3 kilometers away, only then coming to a halt. At that moment, an unprecedented silence fell over the park. Everyone who witnessed the scene instinctively swallowed hard. Edward Elric, is this the power of the group leader? That's almost too incredible. Edward Elric, I guess that's why he's the group leader. Huh? Asuna Yuki, this is unreal. With just a flick of his finger, he sent the Hulk flying. When will I ever reach that level? CC, I don't think we've seen the full extent of Su-yi's power yet. Hinata Hyuga, anyway, Su-yi is the best. Starry eyes. CC, yes, we all know little Hinata adores Su-yi. Hinata Hyuga, asterisk blushing asterisk. Su-yi, as long as you keep training and support each other, One day, you'll reach this level too. With that, Sui ended the livestream. He left the group members there, each lost in quiet contemplation. But the silence wasn't limited to them. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was just as quiet. No one at S.H.I.E.L.D. spoke a word. They stared at the footage before them, feeling as if a tidal wave had crashed through their hearts. The shock was overwhelming. They didn't even know what to say. On the screen, they saw Bruce Banner reverting from the Hulk, his arm hanging limp and mangled, and collapsing unconscious. Meanwhile, Sui yawned and strolled off toward the school, as if he were just heading to take a nap. The sheer impact of what they'd witnessed left them stunned and speechless. Coulson, tell me I wasn't seeing things. Did Sui really flick the Hulk away with a snap of his fingers? Nick Fury still hadn't recovered. He kept replaying the footage, half wondering if someone had tampered with his mind. But Coulson, standing beside him, brought him back to reality. Director, you saw correctly. Just now, Sui really did defeat the Hulk in the blink of an eye. Nick Fury took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. In my experience, only one other terrifying individual has ever wielded such power. But right now, there are too many mysteries surrounding Sui. We can't even determine who or what he really is. As the king of agents, Nick Fury's guiding principle was always, better to be safe than sorry. But when this principle is applied to Sui, it becomes extremely dangerous. If Sui were actually that terrifying individual, things would be much simpler. Perhaps there would be a way to retrieve the Captain Marvel pager that had previously been taken. Then, they could have Captain Marvel come and deal with Sui. But if Sui is not that terrifying person, such actions would undoubtedly provoke Sui's resentment. At that point, they would have unwittingly made a new enemy, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. No matter how one looked at it, this was the last thing Nick Fury wanted to see. Just then, Coulson spoke from the side. Director, based on our investigations over these past days, Sui might actually have the potential to be a hero. Perhaps we can set aside our concerns about his identity for now and invite him to join us. If we treat him with respect, I don't think Sui would do anything too drastic. After all, I feel there's a big difference between Sui and that terrifying individual. As time goes on, I believe Sui's true identity will reveal itself. If Sui isn't that terrifying person, maybe we could even have him keep that individual in check. What do you think of this idea, Director? Nick Fury listened to Coulson's suggestion, turning the idea over in his mind. Still, there were undeniable risks if they chose to proceed this way. For now, Bruce Banner has already reverted for his Hulk form. Let's focus on capturing the Hulk first. As for your proposal, I'll need to give it some serious thought. Meanwhile, Sui was strolling toward the school. He just received a message from Peter Parker. Sui, where are you right now? Are you hurt? The school wants us to gather in the auditorium for a head count. If you see this message, hurry over. After closing the message, Sui glanced at the list of missed calls. A full 12 missed calls, all from Peter Parker. They'd only known each other for a few days, yet Peter already treated him as a friend. Wasn't that just like the future Spider-Man? Thinking of this, Sui couldn't help but smile. His fingers danced quickly over the screen. Soon, he had typed out a reply to Peter Parker. I'm fine. Just saw your message. I'll be back right away. After sending the text, Sui stifled a yawn and continued walking toward the school. Honestly, why is it that just thinking about school makes me feel so sleepy every single time? The Midtown High Auditorium was large enough to comfortably hold all the enrolled students. It was also one of the few buildings that hadn't been damaged by the Hulk this time. Upholding their responsibilities, the teachers gathered the students there. Among them was Hannah. Hannah was the girl Sui had saved earlier. Though she wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, there was simply no way to hide her natural beauty. Hailed as the most beautiful school belle in history, the moment she stepped into the auditorium, she captured the attention of countless people. Among them was Harry Osborn. The instant Harry saw Hannah walk into the hall, his eyes lit up. He had heard rumors about Hannah's astonishing beauty, but had never actually seen her before. Now that he finally saw her in person, he realized the stories were true. Her fair skin seemed to glow with a gentle radiance. Her lips were rosy, her nose delicate and refined, and her beautiful eyes shimmered as if brimming with tears. Harry nudged Peter Parker beside him and whispered, Parker, I feel like my heart's about to leap out of my chest. Wait for me here. I'm going to say hello to her, and I'll come back in a bit. All right, I'll be here, Peter replied, nodding as he watched Harry stride off toward Hannah. Harry Osborn had transferred to Midtown High some time ago. When he first arrived, his father, Norman Osborn, had even come to give a special speech. He made a point of emphasizing that Harry was his own son. For a while, Harry Osborn was the center of attention at school. However, he had recently gone on a trip and had only just returned today. So, as he made his way toward Hannah, he also drew the attention of quite a few onlookers. Look, isn't that Harry? I think it really is him. Didn't he go traveling? Has he just come back? Man, I wish I were rich. Just travel whenever you want. From away he's headed. Is he planning to chat up Hannah? I bet 50 cents that Hannah will say yes. Don't forget, Harry Osborn's father is Norman Osborn, the top businessman in town. Everyone who noticed Harry's move was buzzing with speculation. Hearing the chatter around him, Harry's sense of pride swelled. He straightened up just a bit more, looking even more confident. Stopping before Hannah, he offered a polite, confident bow and said, "Hello, beautiful. I'm Harry Osborn, and I'd really like to get to know you." Hannah was startled by Harry's sudden approach, but when she realized he was trying to chat her up, her brows drew together ever so slightly. "Sorry, I'm not interested in knowing you," she said. Without another word, Hannah turned and walked in a different direction. Many people watched the scene unfold from start to finish. Most had assumed that this dazzling schoolbelle would surely be won over. None of them expected that Hannah would reject him outright, without a moment's hesitation. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. A small commotion spread across the auditorium. Harry Osborn also heard the voices coming from that group of people. A flicker of irritation flashed across his eyes, barely noticeable. No one had ever dared to turn him down before. It seemed he needed to show a little of what he was truly capable of. With that thought, Harry Osborn once again stepped in front of Hannah, blocking her path. He flashed what he believed to be a devastatingly charming smile. "Wait a moment, beautiful. Give me a chance to get to know you. There's a charity gala tonight, and only the most elite of the wealthy have the privilege to attend. If you'd like, I can take you right now in my limited edition sports car to shop for an evening gown. It's a rare opportunity to broaden your horizons. Miss it, and there won't be another chance." Harry Osborn let his wealth slip into the conversation as if by accident. In his mind, no one could resist the allure of an exclusive sports car and a designer gown. But just as Harry Osborn was certain that Hannah would agree, he suddenly realized that Hannah didn't seem to be listening to a word he was saying. She was gazing in another direction. Noticing this, Harry followed her line of sight toward another entrance of the hall. There, he saw Soo-Yi slowly making his way inside from outside. Soo-Yi's clothes were a bit dusty. Although he had easily won the fight just now, the dust stirred up by the scuffle had settled on him. To Harry Osborn, that hint of dust made Soo-Yi look like nothing more than a penniless nobody. But before Harry Osborn could say anything, Hannah was already hurrying straight toward Soo-Yi. The sight stunned many onlookers. Who was that guy? Did the school bell really just run over to him? Unbelievable. She turned down young Master Harry and ran to a poor boy like that. This is surreal. Does the school bell actually like that type? The surrounding whispers were sharp and cutting, each word stabbing mercilessly at Harry Osborn's pride. Jealousy burned within him, fierce and consuming. As he wondered who Soo-Yi could possibly be, Hannah had already reached Soo-Yi's side. Thank you for saving me. If it's possible, I'd love to have dinner with you tonight. Would you have time?" Hannah's voice was rushed, her heart brimming with hope. But to her eager invitation, Soo-Yi appeared completely indifferent. He glanced at Hannah, then waved his hand dismissively. "No time. I have a charity gala to attend tonight." "A charity gala? You? You gotta be kidding. You really think you're qualified for that? I can tell you're just a penniless kid. Let me tell you, if you want to show off, this isn't the way to do it. As far as I recall, I've never seen you in high society." From the start, Harry Osborn had been annoyed with Soo-Yi. He tried to make small talk with Hannah, but Hannah didn't give him the time of day. Instead, Hannah actually went over to talk to Soo-Yi. Yet Soo-Yi ignored Hannah too. Didn't that mean he, Harry Osborn, wasn't even as good as Soo-Yi? As the proud young master of the Osborn family, he absolutely refused to swallow this humiliation. But just then, Soo-Yi's gaze swept over to Harry Osborn. It was only a single, disdainful glance. Yet Harry Osborn felt as if he were staring at a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A terrifying pressure crashed down on him, so heavy it nearly crushed him. His arrogance melted away, replaced by a bone-deep terror. "Aya!" Harry's scream pierced the air. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the floor. His pants were soaked through, leaving him utterly humiliated. Everyone in the hall saw Harry's disgraceful state. They couldn't believe their eyes. One of the city's elite, Harry Osborn, reduced to this? Laughter broke out instantly, ringing through the hall. But at that moment, Soo-Yi let out a cold snort. Noisy. The temperature in the auditorium seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Everyone felt as though they'd been plunged into a 1,000-year-old ice cellar. The icy chill silenced the hall in a heartbeat. All eyes turned to Soo-Yi as he walked toward his seat. No one spoke. No one even dared to breathe a word. Just then, Natasha entered the auditorium. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the sorry sight of Harry Osborn, still on the floor. She didn't say much, though. Instead, she looked over to Soo-Yi, standing not far away. Su-e, step outside with me for a moment. There's something I need to discuss with you. Something quite out of the ordinary. Su-e murmured softly to himself. Without much hesitation, he followed Natasha out of the hall. It was only after Su-e left that everyone finally exhaled, relief washing over them. They had no idea where that overwhelming pressure came from, but they had no desire to ever experience it again. As for Hannah, her eyes sparkled with admiration. She couldn't help but think, Su-e, just now, you made my heart skip a beat. She had never felt this kind of fluttering before. Gazing at Natasha in front of him, Su-e asked, "Go ahead, what's this special matter?" Su-e, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Natasha, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Su-e raised an eyebrow just slightly, and Natasha was a little surprised at how unruffled Su-e seemed. But as a top agent, her professionalism was second to none. He immediately said, "Our director intends to invite you to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters tonight. I wonder if you have time." The director? You wanted to go see him? Don't make me laugh. If he's really sincere, he should come find me himself. This afternoon, I have to attend a charity gala, you know? I don't have time to play house with you people. With that, Su-e turned and walked away without another word. At the same time, Natasha relayed Su-ye's message to Nick Fury. This particular charity gala was being hosted by Tony Stark. Any shareholder of Tony Stark's company was eligible to attend the event. And this time, Su-e was attending as a shareholder himself. Soon night fell. Su-e left the school straight away. Having slept nearly the whole day at school, he was feeling more energetic than ever. You could say he was bursting with energy. However, Su-e didn't head directly to the gala. Instead, he planned to bring Hella along with him. When he returned to his villa, he found Hella sprawled listlessly on the sofa, looking utterly drained. Seeing this scene, Su-e couldn't help but chuckle. "Hella, don't tell me you've gone hungry like this all day. The fridge is stocked with top-quality ingredients." Hearing Su-ye's teasing, Hella propped herself up. Draped in Su-ye's clothes, she unintentionally revealed a dazzling and indescribable radiance. "I absolutely refuse to cook. That's beneath my status." Watching Hella try so hard to keep up appearances, Su-e found her rather adorable. "All right, I've arranged for someone to deliver 100 high-end evening gowns for you. They should arrive any minute. Pick whichever one you like, and tonight we'll go enjoy a free dinner." Hella's eyes lit up instantly. Now almost reduced to an ordinary person, the thought of a good meal, one she didn't have to prepare herself, filled her with excitement. She jumped off the sofa at once. At that moment, the doorbell rang outside. The 100 designer gowns had arrived. Without wasting a second, Hella quickly picked out her favorite, a luxurious black evening dress. Grinning from ear to ear, she joined Su-e, and together they rode in the Cullinan towards Stark Tower. Stark Tower. At this moment, the city's elite had gathered under one roof. They handed over their invitations and entered the building. The entire venue had been transformed into a dazzling charity gala. It was the height of luxury. Pepper Potts, known to many as Little Pepper, was present at the event, welcoming guests from every corner of high society. Meanwhile, Obadiah, one of the company's shareholders, went personally to receive Tony Stark. However, due to Su-ye's unexpected arrival, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts remained unaware that Obadiah was the true mastermind plotting to end Tony Stark's life. At this moment, Tony Stark's home was fraught with hidden dangers. The reason Obadiah had decided to take action personally this time was the arc reactor embedded in Tony Stark's chest. Unlike the oblivious Tony Stark, Su-e was now strolling hand in hand with Hella, her delicate fingers entwined with his, wandering leisurely through the hall of the charity gala. The venue was filled with an array of exquisite delicacies, presented buffet style for all the guests to enjoy as they pleased. Hella breathed in the tantalizing aroma of food that hung in the air. Ravenously hungry, she could hardly contain her anticipation. "Su-e, can I really help myself to all of this?" she asked, her eyes shining with longing, as eager as a kitten eyeing a feast. Su-e couldn't help but laugh at Hella's adorable impatience. "Go on, help yourself. If you don't eat soon, you'll be drifting further and further from your image as a regal lady." For once, Hella didn't argue back. Her hunger had gotten the better of her. Having just escaped her seal, gravely injured and stripped of her divine powers, she was now no different from an ordinary mortal. Only when her body fully healed could she begin to slowly regain her strength. With graceful steps, she moved over to the spread of food and began to eat heartily, caring little for appearances. Each bite transformed into energy, gradually replenishing her depleted reserves. At that moment, Pepper Potts approached Su-e. "Hello, are you Mr. Su-e?" She smiled politely. "Mr. Su-e, I'm Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's personal assistant. Tony asked me to make sure you're well taken care of if you attended tonight's gala. He wanted to thank you for your unwavering support during Stark Industries' most difficult times. Sue-E waved her gratitude away with a casual gesture. He had always believed Tony Stark would rise again. That was why he'd bought up every available share. Otherwise, who would want to take such a risk? I only did what I wanted to do, Sue-E replied lightly. And I have faith that Tony Stark will lead Stark Industries back to its former glory. He paused, then asked, by the way, do you know when Tony will be arriving? Obadiah, the second-largest shareholder, has just driven over to Tony Stark's residence. I expect they'll be joining us soon. Oh, is that so? Sue-E replied, a faint smile curling at his lips. He didn't say much more, and after a brief chat with Pepper, he made his way back to Hella's side. So how's the food? Are you enjoying yourself? He teased. Hella, having already eaten quite a bit, blushed at his playful tone. Her demeanor had grown noticeably more refined, and some of her majestic aura had returned. It's all right, but it'll take a bit more for these treats to really impress me. Hearing Hella's words, Sue-E reached over and picked up a dessert from the tray beside him. He scooped out a small piece with a spoon, then brought it gently to Hella's lips, his voice soft and tender as he asked, how about this? Hella looked at Sue-E in surprise. She hadn't expected him to make such a gesture. Yet the sweet aroma of the dessert wafted up, teasing her senses and drawing her in with its tempting fragrance. Unable to resist, Hella parted her lips, eager to taste the treat. But just at that moment, Sue-E mischievously pulled the dessert away and popped it into his own mouth. A burst of sweet flavor exploded across Sue-Ye's tongue. He paid no mind to the look of grievance in Hella's eyes. Instead, he reached out and pinched her delicate, lovely cheek, speaking softly, you stay here and enjoy the food. If you need anything, just talk to Pepper Potts. I've got something to take care of, but I'll be back later to get you. Hella shot Sue-E a look of mild annoyance. He just toyed with her feelings for nothing. Yet that flutter in her chest was something she had never felt before. Go on then, and be careful. If Hella's father, Odin, had heard those words, his jaw would surely have dropped in shock. After all, it was Hella who once bore the title of Goddess of Death. Countless souls had fallen before her. Just the mere mention of her name could strike fear and force surrender. A goddess whose only language was slaughter, now speaking such gentle words. It was clear that her time with Sue-E was slowly changing her, even if she hadn't realized it herself. Leaving the building behind, Sue-E climbed into his Cullinan and drove towards Tony Stark's residence. Others might be in the dark about Obadiah's intentions, but Sue-E saw everything with perfect clarity. As a shareholder of Stark Industries, if Tony Stark were to die, it would be a massive loss for him. Meanwhile, as Sue-E made his way to Tony's home, Tony Stark and Obadiah had already come to blows. Unlike the scenes from the movies, Obadiah wasn't piloting the Ironmonger suit, but instead wore armor nearly identical to Tony's Mark III. This was the fruit of technology he had stolen from Tony Stark. After Obadiah's own ruthless modifications, his Mark III suit had lost some agility, but its combat power had grown immensely. What's more, Obadiah had just ripped the second-generation arc reactor from Tony's chest. That left Tony with only his first-generation arc reactor to rely on. And, as the saying goes, every generation brings its own legends. But the gap in power sources was something Tony simply couldn't bridge. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky from time to time. Occasionally, a shooting star streaked across the heavens, each time drawing closer to the ground. Onlookers who had been merely curious about the commotion now found their questions answered. As the two armored suits battled ever nearer to the earth, the crowd could make out the details more clearly. Two nearly identical Mark III suits chased one another through the air, one in hot pursuit of the other. Tony Stark's face was slick with cold sweat. How much power do we have left? Only 9% remaining. We got maybe 3 minutes of flight time at most. Damn it, Obadiah, that bastard. He actually wants me dead. After all the trust one put in him. Even as Tony Stark spat curses at Obadiah, his enemy's voice echoed from behind. Tony, isn't my suit better than yours? Just wait. Soon you'll be dead. Ha ha ha. And when that happens, I'll take your place completely and sell these suits all over the world. The world itself will be mine for the taking. Obadiah, if you stop now, I can forgive what you've done so far. But if you don't, you'll regret it. Tony Stark's words were laced with barely suppressed rage, every syllable ground out between clenched teeth. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to tear Obadiah apart with his bare hands. But the angrier Tony became, the more delighted Obadiah seemed. Just die already, Tony Stark. As Obadiah's words faded, a missile base sprang open on his back. The warheads locked onto Tony's position and fired in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the missiles were almost upon Tony. Climb. Gain altitude. Don't let the blast hit anyone below. No, There's not enough time. Damn it. Tony Stark struggled to climb higher. But judging by the missile's trajectory, it was certain to slam straight into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan up ahead. Inside that very car, Sue-Yi kept his hands steady on the wheel, watching the battle overhead as it spilled dangerously close to him. He couldn't help but sigh with exasperation. I came here to help, but you two just have to greet me with a little gift like this. Is that really the best you can do? Even as Sue-Yi muttered under his breath, a faint smile played at the corner of his lips. After all, nothing in the world thrilled Sue-Yi more than a good fight. The missile struck the Cullinan's frame. A tremendous explosion thundered through the street. Car alarms blared up and down the boulevard as the shockwave shook every vehicle parked along the curbs. Watching the scene unfold before him, Tony Stark cursed himself bitterly. If only he'd seen through Obadiah's ambitions sooner. Maybe that man wouldn't have to die now. Sir, only 1 minute of energy remains. 59 seconds. 58 seconds. Shut up. I could do the math myself. The most important thing now is to defeat Obadiah. I can't let this fight endanger any more innocent civilians. At this moment, Tony Stark's sense of justice was slowly awakening within him. Obadiah, clad in his ironmonger armor, paid no heed to the aftermath of the explosion. Instead, he taunted Tony Stark with his grating voice. Ha! Tony Stark, why are you slowing down? Are you running out of energy? Now watch as I. But before Obadiah could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt his armor grind to a halt. No matter how hard he tried to accelerate, he couldn't move an inch. His body felt as if it were shackled in place. Immediately, Obadiah glanced down at his legs. He saw a hand gripping his leg, clamped on like a powerful vice. It was hard to imagine such strength could belong to a human being. What is this? How could anyone possess such immense power? A wave of shock flashed through Obadiah's mind. But before he could react, a searing pain shot straight to his brain. A blood-curdling scream tore from Obadiah's lips, echoing in Tony Stark's ears. Tony, who had been racking his brain for a solution, snapped his head toward the source of the screams. The smoke from the explosion drifted away, revealing Sue-Yi's silhouette. Sue-Yi's hand was locked tightly around Obadiah's armored calf, squeezing with relentless force. Under Sue-Yi's grip, the supposedly indestructible alloy crumpled like paper. The armor on Obadiah's calf shattered with ease, crushed in Sue-Yi's bare hand. Obadiah's leg was crushed to a pulp, a grotesque mix of alloy and flesh oozing from the ruined armor to the ground. It was a harrowing sight. The shock of this moment hit Tony Stark like a nuclear blast in his heart. As the designer and creator of the Iron Man suits, he knew better than anyone just how absurdly tough that armor was. Bullets were useless against it. Even Stark Industries' most advanced missiles couldn't put a dent in that suit. But now, Sue-Yi had just crushed the leg of the suit with his bare hand. This was beyond belief. And yet, the unbelievable was only just beginning. The relentless pain continued to pound through Obadiah's mind, his eyes now bloodshot with terror. Let go of me! Obadiah struggled desperately to regain control, raising his palm towards Sue-Yi, energy gathering in his hand. Still the same close-range repulsor blast. No matter what, it seemed certain that this guy standing before him would be blasted to death. Die for me, you beast! As Obadiah's words fell, the repulsor blast fired with a sudden intensity. The blast shot towards Sue-Yi's head at breakneck speed. Before Tony Stark could even warn Sue-Yi, Sue-Yi's other hand reached out, palm open, letting the laser crash directly into his own hand. Then, Sue-Yi clenched his fist tightly. It was as if he had crushed the repulsor blast in his grip. An explosion rang out. Sue-Yi's palm shot forward again, grabbing Obadiah's arm in one swift motion. No, don't! Obadiah clearly realized what Sue-Yi intended to do. But just as he opened his mouth, a sharp, all-too-familiar pain tore through him, forcing a scream from his lips. It hurts. Please, have mercy. Spare me. Spare you? My Cullinan was blown to pieces by you. How are you planning to compensate me for that? Unlike Obadiah's hysterics, Sue-Yi's voice was calm. So calm was almost icy. I'm his second-largest shareholder of Stark Industries. I'll give you all my shares. Just let me go. At Obadiah's desperate plea, Sue-Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. He turned his head and looked at Tony Stark standing nearby. Tony Stark, you heard what this guy just said, right? Do you think that's a fair trade? Yes, I'll guarantee it for you. Tony Stark didn't bother asking how Sue-Yi could recognize him. After all, he was fully suited up in his Iron Man armor. But given the unpredictable Sue-Yi before him, things were already going better than he'd hoped. Yet just as Tony Stark had this thought, Sue-Yi effortlessly tore the limbs off Obadiah's ironmonger armor. Tony's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at the sight. He suddenly felt that his beloved Iron Man suit. To this man, it might as well be a toy. He dismantled it without a second thought. As Tony Stark reeled from shock, Sue-Yi strolled over to him, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. With a casual tone, Sue-Yi said, "Well then, I suppose I've saved your life this time. To rescue you, I even sacrificed a Cullinan, not to mention your own life. So tell me, how are you planning to repay me?" Tony Stark swallowed hard. Inside the suit, he was drenched in cold sweat. And right then, the suit's AI chimed in with another alert. "Sir, energy depleted. Flight mode can no longer be activated." As the notification echoed in his ears, Tony Stark was overcome by a powerful sense of helplessness. He plunged straight down from the sky. Landing with a crash, he left a human-shaped crater in the road. He looked utterly bedraggled. For a moment, Sue-Yi couldn't help but break into laughter. Without hesitation, Sue-Yi used the chat group's photo function to capture this scene of Iron Man in all his misery. After all, such a disheveled Tony Stark was a rare sight. Having taken care of everything, Sue-Yi glanced at the time. He then bent down slightly, looking into the pit at Tony Stark. He said at once, "Tony Stark, it's getting late today. Let's talk more some other time. Meanwhile, you might want to think carefully about how you plan to thank me." With those words, Sue-Yi vanished from sight. Not long after Sue-Yi left, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Agent Coulson arrived on the scene, joining the other agents to handle the aftermath. At the same time, he initiated his very first contact with Tony Stark. Before long, Sue-Yi reappeared at the charity gala. Compared to when he left, the crowd had grown substantially. However, as soon as he entered the venue, he was greeted by a cacophony of noise. More notably, the voice sounded quite familiar. Following the sound, he spotted Harry Osborn standing face-to-face with Hela. Oh wow, talk about tempting fate. Harry, you really have a knack for trouble, actually daring to provoke the goddess of death herself. In his mind, Sue-Yi gave Harry a silent thumbs up. Then he strolled over to a corner, picked up a dessert from the nearby table, and settled in to enjoy the unfolding drama as a bemused onlooker. "Miss, you claim you came here with a date. So where is he? If you're going to make up an excuse, at least pick a better one." Harry Osborn pressed on. "Besides, I was just asking you for a dance. Did you really have to call me a pig?" As Harry finished speaking, laughter rippled through the surrounding crowd. Even Sue-Yi couldn't hold back. He nearly choked on his dessert, struggling not to spit it out. It had to be said, this was classic Hela. Oomph. Look at you, all shabby and broke. If you're not a pig, then who is? Though Hela now had a mortal physique, her aura was as intimidating as ever. She was Hela, goddess of death. Intimidation was simply not in her nature. Hearing the woman before him call him a pig yet again, Harry felt like he was about to burst with indignation. He remembered that morning, when he had wet his pants in front of the entire school. And now, this woman was mocking him yet again. The fire of humiliation instantly ignited Harry Osborn's temper. Harry, exasperated, shouted, You wretched woman, just wait and see how I'll teach you a lesson." With that, Harry lunged toward Hela. A glint of icy coldness flashed in Hela's eyes. If she had even a sliver of her divine power left, she would never allow this filthy pig to utter another word in her presence. But now, she was just an ordinary person. Not even the onlookers around them could have guessed that Harry Osborn, right before their eyes, would stoop so low as to launch a sneak attack. He lifted his foot and kicked out at Hela. Everything happened so quickly that no one had time to react. At that very moment, Sue-Yi's figure appeared beside Hela, as if out of nowhere. He pulled Hela into his arms, wrapping her tightly around the waist. Sue-Yi's appearance was so sudden it caught everyone off guard. Harry, having lost his target in a split second, kicked nothing but air and, off balance, crashed hard to the ground. "Ah!" Harry roared in frustration. He felt as if he and Sue-Yi were destined to clash. Why was it that every time he ran into Sue-Yi, he ended up making a fool of himself? Especially now, with so many socialites and elites watching. Harry Osborn never realized that all this embarrassment was the consequence of his own lust and rage. Instead, he pinned all the blame on Sue-Yi, slamming the ground in fury. Harry Osborn vowed that he would not let this go so easily. But just then, Norman Osborn's voice drifted into Harry's ears. "Harry, come here." The moment he heard his father's voice, Harry snapped back to his senses. He held his father in deep respect and even a touch of fear. Without hesitation, Harry scrambled to his feet and hurried to stand by his father's side. "Dad, you don't need to say anything," Norman said coldly, cutting Harry off. Then he stepped over to Sue-Yi and said, "I saw what happened just now." Harry was out of line. "I hope you won't hold it against him." Yet after speaking, Norman Osborn paid no further attention to Sue-Yi or Hela. He simply took Harry with him and left the charity gala. Once they were outside Stark Industries' tower, Harry, still smarting from defeat, protested to his father, "Dad, why do we have to apologize to them?" "Harry, sometimes putting on a right face is the most important thing of all. Do you understand? Putting on a right face? What do you mean?" Harry was still a bit confused. But Norman offered no further explanation. He simply said, "You go on home. I have some business to take care of at the company." Harry felt a surge of unwillingness in his heart, but after hearing his father's words, he nodded and drove back toward their villa. At that very moment, a cold fierceness flickered in Norman Osborn's eyes. He straightened his suit with a practiced hand. Then, glancing at the looming Stark Industries tower beside him, he sneered and declared, "Whether it's that boy or this Stark Industries tower, it's time for them to become relics of the past." With those words, Norman Osborn drove off, heading straight for his own company. He took the elevator down to the very bottom, into the company's secret laboratory. At the center of the lab stood the glider, the sinister Goblin glider. Beside it rested a suit of green armor, topped with a yellow, devilish helmet. Nearby, on a cabinet, lay a collection of razor-sharp throwing knives and pumpkin bombs. Gazing at the arsenal before him, Norman's smile grew increasingly wild. Madness flickered across his face. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. His lips curled up in a manic grin, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable urge for destruction. He donned his green goblin gear, loading up every pumpkin bomb and throwing knife. Then, bending his knees and hunching forward, he burst out in manic laughter. "Ha ha! The Green Goblin is on the move." As his words echoed through the lab, the Goblin glider roared to life beneath his feet. With a blast of flames, the glider surged up and out of the secret lab, streaking into the night. The Green Goblin's wicked laughter echoed across the dark sky, while only two blazing orange-red trails flashed faintly above the city. The night pressed on. Meanwhile, the charity gala was reaching its most dazzling and lively moment. Pepper Potts arrived with Tony Stark, leading him into the bustling hall. Tony's entrance instantly electrified the crowd. After all, this charity event was hosted by none other than Tony Stark himself. One look at Tony's face was enough. It was clear his negotiations with S.H.I.E.L.D. had gone well. That explained why he'd been able to arrive so quickly. But all of this had nothing to do with Sue, E, and Hela. Sue, he had his arm wrapped around Hela's slender waist, their bodies pressed close together. They could feel each other's breaths, warm and alive. The two seemed to merge with the music itself, moving gracefully in perfect time with the rhythm, gliding across the dance floor. Yet at that moment, a strange flush colored Hela's delicate cheeks, for reasons even she did not understand. The gentle melody rippled through the hall, swirling around Sue, E, and Hela as they danced. Feeling the warmth at her waist, Hela couldn't help but whisper, "Sue, E, you're holding me too tightly. I can hardly breathe." But for some reason, her voice grew softer and softer, until at last, she seemed to bury herself entirely in his embrace. Hela, the mighty goddess of death, nestled in his arms. Just the thought of it filled Sue, E, with an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. They danced together on the floor for about 10 minutes, moving in time with the music, lost in their own world. Afterward, Sue, E led Hela away from the dance floor, guiding her toward the banquet to savor the evening's delicacies. Meanwhile, Tony Stark stepped into the spotlight, launching into his speech. "Thank you all so much for taking time out of your busy lives to join us for this charity gala tonight," he began. "Many of you may have heard my story. Not long ago, I was captured by the remnants of the Ten Rings. I saw firsthand the cruelty that exists in this world. The weapons we designed to protect people had been twisted in their hands into terrifying instruments of death. I swear to you all, this will never happen again." As Tony finished speaking, an enthusiastic round of applause erupted from the audience. Just then, someone in the front row slowly raised their hand. Standing at the very front, his gesture drew everyone's attention. The applause gradually faded, and all eyes turned toward him. Tony Stark noticed the raised hand and addressed the man directly. "Do you have a question?" The man's face lit up with excitement as Tony looked his way. He called out loudly, "Tony, I want to ask, are you the Iron Man that's been all over the news?" At his words, a gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. "Iron Man? Who's Iron Man? I've never heard of Iron Man before. Is it someone covered head to toe in iron?" I just had a push notification on my phone. Apparently, 2 people in iron suits flew out of Tony Stark's house earlier and fought in the sky. There was a video clip, but every time someone uploads it online, it gets taken down instantly. It's like it's being censored or something. No one seems to know what's going on. The man's question sparked a wave of discussion as people turned to each other, talking in animated voices. Tony's brow furrowed slightly at the question, but he quickly composed himself. With a smile, he asked, "May I have your name?" "Jonah Jameson, editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. Well then, Mr. Jameson, let me answer you directly. I am indeed the Iron Man you've all been talking about. From the moment the question was asked, Jonah Jameson had kept his phone's live stream running. Now, Tony's declaration was already making headlines, rocketing up the trending charts. That's exactly why Jonah Jameson chose this moment to start a live broadcast on his phone, grilling everyone with the question, is Tony Stark really Iron Man? In the moment Tony Stark finished speaking, the live stream exploded. The entire internet was in an uproar. Did you hear? Tony Stark from Stark Industries is actually Iron Man. Oh my gosh, Tony Stark is an absolute genius. Tony Stark is incredible. The speed at which the news spread was truly beyond anyone's imagination. What's Iron Man? Hela, sitting beside Sue-E, turned to ask him. Sue-E pulled out his phone and found a video clip. On the screen, Tony Stark came bursting out his mansion. As for the video of his own crushing defeat of Obadiah, that had probably been scrubbed by S.H.I.E.L.D. But that suited Sue-E just fine. Is this what you've been busy with just now? Yeah, just dealing with a few loose ends. But the car got blown up, so I guess we're walking home tonight. So, can we leave now? Have you eaten your fill? Hela nodded shyly. She had no choice. Right now, she was just an ordinary person. Eating was the only way she could replenish her energy. Well, since you say so, let's head out. With that, Sue-E took Hela with him and left the Stark Industries building. They didn't say goodbye to anyone. The two of them simply strolled down the street. They felt the gentle night breeze and enjoyed the peaceful quiet between them. Hela felt Sue-Ye's hand wrapping around hers, yet a nagging unease tugged at her heart. Because suddenly, she thought of her father, Odin. Now that she'd broken free from her seal, Odin was sure to have noticed. It wouldn't be long before he made his move. But right now, she was badly injured and her powers hadn't recovered. No matter who Odin sent, she wouldn't be able to fight back. Anyone, really, could shatter the life she'd just started to rebuild. Sue-E, if one day someone comes to take me back, what would you do? Take you back? No way. Not only did you smash up my villa, but that fancy evening gown you're wearing is way out of your price range. Until you've paid me back, I'm not letting you go anywhere. What if I never pay you back? Does that mean I get to stay with you forever? Of course. Besides, you're pretty comfortable to hold. You make a decent pillow. Hearing Sue-Ye's words, a smile blossomed on Hela's lips, a picture of pure delight. She couldn't quite explain what had come over her. She had once been known as the goddess of death. Yet ever since she met Sue-E, she realized that her former ruthlessness now felt more like playful banter. Sue-E wasn't the least bit afraid of her. In fact, he would tease her from time to time. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Perhaps it was precisely because she had lost all her divine powers that she could now feel things she never had the chance to feel before. With this thought, Hela's slender fingers tightened ever so slightly. She gripped Sue-Ye's hand firmly and came to a halt. Turning to look at Sue-E beside her, she said, Sue-E, you've got it wrong. I'm not your pillow, you are my pillow. Just as Hela's words fell, the pitch-black night erupted with a raucous commotion and a spine-chilling peal of wicked laughter. Ha ha! The Green Goblin has arrived. Kid, you crossed my son. Now die for it. Spotting Sue-E, the Green Goblin swooped down in an instant. A pumpkin bomb materialized in his hand, and he hurled it straight at Sue-E. Seeing this, Sue-E tilted his head back and watched the descending pumpkin bomb, as well as the Green Goblin riding atop his glider behind it. He remarked, Hela, looks like luck's on our side. Tonight we won't have to walk home. 11:34 p.m. On a street beside Stark Industries Tower, Sue-E and Hela both sensed something unusual in the sky above. They looked up to see a flamboyantly dressed villain, clad all in green, hurtling toward them on a demonic glider. He was moving at tremendous speed. Even the night air was shaken by the roar of his descent. Hela's delicate brows furrowed as she asked Sue-E beside her, Sue-E, can you handle this? But Sue-E didn't reply to her question. Instead, he turned to Hela and asked, Hela, have you ever seen fireworks in this world? Before Hela could answer, as soon as Sue-E finished speaking, his figure vanished from Hela's sight in an instant. Hela's pupils contracted sharply. It was the first time she'd seen Sue-E in action, though she had already guessed that Sue-E might be incredibly powerful. When reality unfolded before her eyes, she still couldn't help but feel a jolt of unease. That speed was simply unbelievable. Even if she regained the full extent of her powers, she could never move that fast. Just as Hela was thinking this, Sue-E was already charging toward the Green Goblin in the air. A crimson light gathered in Sue-Ye's eyes. The moment he opened them, twin beams of heat vision shot forth, blasting the falling pumpkin bomb out of the sky. The bomb exploded overhead, bursting into brilliant patterns like a firework display. Before the Green Goblin could even react, Su-Yi was already standing right before his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Su-Yi's overwhelming presence erupted like a tidal wave, so intense that it altered the very weather of the night sky. A wild gale howled, and banks of dark clouds surged overhead. In an instant, the bright moon was swallowed by the clouds, leaving not a trace of wind or moonlight to be seen. The Green Goblin's mind went blank, unable to process what was happening. Wasn't Su-Yi still on the ground just now? How could he suddenly appear right in front of him? Could it be that Su-Yi had flown straight from the ground to his face in the blink of an eye? But that speed, wasn't it far beyond anything imaginable? He had injected himself with his own experimental human enhancement serum, and even so, he couldn't possibly move at such terrifying speed. Countless questions flashed through the Green Goblin's mind. Yet all these questions froze in that very instant. He could see Su-Yi's fist growing larger and larger in his field of vision. The very air seemed to explode as Su-Yi's fist crashed with earth-shattering force into his abdomen. The sheer, monstrous power blanked out the Green Goblin's mind in an instant. The shockwave was utterly irresistible, far beyond anything the Green Goblin could withstand. With the force of Su-Yi's blow, the Green Goblin was launched skyward like a blazing meteor. Meanwhile, Su-Yi had already appeared in front of Hela. At that moment, Hela had just turned her head, her gaze locking on Su-Yi. From the moment Su-Yi left to the moment he returned, less than a second had passed. Standing before Hela, Su-Yi had no idea just how shocked she was. He stepped forward and reintroduced himself. Hela, allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Su-Yi, the Supreme Doomsday. As Su-Yi's words fell, the Green Goblin's body had already soared to an altitude of over 10,000 meters. It was at this height that the tremendous force within him detonated. A torrent of terrifying power erupted, blooming in the sky high above. A deafening boom tore mercilessly through the ink-black expanse of the night. A dazzling burst of light exploded across the heavens, its blinding brilliance sweeping in every direction, scattering the thick clouds and descending upon the earth like the birth of a new sun. Light poured down, banishing the gloom of night. Everyone looked up to the sky. They gazed at the radiant halo that illuminated the firmament and swept away the endless darkness. This was the firework Su-Yi had spoken of just moments before. And this firework, together with Su-Yi's title of Supreme Doomsday, was forever engraved upon Hela's heart. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. No one knew how much time passed, perhaps a second, perhaps a minute. The brilliance in the sky lingered, undimmed, and bathed in that radiance, the shadows of Su-Yi and Hela intertwined. Beneath that light, the two shared their very first kiss. After a long moment, their lips parted. Hela nestled in Su-Yi's arms, gazing at him with tenderness as soft as flowing water. She realized that, under Su-Yi's influence, she had changed completely in a short time. Of course, this change was only in front of Su-Yi. She had become gentler, more affectionate. But in front of everyone else, she was still that goddess of death. The same Hela who regarded life as nothing at all. I'm tired, she murmured. Carry me back, will you? Su-Yi answered it softly. Then, sliding his arms beneath her knees and around her back, he lifted her up in a princess carry and soared toward the villa. On the way, Su-Yi made sure to bring the demon glider with him as well. It was only then that Hela finally understood how Su-Yi had acquired all those treasures in his basement. While Su-Yi and Hela returned to the villa and drifted into a blissful dream, S.H.I.E.L.D. was thrown into chaos. What on earth happened out there? What was that like? Nick Fury worked relentlessly, deploying S.H.I.E.L.D. agents everywhere, determined to get to the bottom of the incident as quickly as possible. Just moments earlier, he had been feeling triumphant. With Tony Stark joining the team, the Avengers could finally be officially launched. But his joy had barely lasted a few minutes before he witnessed a burst of light, as brilliant as the sun, blazing through the night sky, lingering above for what felt like an eternity. Within that radiance, Fury could sense an immense energy. As SHLD's director, even a fool could tell that this power was far beyond anything they currently understood or could control. But at the very least, he had to get some intel. He needed to know who was responsible for this. SHIELD's intelligence network was second to none. Cameras and surveillance satellites were scattered across the globe. With one order from Fury, this vast machine roared into action. Within moments, they had uncovered the truth. But when Nick Fury heard the report, he collapsed into his chair, utterly stunned. What did you say? Su-Yi knocked the Green Goblin flying with a single punch. That light came from Su-Yi's fist. Are you sure you're not just quoting some fantasy novel from the East? Who in the world can punch out something like that? Nick Fury, stared at Coulson in disbelief, gesturing toward the distant light. The glow was still spreading, and even its afterglow was brighter than the evening sun. The entire night was illuminated as if it were midday. Coulson hesitated, his expression troubled. "Director, maybe I should look into it again? There could be a mistake." At Coulson's suggestion, Fury barked, "Mother, just go. I want the real answer, and I want it fast." "Yes, sir." With that, Coulson spun around and dashed off. He was well aware that the current director was in a foul mood. In Nick Fury's previous reckoning, no matter how formidable Sue-E was, there had to be a limit. As long as they retrieved Captain Marvel's pager, with her strength, it would be a simple matter to take care of things. But now, this single punch that turned night into day. How could anyone hope to fight against such power? It seemed from now on, offending this man was absolutely out of the question. At this thought, Nick Fury's face grew even darker, and he couldn't help but curse again, "Motherf." It had already been a week since Sue-Yi's punch had turned night into day. During this week, Sue-Yi had bought another Cullinan and took Hela around, sampling delicious food at every stop. Their days could only be described as sheer bliss, especially with S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer bothering them. Sue-Yi now had far more time to hang out and chat in the group. "Sue, I haven't seen much of Whitebeard lately." "CC, Whitebeard's appearances have become less and less frequent. If it weren't for the group's emergency call never being triggered, I'd have thought something happened to him." "CC, but everyone knows how strong Whitebeard is. With just a wave of his hand, the power of the Tremor fruit can stir up monstrous waves." "Asuna Yuki. That's right. I remember the old man once said he was the strongest man on the sea." "Asuna Yuki. With such an outrageous title, how could his power possibly be weak?" "Hinata Hyuga. Even in our world, Grandpa Whitebeard's strength would be top tier. Maybe he's just been busy lately." "Edward Elric. Is Whitebeard really that impressive? Since I joined the chat group, I've hardly seen him at all." "Asuna Yuki. That's because you didn't see how it was before. Whitebeard was in the group chat every morning, every noon, and every night." "Asuna Yuki. There was never a time when the old man wasn't chatting. Only when all of us teamed up could we barely keep up with him." "Edward Elric. Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" "Asuna Yuki. Not at all. I swear." "CC. At Edward Elric, don't take Asuna too seriously. Exaggeration is her specialty." "Asuna Yuki, which? There you go bad-mouthing me again. Keep it up and I'll ignore you for good." Pouting JPG. Sue-E watched as the two girls in the chat group started bickering again. He could only shake his head in amused exasperation. Without a doubt, the two of them were the closest of friends. Sue-E knew this well. Although the two of them often teased each other and pointed out each other's flaws, the feelings between them were actually quite strong. Besides, watching the two women bicker was an entertaining spectacle in itself. Unconsciously, the corners of Sue-Yi's lips curved upward, revealing a genuinely delighted smile. Hela caught a glimpse of Sue-Yi's smile and couldn't help but return it with a gentle one of her own. "Sue-Yi, what's on your mind that's making you so happy?" "Well, I'm just glad to be spending time with a beautiful lady like you, enjoying good food and drinks together." Hearing Sue-Yi's playful words, Hela shot her a sidelong glance, feigning annoyance. I wonder who it is that has such a lovely young girl chasing after her these days." The lovely young girl Hela referred to was, of course, Hannah. Lately, whenever Sue-E went to school, she would inevitably run into Hannah. Hannah doted on Sue-E, always showing concern and care. As a result, Sue-E had become something of a minor celebrity at school. "Don't tell me. You're getting jealous?" A blush crept up Hela's delicate face at Sue-Yi's teasing. "What are you talking about? Me? Hela, jealous? Impossible." Even if she were jealous, Hela would never admit it. After all, she was the goddess of death. But was she truly not jealous? As Hela's mind wandered in confusion, Sue-Yi's expression suddenly shifted ever so slightly. Ding. Retsu Uno Hana has joined the group chat. Ding. Isdeath has joined the group chat. Ding. The group chat has reached level 2. Exchange shop unlocked. Members can now redeem points for items in the shop. A string of electronic notifications echoed in the minds of every group member. The first to speak up was Asuna Yuki. "Asuna Yuki. Wow. 2 new members joined at once this time. Hinata Hyuga. Welcome, sisters, to the Dimensional Chat Group. Edward Elric. New members at last. Does that make me one of the old-timers now?" Edward Elric. Excited. JPG. CC. "Oh, 2 ladies with such melodious names have joined us. Retsu Uno Hana. What is this power? Why is something like this appearing in my mind? Isdeath. Is this the ability of Taigu? But with my skills, I should have sensed anyone approaching me. Isdeath. It seems I've arrived in a rather fascinating place. Sue-E. Welcome, new members, to our Dimensional Chat Group. I'm Sue-E, the group leader. Our members come from different worlds, each with their own unique backgrounds. Here, we help each other like family. With 8 members now, even more features have been unlocked in the group. If you all have time, I suggest exploring the different features in our chat group. I'm sure you'll gain a lot from it. It's Death, the group owner. So you're the head of this chat group. That must mean you're the strongest here, right? How about a fight with me? Retsu Unohana. I'd like to challenge the group master as well. After all, I'm quite confident in my own strength. Smiles kindly. Asuna Yuki. These 2 newcomers seem so powerful. They're challenging Su-E as soon as they arrive. Hinata Hyuga. Big brother Su-E is the strongest. There's no doubt about it. Firmly. Edward Elric. Just a heads up to the 2 newcomers. The group master is really formidable. You probably won't stand a chance against him. It's Death. Oh, is that so? Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's fight and see. Retsu Unohana. I'm curious as well. The way you all praise the group master makes me wonder just how powerful he is. Retsu Unohana. And if someone defeats the group master, does that mean they get to take his place? Looking at the messages in the chat group, he felt his own fighting spirit start to burn. After all, both Retsu Unohana and Isdeath are truly formidable beings. Retsu Unohana's real name is Yuichiro Unohana. She was the very first to bear the title Kenpachi among the Soul Reapers, founder of Squad 11 and its fierce ideology. Her strength is unrivaled, and she is a force to be reckoned with. Isdeath, on the other hand, is a battle-crazed super S-class warrior. Despite her youth, she's the most powerful person in her entire empire. Her abilities even allow her to freeze space and time, pausing the world for several seconds. The combined combat power of these 2 is simply astounding. Suyi's heart surged with anticipation. He could hardly wait to battle these 2 women. Who knows? Maybe by relying on his Supreme Destruction Day ability, he might even evolve new, more powerful skills. But just then, a warning popped up in the chat group. Ding. Attention all members. Whitebeard has sent out a distress call. Ding. Mission issued. Rescue Whitebeard. Participant limit. 3 people. Reward. 1,000 points. In that instant, the atmosphere in the chat group seemed to freeze completely. Seeing the emergency alert, Su-Yi's pupils constricted sharply. If he remembered correctly, the most tragic moment in Whitebeard's life happened during the Summit War. Whitebeard truly lived up to his reputation. He was always the first to help other members of the group, always enthusiastic and willing. But when he needed help himself, he'd rather grit his teeth and endure alone. What a stubborn personality. But now, none of that mattered anymore. As the leader of the group, he would never turn a blind eye to his own members in need. At everyone. Friends, one of our members is in trouble. Now is the time for us to step up. It's Death, so there will be a fight, is that right? Perfect. I've been itching to stretch my muscles a little. Retsu Unohana. Battle is everything. Since it's our first meeting, it's only proper to offer a gift. Let me craft a magnificent war to present a grand banquet of carnage for you all. Asuna Yuki. These 2 newcomers seem really strong. Why not let them go, group leader? Indeed. For most of us right now, fighting would be far too difficult. Hinata Hyuga. If you need me, Su-E and I'd like to volunteer too. I've officially graduated early from the Ninja Academy. I can take on missions now. Edward Elric. I can fight as well. Su-E. Well then this time, let me take the newcomers out to see the world. I'll livestream the whole thing. Anyone who dares harm a group member, I promise you, as the leader, I won't let them off. No sooner had Su-E finished speaking than he acted without hesitation, instantly opening a portal between worlds. The mission members were set. Su-E, Retsu Unohana, and Isdeath. In the blink of an eye, the group stepped through the portal. Back with the Whitebeard pirates, everyone was utterly stunned. Attention gripped the air like never before. Countless people felt their breath catch in their throats, as if the very atmosphere had grown too heavy to bear. Through the live broadcast transponder snails, the entire world witnessed this scene unfold. The sense of shock hit them like a tidal wave, leaving their eyes wide with disbelief. Whitebeard's been stabbed. How can this be? Whitebeard was betrayed by his own son. Whitebeard, this is impossible. The one who stabbed him was his son, the great whirlpool spider. Sweat broke out across countless foreheads, cold and relentless. It was as if their hearts had stopped, a deep and overwhelming shock rising in their chests. Squard, why'd you do this? Marco roared, blue flames bursting from his arms as he charged at Squard in a fury. With a swift kick, Marco sent Squard flying to the side. But the great whirlpool spider, Squard, showed not a hint of regret. His face, already fierce and menacing, now looked downright terrifying. He glared at Whitebeard with a twisted rage in his eyes. Whitebeard, end this pointless farce. You're playing with our lives. Haven't you already struck a deal with the Navy? Both the Whitebeard pirates and Ace, you've secured your safety. They've already admitted it, haven't they? We risked our lives coming here for Ace, but look over there. The Navy is slaughtering us. The furious roar of Squard, the great whirlpool spider, echoed in the ears of many. They all stared in shock at Whitebeard, not far away. Is this a war that's been manipulated behind the scenes? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I trust the old man. He would never make a choice like that. A bitter smile crept on his Squard's face as he spoke again. It was a miracle I managed to stab you at all. Now everyone knows your true colors. Go ahead, finish me off right here. Whitebeard heard Squard's words, his expression weighed down by an indescribable heaviness. With a grim look, Whitebeard slowly raised his arm. Everyone who noticed this scene held their breath at that moment. But when Whitebeard's arm suddenly fell, they realized his gesture carried not a shred of murderous intent. Instead, he pulled Squard directly into a firm embrace. Whitebeard's heavy voice drifted to Squard's ear. You may be my foolish son, but I could never harm you. Father. This time, Squard was left utterly stunned. He stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide with disbelief. This was nothing like what he had imagined. Back then, Akainu had told him he'd been betrayed by Whitebeard and the others. That this entire war was nothing but a one-sided massacre. If only he could assassinate Whitebeard, his own pirate crew would be spared. But now, Squard suddenly realized, the true villain had always been himself. Unwittingly, this grown man found his eyes brimming with tears. Father, I was wrong. As Squard's words fell, it was as if he was crushed by a weight he was never meant to bear. He dropped to his knees on the ground. Gurarararara, I'm Whitebeard. Navy, you deceived my son, and I will make you pay a terrible price. Sengoku watched everything unfolding before him. Even though he was the furthest from Whitebeard's position, he could still clearly sense the overwhelming fighting spirit erupting from Whitebeard's body. The strongest man on these seas was finally taking things seriously. Akainu, strike while he's weak. Don't give Whitebeard a chance. Yes, Fleet Admiral. In the blink of an eye, Akainu charged straight at Whitebeard. His arms surged with molten magma, billowing with black smoke, distorting the very air around him with blistering heat. This time, Akainu attacked with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, a fist blazing with molten lava shot straight toward Whitebeard. Protect Pops. Hurry, protect Pops. Fall back. Guard Pops now. Whitebeard's sons were thrown into utter panic. Marco braced himself, ready to block Akainu's assault. But before he could act, Whitebeard took a step forward. The power of the Tremor fruit surged into his fist. His fist, imbued with an incomparable, earth-shattering force, traced an arc through the air and crashed down with tremendous might right in front of him. At the same time, Whitebeard roared, You dare deceive my sons? Akainu. In an instant, the very air shattered. For thousands of feet ahead, the space itself was twisted and broken by the power of the Tremor fruit. And when Whitebeard's fist collided with Akainu's hellhound, the impact triggered a terrifying explosion. That explosion, like the sounding of a signal, drew several figures to the edge of the battlefield nearby. These figures were none other than the Blackbeard pirates. The arrival of the Blackbeard pirates drew everyone's attention on the battlefield. That's the giant warship, San Juan Wolf. And there's Emporio Ivankov, the corrupt king. Drunkard Vasco Shot is here too. And that woman, Katerina Devon, the Crescent Moon Hunter. Even Shiryu of the Rain, the former chief jailer of Impel Down, is with Blackbeard's crew. A raucous, villainous laugh burst out. Zayaha, I never thought I'd get to see you again before you kicked the bucket, Whitebeard. Whitebeard's muscles trembled slightly. It was the tremor of pure, boiling rage. Peach, you are the one man not worthy of being my son. You broke the only iron rule on my ship. You murdered your own crewmate. So let me be the one to end your miserable life, and let him finally rest in peace. Whitebeard's icy voice carried straight to Teach's ears. But Teach showed no fear. Instead, he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, you'd better worry about yourself, old man. And almost as if to prove Whitebeard's words true, a torrent of magma suddenly erupted right before Whitebeard. Inu Gami Guren. Akainu's arm, transformed into molten rock, took the shape of a hound's head and lunged straight for Whitebeard's abdomen. Die Whitebeard. Akainu, gritting his teeth through his injuries, unleashed his most devastating attack. No one had expected this, not even the other pirates. Who would have thought that the formidable Admiral Akainu would resort to a sneak attack at such a moment? His lava fist, blazing with searing heat, plunged mercilessly into Whitebeard's abdomen. Then with a sickening force, it burst out the other side. The members of the Whitebeard pirates could only stare in shock and disbelief at the scene unfolding before their eyes. Especially that terrifying hole in Whitebeard's abdomen. It was beyond horrifying. But Whitebeard was not one to be trifled with. "Sakazuki, go to hell," he roared. As his words rang out, Whitebeard's palm gathered an immense, vibrating power once more. He brought his hand crashing down, aiming directly at Akainu's head. Everyone gasped in shock. The Navy soldiers, in particular, could hardly believe it. Even after being stabbed, and then having his abdomen pierced by Akainu, Whitebeard still possessed such overwhelming strength. Was this truly the world's strongest man? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Whitebeard's fist smashed down on Akainu's head. Akainu's head was forced close against Whitebeard's grim face. The force pressed Akainu toward the ground with unstoppable momentum. Gritting his teeth, Akainu's body was now shrouded in armament hockey. Yet, before Whitebeard's power, it was almost meaningless. The very instant Akainu's body struck the ground, Whitebeard unleashed his full might. The quake force, mixed with Whitebeard's monstrous strength, exploded against Akainu. In the blink of an eye, Akainu's body was driven deep into the earth, leaving a crater shaped like his form. But the power of the Tremor fruit did not subside. Like a tidal wave, it fanned out in front of him, surging straight toward the Navy. The ground cracked in every direction, sending the stench of blood sweeping outward. The Navy soldiers stood no chance against Whitebeard's might. Above, the sky grew ever darker and gloomier. Below Marineford, the once proud ground was now awash in blood, corpses strewn everywhere. With just a single blow from Whitebeard, the scene was nothing but shattered limbs and carnage. At that moment, it seemed as if even the air itself had fallen silent. Only the heavy scent of blood lingering in the air bore witness to Whitebeard's devastating attack. "Gurarararara, I am Whitebeard," he laughed, his voice booming. But as his voice faded, fresh blood gushed from his wounds once more. That all-out strike, combined with the grievous injuries he'd already suffered, tore open the hidden wounds within his body. Countless old injuries erupted all at once. The searing pain surged through Whitebeard. Now, even taking a single step had become a struggle for him. Yet the heroic spirit within Whitebeard only surged higher, wild as crashing waves, soaring up to the very heavens. "Pops, are you all right?" Marco, flapping his wings, landed beside Whitebeard and asked quietly. At the same time, he kept a wary eye on their surroundings. But faced with his son Marco's concern, Whitebeard said nothing. His face was set like stone, and his brow furrowed tightly, as if veiled in frost. His expression was frozen, an unmistakable air of desolation slowly drifting from Whitebeard's battered form. Was he really unable to move at all now? "But I am Whitebeard. My son Ace still hasn't been rescued. I haven't yet seen them retreat to safety. How could I possibly give in like this? Damn it, I am Whitebeard." At that thought, a sudden spark seemed to ignite in Whitebeard's eyes. Perhaps it was a fleeting surge of strength before the end. Whitebeard felt his body lighten, if only a little. Even the hidden wounds seemed to fade, their pain dulled. Gripping his mighty supreme blade, Mirakujuri, Whitebeard's voice thundered across the battlefield. "Sons, launch one final charge. Bring Ace back to me." A raucous, mocking laugh rang out. "Too late. In your state, you can't even take another step, can you? You're just putting on a brave face, aren't you? If you really could, you would have come for me after taking down Akainu. How could you possibly put Ace first? The truth is you've grown old, Whitebeard. So now, let me claim your power for my own. Get him. Finish Whitebeard once and for all." Blackbeard radiated ferocity from head to toe. Madness burned in his eyes, wild and unrestrained. At his command, the Blackbeard pirates surged forward as one. Whitebeard's gaze swept over the chaos before him. The sky above was a dull gray, as if veiled in mist. Old memories flickered through his mind, a kaleidoscope of days gone by. Then, without realizing it, Whitebeard thought of the joy he'd found in his crew. A faint smile touched his lips. With Mirakujuri held tight, Whitebeard drew a slow, steady breath. His body could go no further. He knew the end was near. But before death claimed him, let him have one last, glorious rampage. At the very least, he must kill Teach. With that resolve, Whitebeard forced his battered body upright, raising his mighty blade once more. The power of the Tremor fruit gathered at the tip of his weapon. "Old man, stop, Pops. If you keep going, don't do it, Dad. Let us handle this, old man." Cries from all around drifted into Whitebeard's ears. Their voices filled his heart with a deep, abiding warmth. "Marco, after I'm gone, save Ace and retreat at once. Having you all as my sons. There's been no greater joy in my life than that. As Whitebeard's words faded, the sky above suddenly shifted. A portal opened over the battlefield of Marineford. At that moment, Suyi's teasing voice echoed from above. Hey, Whitebeard, surely you're not planning to fight to the bitter end like this, are you? As Suyi's words faded, 3 new figures appeared on the battlefield. Well now, Whitebeard, you're not really planning to fight to the bitter end like this, are you? Suyi's figure, following the sound of his voice, came clearly into view before the crowd. Close behind him were 2 strikingly beautiful women. The instant his death and Retsu Unohana appeared, many hearts on the battlefield skipped a beat. No one there had ever seen women with such exotic charm. Their very aura seemed to belong to a world entirely different from this one. And this sight did not escape the sharp gaze of Empress Boa Hancock, who stood not far away. At that moment, she too felt a secret shock at the presence and beauty of these 2 women. A subtle feeling rose within her, that these 2 before her were every bit her equals. Unlike what had transpired in the world of One Piece, the current Boa Hancock had never even met Luffy. The sudden turn of events on the battlefield immediately drew the attention of Sengoku, Garp, and the other Marines. Sengoku murmured, "Who is this guy? What kind of devil fruit power does he have?" Garp replied, "No idea, but judging by the looks of it, they're not here to make friends. There's a good chance they're on Whitebeard's side." Even as he spoke, Garp felt a flicker of relief inside. He had a hunch. Perhaps Ace's fate was not yet sealed. He had long considered Ace as family. If it was at all possible, he dearly hoped Whitebeard could rescue Ace from his place. Just then, Blackbeard's booming voice echoed across the battlefield. "Ha ha ha ha. So, these 3 are your reinforcements? Do you honestly think that just the 3 of them can stop our assault? Attack. Show Whitebeard and his crew just how fearsome the Blackbeard pirates truly are." Teach snarled at Whitebeard, his eyes full of menace. He showed no fear at all toward the unexpected arrival of Su-E. In his mind, no matter what powers Su-E possessed, they would be useless before his own darkness fruit. And his companions were notorious for a reason. Each one a terror whose reputation made even children fall silent. "Whitebeard, we'll discuss your matters later. For now, let us help you settle things here," Su-E said coolly, his voice ringing in the ears of Whitebeard and his crew. At that, Marco turned to Whitebeard and asked, "Dad, just who are they?" Everyone strained to catch Whitebeard's answer. "They're my family." As these words left Whitebeard's lips, his crew members were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Su-E began a live broadcast, then turned to his death and Retsu Unohana aside. "Didn't you both want to fight? The Blackbeard pirates are right in front of you. Think you can handle them?" Isdef and Retsu Unohana exchanged glances. They were still stunned by the transformation of the world around them. The thought that members of their group could travel across each other's worlds had utterly convinced them of the chat group's existence. Since Whitebeard was also a member, they felt no hesitation in lending a hand as fellow group members. "Leave them all to me." With that, Isdef charged forward with sudden ferocity. Hey, don't think you're getting all the action for yourself." Seeing Isdef take the lead, Retsu Unohana showed no intention of backing down. She dashed forward side by side with Isdef. Under the gaze of everyone around, the 2 women rushed straight toward the Blackbeard pirates. Watching this, Sengoku shook his head slightly. It seems Whitebeard and his crew really have reached their last stand, having to send 2 women with no reputation into battle against the Blackbeard pirates. You have to remember, none of the Blackbeard pirates are to be taken lightly. Garp, witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow deeply. Putting aside the question of the women's strength, sheer numbers alone would be enough to overwhelm them. The thoughts of Sengoku and Garp clearly echoed those of most present. In their minds, truly powerful women on the seas could be counted on one hand. For instance, the Emperor Big Mom, or Boa Hancock among the 7 warlords of the sea. But these 2 women had never been heard of before. To them, it looked as though Whitebeard had merely dragged in some unknowns to make up the numbers. By now, Isdef and Retsu Unohana had already reached the Blackbeard pirates. "Looks like a pair of women come here to die. Let me take care of them." Katarina Devon, a Zoan-type mythical beast user with the dog fruit, model, 9-tailed fox, stepped forward. Her abilities were formidable, and catching sight of the 2 women's striking beauty, an unbridled murderous intent surged in her heart like never before. Blue light burst from her body as 9 tails unfurled from her back, her aura laced with killing intent. Katarina's presence seemed to multiply several times over. But what Katarina didn't know was that both Isdef and Retsu Unohana were exceptionally attuned to the scent of bloodlust. At first, they were still debating which opponent to strike at first. But now, their choice was clear. They had their target. With a low murmur, Retsu Unohana vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, she appeared abruptly before Katarina Devon. Before Katarina could react, Unohana's Zanpakuto, Minazuki, was drawn from its sheath with a fluid motion. A torrent of spiritual pressure erupted, overwhelming and immense. Silver flashed. A cold gleam struck first. Unohana Retsu gathered her spiritual pressure and compressed it to the absolute limit. From the tip of her blade, she unleashed the curved blade slash. A razor-sharp arc of sword energy swept forth. It carried an unstoppable force, overwhelming everything in its path with crushing dominance. It felt as though even the very fabric of space itself had been torn asunder. By the time everyone regained their senses, Unohana Retsu was already slowly sheathing her sword. Only Catherine, who had stood before Unohana, was left, her body cleanly severed at the waist. At the same moment, a surge of frost, as clear and crystalline as white jewels, began to spread from the two halves of Catherine's body. In the blink of an eye, Catherine was completely frozen and then shattered into icy fragments, scattering to the winds and leaving nothing behind. At that moment, those who had previously looked down on the two women felt a stinging pain of humiliation burning on their faces. Some even started to doubt whether the woman standing before them was truly a woman at all. Such terrifying strength. Was this even possible? The one with the gentle demeanor, long black hair, and the grace of a Yamato, not a Shiko, moved with such uncanny steps that no one could grasp her rhythm, setting aside that mystery for now. But just now, the palpable pressure she radiated, when sensed by both Navy and pirates alike, was unmistakably the legendary Conqueror's Haki. And not just any Conqueror's Haki, but a form that could be wielded offensively. Could it be that her Haki was even greater than that of the red-haired Shanks himself? Then, there was the other woman, with her blue hair and military uniform, whose powers were as chilling and mysterious as Akiji's. Yet the ease and grace with which she wielded her abilities suggested that she might even surpass Akiji's mastery. Especially considering that, in an instant, these two women could kill the terrifying criminals locked away on level 6. Their power was truly beyond anyone's imagination. "Carp, I don't know why, but I have a very bad feeling about this," said Sengoku, his voice trembling ever so slightly as he watched the battle unfold. As if to confirm Sengoku's fears, the two women exchanged a glance, both of them smiling faintly. Isteth said, "Impressive strength." Unohana replied, "Likewise." Isteth grinned. "Shall we make a contest? See who can take down more enemies." Unohana's eyes sparkled. "I couldn't ask for more." With just a few words, the fate of the Blackbeard pirates was sealed. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group, having witnessed the terrifying power of these two women, fell into stunned silence. Yuki Asuna exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, the strength of these two newcomers is absolutely terrifying." CC commented, "Indeed, they look so at ease, as if this is nothing to them. There's not even the slightest sign of effort." CC continued, "Which means that none of these Blackbeard pirates can even push them to use their full power." Edward Elric chimed in, "I thought I was finally no longer a rookie, but standing next to these two, I still feel like a newbie." Edward Elric declared, "No way. I have to become even stronger. I'm going to check out the point store. Maybe I can exchange something useful." The Blackbeard pirates were consumed by an incomparable rage over Katarina's death. Blackbeard's face, already dark as night, now seemed to grow even darker. He bared his teeth in a sinister grin, his ring-laden hand slicing through the air with a sharp motion. "All of you attack. Kill those two women." As soon as Blackbeard's command rang out, the first to charge at Retsu Unohana was the drunken Bacchus shot. He lifted a brimming cup to his lips, downing a full gulp of liquor. With the smell of alcohol clinging to him, he drew his gun and rushed straight for Retsu Unohana. And Avalo Pizarro, the corrupt king, joined forces with the drunken Bacchus, surging forward into battle. Facing the fierce assault from both men, Retsu Unohana showed not a hint of fear. If anything, she only moved faster, her speed increasing with every step. Raising her slender, graceful hand, her cherry-red lips parted as she began an incantation. "O sovereign, mask of flesh and blood, all things in the universe, soaring wings, crowned with the name of man, scorching heat and chaos, surging southward across the sea, step forth." Hado number 31, Shikaho. As the final word left her lips, blazing energy gathered in her palm, the intense, searing heat of a Shikaho fireball. The moment it appeared, the very air seemed to burn away into nothingness. A massive crimson fireball streaked forward in a straight line, trailing countless whirlwinds as it roared toward the drunken Bacchus and the corrupt king. Such a petty trick. A flash of disdain crossed the corrupt king's eyes. The device on his arm whirred to life, and with a burst of force, he hurled it directly at the incoming fireball. Explosion after explosion thundered in everyone's ears. A mushroom cloud bloomed suddenly into view, rising before their eyes. The ground trembled beneath them. Many of the gravely wounded collapsed where they stood, unable to remain upright. So that's the power of the corrupt king? That's terrifying. No wonder the Blackbeard pirates are infamous for their brutality. If those earlier victories belonged to those two women, can they really survive this siege now? Both Marines and pirates nearby couldn't help but wonder the same thing. But Bacchus gave Retsu Unohana not a moment's respite. The muzzle of his gun spat flame again and again. Bullet after bullet, each one coated with his armament haki, tore through the air, heading straight for Retsu Unohana concealed in the smoke. But just then, the mushroom cloud rising ever higher into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was swept away by the overwhelming spiritual pressure unleashed by Retsu Unohana. However, after the mushroom cloud was dispersed by the spiritual pressure, Captain Unohana's figure was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. How strange! Where did she go? The drunkard carefully scanned the battlefield, searching intently for any sign of the enemy. Suddenly, at that very moment, the drunkard felt his observation haki issue a fierce warning. His gaze shot upward, and along with everyone else, he looked to the sky. There, Retsu Unohana had already leapt high above the battlefield, wild winds whipping at her robes. Her gentle and elegant bearing, so reminiscent of a Yamato Nadeshiko, had completely vanished in that instant. In its place burned a boundless, exhilarating fighting spirit. After all, Retsu Unohana was the very first Shinigami to bear the title of Kinpachi. Shurkai, Minazuki, she intoned. As the words fell from her lips, her Zanpakuto transformed instantly into a massive, flat, single-eyed beast. With unstoppable force, Minazuki plummeted from the sky toward King of Evil Politics and the drunkard below. The sheer size of Minazuki made dodging utterly impossible. There was no time left. They could only stand their ground and brace for impact. Seeing this, both King of Evil Politics and the drunkard unleashed their armament haki, hoping to bolster their defenses, if only a little. But even so, the very instant Minazuki crashed down from above, both of them were crushed to a pulp. And not only that, a massive crater, a kilometer wide, split open the earth. Within that pit, not a single soul survived. When Minazuki reverted to its sword form, only Unohana remained, standing at the very center of the crater, her face adorned with a gentle smile as serene as a perfect flower of old Japan. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a bone-chilling dread envelop them. They stared in disbelief at Unohana in the distance, their hearts filled with nothing but awe and fear. From their initial disdain, they had now been left utterly astonished. No one dared underestimate Retsu Unohana any longer. But why had it suddenly grown so cold? In a flash, everyone realized where the icy chill on their bodies was coming from. Look, it's snowing from the sky. So cold. The temperature just plummeted out of nowhere. What on earth is happening? For many of the ordinary soldiers on the battlefield, the sudden change in weather sapped away more than half their fighting strength. Now all eyes turned to the source of this strange phenomenon. They saw Death walking slowly toward the massive battleship of the Blackbeard pirates. The ship, known as San Juan Wolf, belonged to a giant whose enormous frame towered above all others. Upon receiving Blackbeard's order, he charged straight toward Death. With each step its massive, heavy body took, the ground would sink to form a deep crater. Death's eyes, calm yet merciless, fixed unwaveringly on the scene before her. Impressive strength, but it's still far from enough. As soon as her words fell, a violent blizzard swept across Marineford. Manifest, demon god, essence of evil, Death whispered softly, raising her hand to point at the colossal battleship before her. Behind her, countless icy spikes burst from the ground. The spikes seemed almost alive, growing in astonishing speed as they shot toward the giant warship. Only now did everyone realize why the weather had turned so bitterly cold. The giant battleship watched the oncoming ice spikes, its gaze darkening, but not the slightest hint of panic showed. A jet-black haki shimmered over its clenched fists. With a ferocious motion, both fists slammed forward. Instantly, the air thundered with explosive force. The massive fist struck the ice spikes, shattering them into powder with overwhelming might. Yet, at that very moment, the corners of Death's lips curled upward in a subtle, cold smile. She raised her arm. With a simple gesture, the shattered ice crystals, guided by her will, clung directly to San Juan Wolf's body. All around her, an icy storm began to swirl. In the blink of an eye, The giant Sanwan wolf was frozen solid, utterly helpless before her power. Its death began to stride slowly toward her frozen foe. Every soldier and pirate in her path instinctively stepped aside, clearing the way. She stopped in front of Sanwan wolf, her fair, delicate hand sweeping upward with effortless grace. And with that gesture, Sanwan wolf was instantly shattered into sparkling ice. An eerie silence fell upon the battlefield. Sengoku's lips twitched with barely concealed shock. These two women, they're unbelievably powerful. Just who are they? A growing sense of dread gnawed at Sengoku's heart, growing stronger by the second. Garp nudged Akiji beside him and asked, Akiji, you're the ice fruit user. What do you think of that woman's power? Is it exactly the same as yours? In this world, no two devil fruit users ever possess the exact same ability. So, for now, they could only assume his death wielded a similar fruit, perhaps something like the snow fruit. Yet Akiji's face was frozen in utter disbelief. Even Garp's words could not snap him out of his shock. Garp, who had been wearing a relaxed expression, now found it hard to keep his composure. He looked at Akiji and called out, Hey Akiji, what's wrong with you? After speaking, Garp gave Kuzan a heavy pat on the back. Only then did Kuzan finally snap out of his shock, fully returning to his senses. Yet his body trembled slightly, and his lips quivered as he said, Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! I can't use my powers anymore. As soon as Kuzan finished speaking, Sengoku, Garp, and the other Marines nearby all widened their eyes in disbelief. Garp spoke up, Kuzan, are you sure this isn't some kind of joke? How could this be? Even the most powerful devil fruits shouldn't be able to do this. Beads of cold sweat broke out across Kazan's forehead. I don't know either, but it feels like whenever that woman uses her abilities, mine just stop working. It's as if every bit of ice in this world is under her command. With Kuzan's words hanging in the air, everyone turned their gaze toward his death and the woman standing beside her, Retsu Unohana. A sense of overwhelming power radiated from the two women, the likes of which none of them had ever felt before. At the same time, they saw that Blackbeard was rapidly approaching Whitebeard. Blackbeard, of course, realized that all his subordinates had been wiped out. But so what? He possessed the formidable power of the dark fruit. No matter what kind of devil fruit powers he faced, none could threaten him in the slightest. Once he defeated Whitebeard and seized the power of the tremor fruit for himself. With a single command, he could rally even stronger pirates to his side. Ha 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 ha. No one could stop me now. Blackbeard roared with laughter, his confidence unshakable. Just then, Su-Yi suddenly made his move. No one noticed when he got in front of Blackbeard. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared before Blackbeard. Marco, standing nearby, couldn't help but cry out in shock. It's so fast. Su-Yi raised his hand, pressing his middle finger and thumb together, clearly preparing to end Blackbeard in a single instant. But at that very moment, Whitebeard's voice rang out. Su-Yi, leave Blackbeard's life to me. As their old man, I must avenge my sons with my own hands. Just then, a raging fire seemed to burn in Whitebeard's chest. He had held on this long for one reason, Blackbeard. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Su-Yi replied blandly, All right then, I'll spare his life for you. With those words, Su-Yi immediately restrained most of his power. Then, with a light flick, he sent Blackbeard flying. Blackbeard heard Su-Yi's words and caught the look of disdain in his eyes. A flash of viciousness passed through Blackbeard's gaze. A murderous aura erupted from him, filling the air. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. Teach roared, his voice echoing as the power of the dark fruit gathered in his palm. No matter what kind of power you have, in front of my darkness, it will all be reduced to nothing. With that, Teach thrust his hand forward, determined to catch Su-Yi's imminent strike. But in that instant, it was as if the entire world had narrowed to the power contained in that single finger. The air itself seemed to erupt, and the ground below surged upward, as if the earth were being upended. From a spot before Su-Yi, a fan-shaped shockwave unfurled, sweeping forward with unstoppable force. Caught at the epicenter, Blackbeard realized in horror that his devil fruit's power was utterly useless. All the force bore down upon him, pinning him in place. His body gave off a series of sharp, cracking sounds, the unmistakable noise of bones shattering, one after another. A surge of pain overwhelmed his senses, flooding his mind. This was a force far beyond anything he could possibly endure. His pupils rolled back involuntarily, and only the whites of his eyes, with a sliver of iris, were visible. In the next moment, he lost all consciousness. His body was hurled away like a cannonball, whistling through the air at terrifying speed. The powerful gust that followed in his wake flattened every soldier in its path, leaving nothing but bloody mist behind. Before anyone could even begin to process what had happened, Blackbeard's figure had already crashed into Marineford, the very heart of Navy headquarters. The mighty wind howled, reducing Marineford to ruins in an instant. Where once there had been a proud fortress, now there was nothing but barren earth. At last, Blackbeard's body hit the ground, his skin scraping harshly against the ground, leaving a trail of torn flesh and blood that stretched nearly 10 kilometers before he finally came to a stop. A profound and absolute silence fell over all of Marineford, especially for his death and Retsu Unohana. Just moments before, they had been basking in the chaos they had created. But now, the overwhelming power of Su Yi's single finger left them frozen in place. The terrifying gale had torn right past them, and in that moment, they felt a force more dreadful than anything they'd ever known. His death's body trembled uncontrollably. She had never experienced such fear before. Retsu Unohana's delicate hand was clenched tightly around her sword hilt, as if trying to stifle the panic rising within her. The force of that blow had not even been aimed at them, and yet it had filled them with utter despair. At that moment, both women turned to look at Su Yi standing beside them. In perfect unison, they exclaimed, so strong. Is this the true power of Su Yi, our group leader? But before they could gather their thoughts, Su Yi's calm voice began to echo through the silence. He could be heard addressing Whitebeard, saying, Whitebeard, don't worry. Sure, the damage looks pretty severe, but I've already pulled back nearly all of my strength. He absolutely won't die. I have complete confidence in my control over my power. Yet, not a single person responded to Su Yi's words. At this moment, everyone felt that the man standing before them was the true embodiment of terror. With nothing but the force of the wind, he had crushed soldiers into nothing but blood and mist. He had swept Marineford, the Navy's pride, built at great expense, into dust, turning it instantly into a ruin. And Blackbeard, who had taken the brunt of this terrifying power, was still alive. Such astonishing control over strength. This, they realized, was the most frightening thing about him. Some even wondered if, should this man so desire, he could shatter a mountain on the far side of an ox, leaving the ox unharmed, but destroying the entire island beneath its feet. No one knew how much time passed before Sengoku finally snapped out of his shock. He clenched his fists tightly, gazing at the devastation the Navy had suffered. His jaw was set, teeth grinding in frustration. No matter what, this cannot go on. If it did, the Navy's authority over these seas would be utterly destroyed. As Fleet Admiral, he could never allow that to happen. Now, the only way to salvage some dignity was to execute Ace at once. At that moment, Sengoku's voice rang out, clear and commanding. Proceed with the execution. His words echoed in everyone's ears, snapping them back to reality. Once again, the battle between Navy and pirates erupted in full force. Yet, not a single soul dared fight in Su Yi's vicinity. Su Yi, for his part, was well aware of Whitebeard's condition. He turned to Retsu Unohana, who had just approached him, and asked, Retsu Unohana, can you heal Whitebeard's injuries? A look of surprise flickered across Unohana's serene face. You seem to know quite a lot about me, she remarked. Of course, Su Yi replied. As the group leader, I make it a point to know every member thoroughly. He continued, so, I'll have to trouble you with Whitebeard. Unohana nodded slightly. She drew her Zanpakuto and immediately released it to its true form, Minazuki. Minazuki slowly opened its maw, preparing to swallow Whitebeard whole. The body of Minazuki can heal even the gravest wounds, and can gradually nurse back internal injuries too, though the time required depends on the individual, she explained. Whitebeard nodded solemnly. If he could be healed, of course he wished to go on living. After all, without even realizing it, he had formed so many bonds. Whether it was with his sons or the members of the chat group, these were connections he could never bear to sever. Whitebeard took a deep breath and said to Su Yi, I'm entrusting Ace to you. Su Yi gave a slight nod, his gaze flickering toward the execution platform nearby. The executioner had already raised his blade high. Don't worry, Whitebeard. Ace, and your sons as well. Nothing will happen to them. With Su Yi's assurance, Whitebeard slowly closed his eyes and allowed himself to be swallowed whole by the massive meat bubble. At the very instant Whitebeard was engulfed by the flesh, Su Yi stretched out his hand, aiming directly at the execution platform. At that moment, the executioner's sword was mere inches away from severing Ace's head. But just then, Su Yi's calm voice rang out. Universal pull. As his words fell, the weapons in the hands of the naval soldiers suddenly flew from their grips and hurtled toward Su Yi. Even the executioner, standing farthest away, found his execution blade torn from his grasp and drawn irresistibly toward Su Yi. This was a power Sue-Yi had awakened during his battles with Magneto in the Marvel world, a gift granted after dying 3 times at Magneto's hands, born from the Supreme Doomsday. Its properties were strikingly similar to the universal pull technique from the world of Naruto. Thus, Sue-Yi had always called it by that name. Not far from the execution platform, the Admiral candidate, Gion the Pink Rabbit, felt a strange force tugging at her sword, Kenpyra. A look of astonishment flashed in her beautiful eyes. She immediately tightened her grip, struggling to hold on to her blade. Elsewhere, Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, sensed his black blade reacting in the same way. It was as if an overwhelming force was drawing his blade in Sue-Yi's direction. It wasn't just swords, pistols, cannons. Every manner of weapon began to converge before Sue-Yi under the irresistible pull of the universal pull. All around, people watched in awe as a storm of weapons gathered at blinding speed. If you're standing beside Sue-Yi, or even below him, you might not feel the full impact. But from the vantage point of Sengoku, Garp, or Ace atop the execution platform, the view was staggering. Looking down, they could see that the mass of weapons completely blotted out the figures below, leaving nothing visible. It was as if 10,000 blades were returning to their master, the spectacle overwhelming to behold. Their ears were filled with the relentless swish of metal slicing through air. The arsenal continued to assemble in front of Sue-Yi, drawn ever closer by his power. Under Sue-Yi's control, the weapons twisted and compressed, entwining together. Tens of thousands of tons of steel knotted and mingled under the stunned gazes of the crowd. Then, before everyone's eyes, Sue-Yi melded them all into the shape of a single sword. By all logic, no matter how you compressed tens of thousands of tons of weaponry, it would be impossible to forge it into the form of a single blade. However, Sue-Yi's universal pull was awakened only after being killed by Magneto. One must understand, Magneto's powers had already reached the atomic level. This meant Magneto could manipulate chemical structures and reshape matter itself. Therefore, Sue-Yi's universal pull was capable of achieving the same feats. If Sue-Yi wished, he could even use universal pull to draw all the air from the battlefield. At that point, any living being that needed oxygen, their souls would immediately spiral up to the heavens. But to do so would mean targeting far too many lives at once. It would be far too troublesome, which was why Sue-Yi rarely used this ability. At this moment, whether it was the Navy, the pirates, the 7 warlords, or any other force, not a single sound could be heard. They were stunned into utter silence. They had no idea that Sue-Yi wasn't merely holding back. He was holding back an entire ocean. Yet the power Sue-Yi displayed was already beyond their wildest imagination. Before they even had time to gather their wits, Sue-Yi, under their watchful eyes, withdrew the universal pull. The sword that had been floating in midair plunged straight down into the ground, leaving only the hilt exposed above the surface. It was as though the specially reinforced ground of Marineford offered no resistance at all to the blade's sharpness. From a distance, Hawkeye witnessed this and instinctively swallowed hard. After all, this was just a vertical descent. No one had wielded the blade. If someone were actually to use this sword in combat, it would be nothing short of a divine weapon. Its terrifying weight alone already surpassed that of the 12 supreme grade swords. Of course, such power came with its own limitation. It was, in a sense, a sword in the stone. By now, the battlefield had fallen completely silent. The fighting had ceased. Every gaze had turned to Sue-Yi. Inside, Sengoku's heart pounded with dread. He remembered how, at first, he had utterly dismissed Sue-Yi and his 2 companions. Yet now, Sue-Yi alone had changed the entire course of the battle. And it had taken less than 10 minutes. Sengoku even felt that, if Sue-Yi so wished, he could easily slaughter them all. Why did such terrifying people exist in this world? Sengoku roared inwardly. In that tense silence, Sue-Yi began walking slowly toward Ace. With every step he took, it felt as if a heavy stone pressed down on the hearts of every Marine present. Along his path, not a single person dared utter a word. Sue-Yi kept advancing. One after another, familiar faces flickered through his mind. Crocodile the Desert King, Doflamingo the Heavenly Demon, Jimby the Knight of the Sea, Boa Hancock the Pirate Empress, and more. Especially when his eyes landed on Boa Hancock. Even Sue-Yi couldn't help but be amazed. There was no denying it. The Pirate Empress was truly beautiful. If possible, Sue-Yi would have liked to warn the Empress. If you ever encounter an idiot named Luffy in the future, stay as far away from him as you can. But right now, Sue-Yi needed to put on the airs of a master among masters, a figure shrouded in unfathomable skill. His face remained utterly expressionless. With all eyes fixed on him, Sue-Yi slowly approached the execution platform, his eyes beginning to glow with a crimson light. He swept his gaze around beneath the gallows, pausing here and there. And in that instant, the execution platform collapsed in on itself. Ace tumbled down from above. The platform crumbled to the ground. Sengoku clenched his jaw, glaring furiously at Sui below. He and the others immediately used moonwalk to scatter to different positions. Only Ace plummeted straight toward the earth. At that critical moment, Sui stepped lightly to the side, narrowly dodging the falling Ace. Phew, that was close. I almost got hit. How dangerous, he murmured. Had it been a girl, Sui wouldn't have minded ensuring a gentle landing. But Ace was a man, and not just any man, but a prisoner who'd spent days locked away in the deepest parts of Impel Down. He smelled more than a little unsavory. Sui had no intention of touching Ace, not even for a second. He just wanted to finish the mission and get back to his own Hela for a well-deserved embrace. He certainly didn't want any weird, lingering smells clinging to him. As Sui was thinking this, Ace struggled to his feet from the ground. With his task complete, Sui turned and walked in the direction of Whitebeard. Watching the backs of Sui and Ace as they left, Garp leaned towards Sengoku and said, "Sengoku, are we going to stop them?" Though Garp's words sounded dutiful, inside he was overjoyed. Ace had been saved, and by someone so overwhelmingly powerful. The burden he carried in his heart could finally be set down. Sengoku, of course, understood what Garp was thinking. Normally, for the sake of justice, he'd have thrown everything he had into keeping Ace there at any cost. But now, Sui's overwhelming strength had completely shattered Sengoku's confidence. There was simply no point in fighting anymore. His death, Retsu Unohana, and Sui, any one of them could stand shoulder to shoulder with the four emperors. And Sui himself was even more terrifying. Perhaps even the four emperors wouldn't stand a chance against him. Having sailed these seas for so many years, and as an admiral of the Navy, Sengoku was confident in his ability to judge strength. And it was precisely that confidence that now made him unwilling to continue this battle. He could only answer in a low voice, "No. This time, our plan has failed. Sengoku, looking at you now, do you still deserve to be called Fleet Admiral of the Navy? We saw great potential in you from the very beginning, and now, has a single setback really crushed your spirit? What use are you to us now? Sengoku, you have truly disappointed us beyond words. Once this ordeal is over, you can forget about remaining Fleet Admiral any longer." From afar, 5 distinct voices rang out, each brimming with arrogance, so blatant that anyone could hear it. Sengoku and his companions heard these words, and their faces darkened in unison. At once, they turned to look behind them. They saw 5 elderly men, each with an air of authority, walking on air as they approached from the direction of Mary Geos, the Holy Land. Trailing behind these 5 elders were 10 figures clad in white robes and masks, following closely in their wake. At the sight, Sengoku instinctively exclaimed, "The 5 elders! CP0, what are they doing here?" Garp's heart sank heavily, thinking, "Seems there's no peaceful end to this." Kizura muttered in his usual lazy drawl, "Oh my, looks like I won't be able to slack off and muddle through this time," though his face wore an insufferably smug grin. Crane, at this moment, sighed softly, "It seems many more are destined to perish in this war." Unlike the dovish Sengoku and the lackadaisical Kizuru, the other soldiers, upon witnessing the grand entrance of the 5 elders in CP0, felt as if they'd finally found true backing. The highest authorities of the world government, the pillars upholding the world government, their status even above the commander of all the armed forces. Each one, a figure shrouded in mystery and formidable strength. Directly under the world government, the most secretive and elite intelligence agency, renowned as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. Within their ranks, countless powerful individuals from all over the world had been gathered. As they appeared, the entire Navy erupted in cheers. The names 5 Elders and CP0 resounded through the crowd. On the other side, among the Whitebeard pirates, every face was etched with wariness and unease. If these guys had shown up a little later, they might have managed a clean retreat. After all, Ace had already been rescued. But now, it was clear that escaping so easily was out of the question. With this in mind, their gazes turned to Sui. Now that Whitebeard was absent, Sui was their pillar, the heart of their group. Sui heard the clamorous Navy behind him. With a casual wave, he rubbed his ear and said, what a racket. Then, he led Ace over to Marco's side. Turning to face Retsu Unohana before him, he asked, "How is Whitebeard's recovery?" "Whitebeard's internal injuries are far too severe. He'll need more time," Unohana replied, no longer daring to underestimate Sui standing before her. With just that single exchange, she could keenly sense the vast gulf in strength between herself and Sui, It was simply too great. And it wasn't just Retsu Uno Hana who felt this way. Even his death shared the same realization. I remember Whitebeard once said he wanted to personally finish Blackbeard off. In that case, let's not retreat yet. Let's stay and play with him a little longer. As Suyi's words fell, a look of genuine seriousness flashed in his eyes. He had long heard tales of the immense power held by the Five Elders and CP0. If they could manage to kill him, even just once, that would be perfect. With that thought, Sui turned to the Five Elders and said, "You all just sit back and enjoy the show. Leave the rest to me." "But they're the Five Elders." "Right, we know you're strong. But the Five Elders' power is nothing to underestimate. What if you get hurt? Once Dad shows up, we have no idea how to explain it. Maybe it's best if we just get out of here as fast as we can." Marco, seeing Sui was planning to take on the Five Elders and 10 CP0 agents alone, raised an eyebrow in surprise. He quickly joined the others in trying to talk Sui out of it. To that, Sui replied, "Run? That word doesn't even exist in my vocabulary. Besides, I promised Whitebeard he'd get to finish Blackbeard himself. If we just leave now, and the Navy ends up finishing off Blackbeard, then what?" Sui continued, "And honestly, with something this exciting, why not enjoy it a little longer?" Inside the chat group, everyone began to chime in with their own comments upon hearing Suyi's words. Asuna Yuki, "Why do I get the feeling Sui just want to have some fun?" Edward Elric, "I get that sense too. The stronger the enemy, the happier our group leader seems. I can't even explain it." CC, "Maybe because the stronger the foe, the longer Sui gets to pummel them." Edward Elric, I've got nothing to say to that." Hinata Hyuga, "As long as Sui Onaikan is happy, then I'm happy too." CC, "Of course, I know Hinata likes Sui best." Asuna Yuki, "When you're all grown up, Hinata, do you want to marry Sui?" Hinata Hyuga, "I'm out of here." Blushing. Seeing Hinata's bashful retreat, everyone in the chat group burst out laughing. As for Sui, they didn't worry about him at all. After all, there was no one who could defeat Sui. The battlefield was already littered with devastation. With an eager smile on his face, Sui strode toward the Five Elders and CP0. Seeing Sui's arrogance, daring to challenge the Five Elders and CP0 single-handedly, was almost laughable. They had held power for too long. The Five Elders had long forgotten what fear even felt like. Now, they stood before Sengoku, 5 old men in a line, each with a different posture. From Sui's perspective, it looked as if they were merely striking dramatic poses. Then one of the 5 elders spoke. "I know your strength is quite impressive. If you're willing to join CP0, we're prepared to grant you 3 requests." As soon as he finished, another elder added, "But if you refuse, you won't just be facing us 5 elders. There are also these 10 formidable agents from CP0. A third elder picked up the thread, "So what do you think?" Their intentions were perfectly clear. Everyone present could hear it without ambiguity. Marco and the others felt their hearts tighten. They didn't know Sui well. All they knew was that he was their old man, someone considered family. But now, offered a place by the world's supreme rulers. Could Sui truly remain unmoved? If Sui chose to join CP0, it would be nothing short of a catastrophe for Marco and his old man. Just as Marco's thoughts reached this point, Sui, who was striding toward the 5 elders, spoke in a calm voice. "So, tell me, what kind of combat strength does this CP0 have?" Marco's heart leapt into his throat. No way. Is this man actually interested in CP0? The 5 elders clearly hadn't expected Sui to be so pragmatic, even showing apparent interest in CP0. Immediately, a hint of contempt flickered in their eyes. As expected, no one in this world could truly resist their offer. Then one of the elders declared, "CP0 is the greatest intelligence organization in the world. They are known as the Shield of the Celestial Dragons. They answer only to the Celestial Dragons themselves, and their primary duty is to keep those exalted beings safe. It is the highest honor imaginable." An elder dressed in black, with a mane of white curls, a full white beard, a flat cap, and a scar running down his left cheek, stretched out his arms. As he spoke the words, "Celestial Dragons," his eyes shone with almost religious devotion. The Shield of the Celestial Dragons. At those words, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, felt her beautiful eyes darken. Her gaze drifted to Sui in the distance, and she unconsciously clenched her delicate hands into tight fists. If the man standing before her truly chose to join CP0 and become a lackey of the Celestial Dragons, Boa Hancock could hardly imagine what kind of world would be left. Perhaps in such a world, no one would ever dare to offend the Celestial Dragons again. After all, how many people who have crossed the Celestial Dragons could ever hope to escape Sui's relentless pursuit? Yet, just as Boa Hancock was beginning to suspect that Su-Yi might not refuse their offer. Su-Yi flexed his wrists and ankles ever so slightly. So, CP0 is nothing but the Celestial Dragon's lapdog. Is that it? Then tell me, if I were to kill every last Celestial Dragon, would that make you all even stronger out of sheer rage? Su-Yi's question left everyone in the room stunned. What kind of logic was that? For a moment, they simply couldn't wrap their heads around it. The 5 elders, catching on to the direction of Su-Yi's thoughts, instinctively demanded, "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? You'll find out soon enough." As Su-Yi finished speaking, he slowly stretched out his hand. At that moment, the members of CP0 all braced themselves for defense. But to their surprise, Su-Yi's target wasn't CP0 at all. A small black sphere began to form in the palm of Su-Yi's hand. He then raised his arm high above his head. The tiny sphere shot skyward at incredible speed. What on earth is this man doing? Curiosity flickered intensely in Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes. From the very start, every move Su-Yi made had completely captured her attention. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed in shock. Instinctively, she took a step back. High above in the sky, that black sphere seemed to possess a tremendous gravitational pull. Before their eyes, more than a dozen meteors appeared in the heavens. They spiraled, collided, and fused together, all drawn in by the black sphere at the center. At last, they merged into one massive, terrifying meteor, plummeting toward Mary Geos, the holy land behind Marineford. The colossal meteor measured nearly 100,000 meters in radius. It tore through the sky at blinding speed, the friction with the air igniting a furious blaze around its surface. Its sheer power was so overwhelming that even those on the battlefield at Marineford could keenly sense its arrival. Witnessing this, Boa Hancock was shaken to the core. She had never expected Su-Yi to be so dazzling. Not only had he refused the 5 elders' offer, but he was now unleashing such terrifying strength directly upon the Celestial Dragon's stronghold. She had never encountered a man with such magnetic charisma. For reasons she could not explain, her heart was pounding uncontrollably. Her knees felt weak, and she gazed at Su-Yi with utter adoration, completely in awe of the man before her. When the 5 elders and CP0 witnessed Su-Yi unleashing such a power, they immediately demanded, "What on earth is this ability? What are you trying to do? Stop at once." Hearing the 5 elders' anxious shouts, Su-Yi had no intention of letting them know that this was a power he awakened in his battle with Magneto, a unique variation of universal pull, which he called Meteor Fall. Back when he fought Magneto, he died 3 times in total. The first time, he awakened Universal Pull. The second time, he awakened Meteor Fall. The third time, he awakened the Magnetic Domain. And the ability he was using now was precisely Meteor Fall. Su-Yi lifted his brows, a playful glint in his eyes as he looked at the CP0 and the 5 elders standing before him. This meteor will crash down upon the holy land of Manhwarecap in about 30 seconds. If you manage to kill me within these 30 seconds, the meteor will vanish on its own. So, you now have 26 seconds left. Everyone present felt that Su-Yi, standing before them, was nothing short of ruthless. He was forcing the 5 elders and CP0 to kill him as fast as possible. The faces of the 5 elders darkened considerably. They hadn't wanted to intervene, but this time, the stakes were simply too high. If that meteor were to fall upon the holy land of Manhwarecap, it would be a disaster of their own making. They absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. 20 seconds. I'm giving you 20 seconds. Kill this man standing before you now. Following the 5 elders' command, CP0 sprang into action in the blink of an eye, hurtling towards Su-Yi at a terrifying speed. The 5 elders didn't stand idle either. They closed in from 5 directions, surrounding Su-Yi completely. They had only 20 seconds. If they failed, the massive meteor in the sky would come crashing down on Manhwarecap. It would surely harm their families. They would never let something like that happen. As members of CP0, trained by the Celestial Dragons from childhood, this determination was etched deep into their very bones. And so, in that instant, they unleashed power unlike anything they'd shown before. CP0-1 pressed his palms together, and with a resonant sound, circles of radiant light appeared around the other 9 CP0 members. With those circles of light, Su-Yi could distinctly feel the aura of the people before him rise several levels in an instant. If Su-Yi was right, this man possessed the amplification fruit, an ability that could enhance the powers of others. Just as Su-Yi reached this conclusion, he saw CP0-1 clap his hand again. The halo surrounding the CP0 members then fully merged into their bodies. Their heartbeats thundered in their chests like war drums, so loud They could almost be seen. Their bodies seemed to stretch upward, towering several meters higher. Witnessing this scene, Marco was so shocked that he exclaimed, Is this a devil fruit awakening? Though Marco and the other pirates had heard a little about CP0, this was the first time they'd witnessed the secret force in battle. They never expected that the very first CP0 to make a move would be someone who had awakened their devil fruit powers. Doflamingo, once a celestial dragon himself, showed no sign of surprise as he watched these events unfold. He looks like the real show is just getting started. His eyes, concealed behind his orange-red sunglasses, gleamed with a lecherous excitement, his whole expression twisted with anticipation. Almost as if to confirm Doflamingo's words, the CP0 members unleashed their signature powers one after another. CP0-2 was the first. Billowing clouds of fire erupted around him, transforming the very ground into thick, smoldering flames that slowly enveloped Su-E. He was a Logia type, a fire cloud fruit user who had awakened their devil fruit abilities. Next, CP0-3's cheeks swelled massively as he unleashed a torrent of violent winds from his mouth. The power was immense, far greater than before. He was an awakened Zoan type, a mythical beast user who had eaten the toad fruit and could transform into a three-legged golden toad. At that moment, CP0-4 joined in, swinging his arms outward. His hands transformed into two massive serpents, launching themselves to coil tightly around Su-E. The snakes glistened with jet-black armament hockey, coiling ever tighter and sinking their fangs into Su-Yi's shoulder, pinning him in place. He was yet another awakened mythical Zoan type, wielder of the snake fruit, able to take on the form of the legendary Yamada no Orochi. CP0-5 was a Paramecia type, master of the illusion fruit. CP0-6 commanded the powers of the toxic mist fruit, another Paramecia. CP0-7 was a Zoan type, an ancient beast user who had eaten the cat fruit and could become a giant saber-toothed tiger. CP0-8 possessed the strength fruit, granting him superhuman might. CP0-9, with his perception fruit, could link the senses of all 10 CP0 members, greatly amplifying their collective awareness. CP0-10 wielded the pain fruit. While it couldn't cause real injuries, it flooded the mind with agony, sapping an opponent's fighting spirit. Each of the 10 members gave their all, unleashing every ounce of power to bring down the man before them. Surrounded by a maelstrom of attacks, Su-E was swallowed by their onslaught. Marco, deeply anxious, watched the chaos unfold. Will that guy really be alright? Upon hearing Marco's words, Retsu Unohana immediately replied, There's definitely nothing to worry about, because he's our group leader. Isdeath added, The group leader? Yes, he is our group leader. That's why. There's absolutely no way anything could happen to him. With this, the two women had fully acknowledged Su-Yi's position as their group leader. Although Marco still had no idea what exactly they meant by group leader, their confidence brought a measure of calm to everyone's hearts. People turned their attention back to the scene unfolding before them. All the CP0 members possessed devil fruit powers that complemented each other perfectly. That must be why they were so overwhelmingly strong. Of course, one of the main reasons was that they had all awakened their devil fruit abilities. It's worth knowing, anyone who has awakened a devil fruit could easily become a ruler of the seas. Yet, these beings who could have been kings and conquerors were nothing more than lapdogs for the celestial dragons. When you think about it, it's almost laughable. Su-E gazed at the 10 CP0 members before him, a faint smile curling at his lips. Hey, is this all you've got? It's already been 10 seconds. If you don't kill me soon, those celestial dragons might as well kiss their lives goodbye. The words hit the 5 elders like a stone sinking in water. We're joining in too. Let's show this guy the true power of the 5 elders. The nerve of him, daring to underestimate us. Just wait and see how I tear him apart. Let's go. Prepare yourself. I'll make you experience the most excruciating death imaginable in this world. As their voices rang out, the 5 elders charged at Su-E, who was trapped at the center. In that instant, everyone's eyes widened in shock. It was the first time they had ever seen the 5 elders make a move. And they weren't acting alone. They were attacking in concert with CP0. With that kind of force, they could probably take on several Yonko at once without breaking a sweat. Perhaps this was the reason the world government remained unshakable after all these years. At its core, it was simply because these people were just too powerful. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar resounded, echoing in everyone's ears. Smoke as thick as storm clouds billowed up, blanketing the sky and blotting out the sun. No one could see, not even a little, what was happening at the heart of the battlefield. All that remained was a sense of deep confusion. The strangest thing of all, now within those swirling clouds, there was not a single sound of battle. Even the clash of wind and fire had faded away completely. What on earth is going on? Is there any way to clear away this smoke? This smoke has blinded us completely. Damn it, what happened to that man? He must not be defeated. Hearing the anxious voices of the pirates around her, Retsu Unohana extended her slender, jade-like fingers and spoke softly. Heido #1 show. As her words fell, a surge of force gathered at her fingertips. This surge rippled through the air, transforming into countless gentle breezes. In the blink of an eye, the swirling smoke and dust were completely swept away. As the haze cleared, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The vast cloud of smoke was rapidly dissipating. With the air now clear, both Marines and pirates were confronted with a terrifying sight. Especially those like Sengoku, who stood frozen in place, bodies trembling uncontrollably as if paralyzed by fear. Their faces turned ashen, disbelief written all over their expressions. Some Navy soldiers were so stunned they didn't even dare to breathe. All of them stood rooted to the spot, unable to accept this brutal reality. On the pirate side, led by Marco, their reactions were scarcely different from the Marines. Yet compared to the panic among the Navy, the pirates felt only shock. And when they saw CP0 and the 5 elders lying in miserable defeat on the ground, they burst out in jubilant shouts. In fact, their cheers were even louder than those of the Navy when the 5 elders and CP0 first appeared. At this moment, Marco and the others could hardly contain their joy. The gloom that had hung over them before was completely swept away. Their spirits soared as never before. At the center of the battlefield, Sui casually dusted off his hands, as if brushing away invisible specks. He looked down at the 5 elders, now struggling to cling to life before him, and remarked gently, "Oh, should I say, as expected of the 5 elders? Your strength isn't bad. You actually managed to withstand my finger flick technique." The so-called finger flick technique was merely a playful name for the force Sui had unleashed with a casual flick. Sensing the mockery in Sui's tone, the elder with long white hair spoke slowly. "A lord will never forgive you for this. Yes, I wish he'd come and kill me right now. Besides, that meteor should be about to fall too, shouldn't it?" With these words, Sui turned to look at the descending meteor. Just as the meteor was about to crash down, several monstrous sword slashes, each nearly 10,000 meters long, shot out from a palace in Merigios, rushing fiercely toward the meteor in the sky. Each slash was so vast, it seemed to blot out the sun. Seeing this, Hawkeye was visibly shaken. Sword slashes spanning 10,000 meters, and several unleashed in succession. Even Hawkeye's eyes flickered with astonishment. He was famed as the world's greatest swordsman. As the saying goes, the layman watches the spectacle, the expert sees the technique. As a man who had nearly reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, even he could not help but feel shaken at the sight of such a terrifying slash. One after another, blades of sword energy swept effortlessly through the falling meteors. In an instant, the meteors were sliced into dozens of pieces. The severed fragments plunged straight into the sea below. By a hair's breadth, the holy land of Merigios was spared. Meanwhile, the 5 elders on the ground, witnessing this scene unfold before their eyes, laughed aloud in disbelief. This is Lord Emu's doing. Lord Emu has taken action. Oh, and then what? Sui replied coolly. The 5 elders, battered and wounded, stared up at Sui. Though they could barely move, their words were still defiant. "You could never be a match for Lord Emu. Lord Emu is the most powerful being in the world." "Oh, and then what?" Sui retorted once more, his tone almost taunting. The 5 old men, hearing Sui's words, felt their anger flare inside. But, so gravely injured, even lifting a finger was a struggle. Speech was all that remained to them. Just then, Sui spoke to them again. "Since you all hold Lord Emu in such awe, then let me pull him down from his pedestal." As Sui's words faded, a small black sphere began to take shape in his palm once again. Without hesitation, Sui hurled the orb high into the sky. He conjured another and tossed it upward. One after another, black spheres formed in his hand, each thrown skyward in turn. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a numbness settle in their hearts. They stood frozen, watching each small black sphere sent hurtling into the heavens by Sui. Soon, meteors were summoned, several at first, merging and forming as they began their descent from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with meteors of every size, nearly 100, each tens of thousands of meters wide. The falling meteors gathered into a great swarm, plummeting earthward. Flames danced across their surfaces, lending them an even greater sense of menace. With the force to shatter worlds, they hurtled down toward the holy land of Merigios. Having said all this in motion, Su-Yi flexed his arms and spoke softly. I wonder if this gift I prepared will satisfy your lord, Imu? No one answered Su-Yi's words. The 5 elders could only stare, wide-eyed and speechless, at the spectacle before them. They could scarcely believe that Su-Yi unleashed such a power with the air of a man at play. Could this guy really be of this world? If not, how could someone so powerful remain unknown for so long? Just as shock overtook them, once again, the holy land, Meriawa, erupted in dazzling, magnificent waves of sword energy. Each surge of sword energy was terrifying beyond imagination. Every slash of sword energy spanned tens of thousands of meters across the sky. With unparalleled sharpness, these sword strikes relentlessly intercepted the oncoming, fearsome barrage of meteors. The entire sky grew oppressively dark. It felt as if the whole world had been reduced to nothing but these meteor showers and the terrifying arcs of sword energy battling them. Yet, they keenly noticed that the speed at which the sword slashes appeared was gradually slowing down with every passing moment. Eventually, it came to the point where only after more than 10 seconds would another 10,000-meter-long slash be unleashed. At that moment, everyone understood. The one wielding these sword strikes had nearly exhausted their strength. As a result, a portion of the meteor fragments began to rain down upon Meriawa. Crater after crater was smashed into the ground above. Not a few of the celestial dragons lost their lives in the chaos. Empress Boa Hancock watched the scene before her with excitement sparkling in her eyes. This man is incredibly strong, and so handsome. Oh no, this feeling, could it be what they call falling in love? Boa Hancock's heart pounded all the more fiercely. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Su-Yi, and a rosy blush had spread across her stunning cheeks. Just then, Retsu Unohana's voice reached Su-Yi's ear. Su-Yi, Whitebeard's body has fully recovered. As Unohana finished speaking, she sheathed her Zanpakuto once more. Whitebeard's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. His body bore not a single scar, and the pallor of death was gone from his face. He seemed utterly revitalized, brimming with an energy and spirit unlike anything before. Marco, upon seeing Whitebeard before him, spoke up immediately. Pops, how does your body feel now? Whitebeard moved his body slightly, relishing this nearly perfect state. His body thrummed with overwhelming power. Every wound, every hidden injury, gone without a trace. Gurarararara, this feels amazing. I think I'm completely back to my prime. As he finished speaking, Whitebeard noticed Su-Yi nearby. He immediately turned to Su-Yi and said, Su-Yi, let me lend you a hand. He hadn't finished when he was struck speechless. Whitebeard instinctively rubbed his eyes, focusing on the people lying beside Su-Yi. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as his pupils contracted and his brows shot up in surprise. He had naturally recognized the 5 elders lying there beside Su-Yi. He had been planning to join Su-Yi in battle. But looking at the situation now, he realized that, let alone a fight. The 5 elders of the world government had all been defeated by Su-Yi and now lay crushed beneath his feet. One had to admit, Su-Yi truly lived up to his reputation as the group leader, while I was just taking a moment to recover. He had already cleared this place completely. It seems I must become even stronger. Whitebeard, what were you about to say just now? Su-Yi turned around, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he addressed Whitebeard. Huh? No, it's nothing. Just carry on. Whitebeard replied, the corner of his mouth twitching unconsciously. Oh, all right then. But honestly, I'm starting to get a little bored. Blackbeard is right over there. Take care of him, and we can withdraw. By then, our mission should be pretty much complete. Got it. I'll go settle the score with Blackbeard right now. His body had mostly recovered, and even Whitebeard's spirit felt younger and more vigorous. He walked with the energy and presence of a roaring tiger. Not a trace of old age remained in him. Then Su-Yi murmured, his voice low and resolute. It looks like it's time to bring this farce to an end. At the edge of Marineford, in a deep crater, a long trail of blood stretched outward from the pit. Blackbeard, dragging his nearly shattered body, was desperately crawling away, determined to escape. He had to get out of here. The thought of Su-Yi, that monstrous force, filled him with terror. All his former arrogance and pride had, in this moment, turned to dust. It was only thanks to his special constitution that he'd managed to wake from unconsciousness at all. Although most of his bones were crushed, he still slithered forward like a wounded insect, inch by inch. If he could just make it onto the ship, just a little more time, and he'd be safe. Inside, Blackbeard was howling with desperate fury. But at that very moment, heavy footsteps echoed behind him. Blackbeard knew that sound all too well. It was the unmistakable tread of Whitebeard. But how could this be? Wasn't Whitebeard gravely injured? Blackbeard wanted to turn and see for himself. But the searing pain made it impossible to move so easily. All he could do was crawl faster, desperate to escape this nightmare. "Hitch, where do you think you're going?" Whitebeard's voice rang out, reaching Blackbeard's ears. Already pale from blood loss, Blackbeard's face turned even whiter. No, please, spare me. Pops, I swear I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." He lay sprawled on the ground, begging frantically for mercy as Whitebeard approached from behind. Each word was punctuated by a spray of fresh blood from his lips. A pitiful sight, if ever there was one. But Whitebeard, he would never forgive Blackbeard. "Hitch, you've broken the iron rule I set. You murder my son. There's no way I'll ever forgive you." Whitebeard paused for a moment, then continued, "So, I'll ask you to die right here where you stand." As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, the power of the tremor fruit began to surge in his fist. A powerful force of shock waves gathered at his knuckles, forming a glowing white ring. "No, please. Pops, I really know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me." Blackbeard's cries rose to a desperate wail by the end, his voice raw with terror. But these pleas for mercy only deepened Whitebeard's disgust. He paid them no mind. Without hesitation, Whitebeard drove his fist straight into Blackbeard's head. Almost back to his peak strength, Whitebeard unleashed his formidable power. The moment his fist made contact, Blackbeard's fate was sealed. He didn't even have time to scream. Whitebeard's punch reduced him to nothing but a mangled pile of flesh. A mechanical voice echoed in the minds of Sue-E, Isteth, and Retsu Unohana from the group chat. "Ding! Congratulations to the three of you for completing the task. Each of you is awarded 1,000 points. Then another electronic chime sounded in Sue-Yi's mind. "Ding! Sue-E, as the group leader, has completed the rescue mission and is awarded Paramecia type, Phantom Fruit. This fruit has no side effects, and its abilities await your own discovery and development." After glancing over the details of the Phantom Fruit, Whitebeard made his way back to the ship from the distance. Without delay, he ordered the crew to begin their retreat. As for the others in Marineford, witnessing this scene filled their hearts with relief. At the very least, the god of slaughter known as Sue-E had finally left Marineford. But was it really going to be that simple? Aboard Whitebeard's ship, Sue-E was steadily shaping a black sphere in his hands. This orb was nothing like the small ones he had produced before. In fact, it was larger than both of Sue-Yi's hands put together. Whitebeard watched Sue-Yi's movements and asked, "Sue-E, what exactly is that thing you're holding?" As Whitebeard spoke, the other pirates on the ship perked up and listened intently, eager for Sue-Yi's answer. By now, Sue-Yi's display of abilities had left everyone so astonished that they were almost numb to it. So, seeing yet another unfamiliar power in Sue-Yi's hands, they were more curious than surprised. They wondered just what kind of devil fruit user Sue-E truly was. Upon hearing Whitebeard's question, Sue-E replied calmly, "It's a gift for those arrogant world nobles, a present only they can bear." Sue-E stopped what he was doing. Under the gaze of everyone present, Sue-E raised his arm and, without hesitation, hurled the black sphere straight toward the Holy Land, Manhwarecap. In an instant, countless streams of seawater were sucked into the black sphere. The sphere continued its relentless flight, drawing ever closer to the Holy Land of Manhwarecap. And with each passing moment, it absorbed more and more seawater. The oppressive force radiating from the black sphere grew ever more intense. Just the terrifying pull of that sphere alone would be enough, if it reached Marineford, to utterly destroy the entire city. Damn it, no matter what, we cannot let that thing fall onto Marineford. If not for ourselves, then for the sake of all those Navy soldiers, it would be a disaster. It seems we have no choice but to risk everything in one final stand. Just as Sengoku finished speaking, a figure appeared before them, clearly spent from exhaustion. This figure was none other than him, the very person who moments ago had unleashed thousands upon thousands of devastating sword slashes. This was also the first time Im had ever shown himself before the eyes of the others. But he had no choice. He could not remain hidden any longer. If he waited even a moment more, the entire Marineford would be obliterated by that black sphere. He could feel, emanating from the heart of that sphere, an overwhelming and terrifying power of destruction. What was even more alarming was that this destructive force only grew stronger as it drew closer. Without a hint of hesitation, Im drew his sword and charged straight at the black sphere with incredible speed. At the same time, a faint halo of light spread from his body. This radiance enveloped him completely, protecting him from every angle in a seamless, unbroken shield. It was unmistakably one of the powers of the three ancient weapons, the ability of the Heavenly King. And it was precisely because of this power that him dared to make such a move. Yet, when him found himself standing before the black sphere, he realized he had underestimated it. His pupils contracted sharply. The sword he had been about to swing instead swept in a defensive arc, forming a circle before him. The black sphere exploded. A terrifying shockwave, mingled with hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater, crashed outward in a roaring torrent. In an instant, the Heavenly King's shield was shattered. The force slammed into him with full, crushing weight. Even the sword in Im's hand was shattered to pieces. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it, when the day comes that the Heavenly King truly awakens, I will never forgive any of you. Meanwhile, Su-yi had no idea about Im's furious curse. Even if he had heard it, he wouldn't have cared in the slightest. For at that moment, he had already returned to his own world. After leaving Marineford a parting gift, Su-yi and his companions each returned to their respective worlds. Su-yi's figure reappeared. Hella, who was enjoying some delicious food nearby, glanced at Su-yi. Without hesitation, she offered the food in her hand to Su-yi. You must be tired. Want something to eat? Su-yi looked at the snack, noticing that Hella had already taken a bite, but he didn't mind at all. In just a few quick bites, he finished off the treat that Hella handed him. All done with your tasks? Hella asked softly. Yeah, everything's settled, Su-yi replied. Hearing his answer, Hella smiled gently, a hint of warmth lighting her eyes. Hella was never one to pry or ask too many questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets. As long as Su-yi returned safe and sound, that was all that mattered to her. She wasn't sure exactly when it started, but Hella's feelings and thoughts towards Su-yi had slowly begun to change. She was even considering telling Su-yi her true identity, once her divine powers had fully returned. Yet, every time she thought about it, a flutter of anxiety rose in her heart. Because she couldn't be sure. Once Su-yi knew who she really was, would he still accept her? But what Hella didn't know was that, as a transmigrator, Su-yi had already guessed Hella's true identity with ease. He spent the entire day out having fun with Hella. By evening, the two of them finally returned to the villa. They sprawled comfortably on the living room sofa. Su-yi hugged Hella to his chest, using her as a pillow. Meanwhile, Hella leaned against Su-yi, treating him as her own cushion. The mood was utterly relaxed. Hella nibbled on snacks, eyes glued to the television in front of her. Su-yi, on the other hand, pulled up the chat group and dove into his favorite daily pastime, chatting with the group. Good afternoon, everyone. Asuna Yuki. Wow, speak of the devil, and he appears. Asuna Yuki. Tell me, Su-yi, have you been secretly lurking in the chat? How else could you pop up the moment we started talking about you? Su-yi, talking about me? Asuna Yuki. Yes, about you. Did you know you scared us half to death during your live stream in old Whitebeard world? CC. Now I'm even more curious. Just how powerful are you, really? Whitebeard, Gurarararara. Su-yi's strength might just be several times greater than all of us combined. Edward Elric. That's our group leader for you. Never fails to impress. Retsu Unohana. I have a feeling our group leader's power could even rival that of our own Captain Commander. CC. At Retsu Unohana. Is your Captain Commander really that strong? Retsu Unohana said, yes, our Captain Commander is called Jinryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. It's said that his Zanpakuto possesses the most powerful offensive force, the highest temperatures, and the widest area of attack. His death replied, that does sound exaggerated, but that's what makes such opponents interesting. Once I become even stronger, I'll defeat each and every one of you one by one. Hinata Hyuga let out a distressed sigh. Hinata Hyuga said, no matter how hard I try, I still feel there's such a distance between myself and all of you. Asuna Yuki chimed in, oh right, I remember the chat group opened up a point shop. I got so caught up watching the live streams that I almost forgot about it. With that, Asuna immediately pulled up the points shop feature within the chat group. At the same time, prompted by Asuna's reminder, the other members also opened the group's points shop. A dazzling array of items appeared before everyone's eyes. As everyone entered the points shop, they were greeted by shelves filled with all sorts of goods. Asuna Yuki exclaimed, wow, this points shop is amazing. There are actually tools and items to boost your abilities. CC added, I didn't expect to see even Geas and Code available here. Asuna Yuki asked, I remember you once said you could grant others a Geas, right? CC replied, yes, I do have the power to bestow Geas upon others. Asuna Yuki said in awe, wow, for some reason, you suddenly seem like a walking treasure chest to me. Asuna Yuki continued, I just saw that a Geas costs 10,000 points to redeem. Edward Elric chimed in. That's outrageous. Couldn't we just go directly to CC? That would save us 10,000 points, wouldn't it? Su-yi offered, but the 10,000 point geas in the shop apparently comes with no side effects. Su-yi went on. Wait, I just noticed there's an option to remove ability side effects in the shop. To eliminate the side effects of a geas, it only costs 300 points. Whitebeard added. Seems like removing the drawbacks of a devil fruit costs around 450 points. Retsu Unohana observed. Who would have thought? The shop even sells Zanpakuto, ones born directly from your soul, guaranteed to be a perfect match. Isdeath exclaimed. Besides my own Imperial arms, the shop actually has other Imperial arms for sale too. Hinata Hyuga added. I even saw some of Konoha Village's forbidden jutsu, and apparently the power of the tailed beast can be exchanged as well. As more and more group members explore the points shop, their excitement only grew the longer they browsed. Gias, 10,000 points. Devil fruits with no side effects, 35,000 points. Top-tier devil fruits with no side effects, 50,000 points. Imperial arms, 35,000 points. Supreme Zanpakuto, 50,000 points. Rinnegan, 60,000 points. Otsutsuki Kagaya template, 100,000 points. And then there were some more affordable options. Soul Zanpakuto, 1,000 points. Body Purification, 1,000 points. Mini Shield Generator, 100 points. Mark III Iron Man Suit, 300 points. Artificial Intelligence Jarvis, 1,000 points. As everyone browsed through the various product pages, not a single person could hide their longing. It was simply too tempting. After all, any one of these treasures, if given to an ordinary person, could instantly elevate them to the realm of a superpowered being. But of course, the prices of these items were nothing short of outrageous. Yuki Asuna. I want to get stronger so badly, but I have no idea when I'll ever save up enough points. CC. Even though I'm immortal, I still want to exchange for some interesting abilities. Edward Elric. I saw a way to bring people back to life in there. I want to resurrect my mother, and then save my brother. I need points. Just then, an electronic chime sounded in the chat group. Ding. Points ranking. First place, Su-yi 1,200 points. Second place, Retsu Unohana. Isdeath 1,000 points. Third place, Edward. Whitebeard, CC, 100 points. Other members currently have no points. Ding. The chat group is currently level 2. Leveling up to level 3 requires 9 members. Ding. Reaching level 3 will unlock more features and new ways to earn points. All the members who saw these messages in the chat group were buzzing with excitement. They wished desperately for a new member to show up and push the group to level 3 right away. But for now, it was just wishful thinking. After all, Retsu Unohana and Isdeath had only just joined the group. It seemed unlikely that a new member would be arriving anytime soon. Yuki Asuna. Hatsu-e. Should we organize an offline meetup? After all, most of us only know each other online and have never actually met in person. CC. Sound to me like you just want to get closer to Su-e in real life. Yuki Asuna. Shut it, you witch. Bardfangs.jpg. Isdeath. Looks like Su-e is quite popular. In that case, if I say I like him, it wouldn't be out of place at all. Hinata Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga. Big brother Su-e is mine. Unohana Retsu teased. Oh my little Hinata, are you getting jealous? Hinata Hyuga blushed and stammered. And no, of course not. Unohana Retsu smiled slyly. Actually, I'm quite interested in Su-yi as well. Asuna Yuki chimed in. It looks like Hinata is going to have a lot more competition now. CC quipped. Honestly, I think you're the one who's jealous, Asuna. Asuna Yuki shot back. Shut it. You sharp-tongued witch. Watching the lively and cheerful chat, Su-yi couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. After giving Hella a warm, affectionate hug, he spoke up in the group chat. I'm good on my end. It's just a matter of when you all have time. Asuna Yuki replied. Any time works for me. I'll just let my father know when the time comes. CC agreed. Same here. I'm free whenever. Edward Elric added. I happen to be heading back to my hometown these days, so I'm available too. Unohana Retsu said. I've been with my squad this whole time, and things have been quiet in the Soul Society lately. No official duties to keep me busy. Isdeath declared. If I want to go somewhere, no one can stop me. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Gurarararara. I have no problem at all. I've been quite free lately, you know. Su-yi concluded, great. I'll let everyone know in the group chat tomorrow night. For now, I'll go start preparing. With that, Su-yi slipped out of the chat. Night had already draped itself across the sky. Holding the sweetly scented Hella in his arms, Su-yi's breath tickled her ear. Hella, I'm planning to throw a party at the villa tomorrow. Would you like to come? Leaning against Su-yi, Hella kept her eyes on the TV. Will there be good food? Then I'm in. Su-yi burst out laughing. Hella, do you realize you're quite the little foodie right now? Oomph. That's only because you spoil me, Hela replied, full of pride. But this side of her appeared only to Suyi. In front of others, she was still the cool, arrogant goddess of death, Hela. As Suyi and Hela chatted, the villa's doorbell suddenly rang. Suyi pressed a button on the remote. Tony Stark's image immediately appeared on the TV screen. Huh, what's Tony Stark doing here so late? Suyi wondered aloud when it suddenly dawned on him. Tony still owed him quite a few things. He gave Hela's cheek a playful pinch. You're just too captivating. You almost made me forget all about it. He motioned for Hela to get up. Then Suyi made his way to the entrance. He opened the door for Tony Stark. At the same time, Suyi could be heard saying enthusiastically, "Oh, Tony, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you." Suyi repeated warmly, "Oh, Tony, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you." Tony Stark, a bit taken aback by Suyi's exuberance, instinctively took a step back. But Suyi, full of enthusiasm, pulled him right into the house. "Come in, have a seat. Make yourself at home." Tony Stark found himself being guided to a chair by Suyi. Then he saw Suyi sit down across from him, a beaming smile lighting up his face. "So, Tony, tell me, what brings you here today?" Tony Stark took a careful look at Suyi. He just wanted to make sure he was talking to the right person. After all, compared to the cold and aloof fighter from before, Suyi now seemed like a completely different person. This level of warmth was almost overwhelming. Still, there were things that needed to be said. Otherwise, Tony Stark knew he wouldn't feel right. After all, Tony Stark had never been one to owe anyone anything. "Suyi, do you remember what happened before?" Suyi nodded vigorously, his smile growing even brighter. "Of course I remember. You know, I even lost a Rolls-Royce Cullinan back then." Hela, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile at Suyi's money-loving expression. But the smile faded quickly. After all, only Suyi deserved to see her smile. No one else was worthy. Tony Stark's lips twitched in disbelief. He couldn't fathom why someone as wealthy as Suyi, an absolute top-tier tycoon, would be so hung up over a single Cullinan. But Tony Stark decided not to dwell on it. He looked at Suyi and said, "Suyi, I came here today to thank you." As he spoke, Tony Stark took a contract from the folder he brought with him. He placed it on the table in front of Suyi. "What's this?" "It's a share transfer contract for Stark Industries. Not just Obadiah's, some of my own shares are included, too. Sign this, and you'll become the largest shareholder in Stark Industries." Ever since Tony Stark had admitted to being Iron Man, his shares had skyrocketed. The growth was absolutely staggering. In just a short time, the value of his holdings had surpassed $1 trillion. He'd truly become a money-making powerhouse. And as the main shareholder, he'd have the power to control the entire company. In Tony Stark's mind, there was no one in the world who could possibly turn down a gift like this. However, the smile on Suyi's face was appearing less and less as time went on. Eventually, it vanished completely. Tony Stark's heart immediately sank. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied?" Suyi's eyes, cold and clear, stared directly at Tony Stark. At that moment, Suyi spoke. "Stark Industries is indeed valuable, but its core value comes from the fact that you are Iron Man. You are the very soul of Stark Industries. In other words, as long as you wish with the name of Iron Man, you could create as many Stark Industries as you want without breaking a sweat." Tony Stark replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Suyi, I have absolutely no intention of leaving Stark Industries. Is it because you want my protection? For instance, in case you have to face S.H.I.E.L.D., or perhaps if you ever encounter visitors from another world?" Tony Stark's expression froze. That was precisely what he had in mind. In his view, Suyi was rather greedy. And if there was one thing Tony Stark had in abundance, it was money. So, before he could build the ultimate suit of armor, he wanted to secure as much safety as possible. Yet he hadn't expected Suyi to see through him so completely. "Suyi, what are you getting at?" Tony Stark's voice was low, tinged with seriousness. Just then, a smile reappeared on Suyi's face. "In fact, my terms are quite simple. If you want my protection, I want all the shares of Stark Industries. And every time you develop a new suit of Iron Man armor, you'll give me one set. This continues until the day you defeat me. What do you think?" Looking at Tony Stark, Suyi's smile this time was utterly sincere. Tony Stark was completely taken aback by Suyi's audacious demands. "What do you even want all those suits for?" "Of course, for my collection. And what if I refuse?" Tony Stark's face darkened. Propping his chin on his hand, Suyi regarded Tony Stark calmly. "Refuse? By all means, refuse. It's really no big deal. At most, you might just get hit by a car on your way out, or perhaps a meteorite might fall from the sky and strike you, or, who knows, maybe you'll just spontaneously combust." Tony Stark's lips twitched. This was a blatant threat, no two ways about it. If he had known, he wouldn't have tried to be so clever in the first place. But Su Yi's attitude only strengthened Tony Stark's resolve. He was now determined to build the anti-Su Yi armor as quickly as possible. He was going to defeat Su Yi and then teach him a lesson he'd never forget. With this thought, Tony Stark felt his spirits lift, as if a weight had been taken off his chest. Fine, I accept your terms. After much deliberation, Tony Stark finally decided to say yes. After all, the Tony Stark of today is nothing like the arrogant man he once was. Ever since he had witnessed Su Yi's power firsthand through S.H.I.E.L.D., a new idea had taken root in his heart. He was determined to grow stronger. Compared to the Tony Stark from the original story, he now had a much clearer understanding of what he truly wanted. After adding a few requirements of his own, Su Yi signed his name boldly on the contract. And so, from that moment on, the brilliant scientist Tony Stark was reduced to working for Su Yi, at least until the day he could defeat him. With everything settled, Su Yi sent Tony Stark out of the villa. As Tony was leaving, Su Yi smiled warmly and called out, "Tony, drop by and hang out again sometime." Hearing these words, Tony's face darkened even more. Inwardly, Tony Stark gritted his teeth and muttered, "Just you wait, Su Yi. The day I finish my anti-Su Yi armor, you'll see how I teach you a lesson." Yet, no matter how Tony racked his brains, he would never have guessed that Su Yi's true purpose was simply to push him harder, to set him on the fastest path to growth. Once again, Su Yi wrapped Hela in his arms. "So what do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Just a few words, and I've pocketed billions." "Indeed, you are. Still, I'm curious. Given your strength, isn't money just an afterthought to you?" You could call it a little hobby. After all, having more money is never a bad thing. At the very least, I could buy a whole lot of maid outfits." At the mention of maid outfits, Hela immediately recalled the revealing one Su Yi had bought earlier. Her beautiful cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy blush. The next day, Monday, after arranging for a lavish breakfast to be delivered, Su Yi drove off toward school. As a model student, he made sure to check in at school every day. As for whether he was there to sleep or to study, well, only Su Yi knew for sure. Upon arriving at school, Su Yi sent a text to Kingpin. He instructed him to hire the most professional maids to give his villa a proper makeover, and to prepare everything needed for a party. After all, tonight, the chat group members would be coming over to have some fun together. Every detail had to be perfect, to make sure no one could spy on him via satellite. Su even went to the point shop and bought a small-scale jammer, costing him a full 100 points. The thought of it made his heart ache a little. Looks like I'll have to pay S.H.I.E.L.D. another visit when I get the chance. If Nick Fury ever found out what Su Yi was thinking, he would definitely curse out loud in his usual style. Humming a tune no one could recognize, Su Yi made his way back to his seat. Right at that moment, Hannah, who had arrived early to class, immediately sidled up next to Su Yi. No one in the class found this surprising anymore. In fact, it would only be odd if Hannah wasn't glued to Su Yi's side. "Su, you finally came to school. Where have you been this past week? I missed you so much." Hannah sat down beside Su Yi, her bright, expressive eyes fixed on him. She blinked, her gaze lively and irresistibly cute. "I was just out and about, eating and wandering. Nothing much, really." By now, Su Yi had grown used to Hannah's closeness. What had once made him uneasy had now become something he'd come to accept. After all, no one can resist the law of true fragrance. As she sat beside him, Hannah's gentle hand naturally found its way to Su Yi's arm. "Next time you go out, could you take me with you? I can make you something delicious." As she spoke, Hannah, as if presenting a gift, pulled a thermal lunchbox from her bag. Right in front of Su Yi, she opened it. Inside, the lunchbox held dishes with the distinctive flavors of the East, making Su Yi's eyes light up with delight. "I know you're from the Dragon Kingdom, and maybe you're not used to the food at school, so I specially made some traditional dishes from your homeland. They taste amazing. Would you like to try some?" Su Yi gazed at the food in the lunchbox. After spending so much time with Hela, he'd gradually developed a fondness for good food. Besides, it had been ages since he'd smelled such rich, familiar aromas from home-cooked Dragon Kingdom cuisine. Unable to hold back, he gave Hannah a big thumbs up. "This looks absolutely fantastic." Seeing the thumbs up, Hannah's cheeks flushed with a bashful pink. It was the first time Su Yi had ever praised her. Ever since he had saved her that time, he'd barely spoken to her. But now, he'd given her a genuine thumbs up. To her, this was a true sign of his approval. If she just kept at it, Su Yi would surely accept her one day. Su Yi, of course, had no idea what Hannah was thinking. He simply marveled at her culinary skills. They were truly impressive. Gazing at the fragrant, beautifully presented Dragon Kingdom dishes, Su Yi's thoughts drifted to the party he was hosting that night. Noticing the change in his expression, Hannah asked, "Su Yi, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong with the food?" "No, it's nothing. It's just that I'm throwing a party tonight, and I was wondering whether I should invite you." The moment Hannah heard Su-Yi's words, her eyes sparkled with excitement. To Hannah, this was nothing short of wonderful news. It was an excellent chance to get closer to Su-Yi. Perhaps from now on, she could truly become part of Su-Yi's life. Then, when the time was right, she might finally confess her feelings. With that thought, Hannah nodded right away. I'm free tonight. I can tell my parents I'm staying over at a girlfriend's place. Su-Yi, hearing Hannah's words, certainly understood what she was thinking. It's just, those friends are a bit unusual. I'm not sure if you'll be able to handle it. Hannah quickly shook her head as she heard Su-Yi's warning. She confidently patted her chest and said, I'm not afraid of anything. I'll be fine, really. Besides, I'm quite curious about what your friends are like. Su-Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of playful mischief flickering within them. All right, then I'll have someone pick you up tonight. A wider smile spread across Su-Yi's face. That, of course, meant Su-Yi had accepted Hannah's request. As Hannah blushed with anticipation, her mind raced with possibilities about what might happen that evening. At that moment, Peter Parker came over with his phone in hand, sidling up to Su-Yi. He leaned in, speaking with exaggerated excitement. Su-Yi, did you hear? That green giant showed up again. And not only that, he started fighting another giant. One that looked even more terrifying, right in a mall in Queens. Peter's notorious chattiness was on full display. Su-Yi quickly cut him off. Okay, I get it. But I'm sure the authorities will handle it. Class is about to start. So hurry and get back to your seat. Don't keep me from my nap. Peter's mouth hung open mid-sentence. He had been enjoying himself. But, knowing his own tendency to ramble, and that class really was about to begin, he obediently returned to his seat. He used to sit right beside Su-Yi. But ever since Hannah had asked to switch seats with him, Peter had moved to the front row. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. The teacher walked into the classroom. Su-Yi suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, as if he were being gently wrapped in a warm, irresistible haze. Hannah, I'll leave the rest up to you, he murmured. Hannah smiled sweetly. If the teacher comes by, I'll wake you up. Reassured by her answer, Su-Yi affectionately patted Hannah's hair. Then he lay his head on the desk and drifted off to sleep. In truth, the teacher had long since given up on trying to discipline Su-Yi. After all, Su-Yi held the top spot in the entire school in both academics and athletics. Apart from being the first to go home after school and not joining any clubs, there was little to criticize about him. The teachers simply turned a blind eye and stopped paying attention to Su-Yi. Meanwhile, each member of the chat group was busy with their own preparations in their rooms. In the world of One Piece, Whitebeard turned to Marco and said, Marco, prepare 2 barrels of the finest wine. I'm heading out for a bit. Asuna Yuki was in her princess room, standing before the mirror, trying on outfit after outfit. She seemed to be pondering, which one would Su-Yi like best? Edward Elric had traveled to the countryside. After making up an excuse to his younger brother and childhood friend Winry, he slipped out of the room. He then used his alchemy to craft a small keepsake for each of them, as a token of remembrance. Retsu Uno Hannah sat quietly on a cushion, cradling her Zanpakuto, letting time drift by in silence. In the world of Code Geass, Cece stepped out of Nunnally's room and set off to buy her favorite pizza. She planned to bring it to the party, so the other group members could also savor the deliciousness of pizza. Hinata Hyuga had just completed a mission. By now, she had earned the title of prodigy among the Hidden Leaf Village. Her skill had already surpassed the level of a chunin. This astonished everyone, especially Hinata's father. But what shocked her father even more was that today, Hinata had used her own coins to buy a lot of new clothes. Still, as her father, he felt reassured about Hinata these days. So, he didn't dwell on it for long. In the world of Akame Ga Kill, Isdeth sat in her tent. Looking at the subordinates kneeling before her, she announced, I'll be heading out for a while. I'm leaving the battles during my absence in your hands. Don't disappoint me. If you do, death will be your fate. Yes, Generalist Death. Clearly, everyone was eagerly looking forward to this offline gathering. In the blink of an eye, it was already time for school to end in the afternoon. He had someone send Hannah back to her home. After all, there was still some time before the party began. Once Hannah finished getting ready, someone would naturally come and pick her up. Driving his Bugatti Veyron, Su-Yi returned to the villa. As soon as he walked in, Hella, dressed in Su-Yi's clothes, clung to him like a koala. Her long, shapely legs wrapped around his waist as she leaned close and whispered in his ear, Su-Yi, a woman claiming to be Tony Stark's secretary, just dropped off an invitation. An invitation? Where is it? It's on the table. Hella answered Su-Yi's question, but still clung tightly to him. The gesture was incredibly endearing. So, Su-Yi simply dragged Hella along as they headed to the table. He then sat down on the sofa and, right in front of Hella, tore open the invitation. After giving a quick read, Sui tossed the invitation aside with little concern. What's wrong, Sui? Tony Stark is going to race at the Monaco Racing Club and asked if I'd like to come along. With that, Sui turned to Hela. Would you like to go? Is there anything tasty there? I'm not sure. I've never been myself. Well, let's go and see what delicious things we can find. All right, I'll take you with me when the time comes. After chatting with Hela for a while, the villa's doorbell rang. Sui patted Hela gently on her lovely back, signaling her to get off his lap. Then he went to open the door. When Sui opened the door, he saw Hannah standing there, looking playful and full of spirit. She took off the glasses perched on her delicate nose, dressed in a white dress fit for a little princess, radiating energy and cheerfulness. Her makeup was light and fresh, nothing like the heavy layers worn by some other women. She gave off an air of natural elegance. Sui couldn't help but break into a warm smile and greeted her enthusiastically. I've been waiting for you. Come on in. With that, Sui welcomed Hannah into his villa. Hannah's eyes sparkled with curiosity, exploring every corner like a wide-eyed child. The villa had been decorated by a team of professional maids, styled perfectly for a party. It felt grand and magnificent. But as Hannah entered the living room, she spotted Hela lounging on the sofa, her whole demeanor radiating a lazy, effortless charm. But that wasn't the most important thing. What really caught Hannah's attention was that this woman was wearing Sui's clothes. Instantly, Hannah's sense of rivalry was piqued, and Hela noticed it right away. Hela slowly turned her head, gave Hannah a cold, indifferent glance, and then lost interest. She knew that Hannah, this young girl, had been pursuing Sui lately. But to Hela, this was of little consequence. On the contrary, the more people who liked Sui, the more it proved her taste was impeccable. So, after that brief, cool glance, Hela simply turned her attention back to the TV. Hannah, however, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Could it be that Sui already had a girlfriend? Should she keep chasing after her own happiness? At that thought, Hannah took a deep breath and steadied herself, preparing to face whatever came next. Then turning to Sui, she asked, Sui, this is... Before Sui could answer, Hela spoke up calmly. Hela, Sui is my creditor. After briefly introducing herself and explaining, Hela fell silent. Now, it was Hannah's turn to look completely bewildered. Creditor? What do you mean by that? It means she's basically moved into my place and refuses to leave, Sui replied, and then gently ruffled Hela's silky hair. Watching this, Hannah couldn't help but puff out her cheeks in frustration. Though Hannah was sure they weren't in any sort of romantic relationship, she couldn't shake the feeling that, given how things were going, something might happen between them at any moment. Just thinking about it made Hannah's heart race with anxiety. No, she had to act first. She needed to find the right moment to confess her feelings to Sui. Hannah asked, So, is it just the three of us at this party? No, there are others. But right about now, they should all be getting ready too. With that, Sui tagged everyone in the group chat. Sui, at everyone, are you all ready? Whitebeard, Gurarararara, ready and waiting. Asuna Yuki, MHM, of course I'm ready. C.C. Let me guess, have you tried on at least 100 outfits by now? Asuna Shokajin. Asuna Yuki, spill it. Did you install cameras in my house? C.C. Looks like I hit the mark. Edward, I'm all set here. It's death. I'm good to go too. Retsu Uno Hana. I've been waiting patiently as well. Hinata Hyuga. Me too. Once he'd received responses from all the group members, Sui said, All right, let's set up the portal. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was bombarded with chat notifications. Ding. Edward Elric requests to join the world. Do you accept? Ding. Whitebeard requests to enter the world. Do you accept? Ding. Asuna Yuki requests to enter the world. Do you accept? Ding. C.C requests to enter the world. Do you accept? Ding. Hinata Hyuga requests to enter the world. Do you accept? Ding. Death requests to enter the world. Do you accept? Ding. Retsu Unohana requests to enter the world. Do you accept? Watching the alerts pop up one after another in the group chat, Sui immediately said, Approve all of them. Soon after, Sui turned to Hela and Hannah and said, Get ready, they're about to arrive. The party is about to begin. Hearing Sui's words, Hannah stood up from the sofa and said to him, Then I'll go open the door. No need, Hannah. Remember what I told you? They're a bit unusual. Hannah nodded instinctively, still not quite understanding what Sui meant by that. She heard Sui continue, because they don't need to come in through the door. All they need is Sui Fezident, because right in front of him, one portal after another appeared out of thin air. What is this? Hannah instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, staring in shock at the scene before her. It wasn't just Hannah. Even Hela, who was still sitting on the sofa, was stunned. She held a bag of chips in her hand, momentarily forgetting to eat. Portals materialized in the air, one after another. The first to step out was Asuna Yuki. Dressed in white stockings, a dark brown skirt, and a light yellow long-sleeve top, she emerged gracefully from the portal. As soon as she stepped out and saw Su-e, Asuna's eyes lit up. It was as if she had turned into a butterfly, fluttering right up to Su-e. With excitement in her voice, Asuna called out, "Su-e, I'm Asuna Yuki." Su-e introduced Hella and Hana to Asuna in turn. But Hana was still so overwhelmed by shock that she couldn't collect herself. All she could do was nod absent-mindedly. Next, Edward Elric walked out of the portal. Group cough cough, Su-e, it's been a while. Edward almost called Su-e by his old title, but managed to swallow the words just in time. They had agreed beforehand that, during the gathering, everyone would use Su-e's name. At that moment, Cece's voice rang out among them. "Su-e, come here and give me a hand. I can barely carry this." As soon as Cece finished speaking, Hannah suddenly noticed that Su-e, who had been standing beside her, vanished in an instant. By the time she realized what had happened, Su-e was already by Cece's side. What just happened? Hannah couldn't help but feel she had underestimated things. She should have asked more questions about what made this group so unusual. If she prepared even a little more, she wouldn't be caught quite so off guard now. Su-e walked up to Cece and took a stack of pizzas from her arms. With her load suddenly much lighter, Cece looked at Su-e, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. "Hey, we meet again, Su-e." "Yes, we meet again." Su-e smiled back at Cece. Just as their words faded, Hinata Hyuga suddenly flew out from the corridor and landed straight into Su-e's arms. She hugged Su-e tightly, rubbing her small face against him with all her might. "Big brother Su-e, we finally get to see each other again. Little Hinata, you look like you've grown quite a bit since last time." Su-e looked at Hinata, who was dressed in a pale lavender outfit, and spoke earnestly. Hee. Hinata giggled when she heard Su-e's compliment, but then, as if realizing something, her delicate face turned as red as a ripe apple, soft and tempting, making one want to take a playful bite. "So, does big brother Su-e like it when I grow up?" Hinata's voice was barely louder than a whisper. Only Su-e, Cece, and Asuna could hear her. Cece, in particular, bent down with a sly smile and whispered to the blushing Hinata in Su-e's arms, "Little Hinata, what your Su-e means is, he hasn't seen you in so long, and you look like you've gotten taller." Asuna Yuki chimed in, "Exactly. Who would have thought Hinata, sweet as you are, could have such a naughty mind? Your thoughts are running wild." Asuna kept her voice down but couldn't resist teasing Hinata, making her cheeks flush an even deeper pink. "Oomph, I'm not talking to you two anymore." Hinata huffed at the two girls, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. Then, she snuggled even closer into Su-e's embrace, breathing in assent as if to memorize it. At that moment, Uno Hanaretsu, as graceful and composed as a true Yamato Nadeshiko, stepped out from the corridor. She nodded gently at Su-e, then took her place quietly to the side. But her eyes never once left him. Soon after, Isdeth also emerged from the corridor. Unlike the others, she dragged a wild boar behind her with a rope. The boar was encased in a block of ice, kept perfectly preserved. "I can't believe you actually caught a wild boar." "Well, didn't you mention wanting to try wild boar barbecue? So I picked one up on the way." After Isdeth explained herself, she glanced around and added, "Looks like everyone's here. Wait a second, Whitebeard hasn't arrived yet." "Oh, that's right. If I remember correctly, Whitebeard is about 6 meters tall. If he shows up, won't this villa get blown apart?" Asuna turned to Su-e in a flurry of concern. But compared to everyone else's shock, Su-e held Hinata Hyuga gently in his arms and whispered, don't worry. I've already thought this through. You can all relax. There won't be any problems. Just sit back and enjoy my performance." With those words, the last portal began to expand. Everyone present couldn't help but tense up. Someone, without even thinking, swallowed hard. The atmosphere was thick with nervous anticipation. The portal kept growing wider, and soon, footsteps could be heard echoing from within. At that moment, Su-e finally set Hinata Hyuga down gently on the floor. Then he pulled out a device he had exchanged for 100 points from the points mall, a signal jammer. His figure flickered for a brief second. When he materialized again, there was now a blue, cube-shaped object in his hand. Hela's pupils contracted sharply. As the goddess of death, she instantly recognized what it was. There was no mistaking it. This was the cosmic cube, pulsing with limitless energy and a fearsome spatial power. Su-e gripped the cosmic cube with both hands, pressing his palms firmly against its glowing surface. A dazzling blue light erupted from the cube, flooding the room. In a flash, everyone sensed that the villa's interior had suddenly expanded, tripled in size. At this point, let alone someone 6.5 meters tall. Even if Whitebeard was 3 times his height, there would still be more than enough room for him. The energy waves radiating from the cosmic cube were completely masked by the jammer, ensuring that no one could detect anything unusual. All eyes were wide with astonishment at the scene before them. Such a miraculous display. Surely only Su-Yi could pull off something like this. Having settled everything, Su-Yi returned the cosmic cube to the collection room. When he reappeared, Whitebeard's booming laughter echoed through the room. Gurarararara, looks like I'm the last one to arrive. With those words resounding from the portal, Whitebeard's massive figure came into view. His imposing 6.5-meter frame stood in the center of the room like a living mountain. He then set down a barrel of wine, nearly 2 meters tall. Even from a distance, the rich aroma of the wine drifted from the barrel, filling the air. At last, everyone's here. Now, let our wild celebration truly begin. As Su-Yi's voice faded, Hannah, who had been staring in a daze, finally snapped back to herself. Her gaze swept over each member present, starting with little Hinata, then moving to Yuki Asuna, CC, Retsu Unohana, and Isdeath, and finally to Edward and the colossal Whitebeard, whose presence dominated the room. Hannah instinctively rubbed her eyes, staring in disbelief at everything before her. She wondered if she might be dreaming, but the sensations on her skin kept reminding her this was no dream. In other words, everything unfolding before her was real. With that realization, Hannah looked over at Su-Yi in the near distance. She saw the brilliant smile lighting up Su-Yi's face. It was different from Su-Yi's usual laid-back demeanor. This time, Su-Yi was truly, unmistakably happy. And happiness, after all, is contagious. Especially when you see the person you care about smiling so joyfully. A smile unwittingly bloomed on Hannah's own lips as well. She had long ago resolved to become a part of Su-Yi's life. Even if the folks here were, just as Su-Yi had said, undeniably strange. But so what? With that thought, Hannah felt a sudden lightness suffuse her whole being. Her body relaxed. The tension melted away. Su-Yi, ever attentive, noticed Hannah's change in an instant. Hannah, come help me with this pig, will you? Sure, I'd love to. As she spoke, a radiant smile shone on Hannah's face. In the next moment, she skipped over to join Su-Yi's side. Meanwhile, Hella had struck up a conversation with Unohana Retsu. Others began sampling the pizza that CC had brought along. The party's atmosphere was steadily rising, the joy mounting with every passing moment. Yet not far from the villa, where the revelry continued, a battle was breaking out once again. Abomination and the Hulk were locked in a fierce struggle. The devastation they wrought was nothing short of jaw-dropping. Nick Fury sat at his desk, and though his skin was dark to begin with, his expression, somehow, seemed even darker now. Just then, his communicator crackled to life beside him. Nick Fury, I heard you wanted to talk to me. On the other end, General Ross's voice came through. Ross, tell me, what's the deal with that other giant? General Ross paused for a moment, then deliberately replied. What other giant? I have no idea what you're talking about. Hearing Ross's evasive reply, Nick Fury immediately realized the general was preparing to shift the blame onto his own people. Fury, seething with anger, slammed his fist down on his desk. God damn it, General Ross, once I've sorted this mess out, we're going to have serious talk. I expect you to give me an answer that actually makes sense. Nick Fury practically growled the words through gritted teeth. Who could say just how furious he was at that very moment? He had only turned his attention elsewhere for a brief while. General Ross had actually managed to create a giant. How could that not infuriate him? As the king of spies, he was supposed to be composed and exceptionally calm. Yet whenever he faced General Ross, that thick-skinned old fox, his temper would always flare up. He quickly took a few deep breaths to steady himself. Nick Fury reached out to Tony Stark. Tony, I need your help. And just as Nick Fury was contacting Tony Stark, on the other side, General Ross hurled his communicator to the ground in frustration. At this moment, General Ross was standing in the midst of complete chaos. This place had once been the laboratory dedicated to researching the Hulk, but now it had been completely leveled to the ground. All the latest research data had been utterly destroyed here. The reason for this devastation was none other than the appearance of Abomination, who had shattered the order that once existed. Abomination, Hulk, you two have really given me quite the gift, haven't you? With a snarl, General Ross picked up the communicator from the floor again. He needed a flawless excuse to extricate himself from this disaster. Otherwise, if those above came looking for accountability, everything he built would be ruined, just like this laboratory. At the same time, as he looked at the wreckage around him, A flicker of greed flashed in his eyes. Although General Ross deeply hated both the Hulk and Abomination, after witnessing the sheer power they displayed, his own desire for such strength began to take root deep within his heart. If he could possess that terrifying power himself, then even if the higher-ups came after him, he'd have nothing to fear. At that thought, a wicked grin crept onto the old fox's face. His laughter grew louder and louder, echoing through the ruins of the lab. Whitebeard stood there, holding a massive goblet in his hand. It was a cup he'd brought himself. After taking a hearty swig of the rich, fragrant wine, he burst into booming laughter that rang through the air. Turning to Sue-E, Whitebeard said, "Sue-E, did you know? The whole sea is talking about your terrifying feats. Nearly every pirate and marine across these oceans has already etched your figure into their minds. They even hail you as the Emperor of the Seas. Above us 4 emperors, they now call us 1 emperor for sovereigns together." Hearing Whitebeard's words, Sue-E was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to become the emperor above the 4 emperors himself. He had to admit, that title certainly had a grand ring to it. At this moment, little Hinata turned to Sue-E and said, "Big brother Sue-E, I've now completely mastered Gentle Fist and the taijutsu Grandpa Whitebeard taught me. As soon as there's a Chunin exam, I'll be able to get promoted to Chunin right away." She lifted her tiny fist in the air. "Then, I'll be the youngest Chunin ever." Sue-E listened to Hinata's words and gently ruffled her silky hair. Yes, little Hinata is the best." After a brief pause, Sue-E added, "But Hinata, if you can, you should also train your eye technique more. Remember, that's your greatest gift." This ocular power originated from the Otsutsuki clan. Its potential was truly unmatched. Especially once it evolved into the Tensigen, its power would become absolutely fearsome. Hearing Sue-E's advice, Hinata nodded thoughtfully. Then, in her soft, gentle voice, she said to Sue-E, I'll definitely work hard on that. I promise I won't let you down, big brother Sue-E." Yuki Asuna, sitting nearby, chimed in, "Speaking of eyes, if I remember correctly, CC, you have the ability to grant Geas to others, right? How about giving me one?" CC, lounging lazily nearby and munching on pizza, teased, "Oh, weren't you saying you wanted to train your taijutsu and then come challenge me? Why is it that when we meet, you suddenly want my Geas instead?" Asuna immediately shot back, You witch, not even pizza can keep your sharp tongue in check. It's just Geas anyway, I don't want it. I'll become stronger with my own taijutsu." "Is that so? Well, I'll be looking forward to it," CC replied, her sarcasm as sharp as ever. CC's biting what was truly something else. With just a few words, she had Asuna fuming. Watching the two of them banter back and forth in the chat group had always been entertaining. But now, seeing them tease each other in real life, the atmosphere was even more hilarious. Meanwhile, Hannah glanced over at CC, who was clad in her white straitjacket, and asked curiously, "Excuse me, what exactly is Geas?" CC heard Hannah's question and immediately looked over at Sue-E. Sue-E nodded reassuringly at CC and said, "Hannah is one of us, it's fine." With Sue-E's confirmation, CC finally explained, "Geas is a kind of special power. As long as someone has the potential, I can grant it to them. The ability itself varies from person to person, but if it's abused, it can easily spiral out of control." After listening to CC, Hannah nodded slightly in understanding. Soon after, she asked a rather surprising question. Hannah turned to CC and said, "So, can I have a Geas too? Because I don't want to be just an ordinary person. At this, Hannah instinctively glanced at Sue-E, who was standing beside her, and declared with determination, "I want to help Sue-E as much as I can." As Hannah's words faded, CC looked towards Sue-E in the distance and chuckled. "Looks like she's truly one of us. But before granting a Geas, the most important thing is to see if you have the aptitude for it. If you don't, there's nothing I can do to give you this power." CC continued, "And as I've mentioned before, if this ability is misused, it can easily spiral out of control. Of course, if your will is strong enough, you can completely master it." With that, CC glanced over at Sue-E once again. Through her gaze, she seemed to be asking Sue-E if she should let Hannah try to obtain a Geas. Sue-E, however, gave no response. He was busy arm wrestling with his death. Whether or not to grant the power was entirely up to CC. And clearly, CC understood Sue-Ye's meaning. Her smile grew even brighter. At that moment, Asuna Yuki also turned to Hannah and said, "Hannah, you need to think carefully. Once you get this power, it's very likely that because of all kinds of emotions inside you, it could get out of control." Although Asuna had mentioned before that she wanted the power of a Geas, it was, in the end, nothing more than playful banter between her and CC. Despite its uniqueness, Geas simply wasn't for her. CC added, "That's exactly why I won't give Asuna a Geas. She's just too hesitant. Even with the right aptitude, after obtaining a Geas, there's a high chance she would lose control. Oh, you witch. Any chance you get, you tease me. Let's see how you handle my tickling attack." As soon as she said this, Asuna darted right up to CC, pretending she was about to tickle her. CC knew her own body all too well. She was incredibly ticklish. If Asuna really started tickling her, she'd be laughing uncontrollably. Immediately, CC hurriedly waved her hands. "Just kidding, I was only joking." Quickly changing the subject, CC turned to Hannah and asked, "Hannah, are you truly sure about your decision?" Hannah gave a slight nod. Ever since learning about the power of Geas, she had already made up her mind. "I want to obtain the power of Geas." CC looked at Hannah standing before her and nodded slowly. At that moment, all trace of laziness had vanished from CC's demeanor. CC spoke in a cold, measured tone. "Well then, Hannah, let us forge a contract." As soon as CC finished speaking, Hannah felt as if she had fallen into a vast, empty void. Inside her mind, CC's voice echoed, filling every corner. "I grant you power. In return, all I ask is that you fulfill a single wish for me. Once you sign this contract with me, you will live on as a being unlike any human, a different will, a different life, a different time." Within that blank emptiness, Hannah suddenly saw countless doves, whirling and darting wildly through the air. The scene shifted again. She saw countless women, each bearing a red flying bird pattern upon their foreheads, standing together as if in prayer. Images flashed rapidly through Hannah's mind, one after another. CC's voice continued, unwavering. "If you are truly prepared for this," Hannah replied, resolute, "then let us make the contract." As her words echoed through that formless, surreal space. In the real world, Hannah's eyes snapped open. Hannah's eyes flew open in a jolt. A crimson flying bird emblem appeared in her right eye. Yuki Asuna happened to be standing closest to Hannah. This allowed her to see the emblem in Hannah's right eye even more clearly. "So, this is Geas?" she murmured. "It feels so unique, doesn't it? I wonder what kind of ability Hannah has awakened. For some reason, it looks incredibly cool." The people around them all voiced their amazement and admiration. At that moment, Hannah slowly regained her senses. Looking at CC before her, she asked, "CC, does this mean the contract is complete?" CC nodded, then produced a mirror and held it up to Hannah. Hannah gazed into the mirror and saw the red flying bird pattern gleaming in her right eye. She stared at the mark, and a thought surfaced in her heart. From now on, I'm someone with supernatural powers too. Maybe now I can really help Sue-E. Just then, CC asked her, "So, do you know what her power is?" Hannah frowned slightly. "I'm not sure. It's a strange feeling, I can't quite describe it." Seeing this, Sue-E stepped forward and said to her, "Why don't you try using your Geas on me? I can help you figure out what your ability is." At Sue-Yi's suggestion, Hannah instinctively shook her head. "No, what if I accidentally hurt you? It's fine, I know my own limits. Go ahead and use it on me. I promise you can trust me." Sue-E reassured her. Worried that Hannah might not believe him, Sue-E added, "Trust me, I'll be completely fine." The others glanced at Hannah, noticing the hesitation flickering in her eyes. Whitebeard immediately spoke up, his deep laughter rumbling like distant thunder. "Gurarararara, you must understand, Sue-E is known as the Emperor of the Seas. If he dares to make such a claim, there's no way anything will happen to him." Edward Elric chimed in, "That's right. In my eyes, Sue-E is invincible. There's absolutely nothing to worry about." Hearing the words of the giant Whitebeard and the short-statured Edward, Hannah still felt the need to confirm one more time. "Are you sure there's really no problem?" Hannah was truly reluctant to go through with this. Yet, she also wanted to know what her own abilities truly were. There's no problem at all. Suya surether." With his reassurance, Hannah took a deep breath. She fixed her gaze on Sue-E, determination shining in her eyes. A shimmering red bird, ethereal and vivid, soared straight towards Sue-Yi's eyes. As the red bird dissolved completely into Sue-Yi's gaze, he felt as if his very spirit had been ripped apart and ground to dust. It was as though tens of thousands of nuclear explosions erupted inside his mind at once. The torment of this mental onslaught filled Sue-Yi's thoughts with unbearable pain. How could a spiritual explosion feel so horribly real? Sue-Yi couldn't help but grumble inwardly. A moment later, he cried out, "Ah, I'm dead." With that, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground, breath leaving his body entirely. For a moment, everyone was struck dumb with shock. Hannah's face went pale in an instant. Sue-Yi, hey. Hannah felt her mind go completely blank. In the blink of an eye, Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to fall. Right then, Su Yi's eyes flew open. With a swift motion, he sprang up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Hana stood frozen in disbelief, but then, overwhelmed with relief and anxiety, she threw her arms tightly around Su Yi. Why you? Are you really all right? You scare me half to death. I thought. Oh, I was so scared. Su Yi felt Hana trembling in his arms. He gently patted her back and said reassuringly, It's all right, it's all right. See? I'm alive and well. Not a scratch on me. Not only was he unscathed, Su Yi had even awakened a new power from this brush with death, a mental barrier. From now on, any attacks like Hana's psychic explosion would have no effect on him whatsoever. His mental resistance had grown stronger than ever. In other words, Hana was truly his lucky star. With this thought, Su Yi turned to her and said, Hana, your ability is probably a psychic explosion, and it's no small power, either. If someone isn't skilled in mental defenses, you could probably take them out with just a glare. That's strong. Wow. Hana's ability seems incredible. Amazing. I don't know why, but suddenly I wish I had a geas too. Wow, just imagine. Anyone you glare at is doomed. Hana, you'd better be careful from now on. Don't go glaring at us by accident. Hana listened to the group's praise and teasing, and most of her tension and helplessness melted away. She looked at Su Yi with utmost seriousness and asked, So, does this mean I'll be able to help you from now on? Emichim, if anyone tries to bully me, just give them your deadliest glare. Glare them right into the grave. With Hana's ability, her gaze truly could be lethal. As Su Yi finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, Su Yi picked up his wine glass and addressed the group. Everyone, let's have a toast to celebrate Hana's incredible new power. Cheers! However, the mood was very different outside the cheerful atmosphere of Su Yi's villa. Not far away, on the bustling commercial street, Tony Stark, clad in a battle-damaged Iron Man suit, was flying as fast as he could towards Su Yi's villa. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury watched the scene unfold on the screen and immediately demanded, Tony, what do you think you're doing? Tony Stark, gasping for breath, replied, I just tried to stop the Hulk, but he sent me flying 1,000 meters with a single punch. He's in full rage mode now. With my current strength, there's no way I can take him on. As Tony spoke, a trickle of blood ran down the corner of his mouth. Clearly, his internal injuries were far from minor. His Iron Man suit was in tatters, battered almost beyond recognition. Through gaps in the battered armor, you could see Tony's skin, blood seeping out. If we want to stop them for good, there's no choice but to lure them to Su Yi's villa. With those words, Tony suddenly pushed his speed to the limit. Because right now, the enraged Hulk had locked his sights on Tony and was charging straight at him. Meanwhile, Abomination was hot on Hulk's heels, relentlessly chasing him down. So it was Tony racing ahead, Hulk in furious pursuit, determined to crush Tony, and Abomination thundering after Hulk. The three of them tore through the commercial street, becoming a wild, chaotic spectacle. Rapidly, they closed in on Su Yi's villa. But what they didn't know was, Su Yi wasn't the only one inside the villa. The celebration was in full swing. Everyone had a drink in hand, happily enjoying the moment. The delicious aroma of roasted meat filled the air, drifting tantalizingly into everyone's nostrils. Even Hela's face had softened, the icy expression gone at last. From time to time, Whitebeard's iconic hearty laughter rang out from the room. Gurarararara, I haven't had this much fun in ages. Next time you come to my world, I'll treat you to a Sea King roast that stretches for 10,000 meters. You can come to my world too. The dangerous creatures there don't taste half bad. Brother Su Yi, you can visit me as well. I'll treat you to Ichiraka ramen. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the villa. But just then, a burst of commotion sounded outside. The television in the living room automatically switched to show the scene outside. The villa's security cameras were in operation. They caught sight of Iron Man hurtling towards them at top speed. Hot on his heels were the Hulk and Abomination, and in their chase, several villas in the neighborhood were crushed underfoot. Many of those villas belonged to Su Yi. Whitebeard raised a bottle to his lips and took a hearty swig. Gurarararara, just finished my drink, and here comes the entertainment. He turned to Su Yi and asked, Su Yi, how are you planning to handle these guys? Well, since they've come all this way to visit, let's give them a proper welcome. What do you all think? Gurarararara, that's just what I had in mind. I like to see just how strong they really are. Maybe this time, we'll finally get to have a good, all-out fight. Both Uno Hanaretsu and Isdeath radiated powerful fighting spirit. The others, too, showed varying degrees of anticipation. In that case, let me go out and greet our new guests. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Su Yi's mouth. He then strode toward the backyard of the villa. At that moment, Tony Stark saw Sue-E emerge from the villa. Some of the tension in his heart eased. He figured this man, standing before him, was surely strong enough to take down both the Hulk and Abomination. But just as Tony Stark was thinking this, Sue-E flashed him a smile and called out, "Tony, make sure to tell Nick Fury that I'm claiming these two. If he wants them back, he'll have to come get them himself." Before Tony could even react, Sue-E suddenly kicked him squarely in the chest. With a shout of "Off you go!" Sue-E sent Tony flying with terrifying force, hurling him far into the distance. Meanwhile, Sue-E sped into his collection room at lightning speed. He took out the Cosmic Cube once again. With the cube's power, Sue-E instantly teleported both the Hulk and Abomination into his own home. Then, Sue-E returned to the villa, activated the Cosmic Cube once more, and transported everyone to a nameless island. This is the formidable power of the Cosmic Cube. Shifting and maneuvering, it all happened effortlessly. The sudden change in surroundings didn't shock anyone. Instead, everyone's attention landed squarely on the Hulk and Abomination before them. Sue-E casually tossed the Cosmic Cube aside. Then, he turned to the others and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our little entertainment. Let's see who can bring down these two first." But the first to respond to Sue-E was actually the Hulk's fist. A thunderous roar erupted. At this moment, the Hulk was already in full berserk mode. All reason gone, replaced by ever-swelling rage and strength. Especially towards Sue-E, whose image was now branded deep into the Hulk's bones. It was Sue-E, after all, who had once defeated him with nothing but a single finger. That humiliation now surged through the Hulk's very being. His fist swelled larger and larger, and just as it was about to strike Sue-E's death made her move. A surge of ice instantly froze most of the Hulk's massive body. That enormous fist, the size of a sandbag, stopped cold right in front of Sue-E. "I'll be over here watching," Sue-E said. "Don't hold back, just go all out. I'll be cheering you on with Hela and Hannah from the sidelines." With that, Sue-E led the two women to the side, taking a seat on the deserted island's sandy beach, ready to watch the show unfold. Hela even handed Sue-E and Hannah each a bag of chips. They really looked as if they'd come just to enjoy the spectacle. The Berserk Hulk knew only how to roar and rage. Half frozen as he was, with a sudden burst of force, he shattered the ice completely. That giant foot slammed down onto the ground, and in an instant he shot forward like a human cannonball, charging straight at his death. The air itself seemed to burst apart as the Hulk barreled through. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of his death. Isdef hadn't expected such speed from someone of the Hulk's size. Just as she was forced to use her ultimate move, Whitebeard appeared, standing between her and the Hulk. The two giants immediately collided. Even in his fury, the Hulk was still dwarfed by Whitebeard. He stood a full 3 meters shorter. Whitebeard's hands, wrapped in the might of the supreme armament haki and the power of the Tremor fruit, struck out toward the Hulk. At the moment of impact, sand erupted beneath their feet, soaring several meters high. Taking advantage of this surge of power, Isdef leapt aside. Yet no one expected that, at this moment, Abomination set his sights on his death. Abomination's fist swelled ominously, crashing toward his death with unstoppable force. However, Abomination's strength was nowhere near a match for the furious green giant. Though his death could not defeat the Hulk, that didn't mean she would lose to the creature before her. "Don't you dare underestimate me." As his death's words fell, a chilling frost gathered around her. In the blink of an eye, she was completely enveloped. From her, a fortress of super-hardened ice erupted, forming the mighty General Ice Storm at her center. Under Isdef's command, the Ice Storm General swung its icy fist. Abomination was sent flying through the air. But the Ice Storm General, too, was shattered by more than half. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. Only then did the many members realize Sue-Yi's world was far from simple. At this point, Retsukonohana spoke up. "Everyone, it seems we can't fight alone anymore. To face these two, we must work together." And so, for the first time, the members of the chat group joined forces in battle. Sue-Yi sat to the side, munching on potato chips. He watched as the others worked together not far away. Isdef repaired the Ice Storm General's body with more frost. With a form now as large as Abomination's, she charged forward without hesitation. At the same time, Edward Elric clapped his hands to the ground. He used alchemy to continually disrupt Abomination's attacks. The Ice Storm General's fist crashed full force into Abomination. In that instant, a terrifying cold sealed large portions of Abomination's body in ice. Seizing the opportunity, Asuna, Yuki, and CC exchange a glance. Don't be fooled by their usual bickering. When it mattered, their teamwork was second to none. Which, you know what I mean, right? Got it. With CC's reply, the two women charged straight at Abomination. They each picked up a hefty stone along the way. Thanks to her martial arts training, Asuna moved with sharp, precise motion. And CC, having lived so long, had mastered more than a few combat tricks herself. The pair scaled Abomination from his blind spot at the rear with ease. The two stones smashed down, unimpeded, right onto Abomination's eyes. For all that Abomination's body was nearly indestructible. When it comes to most living creatures, the eyes are always a vulnerable spot. There is almost no way to guard against such an attack. You lot, I swear, I'll kill every last one of you. Transformed into the monstrous Abomination, Blonsky roared furiously at the crowd before him. In the next instant, countless cracks began to spread across the icy surface encasing the Abomination. A moment later, the ice shattered into a myriad of sparkling shards, drifting away on the wind. Just then, Hinata Hyuga slowly closed her eyes, and then, with sudden determination, snapped them open. Don't underestimate us, she declared, her youthful voice clear and resolute as she faced the Abomination. Without hesitation, she broke into the iconic ninja run, dashing straight toward the monstrous foe. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. As her words echoed through the air, Hinata surged forward, closing in on Abomination and drawing him into her 8 trigrams formation. Her hands ignited with a vibrant blue chakra. In the blink of an eye, 2 strikes, 4 strikes, 8, 16, 32, and finally 64, Hinata unleashed her full technique. A rapid succession of impacts echoed from Abomination's body, one after another. All 64 of his chakra points were sealed by Hinata's precise strikes. A powerful numbness overtook his body, leaving him unable to control his movements. Yet, such restraints could not hold the Abomination for long. With a snarl of defiance and a stomp of his foot, the monster swung his fist toward Hinata. Little Hinata! Watch out, Hinata! Dodge quickly! Hinata sensed the rush of air from his attack. Her Byakugan's insight was not to be underestimated. Substitution, Jutsu. Murmuring softly, Hinata vanished in an instant. A stone appeared in her place, which Abomination's fist reduced to rubble. Her silhouette reappeared a short distance away. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief at the sight. Only Sue-E seemed unsurprised, as though he had anticipated Hinata's move all along, showing no sign of concern. Meanwhile, Abomination seethed with humiliation, feeling thoroughly toyed with by this little girl. Vile brat, I'll kill you. With a furious bellow, Abomination charged straight for Hinata. To him, she seemed like the easiest target to eliminate. But at that critical moment, Isdeth and Retsu Unohana stepped forward, blocking his path. I won't let you bully little Hinata, Retsu Unohana said calmly, drawing her Zanpakuto, Minazuki. Isdeth, too, released her own power, Ice General's might. The two stood tall and unyielding in Abomination's way, commanding the battlefield. Though I'd rather not use this technique, if it means ending you quickly, I suppose I have no choice, Isdeth declared, her tone icy and resolute. With her words, an unprecedented chill radiated from her, filling the air with biting cold. Even Sue-E regarded Isdeth with a new sense of caution. Empty bravado. With your pitiful strength, you're no match for me. Plapava to die. Abomination snarled, undeterred. The loathsome figure appeared before Isdeth. A massive fist was raised high, and came crashing down toward Isdeth without hesitation. Yet Isdeth remained perfectly calm. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she uttered, Demon manifestation, essence of evil, Mahakala. As her words faded, a strange stillness fell. All of space and time across the entire earth was frozen by Isdeth's power. However, after using this ability, Isdeth realized that in this world, the freezing effect might last for only a single second. Without the slightest hesitation, she unleashed a torrent of freezing energy, encasing the Abomination in solid ice. Even the blood flowing within the Abomination was utterly frozen. In that fleeting instant, a single second passed. Everyone snapped back to awareness. Sue-E turned his gaze to Isdeth, pondering when he might convince her to kill him just once. Perhaps then, he could grasp a way to resist the freezing of time. Just then, Retsu Unohana stepped forward toward the Abomination. Bankai Minazuki. As Unohana unleashed her Bankai, blood seeped from her Zanpakuto and spread into the surrounding environment. The blade transformed, becoming a blood-red edge that could curve and extend at will. In a dazzling instant, countless sword images flashed. A barrage of unmatched ferocity rained down on the Abomination. Already frozen solid, the Abomination had no way to resist Unohana's relentless assault. As the original Kenpachi, Retsu Unohana possessed a terrifying combat strength that belied her gentle appearance. Her razor-sharp blade sliced effortlessly through space itself. The chilling whistling of her sword echoed, resonating against the abomination's body. In the blink of an eye, Unohana had carved the frozen abomination to pieces. Its arms and legs were severed. Even its head was separated from its body. The more arrogant it had been before, the more wretched it appeared now. Releasing her Bankai, Unohana slowly sheathed her sword. Everyone gathered around his death and Unohana, showering them with praise for their overwhelming strength. At that moment, Whitebeard's voice rang out among them. "Hey, have you all forgotten about me? There's an even stronger opponent right here." As if in answer to his words, the Hulk opened his huge, gaping mouth. With a mighty roar, he threw a punch straight at Whitebeard. By now, the Hulk had built up a tremendous amount of rage. His fury made him even more formidable. With a single punch, he sent Whitebeard hurtling into the sea. As a devil fruit user, the oceans of any world were like deadly poison. This was Whitebeard's greatest weakness. Fortunately, this time Whitebeard was not fighting alone. A vast sheet of ice rapidly spread across the surface of the sea. Its depth was freezing a wide expanse of ocean. This ensured that Whitebeard wouldn't simply fall into the sea below. At the same time, Whitebeard made a silent vow in his heart. He was determined to earn points as quickly as possible, so he could eliminate the side effects of the devil fruit. That way, he'd no longer have to endure such indignity just because of the sea. He gazed at the Hulk, whose size had nearly doubled, and a faint smile played at the corner of his lips. "Everyone, leave this guy to me. Everyone, leave this guy to me." He handed his bag of chips to Hela. Then, rising slowly from the nearby beach, he strode toward the Hulk. "Bet Karepo. This guy's strength just keeps on increasing, as if there's no end to it," Whitebeard called out to him. He was worried he might be caught off guard and fall prey to the Hulk's rage. But when it came to the Hulk's abilities, he knew them inside and out. In theory, he explained, the angrier this guy gets, the stronger he becomes, and there's no upper limit. As soon as his words fell, a chill ran through everyone's heart. They stared at the green giant not far away, who was pounding his chest like a great ape, and a sense of astonishment swept through them. They had never heard of such a creature before. "In that case, is there no way to defeat him at all?" Isdeth asked, her voice tinged with worry. He fixed his gaze on the Hulk and replied, "No, there are plenty of ways to defeat him. As long as you're several times stronger than the Hulk, you can finish him off in one go." He paused for a moment, then added, "Besides, Hannah's psychic explosion should work just fine. After I play with this Hulk for a bit, you can give it a try, all right?" Hannah nodded vigorously. "Yes, no problem." Now that she had gained this power, Hannah was determined to become even stronger. After all, what she wanted most was to be able to help Sue-E. But just as Sue-E and Hannah were speaking, the Hulk had already launched his attack against Sue-E. Having been enraged for so long, the Hulk's power was now truly formidable. In the current world, there were precious few who could stand against the Hulk as he was now, and Sue-E was one of them. The moment the Hulk took his first step toward him, Sue-E sensed exactly what the giant intended. He didn't even look at the Hulk. He simply reached out, as if anticipating the move, and caught the Hulk's arm. Then, Sue-E stepped forward. The massive body of the Hulk suddenly lifted off the ground, soaring toward the vast ocean ahead. A green arc traced through the sky in his wake. Before anyone could react, Sue-Yi's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already standing directly beneath the Hulk. "Hulk, do you want to fly even higher?" But at this moment, the Hulk was already lost in his rage. The only response Sue-E received was a gigantic green fist swinging down at him. "Well, I suppose that means you do," Sue-E replied calmly to the Hulk. Once again, he hooked his middle finger over his thumb and flicked forcefully at the Hulk. To everyone watching, this move had become something of Sue-Yi's signature gesture. As Sue-E flicked his finger, a thunderous crack echoed through the air. The Hulk was sent hurtling skyward at astonishing speed. But as the force began to wane, he plummeted from the heights above. He crashed down from the sky, slamming into the surface of the sea with tremendous force. From such a height, hitting the water was no different than smashing into solid ground. In the next instant, the ocean erupted around the Hulk's impact point, sending colossal waves surging in every direction. The churning tides swept up schools of fish, the waves towering at least 6 meters high, completely obscuring everyone's view. At that moment, Isdeth stretched out her hand, instantly freezing the surging seawater ahead. Meanwhile, Whitebeard clenched his right fist and brought it down with explosive force. It felt as if the very fabric of space shattered in front of him. The ocean, already frozen solid, broke apart completely under this mighty blow. As the ice shattered, everyone's vision finally cleared enough to see Su Yi's figure again. But upon seeing him, they all stared in shock at the scene before their eyes. There was Su Yi, gripping one of the Hulk's fingers, swinging the giant back and forth, slamming him down again and again. He moved so fast he seemed to blur, leaving afterimages in the air. Each time the Hulk crashed onto the water surface, a new wave would surge up, rippling outwards. As time passed, Su Yi seemed to be having the time of his life. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group were left fending off the relentless onslaught of seawater. Su Yi might have been the one fighting, but at that moment, they all felt more exhausted than he did. Su Yi, hurry up and finish this, or we're going to be worn out. Whitebeard shouted towards Su Yi in the distance. At the same time, he unleashed the power of the Tremor fruit once more, splitting the seawater before him with another tremendous blow. Whitebeard had already lost count of how many punches he'd thrown. But now, even he, a man called one of the four emperors, felt his arm growing numb. Just then, Su Yi began to tire of the game as well. So, after hearing Whitebeard's plea, he brought the Hulk back to the island at once. Although the Hulk's strength had become even more formidable, when faced with Su Yi, his power was reduced to that of a mere 3-year-old child. He couldn't muster the slightest resistance. After Su Yi had completely restrained the Hulk, he turned to Hannah and said, "Hannah, I'll leave the rest to you." Hannah nodded slightly, then stepped forward to stand in front of the Hulk. As she slowly closed her eyes and then snapped them open, a crimson bird-shaped pattern shot toward the Hulk's eyes. In an instant, an unprecedented wave of pain exploded in the Hulk's mind. Don't be fooled by the fact that the angrier the Hulk gets, the stronger he becomes. His skin is unimaginably tough, and his body's healing speed is utterly terrifying. Yet his mental world is as defenseless as a child's. There's not the slightest protection. He's the kind of guy who maxed out his physical defense, but has zero magic resistance. As the crimson bird pattern fully merged into him, the Hulk let out an earth-shattering scream of agony. Then his form began to shrink, little by little, until finally, he reverted back to Dr. Bruce Banner. As for the Hulk's personality, whether it had been destroyed, or merely gravely wounded and forced into slumber, this was of no concern to Su Yi. He knew that, whether it was Abomination or the Hulk, they were exactly the ones Nick Fury most wanted to bring back. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury received a message from Tony Stark. "Tony, what's the situation with the Hulk and Abomination? Something's blocking Su Yi's location. We can't see a thing in that area." Tony Stark's voice came through the communicator. "I'm not exactly sure. The moment I got there, Su Yi sent me flying with a single kick. But what?" Since Su Yi's arrival, Nick Fury found himself growing more and more anxious. But Su Yi said, "If you want to get Hulk and Abomination back, you'll have to go find him yourself. Anyway, I need to go patch myself up. We'll talk later." "Wait, Tony, if I remember right, didn't you invite Su Yi to that race club in Monaco?" "That's right." "What?" "Oh, nothing. Just asking." This only made Tony Stark even more suspicious. "Nick Fury, you're not planning to sneak into Su Yi's villa while he's away, are you?" "Relax, I'm not that foolish." With that, Nick Fury hung up the phone. He had indeed considered the idea, but it was only a passing thought. He would never actually go through with it. That would be nothing short of inviting disaster. But what if this information were to be leaked to General Ross? At that thought, a gleaming white smile spread across Nick Fury's dark face. Abomination was torn limb from limb. Meanwhile, Dr. Bruce Banner had slipped into unconsciousness. In response, Su Yi had his death freeze, both of them together in a block of ice. After all, Bruce Banner possessed the power of gamma radiation. Even if he were frozen for a decade or two, it would be nothing to him. Once everything was arranged, Su Yi used the Tesseract once more to return to his own villa. The entertainment program came to an end, but the wild party raged on. It lasted all the way until dawn, and only then did the festivities finally draw to a close. Most of the members returned to their own worlds through the portal. At that moment, Hannah and Hela snuggled up in Su Yi's arms and drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. Holding both women in his embrace, Su Yi let out a long sigh and murmured, "What a wonderful life this is." Sunlight streamed in through the window, flooding the room with golden warmth. Just as always, Hannah was the first to open her eyes. Su Yi's face instantly appeared in her beautiful gaze. Looking at him, Hannah suddenly recalled everything that had happened the day before. So it really hadn't been a dream. She had truly gained superpowers, and she had woken up next to Su Yi. The happiness of that moment filled Hannah with pure bliss. But just then, a soft moan sounded. Following the source, Hannah saw Hela, on Su Yi's other side, stretch lazily as she woke. Right after, Hella's stomach gave a rumbling protest. A series of low growls echoed in the quiet morning. Instantly, a blush crept across Hella's face, still fresh from sleep. Well, before Hella could say anything more, Hannah quickly spoke up. It's getting late. I'll go make breakfast. With that, she spared Hella from further embarrassment. By now, Hella's body had almost fully recovered, but her godly powers had not yet returned, so she still needed to eat. She promised herself that once her injuries were healed and her divine power restored, she would never be caught in such an awkward situation again. Soon enough, under Hannah's skillful hands, a delicious breakfast was ready. The aroma drifted over to Sue-E, tickling his nose. He slowly opened his eyes to greet the day. After breakfast, Sue-E drove his sports car and took Hannah to school. This scene happened to be witnessed by quite a few classmates. Oh my god, did you see that? Was that Hannah getting out of Sue-Ye's sport car? So, does that mean Hannah and Sue-E are really together now? I knew it. When a girl chases after a boy, it really is so much easier. I'm honestly jealous of Sue-E. Not only is he handsome, but he's loaded, and now even the school beauty Hannah is pursuing him. He's basically winning at life. Hearing the whispers all around her, a faint blush crept across Hannah's pure, pretty face. As if trying to change the subject, Hannah turned to Sue-E and asked, Sue-E, is it really okay for my eyes to look like this? Don't worry, it's perfectly fine. If anyone asks, just tell them you're wearing colored contacts. Hannah nodded, then slowly reached out her delicate hand, gently hooking her finger around Sue-Ye's. Her heartbeat grew faster and faster, fluttering wildly in her chest like a startled deer. She glanced at Sue-E beside her. To Hannah, it seemed as if Sue-E wasn't bothered at all. So, she edged even closer to him, leaning in until she was pressed intimately against his side. The closeness filled Hannah with a happiness she could hardly describe. Meanwhile, General Ross was pacing back and forth in the room, pausing every so often to glance anxiously at his watch. His face was already creased with impatience and worry. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and a man in military uniform hurried in from outside. Seeing this, General Ross immediately called out, "Well, how did the investigation go?" The man didn't hesitate for a second upon seeing General Ross and replied at once, "General Ross, I've gotten to the bottom of it. S.H.I.E.L.D. appears to have hidden Abomination and the Hulk in a villa out in Queens." "In a villa? Are you sure?" The man nodded firmly. "I'm certain. I got this intel straight from a high-level contact inside S.H.I.E.L.D." He continued, "And here's the crucial part. When I went to check out the villa, I found out that its files are classified at the very highest level. I have every reason to believe they're hiding there." General Ross mulled it over, deep in thought. He wasn't a fool. Something about this didn't sit right with him. After all, at the time, the Hulk was in a berserk state, and Abomination was there too. It would have been an extremely tricky situation. If their opponents had really managed to subdue both the Hulk and Abomination, then taking care of the rest would be child's play. Sensing General Ross's hesitation, the man quickly added, "Oh, and one more thing, General Ross. I found out that the villa's owner has accepted an invitation from Tony Stark and will be leaving for Monaco the day after tomorrow." At this, General Ross's eyes lit up instantly. "So, the villa will be empty the day after tomorrow?" "Exactly, sir. The place will be deserted then." Hearing the words of his subordinate, General Ross immediately felt his mind start to work. "In that case, begin preparations for all related matters right now. The day after tomorrow, you will go to that villa and search for any trace of Abomination and the Hulk. Bring them to me, dead or alive. Understood?" "Yes, sir. I'll make arrangements right away." Just as his subordinate reached the doorway, General Ross called him back. "Make sure you prepare S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms for the team. On the day of the operation, everyone is to wear S.H.I.E.L.D. gear." This man was one of General Ross's most trusted confidants. Naturally, he understood that this was to be a covert mission. With utmost care, he set off to make all the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nick Fury was quite pleased as soon as he learned the news had gotten out. He sat comfortably in his chair, ready to wait for the outcome in 2 days' time. In his mind, General Ross would surely make the first move. Nick Fury knew Ross well. There was no way Ross would let the Hulk and Abomination slip through his fingers. Most importantly, Ross had previously promised to share his research data on the Hulk. Once Ross succeeded, Fury could simply send someone over to collect it. It would be like getting something for nothing. However, Nick Fury was fully aware of how cunning and crafty General Ross could be. Unwilling to leave anything to chance, he sent out a fair number of his own agents to monitor Ross's actions. Yet, just as both General Ross and Nick Fury were convinced victory was within their grasp, on the rooftop of the school, Sue-E drew out the reward he'd received from the chat group. A flawless devil fruit with no side effects, the phantom fruit. Su-yi leaned against the railing on the rooftop, turning the phantom fruit over in his hands. His gaze swept across the distant skyline, eyes roaming the towering buildings. At last, his eyes settled on the azure sky above. Come to think of it, Oda must have realized Hela has broken free. So why hasn't he sent anyone yet? I was hoping for a good fight with them. Su-yi murmured softly, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Then, he took a big bite of the devil fruit. In an instant, its juices burst in his mouth. A sweet, delicious flavor lingered in the air. From everything Su-yi had heard, devil fruits were supposed to taste indescribably awful. It was said their flavor was a repulsive assault on the soul. But what was going on now? Why did it taste so good? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the electronic voice of the chat group sounded in Su-yi's head. Ding! The phantom devil fruit is a flawless devil fruit with no side effects. Its perfection extends even to its taste, leaving nothing to be desired. Once consumed, it's as if you've gained an entirely new ability. This perfect, side-effect-free fruit can even be used repeatedly. Hearing the word from the chat group, Su-yi nodded slightly. With 3 quick bites, he finished the devil fruit in his hand. Immediately after, Su-yi slowly closed his eyes. He could feel changes taking place inside his body, as if a new source of energy was now flowing through him. As Su-yi slowly opened his eyes, a phantom, bearing his exact appearance, materialized right in front of him. Su-yi studied the phantom before him, then reached out to touch it. Yet, when his hand made contact, it simply passed straight through the apparition. Oh, come on. So it really is just a phantom. Aside from giving me an extra field of vision, it's basically just a phase shift, isn't it? As soon as Su-yi finished speaking, his own body began to grow increasingly ethereal, while the phantom across from him became more and more solid. In a way, it was like having a fixed-point teleportation. But it didn't really matter. After all, he had just eaten a fruit. There was still plenty of room to develop its abilities. While it didn't seem to offer much in terms of combat, as a support ability, it was absolutely top tier. In fact, it might even become the most powerful support-type fruit ever. With that thought, Su-yi snapped his fingers. Instantly, the phantom in front of him dissolved completely into thin air. Next time I go out, I'll just leave a phantom at home and see if there's any limit to the distance it can travel. Well, at least I've got something to keep me busy now. I can spend some time tinkering with this new power. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Su-yi's lips as he considered this. Soon, the school day was over. After dropping Hannah off at home, Su-yi took Hela to the mall, where they bought a mountain of new clothes. It was Hela's first time shopping. The experience was so novel that she found it quite fascinating. After picking out several outfits suitable for going out, Su-yi and Hela returned together to the villa. Time quickly slipped by, and soon it was the day after tomorrow. Su-yi had already packed his bags, waiting for Tony Stark to come pick them up. Hela, on the other hand, was in the living room, amusing herself by playing with a white dove. Su-yi, since when did we have a white dove at home? As she spoke, Hela reached out to touch the dove, but her slender hand passed right through the bird's body. Just then, with a flutter of its wings, the dove soared off toward the television in the distance. Its talons seemed to grip the top of the television, where it balanced itself with practiced ease. Hela stood there, momentarily taken aback. She looked down at her own fingers, curious about what had just happened. Why had her fingers so easily passed through the body of the white dove? With all her experience, she had seen all sorts of strange and unusual abilities. Yet now, she'd been startled by nothing more than a white dove. This left Hela feeling more than a little shocked. She turned her gaze to Su-yi beside her, hoping he would offer an explanation. In response, Su-yi held out his own finger. The white dove chose that moment to flutter over and perch gently on his finger. It's just a very ordinary ability, nothing to be so amazed about. Hearing Su-yi's nonchalant tone, Hela immediately retorted, "Ordinary? I'd really like to know what kind of ability can create such a lifelike illusion. If you can even simulate sounds and presence, you could practically conjure an entire illusory domain. And you're telling me that's ordinary?" Hearing her words, Su-yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He lowered his arm, and the white dove spread its wings, circling gracefully around the villa. You could even hear the soft call of a bird echoing through the room. Although it couldn't be touched and had no physical form, the phantom fruit truly could mimic both sound and atmosphere. Hela's remarks just now had sparked quite a few new thoughts in Su-yi's mind. He walked over to the sofa and pulled Hela gently into his arms. He pressed a light kiss to her fair forehead. "No wonder you're my little Hela. Your way of thinking really is unique." Hela shot Su-yi a sidelong glance, her pink lips parting in protest. "I'm not little at all, you know." With that, Hella snuggled even closer to Sue-E, her whole body pressed up against him. Her passionate presence made Sue-E feel a sudden flush of heat. Just then, the doorbell rang. Tony Stark stood at the gate, speaking into the intercom. Sue-E, I'm here to pick you up. Hearing Tony's voice, Sue-E shot Hella a look of mock exasperation. Tony really does know how to pick his moments. Come on, let's head out for our trip. Next stop, Monaco. With that, Sue-E glanced over at the phantom white dove and said, I'll be counting on you to watch the house. The dove gave a soft call and perched itself atop the television, looking every bit like a real bird. Then, Sue-E wrapped an arm around Hella's slender waist and headed for the door. Meanwhile, Tony Stark's assistant loaded Sue-E's suitcase into the trunk. Tony looked at Sue-E with a relaxed smile. Trust me, Sue-E, this is going to be a truly unforgettable journey. Is that so? Well then, I'll look forward to it. After speaking, Sue-E leaned forward slightly, his gaze settling on Tony Stark's neck. There were strange patterns etched there, looking almost like tattoos. But Sue-E, knowing the plot, understood exactly what those marks meant. They were a sign that Tony Stark was deeply poisoned. Who would have thought that the very thing that once saved Tony would now turn against him and threaten his life? Sensing Sue-E's gaze, Tony glanced at Pepper beside him, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. He quickly said, Let's go. We should hurry to Monaco. I'm already a little impatient. Hearing Tony's words, Sue-E nodded in agreement. Yes, I can't wait either. I've heard there are plenty of beautiful women over there. Before Sue-E could finish, he felt Hella's sharp, indescribable stare. At that, Sue-E burst out laughing, slipped an arm around Hella, and led her into the stretch limousine. Tony, let's hit the road. With Sue-E settled into Tony Stark's luxury car, they drove toward the airport. Meanwhile, General Ross and Nick Fury instantly shifted their attention to Sue-Ye's villa. Has that guy already left the villa? Reporting to General Ross, the intel is confirmed. They've already left in Tony Stark's car, heading for the airport. Hearing this, General Ross's breath quickened a little. He was itching to rush to Sue-Ye's villa right now and seize the bodies of Hulk and Abomination. He wanted to start his research immediately. But even so, he forced himself to wait. Hold, General Ross commanded. Wait until they've boarded the plane and are on their way to Monaco. That's when we make our move. Remember, this operation is top secret. No one else can know these people are working for us. Once the mission is done, eliminate them all. Understood? It didn't matter if they wore SHIELD uniforms during the operation. As long as no one knew they were his men, there wouldn't be a problem. As for whatever chaos resulted, let the others investigate that themselves. By then, SHIELD would be swamped with work. And in that window, he could go wild researching the powers of Hulk and Abomination. He was determined to become even stronger than them both. He would become the ultimate giant. When that day came, there would be no one in the world who could stand against him. With this thought, General Ross broke into laughter. Soon enough, his informant reported to him again. Tony Stark's private jet was already heading toward Monaco. General Ross had just received this news. He barely had a moment to feel pleased before he issued a command to the operations team. It's time. Begin the mission. I expect to hear good news from you. A voice came through the communication device on the other end. Yes, General Ross. With that, the team began to stealthily approach Sue-Ye's villa. Then, General Ross turned to his subordinate at his side and added, The rest is up to you. Take care of them. Yes, General Ross. I guarantee the task will be completed. After responding, the subordinate stepped out of the room. But the moment the door clicked shut behind him, his expression darkened considerably. A deep sense of anger welled up inside him. He recalled General Ross's words. Once the operation was complete, everyone involved would be dealt with. Did that mean he himself might also be eliminated by General Ross? After all, he was one of the insiders too. Once the operatives were all taken care of, only he and General Ross would know the truth. Given what he knew of Ross's character, he was certain the general wouldn't hesitate to silence him as well. A gnawing sense of unease, mixed with a fury he could barely contain, surged through his heart. He had always been loyal to General Ross, yet now he might become the next victim. That sense of betrayal, impossible to put into words, forced him to make a decision. Meanwhile, Nick Fury sat at his desk, reviewing the latest intelligence reports. Spread out before him were updates on all of General Ross's recent activities. But the data showed that over the past 2 days, Ross had made no significant moves. This struck Nick Fury as highly suspicious. He knew that, in the past, General Ross had been willing to pay any price for the Hulk. Now, with the villa empty and unguarded, Ross could easily send a team to retrieve what he wanted. So why hadn't Ross taken any action? Coulson, is this everything your team was able to uncover? Fury asked. Coulson nodded slightly. Director, this is as far as we can go. If we dig any deeper, we risk attracting attention from those at the very top. At this, Nick Fury let out a long sigh. For all the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation, they were still powerless in the face of those at the highest level. After all, their entire funding depended on those very people. Without their backing, what right would they have to run such a sprawling intelligence network? Just then, Coulson received a message. Immediately, Coulson's expression changed. Director, there's someone asking for you by name. He claims to have intel about General Ross. At Coulson's words, Nick Fury's face darkened at once. Patch him through, then track the signal source right away. No sooner had Coulson spoken than he sprang into action. Meanwhile, Nick Fury picked up the communicator in front of him and contacted one of General Ross's subordinates. I have news concerning General Ross, but in exchange I have a few conditions. Conditions? No one makes demands of me. With that, Nick Fury shot Coulson a glance, urging him to hurry up and pinpoint the location of the signal. But this time, you'll have to agree, Nick Fury. Time is running out. Don't you want to find out what General Ross has been up to these past few days? Nick Fury's expression remained unchanged. He prided himself on never backing down, except, perhaps, when faced with Sue-E. He replied slowly, "Oh? Then why do I get the feeling you're the nervous one here? Looks to me like you're the one running out of time." The subordinate's face fell. He really was nearly out of time, especially while talking to Nick Fury. He felt as though Fury could see right through him, and that sensation made him deeply uneasy. But either way, dragging things out would only spell doom. So he said bluntly, "Cooperation benefits us both. If we don't work together, we both lose." As soon as those words left his mouth, Coulson brought the results of the signal trace straight to Nick Fury. Fury cast a glance and saw that the signal was coming straight from inside General Ross's own territory. If, as you say, time is short, then let's hear your intel and your terms. The subordinate glanced around warily, and only when he was sure no one else was present did he answer. "I want S.H.I.E.L.D. protection 24/7 and $1 billion in cash." $1 billion? Why don't you just rob a bank? This is a much safer bet, don't you think? Nick Fury's face revealed nothing. He drummed his fingers lightly on the table, thoughts racing through his mind. "Fine, I'll agree to your terms. Now, tell me what you know." Hearing Fury's answer, the subordinate visibly relaxed, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Without hesitation, he revealed everything he knew to Nick Fury. And at last, Nick Fury understood General Ross's intentions. A chill shot straight to the back of Nick Fury's head, sending a wave of goosebumps across his skin. If it hadn't been for that guy tipping them off, they would all still be in the dark right now. At that point, just the S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform alone would have been enough to get Nick Fury into serious trouble. The most terrifying threat wasn't anyone else, it was Sue-E. Without any hesitation, Nick Fury immediately said, "Stop them right now. I'll give you $20 billion and assign top agents for your personal protection." But just as Nick Fury finished speaking, the connection was abruptly severed. His subordinate took several deep breaths in a row to calm his nerves before heading toward the mission site. $20 billion was indeed tempting, but right now he was already walking on a razor's edge. He had to ensure his own absolute safety first. As the saying goes, better them than me. Only by eliminating the other operatives could he become the most exceptional one. At that point, as the sole witness, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely keep him safe. Such is the harsh reality of this world. Everyone is desperate to break free from being a mere pawn. They'll do whatever it takes to become the player, not the piece. But sorry, that guy's the exception to the rule. Aboard a private jet, Sue-E held a wine glass in hand, savoring the bouquet thoughtfully. Hela, meanwhile, gazed out the window at the endless sky. It was her first time flying, and the novelty of it all was enough to keep her fascinated for a long time. Tony Stark watched the two of them, a hint of melancholy flickering across his expression. "Sue-E, there's something I want to ask you." Before Tony Stark could finish, Sue-E cut him off. Sue-E spoke calmly. "You want to ask about the palladium poisoning, don't you?" Tony Stark paused, then blurted out, "How did you know? You sent your personal assistant away. If it's not about palladium poisoning, then what else could it be?" Tony Stark sighed. "Of course. There's no way I could hide something like this from someone like you." With that, he pulled a blood-testing device from his pocket. He pressed his index finger to it, and, after a few seconds, the display showed the number, 29%. "The palladium level in my body has reached 29%. When it hits 100%, I'll probably be dead." Tony Stark continued, "So I wanted to ask, do you have any way to deal with what I'm facing now?" Hearing Tony Stark's words, Sue-E let out a yawn. "Yes, I do. And there are quite a few ways." Sue-E's response made Tony Stark's eyes light up instantly. These past days, Tony had racked his brains over the palladium poisoning problem. He had even tried every possible permutation and combination of the elements. But none of it had worked. Without palladium, he would die. If he kept using palladium, he would still die. It was enough to drive him to the brink of collapse. But just then, Sue-E turned to Tony Stark and said, "But Tony, what do you have to offer in exchange for my solution?" Tony Stark was caught off guard for a moment. Before he could respond, Sue-E continued, "Well, there's no rush anyway. Take your time and think it over. I'm tired, so I'll head back to my room and get some sleep." With that, Sue-E took Hela by the hand and walked toward the private jet's sleeping quarters. Tony Stark was left standing there, lost in deep thought. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury immediately dispatched Coulson and Natasha when he saw the communications had been cut off. He ordered them to rush to Sue-Yi's villa and stop the mission at all costs. But in the end, they were too late. General Ross's men, dressed in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms, had already arrived at Sue-Yi's villa. Just then, a white dove on the television looked over at the intruders and promptly fluttered away to one side. The tiny dove attracted no one's attention. As soon as they entered the villa, the team activated their communication device. "General Ross, we've entered the villa." General Ross replied, "Find Abomination and the Hulk immediately." Without delay, the 10 squad members began to sweep the villa with all sorts of gadgets and scanners. Everything the dove saw was transmitted directly into Sue-Yi's mind. Through the dove's eyes, Sue-Yi observed the uninvited guests in his home, a slight smile curling at his lips. They wore S.H.I.E.L.D. gear, but reported to General Ross. Clearly, the lure of the Hulk and Abomination was too strong for them to resist. "What's wrong, Sue-Yi?" Hela asked, looking up at him from his embrace. Sue-Yi shook his head gently. "It's nothing, just a few unwanted guests dropping by the house." As soon as Sue-Yi finished speaking, an overwhelming murderous aura radiated from Hela. She had already come to regard the villa as her own home. After years of waging war as the goddess of death, Hela had only ever called 2 places home: Asgard, her birthplace, and now, this villa where Sue-Yi lived, her favorite place of all. These days, some people just show up uninvited. If Hela possessed divine powers, she would certainly make these intruders understand the true meaning of death. Sue-Yi, don't let them off so easily. Make sure they descend into hell haunted by endless fear and regret. Hearing Hela's words, Sue-Yi immediately wrapped her in his arms. "Don't worry, I know exactly how to handle this. I'll be back in no time." With that, Sue-Yi's figure began to grow increasingly ethereal. Meanwhile, on the other side, the illusion of a pigeon gradually morphed into Sue-Yi's own appearance. As the transformation unfolded, Sue-Yi also used the power of the illusion fruit, concealing his presence completely. So not a single person noticed this strange and uncanny scene. He casually stretched his body. Sue-Yi found himself more and more satisfied with the abilities of the illusion fruit. Perhaps the illusion fruit didn't offer much in terms of raw fighting power, but when it came to support, its effects were nothing short of divine. And so, the group of 10 continued searching the villa. As the villa's owner, Sue-Yi quietly followed behind them, observing their every move. Everything felt eerily surreal, trailing after the agents. Sue-Yi even activated the chat group's video feature to livestream the entire event. In an instant, the group's members poured into the live stream. "Yuki Asuna, what's going on? Don't tell me your house is being robbed." C.C. Is this what they call the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind? Edward Elric. Oriole? This feels more like a T-Rex is lurking. Hinata Hyuga. A T-Rex? How could you say that about Brother Sue-Yi, you rascal? Hinata Hyuga. Angry.jpg. Whitebeard. For some reason, I can sense the aura of a devil fruit at play here. Sue-Yi. That's right, this is the power of the illusion fruit. It's the reward I got from the group after calling for help. Sue-Yi didn't hide anything. After all, everyone knew that summoning rewards were a privilege of the group's leader. Yuki Asuna. So, what exactly does the illusion fruit do? I've been preparing some gold lately. When the time comes, I want to buy a fruit from old man Whitebeard. Seeing Asuna's message, Sue-Yi replied in the chat. I think the illusion fruit is basically a god-tier support fruit. Its potential is limitless. Watch closely, everyone. As he said this, Sue-Yi reached out and patted the shoulder of the agent ahead. The agent, feeling someone tap his shoulder, spun around instantly, alert and scanning behind him. Yet everything appeared perfectly normal. The illusion fruit kept conjuring phantom images all around, completely shrouding Sue-Yi and rendering him invisible. Therefore, the agent had absolutely no way of realizing that there was someone else right behind him. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the agent's face. He could clearly feel something patting him on the shoulder. But when he turned around, there was nothing there at all. By now, the members in the chat group were laughing uncontrollably. Yuki Asuna. Haha, did you guys see that agent's face? He's totally baffled. C. Of course we saw. Come on, we're not blind. How can we miss it? is death. The group leader is so wicked, but I love it. Retsu Unohana. I wonder just how long their nerves can hold out. Edward Elric. If it were me, I'd probably have passed out from fright by now. Everyone in the chat group watched the live feed with eager excitement. Meanwhile, he was truly getting into the game. Sometimes he would poke someone, other times he'd shatter a glass. He created all sorts of strange noises and disturbances. The 10 agents were so terrified, they couldn't stop screaming. Those blood-curdling screams echoed through their earpieces, ringing loud and clear in General Ross's ears. General Ross felt his head buzzing from the noise. But before he could say a word, the communicator burst into static. No matter how hard General Ross tried to reach the 10 agents, there was no response at all. That was because at this moment, he had already activated a jamming device. He never expected that the jamming device he'd bought for 100 points in the point store would actually come in handy now. Without realizing it, the 10 agents who had entered Suyi's villa had now huddled together, back to back. Their eyes darted nervously around, scanning every corner of the room. Cold sweat had already soaked through their clothes. Hearing only static from their earpieces, they swallowed hard, unable to hide their anxiety. This place is too freaky. It feels like it's haunted. Just now, as I was walking, I saw my own reflection in the mirror, suddenly smiling back at me. This is seriously terrifying. Upon hearing everyone's complaints, the team leader's face turned ashen. But with the mission still at hand, they had no choice but to see it through. With that in mind, the captain took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his fear. He addressed his teammates. Let's stick together from now on. The people who live here are gone, and they won't be back for days at least. He paused, then continued. No matter what, this mission must succeed. We cannot afford to fail. I refuse to believe this place is actually haunted. Su-yi, sitting on the sofa nearby, watched the agents in front of him, back to back, tense and on high alert. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips. He slowly raised his hand. The power of the phantom fruit was unleashed. Under Su-yi's control, countless phantoms began to manifest. Grotesque, nightmarish figures, beasts and specters, emerged as blood seemed to drip and pool from the ceiling, slowly descending through the air. Though these apparitions had no substance, the atmosphere in the room was transformed with unsettling precision. A chilling terror seemed to seep into the walls, as if the temperature itself had dropped. One of the agents, sensing something amiss, glanced up at the ceiling. His pupils contracted in terror, eyes rolling back in his head. He collapsed instantly, his limp body hitting the floor and startling everyone around him. The team leader's heart clenched with sudden dread. Hey, what's wrong with you? This is no time for jokes. He crouched down, checking on the fallen agent, pulling back his eyelids and inspecting him with growing anxiety. But the result made the leader's heart plummet into despair. He's dead. I think he's dead. The words stumbled out, thick with disbelief and fear. The tension that had been mounting within the group finally exploded. Suddenly, another agent caught sight of the terrifying phantoms slowly descending from the ceiling and let out a panicked scream. His face went ghostly pale in an instant. His legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed to the floor in fear. That shriek drew everyone's attention. They all followed his gaze upward, staring at the ceiling above them. An overwhelming terror seized their senses, dominating their vision. When they finally snapped back to themselves, they realized they were trapped in a sea of blood, hemmed in on every side. And before them stood an array of monsters so horrifying, no words or language could ever describe them. Only countless writhing tentacles lashed and twisted in the air. Shoot! Open fire! Shoot them now! The team leader shouted in terror, caring little for the actions of those around him. He was the first to raise his gun, aiming it at the nightmare before him. But just then, gunshots rang out from behind him. The acrid scent of gunpowder drifted to his nostrils. Pain surged through him, flooding his mind and body. The strength drained from his arms, his gun slipping from his grasp and clattering onto the floor. Looking down, he saw several fresh wounds blooming on his abdomen. Blood poured uncontrollably from his stomach, staining the floor beneath him. At that moment, the captain turned to look at his teammates. With the last of his strength, he asked them, "Why?" But just as the words left his mouth, a fresh hail of bullets tore into the captain's body. And so, the captain fell dead. Why? Why? With his dying breath, the special agent captain slowly turned to glance behind him. He had no idea why this was happening. Why would his own teammates turn their guns on him? Why? What could possibly be the reason for this? Yet now his strength was spent. All he could do was slowly close his eyes, slipping completely into endless darkness. As the teammates watched their captain die, a flash of excitement glimmered in their eyes. The Monster Islandia, this is incredible. So these monsters, they can actually be killed. If that's the case, what are we afraid of? Let's focus our firepower and blast our way out of this hell. But just as the agent finished shouting, he looked up. To his horror, the agent facing him suddenly morphed into a terrifying monster. His mind hadn't caught up, but his body acted on instinct. His fingers squeezed the trigger, firing straight at the monster before him. Bullets roared out his gun without stopping. They tore through the monster again and again. Only when the beast finally collapsed to the ground did he breathe a sigh of relief. But at that very moment, someone else opened fire on him. This nightmarish, uncanny scene kept repeating, over and over. It was as if they were puppets, utterly at the mercy of Su-Yi's hands. Uno Anaretsu exclaimed, "This ability is just too powerful. As long as the illusion is cast on someone, it confuses the enemy's vision, making them turn on each other." Whitebeard commented, "As I thought, there are no useless fruits, only useless wielders. Used like this on the battlefield, it would be absolutely devastating." Istef added, "Not just on the battlefield. Even in a one-on-one fight, this power could let you hide, distract, or dominate a life-or-death battle. It's a true weapon of war." CC mused, "I remember Whitebeard once said that every fruit can awaken. I wonder how powerful Su-Yi's illusion fruit will become once awakened." Asuna Yuki tagged Whitebeard, "I'm almost done saving up enough gold. I'm not asking for fruit as strong as Su-Yi's. Even one that's not too hard to master would be fine." Asuna Yuki continued, "I want to get stronger too." Hinata Hyuga encouraged her, "You can do it, Asuna. We all believe in you." CC said, I think it's time for me to get some serious training in too. How about we have a little match when I'm ready? Asuna Yuki, are you up for it?" Asuna Yuki replied, "A match? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." Meanwhile, in the real world, Su-Yi was using the power of the phantom fruit, plunging the agents into a frenzy of mutual destruction. Gunshots echoed endlessly throughout the villa. One by one, the agents fell until only a single survivor remained. This last man had taken 3 bullets to the abdomen. None were fatal wounds, though. Thanks to his exceptional physical conditioning, he was able to stay on his feet, the injuries not as dire as they could have been. He looked around at the monstrous apparitions that had plagued him, and, seeing no new horrors appearing, finally allowed himself to relax. At that very moment, Su-Yi withdrew the power of the phantom fruit. In an instant, the villa, once crawling with nightmarish specters, returned to its ordinary state. Gone were the ghosts and monsters. Now, only the lifeless bodies of his comrades lay scattered across the floor, blood pooling everywhere, staining the ground a gruesome red. In that split second, the heart of the last agent seemed to freeze in his chest. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his expression shifting wildly from shock to horror. With the phantoms gone, the grim reality finally surfaced. There had been no monsters. The real monsters, weren't they themselves? He raised his trembling hands, staring at the blood of his teammates smeared across his palms. Any sense of relief at surviving vanished completely. In its place, an overwhelming wave of guilt and self-reproach crashed down on him. Memories of what had just happened flooded his mind. The terrifying hallucinations faded, replaced by images of his comrades, their faces twisted in confusion and fear. The agent looked around at the devastation he had helped cause. Regret gnawed at him. He should never have come here in the first place. With that thought, he slowly drew his sidearm. He parted his lips and placed the barrel inside his mouth. At that moment, Su-Yi's silhouette became visible as he sat on the sofa. He watched the scene unfold, shaking his head in mock regret. TSK. So this is what happens when you barge into my room uninvited. But as for Nick Fury and General Ross, I won't let them off the hook either. Just as Su-Yi was musing to himself, 2 more figures appeared outside. Natasha and Coulson had received orders from the director and had hurried to Su-Yi's villa. Their original plan was to intervene before things got out of hand. But as soon as they stepped inside, they saw Su-Yi calmly seated on the sofa. At the center of the living room lay the bodies of 10 agents. For a long moment, both Natasha and Coulson stood frozen in shock. Su-Yi's gaze settled on the 2 of them. "Time to put on a show." He turned to them and said with a sly smile, "What's wrong? According to your intel, shouldn't I be on a plane to Monaco by now?" Natasha managed to remain relatively calm. She looked at Su-Yi in front of her and said, "Su-Yi, listen to me. Let me explain. Things aren't how you think they are." "Explain? Tell me. How on earth are you going to explain? The uniforms these people are wearing say it all." Su-Yi's voice was harsh and stern. His anger at the situation was written all over his face. However, what Natasha and Coulson didn't know was that while Su-Yi was putting on his furious act, he was actually chatting cheerfully in the group chat. "Su-Yi, so what do you all think? Was my acting convincing enough?" Hinata Hyuga, Sue, you're amazing. Asuna Yuki. That performance could win you an Oscar. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew tense and heavy. Just then, Sue took a step forward, closing the distance between himself and Natasha. His aura crashed down on Natasha with merciless force. Tell me, where is SHELD's headquarters? Didn't Nick Fury say he wanted to talk to me? Well, here I am. I want to hear his explanation, face to face. That overwhelming presence pressed down on Natasha like a mountain. Under Sue Yi's pressure, Natasha felt as though she couldn't breathe at all. The sheer intensity of it left her mind in a complete blank. No matter how much brutal training she'd endured, in this moment, she simply couldn't control her thoughts. Before she knew it, Natasha had already blurted out Nick Fury's location. And at that very instant, Sue took another step, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight. As soon as Sue left, Natasha finally felt able to breathe again. Coulson, beside her, simply collapsed to the floor, his legs giving out. That sensation, he never wanted to experience it again. Natasha, what do we do now? Coulson continued. Should we take advantage of Sue Yi's absence and see if there's anything in this villa? Natasha shot him an exasperated look. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag me down with you. After a pause, she added, but before we leave, we should deal with these guys. Yet as Natasha approached the pile of bodies, she was struck by an uncanny feeling. Almost unconsciously, she murmured, these people weren't killed by Sue E. Coulson was momentarily confused. If Sue didn't kill them, then who did? Natasha narrowed her eyes. She examined where the bodies had fallen and the bullet wounds on them, playing out the sequence of events in her mind. This was, after all, one of her most basic skills. So, very quickly, Natasha finished her deduction. Yet the result of her analysis was so shocking that even she could hardly believe it. They seem to have killed each other. Coulson repeated in disbelief. Killed each other? How could that be possible? He strode over to the bodies, but judging from the spent bullets and where they'd fallen, it was clear these men had indeed died at one another's hands. What on earth had happened here in such a short time? Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances. From each other's eyes, they both saw the same deep disbelief. And now, it seemed very likely that Sue was heading straight for their S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Unconsciously, they both found themselves praying that nothing would happen to the director. Then, the two of them began to process the scene. As soon as Sue learned where Nick Fury was, he dashed off in that direction at an astonishing speed. In just 5 seconds, he arrived. Inside the room, Nick Fury was anxiously awaiting news. When suddenly the sound of shattering glass and fragments scattering on the floor made his heart sink. He spun around, and there was Sue E., his figure filling Nick Fury's view. Sue E. was still playing his part. His face was seething with anger, and the air around him bristled with danger. He fixed his gaze on Nick Fury and declared, Nick Fury, I need an explanation. Why did you send people to search my villa while I was away on vacation? Nick Fury forced himself to stay calm. He had no choice. The pressure radiating from Sue E. was simply overwhelming. This is all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. General Ross set you up. I already have a witness here, Before Nick Fury could finish, Sue E. cut him off. I don't care about your excuses. I just want to know, how are you going to make this right? With that, Sue E. glared at the bald director before him, his aura growing ever more intense. He knew full well these agents had been sent by General Ross. After all, he'd been present at the scene. But he was here to cause trouble, to demand what he wanted. Nick Fury was no fool. He understood perfectly well what Sue E. was after. He was absolutely furious inside. But faced with Sue Yi's overwhelming strength, there was nothing he could do. He let out a deep sigh. Tell me, what do I have to do to appease your anger? After saying this, Nick Fury thought to himself, Ross, just you wait. This time, I won't let you off so easily. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Sue Yi's lips curled into a faint smile, and the aura radiating from him instantly receded. Nick Fury, I'm satisfied with your attitude. I don't ask for much, just all of SHELD's files. What do you say? All of the files? No, that's absolutely impossible. Even as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I simply don't have the authority to do that. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded, it has amassed an overwhelming amount of information. Not to mention the most basic personnel records. Even the scientific research files alone are far beyond the grasp of any single person. You have to understand, those scientific documents contain some of the most classified materials. For instance, there are formulas for anti-aging serums, compounds that enhance physical capabilities, and even detailed notes on the recreation of the super soldier serum. These kinds of records, even if it meant burning them to ashes, would never be handed over to anyone else. The stakes are simply too high. It would take no time at all for such things to throw the entire world into chaos. Of course, Sui was only making a passing remark. After all, such files were of no real use to him. To put it plainly, he didn't care for them at all. So, shifting the conversation, Sui looked at Nick Fury and said, "If I remember correctly, you should still have the belongings of Tony Stark's father in your possession, don't you?" Nick Fury immediately understood what Sui was referring to. It was something Tony Stark's father had left behind, a secret hidden within the city's blueprint, because at the time, the technology didn't exist to create a new element. So he chose to conceal its secret there, intending to leave it for his son, Tony Stark, in the future. Nick Fury had his people study it, but they couldn't make any sense of it. He was genuinely curious. What could this guy possibly want with that? Yet, for Nick Fury, this was the best possible solution. Exchanging something that served him no purpose for a peaceful resolution to this incident was, in his eyes, more than worthwhile. In that case, Sui, I'll ask you to wait here just a moment. I'll have someone bring it to you right away. With that, Nick Fury immediately contacted his subordinates and handed over everything that belonged to Tony Stark's father to Sui. There wasn't a hint of hesitation or regret. Sui nodded slightly. Then, let's consider this matter settled. I hope issues like this won't happen again in the future. Oh, and by the way, here's a little gift for me. I hope you like it. As he spoke, Sui reached in his pocket, pulled out a small pumpkin, and tossed it to Nick Fury. Staring at the gift handed to him by the formidable Sui, Nick Fury hurriedly accepted it. Then, with the newly delivered item in hand, Sui began humming a little tune as he slipped out of the window and disappeared from sight. Only after Sui had finally left did Nick Fury feel a wave of relief wash over him. But as Fury looked down at the small pumpkin in his hand, an uneasy feeling crept in. He couldn't quite explain it, but this little pumpkin looked uncannily similar to one of Green Goblin's infamous pumpkin bombs. At once, Fury's face darkened. "Mother," Fury swore under his breath. "That Sui guy is trying to kill me." No sooner had those words left his mouth than he hurled the pumpkin grenade aside and dove forward. A crisp snap rang out in Fury's office. But instead of the expected explosion, or even a hint of chaos, there was nothing but the gentle sound of music filling the room. Fury was completely baffled. He glanced over at the pumpkin bomb, lying nearby. To his astonishment, a clown-like figure had popped out from the pumpkin, just like a music box, playing its cheerful melody. Picking himself up from the floor, Fury retrieved the pumpkin bomb, his irritation apparent. He grumbled, "That infuriating guy. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's powerful." If Sui had overheard Fury just then, he'd probably have said, "Exactly. So what? The real question is, are you mad or not?" At that moment, an agent entered the room, Hawkeye. A veteran S.H.I.E.L.D. operative, Hawkeye possessed extraordinary talent, skilled in archery, swordsmanship, and various forms of combat. He was also a top-tier hacker. Walking in from the hallway, Hawkeye addressed Fury. "Director, the target is in custody and currently being interrogated." Fury tossed the pumpkin bomb into the nearby trash bin without a second thought. He turned to Hawkeye and instructed, "I'll handle this personally. Meanwhile, keep a close eye on General Ross. If you get any intel, report to me immediately." "Yes, Director." Leaving his office, Fury thought to himself, "Ross, you old fox, it's time for you to enjoy your retirement, behind bars." Meanwhile, on the other side, General Ross was growing increasingly anxious after losing contact with his 10 agents. Standing in the rear command center, he monitored Sui's villa via satellite feed. But all he saw was a blur. There was no way to make out any clear images. It was as if something had completely blocked all surveillance. Damn it, what the hell is going on? This mission cannot afford to fail. With this thought in mind, General Ross immediately reached out to his subordinates. However, it took quite a while before the communication device finally connected. "What on earth is happening? Have you killed them all yet?" General Ross's voice came through to his subordinate. At the same time, everyone else in the interrogation room could hear him as well. Nick Fury gave the subordinate a subtle nod. Taking a deep breath, the subordinate replied to General Ross, "Yes, sir, the mission on my end is complete. I've taken care of all of them. Abomination and the Hulk are being loaded up right now and will be delivered to you shortly." "Is that so? Then I'll be waiting here." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, General Ross felt a measure of relief. It seemed that even though he couldn't reach the special agents, the mission was still proceeding as planned. Yet, at this moment, a faint sense of unease began to creep into General Ross's heart. A growing sense of foreboding gnawed at him. With this in mind, General Ross made his way toward his private chamber. Inside was the gamma device he had constructed some time ago. He had originally planned to use it himself once it was perfected. But now, with this ominous feeling lingering in his chest, he knew as an old fox, He had to be prepared for anything, even for failure. If things truly went south, if he were exposed or defeated, he would have no choice but to use the Gamma device himself, making himself even stronger. Meanwhile, Sui shut down the live broadcast and returned everything to the basement of the villa. Natasha and Coulson had already cleaned the place up. There was no trace left of bullets, blood, or corpses. After putting everything away, Su-Yi's figure gradually faded, becoming a phantom once again. At the same time, on Tony Stark's private jet, Su-Yi began to materialize, his form becoming more solid. As Su-Yi opened his eyes, he saw Hela playing with his hair, teasing him playfully. Startled by Su-Yi's sudden gaze, Hela paused, her enchanting eyes glistening with nervousness. Clearly, being caught in the act made her feel shy and flustered. But Su-Yi didn't mind in the slightest. With a broad gesture, he pulled Hela into his arms and pressed a kiss to her cherry-red lips. In the blink of an eye, the plane touched down at Monaco Airport. Everyone disembarked from Tony Stark's private jet and boarded a luxurious stretch limousine. But just then, Tony Stark's phone started to ring. Tony Stark glanced at the caller ID and immediately complained to Su-Yi beside him. "Oh, it's that Nick Fury guy. Whenever he calls, it's never anything good." With that, Tony hung up the phone without a second thought. But right after, Pepper, who was sitting next to Tony, had her phone ring. Seeing this, Pepper picked up the call. Nick Fury's voice came through the speaker. Sui, you must be nearby. I need your help." Hearing Nick Fury's urgent tone, Su-Yi couldn't resist teasing him. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Nick Fury? What can I do for you? Did you not like the gift I gave you?" Su-Yi spoke with a perfectly polished broadcaster's intonation, addressing Nick Fury on the other end. His infuriatingly smug tone made Nick Fury wish he could reach through the phone and give Su-Yi a piece of his mind. But remembering just how powerful Su-Yi was, Nick Fury decided it was wiser to keep things civil. "Su-Yi, the situation is critical. General Ross has turned into the Red Hulk and is destroying everything in his path. We desperately need your help." "Help? But I'm on vacation right now. Maybe you should ask someone else." Su-Yi's carefree response drifted through Pepper's phone and right into Nick Fury's ears. That was enough to make Nick Fury start talking twice as fast in his rush to respond. No, Su, please, just enjoy your vacation. As long as you hand over the Hulk to us, we'll discuss your reward afterward." Tony Stark couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated by Nick Fury's words. Who would have thought that even the legendary super spy would have to pay such a price when dealing with Su-Yi? The thought put Tony in a much better mood. After all, now that he knew Su-Yi had plenty of ways to save him, what was there to worry about? He might as well go wild and have some fun in Monaco. Meanwhile, after hearing Nick Fury's plea, Su-Yi replied, "Sure. As for the Hulk and Abomination, I tossed them to the bottom of the pond in the middle of the Villa District." Pepper, Tony Stark, Nick Fury. Nick Fury never imagined that such powerful beings as the Hulk and Abomination could be so casually tossed into a pond by Su-Yi. All that effort, all those plans, what was the point of it all? Seeing how little Su-Yi cared, Nick Fury couldn't help but wish he'd just searched the villa area first. If only he'd known, he could have quietly hauled them away himself. But now, it was far too late for regrets. This price was his to pay, whether he liked it or not. With that realization, Nick Fury let out a silent sigh in his heart. Wasting no time at all, he immediately hung up the phone. He quickly ordered his men to retrieve the Hulk and Abomination's shattered remains, both frozen and sunk to the bottom of the pool. Now, they needed the Hulk's strength. Otherwise, with just their current team, there was simply no way they could stand up to the Red Hulk. After all, the Red Hulk was incredibly powerful as well. He was every bit a match for the Hulk in his normal form. This was exactly why Nick Fury was so anxious. Pepper Potts ended the call and let out a sigh. It seems the world these days really is anything but peaceful. With that, Pepper glanced over at Tony Stark beside her, her beautiful eyes filled with unspoken worry. Tony Stark, however, held out a magazine to Su-Yi. "Su-Yi, the Monaco Racing Club is one of the world's top racing clubs. I've booked us tickets for this afternoon's race. Care to give a try with me?" "Sure, why not? I've always had a thing for racing." "Is that so? Well, don't expect me to go easy on you." Tony was confident that, though he couldn't best Su-Yi elsewhere when it came to racing, he was certainly in his element. After all, for a playboy like him, racing was practically a required skill. As they spoke, the sky outside suddenly changed. Dark clouds gathered, rolling in with a menacing rumble of thunder. The inky clouds stretched across the sky like a heavy curtain, blotting out the sun and the beautiful scenery below. Tony Stark looked out the window and remarked, "Who would have thought we'd run into weather like this on our first day in Monaco? I wonder if the race will even happen this afternoon." But no one replied to Tony's comment. All eyes followed Hela's gaze as she stared up at the sky, her expression visibly tense. At that moment, Su-yi turned to Tony Stark and asked, Tony, how much longer until we reach the hotel? I've booked the Monaco International Hotel, reserved the whole thing. You can see the building from here. But before Tony could finish, Su-yi interrupted. In that case, let's head over now. Anything else can wait until tomorrow. With those words, Su-yi opened the car door and in one swift motion, scooped up Hela and leapt out of the moving vehicle. As they left, Su even took the time to close the door behind them. The sight left Tony Stark and Pepper Potts utterly dumbfounded. Pepper turned to Tony, still in shock, and asked, Tony, does your friend always leave like that? Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback. This is my first time inviting him, too. He watched Su-yi and Hela walking away, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. Meanwhile, Su-yi had already brought Hela to the top floor of the Monaco International Hotel. Standing there, it felt as if they could reach out and touch the heavy storm clouds overhead. You could truly sense just how thick and weighty those clouds were. Nestled in Su-yi's embrace, Hela spoke softly, Su-yi, I don't know why, but seeing these thunderclouds gives me a bad feeling. A bad feeling? Su-yi had noticed the change in Hela's expression just moments ago. He had thought perhaps Thor was about to appear, or maybe Mjolnir would come crashing down. But after carefully sensing the surroundings, he realized that within these rumbling clouds, there was nothing at all. Su-yi gently patted Hela's delicate shoulder and said reassuringly, Don't overthink it, Hela. You're my favorite pillow. Without you, I can hardly get a wink of sleep. Hearing Su-yi's teasing words, Hela felt the tension in her heart ease a little. I feel the same. Without you to hold at night, I can't fall asleep either. Hela's eyes sparkled with mischief, and at that moment, her aura shifted dramatically. A surge of energy erupted from her, an overwhelming aura of death radiating from her very being. It clashed fiercely with the thunderclouds rolling above. Bolts of terrifying lightning gathered within the clouds, their brilliance flashing across the sky. In an instant, the heavens lit up. Lightning, like the sword of God, came crashing down toward Hela and Su-yi. In that very moment, Hela stepped forward and swept her hands through her flowing hair. Her battle attire, interwoven with deep black and dark green, accentuated every curve of her striking figure. Her formidable presence intensified several times over. With a graceful movement, Hela raised her slender hand, and out of thin air, the sword of the night sky materialized, thrusting upward to meet the lightning. The sword was even swifter than the lightning itself. Amid the rumble, the blade's resonant cry could be heard, cutting through the storm. In a flash, lightning and the sword of the night sky collided. A thunderous explosion erupted, a chilling, deadly aura clashing with the raw, destructive force of the storm, their energies surging and battling in the sky above. A blinding, searing light burst forth, illuminating everything around. Then, a fierce wind swept up, swirling around Hela and Su-yi. As the dazzling light slowly faded, Hela's figure hovered gracefully in midair. Just as Su-yi had once introduced himself, she now floated with the same quiet confidence. Hela gazed at Su-yi and said calmly, Su-yi, allow me to introduce myself again. I am Hela Odinster, the goddess of death of Asgard. Yet as she spoke these words, doubt flickered in her heart. She wasn't sure if saying them was the right thing to do. She was afraid that her true identity would make Su-yi despise her. Or perhaps Su-yi would never be able to accept a woman who was called death itself. But just as Hela's thoughts were running wild, Su-yi shook his head. In that instant, Hela's heart leapt into her throat. Yet at that very moment, she heard Su-yi's voice reach her ears. Hela, you really look listless. Come on, let me show you how to feel more alive. As soon as Su-yi finished speaking, he soared into the sky and wrapped his arm around Hela's slender waist. With her in his embrace, he shot up toward the thunderclouds swirling above. The muscles in Su-yi's arm bulged with strength. Then, with a sudden burst, he punched forward. The thunderclouds scattered and disappeared, swept away in an instant. Sunlight broke through, pouring down upon them both. Hela, speak your ambition. Tell the world you have returned. Held tightly in Su-yi's arms, Hela felt as if she were the happiest person alive. She gazed up at the sky and declared, I, Hela, swear to slay Odin, reclaim Asgard, and become the ruler of Asgard. Hearing her words, Su-yi responded, Good, that's the spirit. Meanwhile, Odin, who had been dozing lightly, suddenly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he had keenly sensed Hela's presence. That overwhelming, murderous intent. Odin was certain he could never mistake it. I never expected Hela to regain her divine power so quickly. It seems she won't need much longer to return to her peak, Odin muttered to himself. Thinking of Hela's terrifying strength, Odin felt a pounding headache. Though his divine power remained, his body was old and weakened. He was no longer the warrior he once was, and his sons, Thor and Loki, still fell far short of his expectations in strength. If Hela regained her full power and returned to Asgard, chaos would surely erupt throughout the realm. With that thought, Odin felt time slipping away. It seemed he would have to defeat Hela once and for all before she fully recovered. Odin sat on his throne, brooding in silence for a long while. At last, he summoned Thor and Loki. Looking down at his sons from the throne, his voice was filled with authority as it echoed in their ears. Thor, Loki, you're both my sons. Now, I have a task for you. Whoever completes it first will inherit my throne and become the next king of Asgard. At Odin's words, a spark of excitement lit up in both Loki's and Thor's eyes. For in Asgard, strength was everything. And so, the throne upon which Odin sat became a symbol of power. Loki's eyes flickered with cunning. He immediately turned to Odin and asked, Father, may I ask what this mission is about? Odin, noticing Loki's enthusiasm, did not elaborate much. He simply replied in a calm voice, The mission is to go to Midgard and kill a woman named Hela. He continued, While you carry out this mission, I will enter a deep slumber. Once you succeed, I will awaken and conduct your coronation ceremony. At this moment, Thor spoke up, addressing Odin. Father, how will we find this woman? Odin paused and thought. As his son, Thor carried his bloodline. Whenever Hela appeared nearby, Thor would be able to sense her presence. But Loki was different. He was the child of the Frost Giant King, whom Odin had taken from the battlefield years ago. There was no trace of Odin's blood in Loki's veins. With this in mind, Odin reached a quiet resolve. He extended his palm and, with a deliberate motion, forced 2 drops of divine blood from his fingertips. The divine blood hovered in the air, slowly drifting before Thor and Loki. My blood will guide you, Odin declared. Remember, whoever completes the mission first will earn the right to inherit the throne. With those words, Odin's form slowly faded away, dissolving into the air. He was off to the deepest chamber of Asgard to sleep. The reason for such precautions was clear. Odin needed to restore himself to his strongest state, just in case both Thor and Loki failed, and Hela reached Asgard's gates. Loki watched as Odin truly fell into slumber. 1,000 schemes began to stir within his mind. Thor and Loki carefully collected the drops of divine blood before them. Then Thor turned to Loki and said, Come on, Loki, let's head to the Bifrost and travel to Midgard. Midgard, of course, was Earth. But upon hearing Thor's words, Loki replied, You go ahead. I have a few things I need to prepare. With that, Loki strode out of the palace. Thor hesitated for a moment, but in the end decided to set off first. His confidence in his own strength was absolute. Meanwhile, as Loki saw the Bifrost activate, a sly smile finally appeared on his face. Loki knew his own combat abilities very well. So, once he was certain Odin had truly fallen asleep, Loki made his way to Asgard's vault. He intended to use the destroyer. With the power of the destroyer, this task would be a simple matter. After all, Odin never said they couldn't use these artifacts, did he? Suddenly, Loki's gaze shifted to another item, the casket of ancient winters. Loki couldn't quite explain it, but he felt an unusual pull toward the casket of ancient winters. Since he was already planning to bring the destroyer along, he certainly didn't mind taking the casket as well. Although anyone who wasn't a frost giant blood would be cursed by the casket, Loki thought it would make an excellent trump card. With this in mind, Loki took both the destroyer and the casket, persuaded Heimdall in Odin's name, and once again traveled to Midgard via the Bifrost. Meanwhile, in Midgard, that is on Earth, thanks to Su Yi's earlier punch, the Monaco Racing Club's afternoon race wasn't cancelled as expected. Instead, it went on as scheduled. At that moment, Su Yi and Hela were in a restaurant, savoring the flavors of Monaco. Hela sat by Su Yi's side and turned to him. Su Yi, do you really not care about who I am? Of course I don't mind. In fact, I find it rather thrilling. Hela repeated his words almost involuntarily, but she immediately caught herself. For a goddess so cool and composed, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. All right, enough with the sweet talk. Let's get down to business, she said. My body has fully recovered, and my divine power is returning quickly, but there's still a way to go before I'm back to my peak. I have a feeling Odin won't let this chance slip by. The moment he senses me, he might send someone to kill me. What's your plan? Hela looked at Su Yi, her tone serious. Su Yi casually pulled Hela into his arms. Simple. If anyone comes, we'll deal with them. When you're fully recovered, we'll head to Asgard, have some fun, and make you queen. How about that? Hela narrowed her eyes, her cheeks still tinged with red. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're probably imagining how much more exciting things will be once I'm Queen of Asgard. Her beautiful gaze was fixed on Sui. At that, Sui burst into laughter. Come on, darling, open up. Ah, he teased, picking up some delicacies from his plate and offering them to Hela. Let's eat quickly. The race is about to start. As for Odin, you don't need to worry. Once you're fully recovered, the two of us will take Asgard together. Hearing Suyi's words, Hela nodded gently. Just thinking about Odin made a fierce hatred flash in her eyes. Sui took Hela with him to meet up with Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. Hey Tony, are you ready to lose to me? Sui spoke to Tony Stark with unwavering confidence. Tony Stark looked at Sui standing before him and shrugged. As you can see, I'm always ready to beat you, anytime, anywhere. Sui let out a hearty laugh. It's good to have that kind of conviction, but you'll need the skills to match it too. Well then, let's settle this on the racetrack. With that, Sui and Tony Stark headed towards the Monaco Racing Club together. As soon as they stepped inside the racing club, all eyes in the room turned to them. Look over there. Is that Tony Stark? It really is him, Tony Stark. My gosh, he actually came to Monaco. And who's that walking beside him? He looks so handsome. They make quite the pair, talented and beautiful, both of them. They look absolutely stunning together. If someone can walk side by side with Tony Stark, they must be extraordinary. Wait a minute, I think I recognize that guy. He's the biggest shareholder of Stark Industries. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone turned to Sui in disbelief. The shock that had been directed at Tony Stark now shifted instantly to Sui. Noticing this, Sui's lips curled up in a subtle smile. He couldn't deny it. He thoroughly enjoyed the awe and admiration from those around him. Hela watched Sui in that moment, a gentle smile tugging at her lips. For her, simply being able to stay by Sui's side was already the greatest happiness. Hela, do you want to come with me? Sui asked. No, thanks. I heard there's popcorn if you watch from the grandstand, Hela replied. Hearing that, Sui leaned in close to Hela's ear and teased. Hela, hasn't your divine power already returned? Technically, you don't need food to restore your energy anymore, right? Hela paused for a split second, caught off guard. Then she shot back. Can't I just eat because I like it? Without even realizing it, Hela had gone from a cold, aloof goddess to a bona fide foodie. She'd even become a goddess who could get shy in front of Sui. That made Sui feel a surge of joy. It meant Hela was changing, all because of him. Well then, you watch on the grandstand and see how I beat Tony Stark out there. Don't get too cocky. Be careful, or you'll end up eating your own words if you lose. Tony Stark bantered back. He realized that, in fact, he got along pretty well with Sui. At the very least, Sui always spoke his mind. Of course, that probably had a lot to do with Sui's formidable abilities. At this moment, Pepper spoke up to both of them. You two, stop bickering already. Let's keep it to the race. Whatever happens, don't let it ruin the mood, okay? After speaking, Pepper turned to Tony Stark and said, Tony, whatever you do, don't hurt yourself, understand? Hearing her words, Tony Stark immediately replied, Don't worry, I'm Tony Stark after all. But what Tony Stark didn't know was that, just as he finished speaking, out in the stands, a faint murderous intent began to emanate from someone in the crowd. The killing intent was subtle, yet both Sui and Hela sensed it instantly and effortlessly. However, neither of them paid it any mind. In the end, whether from Sui's perspective or Hela's, the person targeting Tony Stark was nothing more than a petty villain, hardly worth a second thought. Without another glance, the two headed straight for the racetrack. They made their way onto the track. With the help of the crew, both Sui and Tony Stark climbed into their race cars. Their lanes were right next to each other. At that moment, Tony Stark turned to Sui and said, Sui, if I win, will you treat me for free? It was only now that Tony Stark finally voiced his true intention. Sui replied coolly, That depends on whether you can beat me. I have absolute confidence in my driving skills. Tony Stark said, undaunted, glancing at Sui beside him. Then bring it on. Sui answered. As his words fell, the start lights before them began to flash. In an instant, all the race car tires spun furiously. Raw power and terrifying speed churned up clouds of white heat. This was the breath of burning rubber, the fierce friction between tire and track. It was a testament to the sheer power of these machines. With a signal, the cars shot forward like arrows released from a bow, surging ahead at blistering speed. The thunderous roar of engines electrified the crowd in the stands. A wave of excited screams erupted, as if the sound of the cars had shattered every shackle of adrenaline in their bodies. Sui's expression remained unchanged as he raced ahead, his nerves razor-sharp. Thanks to his extraordinary reflexes, Sui didn't slow down for even a moment, not even on the sharpest curves. In the blink of an eye, Sui's car surged into the lead. But right on his tail was Tony Stark. He stuck close behind Sue-E, refusing to fall behind. As Iron Man, Tony Stark's reflexes were nothing to scoff at, and his experience with high-speed flight gave him a natural advantage. For him, adapting to this kind of speed was child's play. That's exactly why he was able to keep pace, right on Sue-Ye's heels. While they were racing against each other in the heat of competition, a man in an orange jumpsuit was slowly making his way onto the track. He held a toothpick in his hand, sometimes putting it between his lips, his gaze radiating nothing but disdain. "Tony Stark, it's time to settle the score between you and my father," he muttered. Then he added, "And you, Sue-E, as the largest shareholder of Stark Industries, I won't let you off either." Murmuring to himself, the man had already stepped onto the racetrack. This scene stunned everyone instantly. People sprang from their seats, craning their necks to get a better look at the man standing on the track below. Hey, what's that guy trying to do? He's got a death wish for sure. If you want to die, don't do it on the track. The drivers could easily get into an accident. Damn it, someone stop him already." Yet despite their shouting, it was all just empty words. When it came down to it, what could anyone actually do to stop him? Just as everyone thought this man was courting death, he suddenly extended both arms and tore open his shirt, revealing a suit of armor beneath, gleaming like a second skin. In each hand, coiled like whips, appeared a pair of deadly weapons. He pressed a button on each of them. Powerful currents of electricity crackled to life, snaking down the length of the whips. At the same time, the remnants of his jumpsuit began to dissolve away, unveiling the full battle suit underneath. In that moment, the crowd was utterly shocked. Mouths hung open in disbelief as they stared at what was unfolding before their eyes. What on earth is going on with this guy? Is he wearing some kind of Iron Man suit too? So he didn't just run out there blindly. He came here fully prepared. The spectators in the stands could hardly believe what they were seeing. Pepper Potts also noticed the commotion on the track. Without hesitation, she grabbed a briefcase and turned to Hela, who was calmly munching on popcorn. "Hela, aren't you worried about Sue-E at all?" "Not at all. No one in this world can hurt Sue-E," Hela replied, completely unbothered. But Pepper was different. For some reason, she had the feeling that Tony Stark was hiding something from her lately. She'd especially noticed how pale Tony looked these days. What worried her most was the fact that, without his armor, Tony Stark was just an ordinary man. The thought made Pepper even more anxious. Without another moment's hesitation, she clicked her heels and dashed toward the track. Meanwhile, a race car was speeding straight toward Ivan Vanko. This race car was dead last. Ivan Vanko suddenly raised his whip high and brought it crashing down onto the car. Sparks of electricity danced along the whip, and with the ease of a hot knife through butter, it sliced the vehicle clean in two. Split in half, the car, propelled by its own speed, was sent flying through the air. It crashed hard against the barriers on either side of the track. The driver didn't stand a chance. He was gone in an instant. The sudden and violent spectacle made everyone scream out loud. And then, a deafening explosion shook the air as the car went up in flames. Fire engulfed the two halves of the wrecked car, devouring the remains as the inferno raged on. It was as if the fire had set Ivan Vanko's own heart ablaze. "No matter who you are, you're all going to die. Ha ha ha." Ivan Vanko laughed wildly, baring his yellowing teeth for all to see. Just then, Sue-E, who was leading the race, came out a corner, right in time to see the rampaging Ivan Vanko. Well, I didn't expect this guy to show up here. Now, things are getting interesting." Sue-E murmured softly, the corners of his mouth curving into a sly smile. But his foot showed no mercy. He slammed the accelerator all the way down. The car's terrifying speed revealed itself in that moment. Without hesitation, Sue-E charged straight at Ivan Vanko. His speed was jaw-dropping, leaving the crowd stunned. Yet, even in the face of such a ferocious onslaught, Ivan Vanko's expression remained unchanged. He simply lifted his arm and snapped his whip towards Sue-Ye's car. In a flash, the air cracked as Ivan Vanko unleashed a barrage of 5 lightning-fast strikes. The afterimages of the whip flickered in Sue-Ye's eyes. With casual precision, Ivan Vanko sliced Sue-Ye's car into several pieces. One of the whips even slashed so close to Sue-Ye's seat that it nearly grazed him. The force threw Sue-E straight out of the cockpit. Just when everyone thought Sue-E was doomed, they were stunned to witness him twisting through the air in a flawless 720-degree somersault before landing safely on his feet. Sue-E even raised his hand high, beaming with joy, as if he were an athlete basking in the spotlight at a sports event. At that moment, the entire grandstand fell silent. The spectators instinctively rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they had just seen. As the crowd hushed in awe, Ivan Vanko turned to face Sue-E. His pupils narrowed sharply, his face darkening in an instant. But just as Ivan Vanko reeled from disbelief, the distant roar of engines reached his ears, snapping him back to reality. Ivan Vanko's eyes shot forward, fixing on the track ahead. Ranked second, none other than Tony Stark himself. Instantly, Ivan Vanko cast Sue-E out of his mind. This time, his primary target was Tony Stark. As for Sue-E, he could wait until later. With that thought, Ivan Vanko turned his gaze forward. He began spinning and swinging his electrified whip with increasing intensity. Each time the whip struck the ground, it left behind a charred, blackened mark. Die, Tony Stark, he roared. As Ivan Vanko's words rang out, he twisted to the right, swinging the whip down hard onto the nose of the race car. The whip sliced through the air with unstoppable force. It cut Tony Stark's race car cleanly in two. The car, still speeding ahead, lost all stability and tumbled forward uncontrollably. Tony Stark was keenly aware of the peril he now faced. His expression twisted with tension as he tried his best to shield most of his body. He braced himself, determined to minimize any injury. Then, with a burst of effort, he freed himself from the wreckage. At that crucial moment, Pepper appeared just in time. With a red suitcase in hand, she tossed it straight to Tony Stark. Catching sight of this, a sharp gleam flickered in Tony's eyes. A smile curled at the corner of his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony Stark gritted his teeth against the pain and hauled himself up from the ground. He stepped firmly onto the suitcase. The instant his foot landed, the suitcase snapped open, releasing a flurry of components. As if guided by their own will, the pieces began assembling themselves around Tony's legs. Next, Tony bent down, grabbed the two handles that popped out, and pulled them apart with a powerful motion. The brilliance of mechanical engineering was on full display. Countless intricate parts unfurled, snapping together, forming layers of gleaming metal armor. In just a few heartbeats, Iron Man, Tony Stark, stood revealed before everyone's eyes. Immediately, the onlookers burst with excitement, whipping out their phones to capture this remarkable scene. Watching it all unfold, Sue-E scratched his head. TSK. Looks like Iron Man really does steal the spotlight. So, want some popcorn? Came Hella's voice beside him. Sue-E nodded in response. Sure, this is the perfect show to watch. He took the popcorn from Hella's hand and, with a grand gesture, pulled her into his embrace. With an easy swagger, the two joined the crowd of onlookers, settling in as delighted spectators to the unfolding spectacle. Once the suit of steel armor had fully encased Tony Stark, a bit of the heaviness in his heart lifted. Though he had no idea who the man before him was, or why he possessed technology so similar to his own, Tony knew that right now, his most important task was to deal with this opponent, once and for all. With this thought, Tony Stark's sharp gaze fell upon Ivan Vanko, as keen and cold as a sword drawn from its sheath. Tony extended his arm, palm aimed directly at Ivan Vanko. A glow began to gather, the light in his palm growing more and more intense. But just as Tony prepared to fire, Ivan Vanko's whip lashed out, coiling tightly around Tony's arm. The blast in Tony's palm was forced back, stifled before it could be unleashed. The once bright light faded rapidly, snuffed out in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. As Tony tried to wrench himself free from the whip, Ivan Vanko's other hand sent a second whip lashing straight around Tony's body. A surge of raw energy crackled through, tearing mercilessly at the armor encasing Tony Stark. The suit Tony wore now was the Mark suitcase armor, a design created for portability and emergency deployment, something even Sue-E had received for his own collection when Tony first developed it. Its main purpose was convenience in crisis, but in terms of combat power, it was admittedly lacking. Against the assault of Ivan Vanko's whips, brimming with energy, the armor could barely hold out. The audience in the stands was frozen in shock. They could hardly believe that the invincible Iron Man, at least in their minds, was now being forced back. Not far away, Pepper Potts watched in horror, hands clapped over her mouth, heart twisting with fear for Tony Stark. Die Stark! Ivan Vanko roared, both hands tightening their grip. With the exoskeleton-like armor on his upper body, Ivan Vanko possessed considerable strength. The whips coiled around Tony's arms pulled taut in an instant, swinging Tony through the air. A harsh, electric crackling filled the air as the energy from the whips surged violently. As Tony was flung aside, the armor on his arms was ripped away completely. Screams erupted from the crowd in the stands. No one could imagine how Tony Stark, trapped in such a dire situation, could possibly turn the tables on his enemy. Tony glanced at his arms, now exposed to the air, his expression growing ever darker. His breath came hard and fast, shaken by the pain of his injuries. The invasion of palladium in his body was rapidly sapping Tony Stark's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be suffering such a humiliating defeat. Ivan Vanko looked at the utterly disheveled Tony Stark before him, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his lips. With unmistakable disdain in his voice, he taunted Tony Stark. "Ha ha! You've lost! Tony Stark, you've lost!" As Ivan Vanko's manic laughter echoed through the air, he strode forward, closing the distance to Tony Stark. For every step Ivan Vanko advanced, Tony Stark instinctively retreated, step by step. Watching Tony's retreat, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up inside Ivan Vanko. "Tony Stark, what are you so afraid of? Are you scared I'll kill you?" As his words hung in the air, Ivan Vanko lunged forward. The whips on both his hands cracked and lashed furiously at Tony Stark. Caught in the sweeping arc was Sue-E as well, drawn into the fray. Sue-E eyed the oncoming whips with a trace of disdain. He had only come to watch the show, a mere bystander in this spectacle. Who could have guessed that he'd get swept up in the chaos of this battle? The raging whips came hurtling toward him. Unperturbed, Sue-E calmly reached for a piece of popcorn and flicked it toward the whips. The popcorn traced a perfect arc through the air. In a flash, faster than the eye could follow, it struck Ivan Vanko squarely on the wrist. A sharp, searing pain shot up to Ivan's brain in an instant. He clenched his teeth, fighting back the agony. Glancing at his arm, he saw to his shock that it had been blown apart. How is this possible? A flicker of terror crossed Ivan Vanko's mind. Thrown off balance, he spun and crashed heavily to the ground. The whip in his other hand lashed out uncontrollably, striking Tony Stark's leg. Tony, too, collapsed onto the floor. TSK, what a pitiful sight you two are. With a smirk, Sue-E turned to Tony and said, "Tony Stark, looks like you owe me another life now." No sooner had Sue-E finished speaking than he reached into his bucket and grabbed 3 more pieces of popcorn. 1, 2, 3. He flicked them out, one after another. Each popcorn kernel carried a terrifying force, streaking toward Ivan Vanko's legs and left arm. 3 bursts of blood blossomed in the air. Ivan Vanko's howls of pain followed a heartbeat later, echoing through the room. Sue-E shook his head in mild exasperation. "Honestly, wouldn't it have been better if you just kept your head down? Why pick a fight with me, of all people? Isn't that right, Hela?" Hela nodded slightly. "That's right. Anyone who dares mess with you is simply asking for trouble." As Hela finished speaking, the security team from the Monaco Racing Club hurried over from a distance. They had only just received their orders and rushed over to clean up the aftermath. Without any hesitation, the guards dragged Ivan Vanko away from the crowd. As he was being dragged off, Ivan Vanko shouted hoarsely at Tony Stark and Sue-E. "Tony Stark, Sue-E, I'll never forgive you. As long as I live, one day I'll..." Before Ivan Vanko could finish his threat, Sue-E flicked another popcorn at him. But this time, Sue-E aimed straight for Ivan Vanko's head. Then in a calm voice, Sue-E said noisy. A hush fell over the entire crowd. They had always thought that Tony Stark was the strongest and most dazzling hero. But then, Ivan Vanko's whip had struck, leaving a sting on their pride. Even Iron Man Tony Stark had been mercilessly beaten down by Ivan Vanko, just as they began to believe Ivan Vanko was the strongest of all. Sue-E's overwhelming power shattered everything they thought they knew. With just 5 pieces of popcorn, he put an end to Ivan Vanko's life. Instead of fear, the crowd felt an electrifying thrill. The shock of what they had witnessed sent their hearts racing. Excitedly, people pulled out their phones, eager to capture Sue-E's image. But as for these onlookers, Sue-E simply cast a blur illusion over himself and Hela. No matter what device they used, no one could capture a clear image of Sue-E or Hela. At this moment, Tony Stark staggered to his feet from the ground. He detached his Iron Man suit and gasped for breath. The palladium was steadily poisoning his body, wearing him down more every day. During the fight, this feeling had left Tony Stark deeply frustrated. Without hesitation, Tony turned to Sue-E and demanded, "Sue-E, what can you do to save my life? I've had enough of this palladium poisoning." Hearing Tony's plea, Sue-E replied calmly, "It's simple. I have something in my collection that once belonged to your father. Inside, there's the key to synthesizing a new element. You can use that element as a substitute. Think of it as the last gift your father left you before he died. You should know, I just managed to get this thing from S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D., huh?" Tony Stark repeated the words softly under his breath, lost in thought, as if pondering something. "So what's the price I have to pay?" "It's simple. Once you've finished researching this new element, just hand over the method for creating it to me. Isn't that easy?" Sue-E paused, then continued. "As for saving your life just now, I'll come to you with the terms once I've decided what I want. How's that sound?" Tony Stark nodded slightly. "Understood. None of that will be a problem." As long as he could solve the issue with the palladium, Tony Stark felt more than satisfied. Seeing Tony Stark agree, Sue-E stood up from where he'd been sitting nearby. "This place is trashed anyway. I'll have someone bring you the item later. For now, I'll be heading out. With that, Sue-e led Hella toward the exit. At that very moment, the familiar tone of the chat group echoed in his mind. Ding! Mission released. Clear the first floor boss of SAO. Participant limit. 3. Fixed member, Asuna Yuki. 2 spots remaining. Completion reward. Peak Sword Master Cultivation. Ding! Members who take part in the mission will receive a full dive VR helmet free of charge. Asuna Yuki. What's going on? Is there a new mission? Is it about my world again? Edward Elric. SAO? What's that? Asuna Yuki. It's a fully immersive VR game. But from what the group leader said, it seems there are other secrets within. Asuna Yuki. At group leader Sue-e, summoning the group leader C.C. At group leader Sue-e, come out quickly. Asuna misses you. Asuna Yuki. You witch, it's clearly you who misses him. Don't drag me into this, okay? Just as the two girls were about to continue their playful banter, Sue-e appeared. Sue-e. SAO does have quite a few secrets. Simply put, anyone who enters the game cannot log out. If you die in the game, you die in real life as well. Sue-e. But it's a great way to gain experience. Even if your strength isn't that great, you can still participate in this mission. Asuna Yuki. At group leader Sue-e. Are you planning to join this mission? With you leading us, it should be a lot easier. C. Exactly. Sue-e clearly knows SAO inside and out. If the group leader leads the charge, everyone taking part should be able to boost their combat skills even more. Whitebeard said, how about this time? Let Sue-e and C.C take part instead. C.C replied, I hate to admit I'm the weakest, but I really should get some practice in. Asuna Yuki teased, I think you're just scared I'll surpass you. C retorted, I'm immortal, you know. Do you really think I'd be afraid of you? C.C laughed playfully. Watching the two women about to launch into another round of banter, Sue-e quickly interjected, at Asuna Yuki, get ready. Once I finish up on my end, C.C and I will come find you. You can use this time to prepare yourself a bit too. Asuna Yuki replied, all right, I'll go make a deal with old man Whitebeard first. I've saved up enough gold, and I'm planning to buy a devil fruit. Edward Elric chimed in. Just as C.C said, you really are loaded. Edward Elric added, pretending to wipe away tears, the tears of the poor. Asuna Yuki coughed lightly. Ahem, time for me to slip away. With that, Asuna exited the conversation. She needed to get ready for when Sue-e and C.C came over, and she wanted to make the trade with Whitebeard in advance. Seeing this, Sue-e also logged out of the chat group. As Sue-e and Hella were leaving the Monaco Racing Club, Asuna Yuki entered the basement of her villa. She opened a safe tucked away in a corner. This was the gold she had carefully calculated and prepared based on the exchange rate for Whitebeard's world in one piece. Right in front of her, the gold was worth a total of 300 million. While it said that there are only useless users, never useless fruits, Asuna still wanted a devil fruit with more potential to develop. She approached Whitebeard privately. Asuna Yuki said, Old man Whitebeard, I've finished preparing the gold. Whitebeard responded with a booming laugh. Gurarararara, my sons have found 4 devil fruits. Take a look and see which one you'd like. With that, Whitebeard sent Asuna 4 pictures and introduced each fruit. According to our devil fruit catalog, these are Zoan type, fish fruit, electric eel form, Paramecia type, speed fruit, Zoan type, dog fruit, pug form, and Logia type, mud fruit. Which one would you like to choose? Whitebeard waited for Asuna's answer. At this moment, Asuna fell into deep thought. As a girl, she would never choose the electric eel or pug forms. And though the mud fruit was a Logia type, Asuna really had no idea how she would even begin to develop its powers. On the contrary, when Whitebeard mentioned the speed fruit, a spark of excitement flashed in Asuna Yuki's eyes. Completing this mission first would earn her the cultivation of a great swordsman. Although she wasn't sure exactly how powerful this cultivation would be, it certainly wouldn't be any weaker than the great swordsman in the world of One Piece. If she combined that with the speed fruit, her combat abilities would definitely take a huge leap forward. Later, when she had saved up enough points, she could even remove the side effects of the devil fruit. That way, she'd be able to consume other devil fruits as well. During this period, she could also have Whitebeard look for even better fruits for her. At the very least, she could aim for something superior to the common Zoan or Logia types. With these thoughts in mind, Asuna immediately turned to Whitebeard and said, Old man Whitebeard, I've made up my mind. I choose the Paramecia type speed fruit. Upon hearing her decision, Whitebeard also felt that the Paramecia type speed fruit was quite suitable for Asuna at this stage. My son found this fruit, but since it's you, I'll give you a special price, just 100 million. Here, 100 million. Refer to 100 million worth of gold. Without delay, Whitebeard sent Asuna a red envelope. As she accepted the envelope, Asuna also transferred 100 million worth of gold to Whitebeard. With the transaction complete, Asuna turned to Whitebeard and said, "Old man Whitebeard, I'll head out for now. If you come across any good fruits, please save one for me. I'm definitely buying." "Don't worry. Any extras go to group members first." Gurarararara. Whitebeard let out his signature laugh. Without wasting a moment, Asuna took out the paramecia-type speed fruit Whitebeard had given her from the basement. Without the slightest hesitation, she ate the speed fruit. But instantly, that indescribable, almost otherworldly taste exploded in her mouth. Heavens, so this is what a devil fruit tastes like. As soon as she spoke, Asuna dashed straight for the living room. After all her recent training, her physical skills had finally reached a solid beginner's level. But the moment she took her first step after eating the speed fruit, her speed instantly doubled. Where it used to take nearly 40 seconds to walk from the basement to the living room, this time, it took Asuna a mere 5 seconds. She arrived in the living room in a flash. Even the simple acts of pouring and drinking water felt as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button, as the cool water rushed into her mouth. Washing away the indescribable taste of the devil fruit, Asuna finally began to carefully sense the changes in her body. She had a gut feeling that as long as she kept developing this fruit, eventually she'd not only be able to accelerate her physical speed, but also quicken her neural response time. Without a doubt, this was a fruit exceptionally suited for combat. Her choice, it seemed, was right after all. At that thought, Asuna Yuki felt certain she would grow stronger at an even faster pace. I'm about to shed the title of the weakest in the group. A surge of excitement lit up within her. She was fired up like never before. Meanwhile, he had wrapped up his own preparations. He pinged the 2 mission participants in the chat group. Everything's ready on my end. At C.C, at Asuna Yuki, are you both set? C.C, I've been free this whole time, ready to go whenever. Asuna Yuki, I'm ready too. You can come over now. In that case, let's get moving. With that, and C.C opened a portal and stepped into Asuna Yuki's world. As the portal materialized inside her room, Asuna Yuki could feel her heart pounding faster and faster. Anticipation and nerves twisted together inside her. If it had been before, visiting someone else's world never made her nervous at all. But this time, it was coming into her world, and into her own home, no less. She found it hard to keep her emotions in check. Then, the sound of and C.C's footsteps echoed in her ears. Moments later, the 2 of them emerged from the portal. The instant they stepped out, immediately sensed that something about Asuna Yuki's aura had changed since their last meeting. He turned to her and said, "You seem to have gotten stronger." Hearing his praise, Asuna Yuki's lips curled into a bright and beautiful smile. I just ate the paramecia speed fruit, so my speed's gotten a huge boost. That's a fruit perfectly suited for you. If you can one day accelerate both your neural response and your physical speed together, your combat power will soar to a whole new level. Double acceleration. Huh? Got it. I'll work even harder. C looked at Asuna Yuki and chimed in. Asuna, you really do turn into a proper lady in front of Asuna Yuki blushed and retorted. You witch. I've always been a lady. Thank you very much. Paid no mind to her 2 girlfriends' words and spoke up at once. When does SAO officially launch? This morning at 8 o'clock. It's 7:15 now. Asuna Yuki glanced at the clock in the middle of the living room and replied to Sui. Is that so? Well, then we've got plenty of time left. What are you planning to do to get ready? Asuna asked, looking at her. Waved her hand casually. Actually, it's not really about getting ready. I'm planning to go kill someone. Kill someone? The person's name is Nobuyuki Sugo. If I'm not mistaken, he works at your father's company, doesn't he? As finished speaking, her words reached Asuna's ears. Asuna nodded and answered right away, then I'll show you the way. Asuna trusted completely. She didn't ask too many questions. She didn't even show a hint of suspicion. Instead, quite naturally, she took Suyi's hand and led her toward her father's company. But just then, Suyi said, if we just walk over there, it'll be far too slow. With that, Suyi turned to CC and said, C.C, wait here for a bit. Asuna and I will be right back. As soon as she finished, Suyi scooped Asuna up in her arms. The phantom fruit's power activated. Suyi seemed to melt into the surroundings, becoming completely one with the environment. It was almost impossible to detect their presence. Asuna, point me in the right direction. We'll make this quick. Nestled in Suyi's arms, Asuna's delicate face was now flushed a brilliant red. At that moment, Asuna murmured, Suyi, you could just call me Asuna. Then, She pointed out a direction for Su-yi. Seeing Asuna so shy and adorable in her arms, a faint smile appeared on Su-yi's lips. Her speed suddenly increased several times over. In the blink of an eye, Su-yi arrived outside Nobuyuki Sugo's office. The phantom fruit's power activated again. But this time, the illusion was cast over the security cameras. The whole corridor and the office seemed perfectly quiet, without the slightest trace of anything unusual. Even if Asuna's figure had become visible, there was no way for the cameras to record her. As for Su-yi, she remained completely hidden. At that moment, Asuna knocked on the door and strode straight into Nobuyuki Sugo's office. When Sugo saw Asuna walk in from outside, he froze for a split second. Then, a look of delight spread across his face. "Asuna, what brings you here? Did you come all the way just to see me?" Yuki Asuna stood there, her face expressionless, gazing at Sugo Nobuyuki before her. Her stare made Sugo Nobuyuki uneasy. What is it? Is there something on my face? He seemed to care a great deal about the impression he made on Yuki Asuna, hoping to leave her with a favorable image. So, he immediately glanced at the mirror nearby. But what he saw startled him. Reflected behind him was the figure of a man. In a panic, Sugo Nobuyuki spun around. Yet, all he found in his line of sight was Yuki Asuna, standing alone. Realizing his own awkwardness, Sugo Nobuyuki quickly took a deep breath to compose himself. "ASU, did I give you permission to call me that? And another thing, from today onward I never want to see you again. In every sense of the word." Sugo Nobuyuki's expression twisted with discomfort. "Did I do something wrong? Why would you say such a thing? And what exactly do you mean by that?" The more he spoke, the lower and more sullen his voice became. A shadow flickered in his eyes. His fists slowly clenched at his sides, tension building. "It's that disgusting face of yours," Asuna said, her words sharp and merciless. "Just your existence in this world is a blight on it." Her words struck like arrows, piercing straight into Sugo Nobuyuki's heart. He had always been narrow-minded. As a classmate of Kayaba Akihiko, he often found himself consumed by jealousy and resentment. Over time, these feelings completely warped his soul. In other words, calling him a monster wearing human skin wouldn't be far from the truth. With every word from Yuki Asuna, it was as if she stripped away what little humanity he had left, exposing the monstrous nature underneath. Sugo Nobuyuki gritted his teeth, his eyes taking on a feral gleam. "If you hate me so much, then let me show you what happens when you cross me. Yuki Asuna, I've wanted you for so long. Once I have you, I'll seize your father's empire and surpass even Kayaba Akihiko. Ha 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 ha." With that, Sugo Nobuyuki lunged toward Asuna. But at that very moment, Su-yi dissolved the illusion. In the blink of an eye, Yuki Asuna's figure vanished, replaced by Su-yi standing where she had been, regarding Sugo Nobuyuki with a faint, cool smile. As it turned out, even before they'd entered the room, Su-yi had already used the power of the illusion fruit to swap appearances with Yuki Asuna. From beginning to end, Nobuyuki Sugo had been speaking directly to Su-yi. At this moment, Su-yi's voice rang out, dripping with mockery. "Let me ask you, are you surprised? Is this what you expected? Are you surprised? Is this what you expected?" Su-yi's words echoed forcefully in Sugo's ears. Sugo's pupils contracted sharply. Instinctively, he took a step back, his body collapsing against the table, supporting himself with trembling arms. Who are you, really? Who I am isn't your concern. I just want to know, how do you want to die?" A wicked smile curled at the corners of Su-yi's lips, his grin brimming with malice. Standing beside him, Asuna Yuki spoke up as well, her voice cold and clear. "Now, I finally understand why Su-yi wants to kill you. In fact, even if he didn't want to, I'd still want to end you myself." A chilly aura emanated from Asuna, an unmistakable sign of someone who had seen real battles. No matter how faint, there was a trace of killing intent about her. Sensing the unwavering resolve in both Su-yi and Asuna, Sugo's heart sank deeper and deeper. At this moment, his face twisted in utter desperation. He glared at the two before him, his eyes burning with venomous hatred. "You brought this on yourselves. If you want me dead, I'll make sure you die first." With that, Sugo reached beneath the table, pulled out a handgun, and without a moment's hesitation, aimed it at Su-yi and pulled the trigger. A bullet burst from the barrel, flying straight for Su-yi's face. It struck him squarely, just as Sugo intended. But what unfolded before his eyes was nothing like what he'd imagined. In his mind, Su-yi's face should have been blown apart, grotesquely shattered. Yet in reality, the bullet left nothing but a mark on Su-yi's face, bounced harmlessly aside, and did not so much as scratch him. It was as if he were dreaming. No way. This can't be happening. Sugo's eyes were wide with disbelief, frozen in shock at the spectacle before him. unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Suyi glanced down at the bullet lying by his feet, then looked back at Sugo. Nobuyuki Sugo, did you know? No one who dares fire a gun at me has ever made it out alive. You will be no exception. No, this isn't real. There's no way anyone could survive a gunshot. This has to be a dream. I must be dreaming. With that, Sugo turned and bolted from the room. Seeing this, Asuna turned to Suyi and said, Suyi, now we should. But before Asuna could finish, Suyi cut her off with a calm voice. You know, there are plenty of accidents in this world. For example, someone could fall down the stairs on their way out. Nobuyuki Sugo dashed out into the corridor, and the emptiness of the hallway allowed his pounding heart to calm just a little. But at that very moment, his foot seemed to catch on something ever so slightly. He lost his balance instantly and tumbled headlong down the stairs. His whole body rolled down the steps like a ball, careening helplessly. Within a matter of moments, new bruises blossomed across his body. The pain forced Sugo to gasp sharply, drawing in a cold breath. Damn it! Why am I having such terrible luck today? Sugo cursed under his breath, but fear still gripped him, driving his body onward. All that mattered now was to escape, so long as he didn't get caught by Suyi and the others. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Suyi turned to Asuna Yuki and said, or maybe you're just walking down the street when suddenly there's a massive underground water surge. Almost as if on cue with Suyi's words, Sugo finally burst out of the building. He broke into a run along the street, desperate to put as much distance as possible between himself and that place. But at that very moment, the pavement beneath his feet began to crack. Thin, spidery fissures spread outward, crawling across the ground like a web. Before Sugo could even process what was happening, the fractured ground suddenly erupted. A torrent of groundwater shot up from below. The surge struck Sugo with full force. It was as if a great weight had slammed into him, knocking him aside. He was thrown to the ground, landing heavily. The fresh pain mingled with his earlier bruises, and Sugo couldn't help but suck in another sharp breath. Damn it, why does it feel like the whole world's out to get me? And just then, Suyi stepped in front of Asuna again and continued. Or perhaps, you could have your leg broken by a flower pot falling from the sky. As if to prove Suyi's point, just as Sugo was gritting his teeth and preparing to limp forward, a flower pot came crashing down from above. With a sickening crack, it smashed right onto Sugo's right knee. His entire leg bent at an unnatural angle. There was no need to check. His right leg was certainly done for. The suddenness of it all was enough to terrify anyone. Cries of alarm echoed through the street. Damn it, why? Why is my luck so unbelievably awful? Sugo roared in frustration. Even so, with teeth clenched, he forced himself to crawl up from the ground, staggering forward with all his might. He fought back the pain that surged through him, hopping desperately on his left leg. He had to make it to the little garden off to the side. As long as we go there, there really shouldn't be any unforeseen accidents, right? Just as this thought crossed his mind. Back in the office, he added, but there's always the chance he could get hit by a car, have the gun hidden on him misfire and castrate him, and then out of nowhere be struck and killed by a meteorite. You never know. No sooner had Suyi finished speaking than Asuna Yuki heard a harsh, piercing noise from outside. A split second later, a gunshot rang out, followed by an agonizing scream unlike any other. From above, a small meteorite came hurtling down, striking Nobuyuki Sugo squarely. In an instant, he was crushed to pulp. All that remained was a 10-meter-wide crater in the ground. At that moment, Asuna Yuki walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. She gazed down at the shocking scene below and, almost without thinking, asked, How did you do that? Suyi, seeing the stunned look on Asuna's face, replied calmly, It's nothing more than an ability, a top-tier magnetic domain that can expand to the atomic level. In this range, electromagnetic forces become chemical bonds, allowing me to manipulate chemical structures and reshape matter. With that, Suyi gently picked up Asuna Yuki and carried her toward the villa where she was staying. Before long, they arrived at Asuna's villa. Once Suyi and CC had retrieved the mission item, the full dive helmet, from the chat group, Suyi turned to Asuna and CC and asked, Are you both ready? Asuna Yuki and CC exchanged a glance, nodded, and replied, We're ready. In that case, let's link into the game. With those words, Suyi put on his helmet, lay down on the bed, and said, Begin connection. CC followed suit, lying down to Suyi's left, fitting the helmet over her head, and, imitating Suyi, said, Begin connection. Watching CC so naturally settle on Suyi's left side, Asuna Yuki, cheeks burning with embarrassment, forced herself to calm her racing heart, and took her place on Suyi's right, then donned her helmet. Begin connection. As the three of them started the connection, they plunged into the game world. The moment all three shouted, "Begin connection," they saw a rapid stream of colorful cylinders flashing before their eyes. Then came a barrage of messages. Various program loadings confirmed as OK. New player detected. Please create your character profile. CC. Asuna. As the three of them shouted out their character names and made various adjustments, they were transported into the real game world, Sword Art Online. Slowly opening his eyes, Sui looked down at his own hands, gently touching his body, trying to feel the differences in this world. Yet, the sensation he received was almost indistinguishable from the real world. The only drawback was that most of his abilities seemed completely inaccessible. However, as Sui slid his fingers and brought up his quest panel, he discovered that all his abilities were ranked S. Every basic attribute he had was at S. In other words, he started the game with maxed out stats. In the beginner's village, this was absolutely a game-breaking advantage. It was easy to imagine. SAO stat system granted certain bonuses based on one's physical abilities in the real world. But this bonus seemed to max out at S. Still, for a beginner, having all S-level stats was more than enough. At that moment, two balls of light appeared by his side. As the glow faded, he saw the figures of CC and Yuki Asuna come into view. To be precise, now Yuki Asuna should be called Asuna. CC's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She surveyed her surroundings. Aside from the unrealistic attribute panels, everything else looked almost identical to the real world. She couldn't help but feel that this was truly a fascinating experience. So this is the world of SAO? CC murmured softly. As she glanced around, she noticed countless shimmering light orbs. These were all new players entering the game. At the same time, Asuna took a deep breath. The desire to become stronger was already firmly rooted in her mind. "So, what should we do now?" she asked. A faint smile. Sui sleeps. "Let's start leveling up right away. While everyone else is still in shock, we need to seize the moment and take control of the nearby wild zones." The wild zones were areas where monsters would appear. As soon as he finished speaking, Sui quickly surveyed the nearby buildings. Judging by their appearance, he led the two girls as they dashed out of the beginner city. Just then, a voice drifted over to the group. "Hey, you over there, young man, wait up a second." Hearing the call, Sui looked toward the source of the voice. He saw a man with the face of a down-on-his-luck samurai, dressed in plain, even somewhat shabby clothes, a patterned red bandana tied around his head, waving at him energetically. As Asuna and CC caught sight of the man, they turned their gaze to Sui standing beside them. They heard Sui say to the two women, "Don't worry about that guy. Right now, the most important thing is to hone your skills and grow stronger. Strive to become the most powerful existence in this world. This is your mission, Asuna." Asuna nodded firmly, then paused for a moment and asked Sui, "Wait, Sui, how did you know my name is Asuna in the game?" "Because your name is right next to your health bar." "Oh, so that's it. Well then, let's go, Sui. Let's become stronger together." With Asuna's words, her pace quickened even more. Clearly, in the game world of SAO, Asuna was also able to use the powers of the superhuman-type acceleration fruit. If she had a Logia-type ability, she might only be able to avoid death in fatal situations. As for the enhancements of the Zoan type, they couldn't compare to the straightforward speed boost from the acceleration fruit. Watching Sui and the others stride away, Klein pursed his lips. "Seriously, they just ran off. I was hoping that guy could help us out a bit. Look how fast they are. Must be beta testers." Just as Klein was grumbling, his eyes landed on another young man. This guy, just like Sui, was hurrying toward the city gates. Without hesitation, Klein waved at the newcomer. "Hey, wait up, buddy." This time, Klein picked up his pace and rushed over to the young man. Hearing Klein's call, the young man instinctively stopped in his tracks. "Is there something you need? I saw how confidently you ran off. You must be a beta tester, right?" The young man looked surprised and replied awkwardly, Yeah, I guess you could say that." Klein's eyes lit up at the response, and he immediately said, "This is my first time playing today. Could you teach me the ropes?" With that, Klein put his hands together and bowed slightly to the young man. "Please, I'm counting on you." "All right, I suppose I can." "Awesome. My name's Klein. Let's look out for each other from now on." "I am Kirito. Come on, let's head outside the city and practice our combat skills." While Klein and Kirito were introducing themselves, Sui and his group had already arrived in the wild. The real death mode hasn't been activated yet, so you don't need to be afraid. Just go on the offensive. Treat it like any other battle. Here, you have unlimited sword skills. Besides using special moves, there's no restriction on normal attacks. And that, he declared, is the essence of unlimited blade works. Hearing Sui's words, Asuna gave a slight nod. She slowly drew the slender rapier from her waist and, stepping lightly, charged straight toward the newly spawned wild boar ahead. CC didn't hesitate for a moment either. She wielded a European-style sword, not much different from the rapier Asuna used. The two blades gleamed coldly in the air, their edges flashing with light. Before the wild boar even had time to react, their attacks had already landed. The wild boar let out a furious roar. The health bar above its head steadily faded away. In the next instant, it burst into a shower of crimson shards, scattering and vanishing into the air. At this moment, He called out to the two girls, "That's it. Just like that. Now let's start grinding experience like crazy." Asuna replied, "Got it." CC added, "This game is actually pretty fun. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely come hang out with you more, Asuna." And so, the three of them followed the narrow path, cutting down every monster along the way with relentless enthusiasm. By the time Kirito and Klein arrived out in the wild, they were left completely bewildered. Where are all the monsters? Why aren't any monsters spawning? Kirito led Klein out of the starter town. He turned to Klein and explained, "This is the open field area. Monsters spawn here pretty frequently. Defeating them gives you experience, and if you're lucky, you might even trigger special quests, earn titles, or get rare item drops." Klein nodded thoughtfully. "So, the monsters in the starter area should be easy to beat, right? Should we take this opportunity to hunt as many as we can?" A small smile appeared on Kirito's face. "That's exactly what I was thinking. So, where do we go to find them? As long as we keep moving forward, monsters will spawn nearby." Just as he finished speaking, Kirito suddenly froze. He glanced back at the starter town, almost on reflex. They were already quite far from the town gates. But still, not a single monster had spawned. Logically, with the server just opened, there should still be plenty of monsters around. What on earth was going on? Was it a bug? Or could there be another reason? Perhaps someone had already cleared out all the monsters in this area? Would they have to wait for the monsters to respawn before they could keep leveling up? Once this thought crossed Kirito's mind, it refused to leave. "Klein, let's check up ahead. If I'm right, someone's already wiped out all the wild monsters here." Klein echoed in disbelief. "Wiped out? How is that possible? The server literally just went live." Just as Klein was thinking about this, three figures suddenly appeared in his mind. Those three figures were none other than E and his companions. Klein couldn't help but say, "Could it be those three guys?" Hearing this, Kirito's brow immediately furrowed. "Which three guys?" Kirito asked anxiously. Klein scratched his head and replied, "Just before I ran into you, I saw three people rushing out towards the outskirts. Could it be them who wiped out all these monsters?" Upon hearing Klein's words, a sense of unease welled up in Kirito's heart. A troubling thought took shape in his mind. If those guys monopolized the monsters right from the start, then their own speed of leveling up would be much slower. Fall behind at the first step, and you'll always be a step behind. The best grinding areas would end up being occupied by them for good. In the world of SAO, every level you gained brought a huge boost in power. If this kept snowballing, they could end up standing at the very top, above everyone else. For Kirito, this was simply unacceptable. Don't be fooled by his occasional easygoing manner. When it comes to games, he refuses to bow to anyone. Otherwise, he would never have challenged a boss solo during beta testing. And even after SEO turned into a deadly game, he still insisted on going alone. At the root of it all, this was Kirito's pride. When he played a game, it was all or nothing. He played to become the strongest. With that thought, Kirito immediately dashed toward another monster zone further ahead. It was a bit out of the way, but he discovered this spot during the beta test. He figured the leveling speed there shouldn't fall too far behind those guys. At least that way, he wouldn't be left completely at a disadvantage. Seeing Kirito run off, Klein quickly followed after him. Together, they headed for a more distant monster area. However, what Kirito didn't know was, those three weren't ordinary players at all. Their leveling speed was on a whole different level from everyone else. If Kirito's agility stat was already far above average when he entered the game, then Suyi's stats in every category were leagues beyond those of regular players. Plus, with Asuna's acceleration fruit, she started out with a unique ability that no one else had. You could even say they were truly cheating. How could Kirito possibly compete with them? While Kirito made his way toward another monster zone to grind levels, Su-E and his companions were already confronting the strongest monster in this area, an elite beast known as the Boar King. At this moment, Su-E was at level 3, while Asuna and CC were both at level 2. Standing opposite them was the Boar King, a formidable level 5 beast. In SAO, a game where level takes top priority, facing the Boar King was no small challenge for the trio. The pressure was palpable. The Boar King let out a deafening roar before them. Its massive tusks gleamed menacingly as it stared at the three with blood-red beastly eyes. Drool dripped from its mouth, pooling onto the grass at its feet. Its body rippled with solid muscle, every movement exuding raw power. As the Boar King, its strength was clearly no trivial matter. But the three adventurers were hardly ordinary themselves. With the experience they'd already gained, Asuna and Cece exchanged a knowing glance and, in perfect sync, charged straight at the Boar King. Gripping their weapons tightly at their sides, they prepared to strike. A shimmer of light gathered along their blades. This was the most fundamental skill in SAO/. It granted a slight boost to the power of their attacks. As their weapons flashed with skillful energy, the two women unleashed their techniques with practiced ease. Their blades swept across the Boar King, leaving fragmented streaks of crimson in their wake. Yet, even together, their assault barely scratched the beast. If anything, their attack had only served to enrage the Boar King. With a furious bellow, the Boar King lunged, its terrifying tusks aimed squarely at Asuna, the closest target. Asuna's eyes narrowed in focus. If she took a direct hit from this monster, even if she survived, she'd be left with only a sliver of health. That would definitely slow her progress in leveling up. With that thought, Asuna didn't hesitate for a moment and murmured, "Accelerate." In an instant, it was as if Asuna had broken through the limits of SAO. Her speed surged, allowing her to dodge the Boar King's charging attack by a hair's breadth. But as Asuna evaded, the Boar King did not stop. Instead, it barreled straight towards Su-Yi. Su-Yi's weapon of choice was a greatsword, a weapon demanding tremendous strength. In exchange, its attacks packed a serious punch. Instead of dodging, Su-Yi relied on his own might, swinging his greatsword in a powerful arc at the charging Boar King. A tremendous crash resounded. A whirlwind erupted from their clash, flattening the grass and sweeping outward in every direction. The gusts whipped Asuna and Cece's hair into the air. Su-Yi's feet sank deep into the earth, yet his health bar remained untouched. Instead, the Boar King's fearsome tusks were shattered by Su-Yi's blow. They clattered to the ground, breaking into fragments before vanishing from sight. The Boar King's health bar plummeted. More than half was gone in an instant. Such was the overwhelming might of Su-Yi's full S attribute bonuses, truly a sight to behold. Come on, let's take down this elite monster right in front of us. I bet we'll be the first to do it. As soon as Su-Yi finished speaking, the three of them charged at the elite Boar King before them. A chilling aura erupted in that instant. A sense of deadly intent filled the air. Su-Yi sitep with Formart, his greatsword slicing a powerful arc through the sky, unleashing a piercing, whistling sound that cut through the air. The blade came crashing down toward the Boar King's head. At the same time, Asuna and Cece both drew a deep breath, raising their swords in unison. Their blades gleamed as they thrust them toward the Boar King. Though their main strength lay in agility rather than sheer power, the damage they dealt was still impressive. The Boar King let out a furious roar. But in the next moment, both women's blades found their mark, plunging smoothly into the Boar King's sides. As the blades sank into its flesh, the Boar King's health bar dropped again. It changed from green to red, teetering dangerously close to empty. Just then, Su-Yi moved in for the finishing blow. His massive sword smashed down mercilessly on the Boar King, splitting the beast clean in two. As the Boar King's body was halved, it instantly shattered into fragments, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Su-Yi has leveled up from 3 to 4. Asuna and Cece have leveled up from 2 to 3. Su-Yi landed the final blow and received a special reward. Boar King Gauntlets. Boar King Gauntlets, Strength Bonus B+. Increased damage against boars. World announcement. Congratulations to player Su-Yi for the first elite monster kill, earning the title Elite Monster Slayer. Elite Monster Slayer increases damage dealt to elite monsters by varying degrees. When this world announcement appeared before everyone's eyes, they were stunned. Kirito, who was grinding monsters like mad, turned pale the moment he saw this. So much so that he was immediately knocked flying by the boar in front of him. His health bar plunged straight into the red, dangerously low. Klein, witnessing the scene, quickly drew his sword and charged at the boar, diverting its attention. Meanwhile, Kirito simply stared blankly at the world announcement, lost in thought. He hadn't expected that less than an hour after the game launched, the elite Wild Boar King had already been defeated. Even during the beta test, it took a full day for someone to take down the Boar King for the first time. A burst of hearty laughter rang out, echoing with pure delight. Suddenly, Kirito burst out laughing, his eyes alight with a thrill he had never felt before. This is what makes everything so much more interesting. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He felt truly alive, burning with energy. But what Kirito didn't know was that this game would ultimately turn into a deadly trial. Time flew by. Before he knew it, afternoon had arrived. Even in the world of the game, the soft glow of the setting sun now bathed everything in warm hues. In this world, time always seemed to slip away so quickly. Even Kirito himself began to feel a little drained. After all, he'd spent the entire day leveling up, pushing himself all the way to level 6. That was an achievement far above most players. He glanced over his character's stats, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smug, self-satisfied grin. He simply couldn't believe those 3 could possibly reach level 6 in a single day. After all, there were 3 of them. Even if they were grinding as fast as they could, there was no way they could outpace him. Yet Kirito was unaware of what was happening elsewhere. Under Su Yi's leadership, a player with all attributes rated S, not only had their group cleared the wild areas around the starting town, they had already ventured to the next settlement, sweeping through its surrounding fields as well. They'd even discovered a nearby maze area and managed to explore most of it. By now, Su Yi had reached level 9, while the 2 girls in the party had both climbed to level 8. They had also collected a fair amount of new gear. Most notably, each of them now wore a pitch-black wind cloak. Though the cloak offered little protection, it could conceal their faces, a handy feature for all 3 of them. After temporarily leaving the maze, Su Yi gazed at the distant sunset, the sky awash in colors. He murmured to himself, the time should be just about right now. With that, Su Yi's fingers traced a downward motion in the air, summoning the game menu and scrolling all the way to the last tab. Sure enough, the log out button was gone. Su Yi wasn't the only one to notice this. Klein, whose stomach was now rumbling with hunger, discovered it too. His level had reached 4. Not bad for his first day in the game. After a full day's play, he could feel his hunger gnawing at him. He turned to Kirito and said, Kirito, I'm going to log out for a bit and grab something to eat. I'll be back to keep fighting after. With that, Klein prepared to exit the game. But at that moment, his expression changed. Huh, there's no logout button? Kirito replied. Look again. I'm pretty sure it should be all the way at the bottom. Klein insisted. Nope, it's definitely not there. Kirito said, it's just right there. As he spoke, Kirito slid his finger down through the air, opening up the menu to demonstrate for Klein. But then he realized the logout button was actually gone. For a moment, the air grew unusually still. But almost immediately, Klein flopped back onto the grass and said, well, I guess it's only the first day, the game's gone live. A few bugs are to be expected. Maybe this one will be fixed any minute now. I bet the folks running this game are losing their minds right about now, huh? Wait a second. If that's the case, does that mean the pizza and ginger ale I ordered won't ever arrive? Kirito replied, we should try calling for an admin. Hearing this, Klein immediately began calling out for a game administrator. But there was no response. None at all. Klein asked, is there any other way to log out of the game? Kirito lowered his head, deep in thought, but the longer he pondered, the grimmer his expression became. If a player wants to log out, it can only be done through the menu, which means we're trapped inside the game now. At that moment, the evening sky burned even redder with the light of the setting sun. A crimson glow, almost like blood, cast its shadow over the entire game world. Suddenly, the wind shifted and the sky darkened. A bell tolled. Kirito felt as though he was being overwhelmed by some indescribable sense of dread. A feeling of foreboding welled up inside him. What on earth is happening? Kirito couldn't help but mutter aloud. But Su Yi at that moment burst out with a laugh and shouted, Asuna, no, Asuna and CC, the death game is about to truly begin. Are you both ready? Asuna replied, I've been waiting for this. CC added, I'm curious as well. What will this death game actually be like? And just as the words left their lips, a glow began to shine around them. As the light faded, they found themselves instantly transported to the plaza at the center of the starting city. The death game had officially begun. Zong, 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 zong. The tolling of the bell echoed again and again. Countless beams of light flashed in the plaza of the starting city. As the lights faded, one figure after another appeared in the square. Staring at the scene before them, everyone felt their minds grind to a halt, unable to process what was happening. What in the world is going on? Wasn't I just wandering around a moment ago? Why did I suddenly end up here? Is this some kind of launch event? Or are they trying to fix that logout bug? A flood of questions filled everyone's hearts. No matter how they tried to make sense of it, what was happening in front of them was simply too bizarre to believe. As time went by, more and more people were transported into the plaza. The square was packed with a dense crowd, everyone talking amongst themselves in a constant murmur. The noisy chatter was enough to make anyone's head spin. In one corner of the square, Su Yi, Asuna, and CC stood together, cloaked in black robes, watching the gathering before them as they whispered quietly to each other. Asuna, CC, did you see that couple over there? You mean the two people hugging each other? CC replied. Following Su Yi's gaze, Asuna looked ahead. She saw a petite woman with pink hair clinging affectionately to a tall, slender man with blonde hair. The two looked very much in love. What about those two? CC asked Su Yi. I bet anything those are actually two guys. Asuna raised an eyebrow. Two guys? No way, that's a bit much, isn't it? I'm not exaggerating. Remember their faces now, because in a little while, you'll witness the grand unmasking scene. The two women couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity at Su Yi's words, their minds already conjuring up images of what might soon unfold. Just then, a red hexagon appeared in the sky, marked with a bold exclamation point. It looked just like a glitch warning in a video game. An indescribable sense of pressure settled over everyone present. Suddenly, the exclamation mark within the red hexagon began to spread rapidly across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the last traces of sunset were completely blotted out. The entire sky looked as though it had been drenched in fresh blood. Many in the crowd began to feel a chill of dread creeping into their hearts. What on earth is going on? Let me out. I don't want to play this game anymore. Damn it, what's wrong with this crappy game? What's happening? Just as their cries of anger rose up, the sky itself seemed to start bleeding. Countless streams of thick, blood-like liquid began to ooze downward from above. Every now and then, flashes of lightning crackled through the viscous flow. As the crimson and lightning merged, a colossal figure in a red robe took shape before the crowd's eyes. His towering presence seemed to blot out the sun and sky. Just the sight of him was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. As this figure spread his arms wide, his voice rolled out in a slow, chilling welcome. Players, welcome to my world. My name is Akihiko Kayaba. By now, I'm sure you've all noticed, the logout button in the main menu has vanished. But this isn't a bug. The true nature of SAO is this. If you die in this world, you die for real. As Kayaba Akihiko's words faded into silence, the entire crowd erupted into chaos. This is outrageous. What kind of nonsense is this? Exactly. Aren't you afraid of getting arrested for pulling something like this? Just wait, your luck's about to run out. If you know what's good for you, let us out right now. Amid the countless questions hurled from below, Kayaba Akihiko remained utterly unmoved, his heart as calm as still water. He spoke again, his voice quiet yet chilling, like a storyteller calmly narrating a horror tale. There is only one way to save yourselves, and that is to clear every floor of SAO. When you defeat the boss on the 100th floor, you will earn your true salvation. As his words hung in the air, Kayaba Akihiko continued. Inside your inventories, you will each find a little gift I prepared for you. Please take a look. With that, everyone in the plaza reached out and swiped their fingers downward through the air, calling up the SAO menu and searching for this so-called gift in their inventory. It turned out to be a mirror. Seeing this, the corners of Su Yi's mouth curled up in a subtle smile. He activated the recording function in the chat group, capturing the entire scene before him. As the players clicked on the mirrors in their inventories, a dazzling burst of light flashed all around. In an instant, their appearances began to shift dramatically. The skinny turned stout, the short grew tall, girls became boys, and the young suddenly appeared old. Everyone reverted to their real appearance. All those carefully crafted avatars, gone in a flash, rendered obsolete by the appearance of the mirror. It was nothing short of a grand unmasking. Why are you holding me? Weren't you a girl just a moment ago? And you said you were 17. You were totally lying, weren't you? Wait, Grandpa, don't tell me you're that handsome guy who was flirting with me earlier. Hey, how did you get so short all of a sudden? Weren't you like 6 feet too? All around, people's faces were frozen in expressions of shock and disbelief. Suki made sure to capture every moment of this mass unmasking, and promptly uploaded the video to the chat group. At that moment, the chat group was buzzing with discussion about this mission. Everyone curious about what the world inside SAO was truly like, since none of them had ever seen the game's world before. Just then, Su Yi uploaded the video, with the caption, The Great Unmasking. As everyone clicked on the video, the group fell silent for a heartbeat, and then the entire chat erupted in laughter. Edward Elric burst out laughing. Ha ha, what on earth just happened? This is killing me. Did you see the looks of shock on their faces? And Ada Hugo exclaimed, Wow, that was eye-opening. Whitebeard let out his signature booming laugh. Gurarararara, what just happened there at Su Yi? Su Yi quickly explained the situation, and after hearing the story, the entire chat group erupted into even more uncontrollable laughter. Just then, Kaiba Akihiko spoke up again. Ladies and gentlemen, the real SAO begins now. Good luck. As his words echoed, the eyes hidden beneath his crimson robe flickered almost imperceptibly towards Sue-E and the others standing in the corner. Then, his figure slowly faded, disappearing from everyone's view. All that remained were the stunned players, frozen in place, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, Sue-E turned to the two women. Asuna, CC, let's head straight to the next town and clear out the entire labyrinth zone. Let's make sure no one ever has a chance to surpass us. With that, Sue-E glanced at Kirito in the crowd, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Because of the difference in the flow of time between worlds, Sue-E never worried about time slipping away in Asuna's world. On the contrary, he actually relished the current existence within this game world. After all, what guy doesn't love video games? Especially when you get to adventure with girls in the game. It was an experience like no other. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 weeks passed. Over those 2 weeks, more than 1,000 of the 10,000 players had already perished. An unprecedented pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Everyone except Sue-E and his two companions. During that time, Sue-E, Asuna, and CC explored every corner of the first floor. They completed every odd and inside quest, leaving nothing undone. They had truly left the rest of the players far behind, creating a gap that would only continue to widen as they gained momentum. One day, after Sue-Yi's trio finished clearing the maze area for the day and were preparing to return, they suddenly overheard news of a meeting being called for the first floor's boss. Sue-Yi and his friends had already discovered the boss room long ago, but since there were still unexplored areas, they had deliberately held off on entering the room. Unexpectedly, just as they finished their exploration, someone else discovered the boss room. Asuna, CC, let's go check it out too, Sue-Yi suggested, the corners of his mouth lifting in anticipation. Something interesting might happen. Asuna and CC followed Sue-Yi's lead, ready for whatever came next. So none of them had any objections to Sue-Yi's suggestion. They immediately followed Sue-Yi to the ancient ruins located on the western side of the first floor. They had already explored this place thoroughly. Anything of value that could be found had already been swept up by the three of them. As a result, anyone who came here afterward just assumed it was nothing more than a desolate, abandoned ruin. Within these crumbling remains, Sue-Yi and the others quietly took their places. Cloaked in black robes, the three sat together in a shadowy corner. Watching the steady stream of players arriving, they couldn't help but let out a cold, mocking chuckle. Hearing Sue-Yi's laugh, Asuna turned to him and asked, Sue-Yi, is something going on? You could say that. Do you see that person not far from us? Following Sue-Yi's gaze, Asuna spotted a young man with short black hair and a single sword strapped to his back, slowly making his way into the ruins. I see him. What about him? Do you remember what I told you the first time we met? Asuna frowned slightly, searching her memory. Before she could recall, CC leaned in and asked, is that the Kirito you mentioned before? Thanks to CC's reminder, Asuna immediately remembered. Back when Sue-Yi had just joined the chat group, he had said something to her. He'd warned her that if she ever met someone named Kirito, she should keep her distance as much as possible, because according to him, that guy was nothing but trouble. Thinking of this, Asuna quickly turned to Sue-Yi and asked, Sue-Yi, is that the guy you meant? Sue-Yi nodded slowly. That's right, it's him. From a certain perspective, this guy is extremely self-centered. Calling him a jerk wouldn't be wrong at all. Hearing Sue-Yi's words, Asuna's expression softened with understanding. Maybe that explains why he likes to do things alone. After all, this is a death game. Most players are sticking together for safety. Going solo is really rare. Asuna mused quietly to Sue-Yi. She wondered if Kirito's role as the protagonist of SAO had something to do with his solitary nature. Almost instinctively, Kirito glanced over toward the three of them, but the black cloaks concealed any details, making it impossible to tell who they were. Still, a faint sense of curiosity flickered across his mind. He seemed puzzled by the sight of three cloaked figures lurking nearby. Just then, a man with striking blue hair strode confidently into the center of the ruins. He raised his voice to address the crowd. Thank you all for coming today. I am Diabel, and I see myself as a knight. As Diabel finished speaking, the players gathered around immediately began to complain in unison. Hey, I don't recall there being any sort of class system in this game. Ha ha ha, buddy, meetings aren't supposed to be a joke, you know. Keep in mind, we gave up valuable leveling time just to attend this meeting of yours. If you have something to say, can you please get to the point? Diabel's expression shifted in an instant, becoming more serious than ever before. Then, with a resolute voice, Diabel addressed everyone. Today, my team and I discovered the boss room at the top floor of that tower. We have to defeat the boss and reach the second floor. Only then can we draw closer to true salvation. That's why I need your strength. Together, we can show all the other players that even in this deadly game, there's still hope for a new beginning, that we can break free from the shackles of this death game. Am I right, everyone? Diabel seemed to possess a natural charisma, a touch of true leadership. After his impassioned speech, most of the crowd was swept up by his words. Without realizing it, they began to applaud. The applause thundered on, only fading when Diabel raised his hands and gently gestured for quiet. Only then did the roaring applause gradually subside. Seeing the players before him truly moved by his words, Diabel's smile grew all the more confident. Well then, let's not waste any time. We'll begin our strategy meeting now. Since the first floor boss won't go down easily, I suggest everyone form teams of 6. That way it'll be much safer. We have to minimize our losses. Only then can we clear all 100 floors. With Diabel's words, everyone started discussing how to form teams, who would be the leader, and so on. Only Kirito remained seated, looking rather awkward. He'd always been something of a solo player. Recently, he'd been using his beta test experience to rapidly level up on his own. Apart from Klein, whom he'd met at the very beginning, he hadn't interacted with anyone else. And now, suddenly, he was expected to join a team. For a moment, he had no idea what to do. While he hesitated, most of the other players had already formed their groups. All that remained was the conspicuous trio of Sui, E, and her companions, and Kirito himself. Taking a deep breath, Kirito slowly made his way towards Sui-Yi's group. He looked at the 3 of them and began, you guys? But before Kirito could finish his sentence, Asuna cut him off. He hadn't even had the chance to get the words out. Asuna looked straight at Kirito and said, "If you're thinking of joining our party, we refuse." Her voice was cold and clear, utterly devoid of emotion. She didn't even bother to meet Kirito's eyes, as if she found the very sight of him repulsive. To her, Kirito seemed like the most loathsome thing in the world. Kirito froze for a moment, unable to understand why this girl before him harbored such obvious disdain for him. But with all the other players already grouped up, he still wanted to give it one more try. He thumped his chest confidently and said to Asuna, "I'm really strong, you know. If you team up with me, there's no way you'd lose out." In this deadly game, having a powerful ally truly did offer significant advantages. But Kirito had clearly chosen the wrong audience for his boast. If true power was the measure, then in this world, who could possibly outshine them? Over the past 2 weeks, they had claimed almost all the available resources. They'd leveled up with incredible speed, running through the ranks again and again. Even though this was just the first floor, every member of Sui-Yi's group possessed rare, highly upgradable weapons. They had devoured 90% of the resources. Out of everything, they'd taken almost all. Kirito managed to scrape together 5%. The remaining 5% was all that was left for the rest of the players. With their current levels and gear, they could have easily pushed through to the 10th floor without breaking a sweat. If not for Su, he wanted to lay a solid foundation for Asuna. He'd never have stayed stuck on the first floor for so long. Only after they had explored every last corner did they finally show up at this meeting. So, at this moment, Kirito's claim of being strong in front of Asuna and her companions was nothing short of laughable. This only confirmed Asuna's impression. He had been right about him. This guy really was scum. In a death game like this, giving others false confidence could be deadly. If his skills didn't live up to his words, the ones who paid the price would be his teammates. Asuna slowly rose to her feet. Her eyes, hidden beneath the dark cloak, fixed on Kirito with a piercing chill. Kirito instinctively took a step back, unsure of when or how he had managed to offend her. Just as he was about to speak again, Asuna cut him off with a single word: "Leave." It was just one short word, but it rang out crisp and sharp, leaving no room for argument. Kirito's brow furrowed in frustration. At that moment, Sui also rose from his seat. He stepped between Asuna and Kirito, placing himself right in the middle of the two. Sui turned to Kirito and said, "A lot of people are paying attention to us right now. If you don't want to keep attracting even more attention, you'd better find a seat quickly. We refuse to team up with you." Kirito glanced around at the crowd from the corner of his eye. As expected, he noticed that everyone present was watching them with curious expressions. Biting his lip in frustration, Kirito begrudgingly took a seat nearby, unable to hide his disappointment. Diabel, seeing that Kirito and the trio hadn't managed to form a party, simply moved things along without further comment. He resumed his role as the host and said, "Now that most of us have finished forming teams, let's..." "Wait a minute." Suddenly, a shout rang out from afar. A man with spiky hair leaped down from the high steps with just a few bounds. His sharp gaze swept across those seated, and a hint of resentment flickered in his eyes. He jabbed a finger at himself with an air of arrogance and declared, "The name's Kibu. Before we enter the boss room, I have something to say. There are people here who owe an apology to the 2,000 who died first." As Kibu's words echoed through the room, he pointed at the crowd before him. At that moment, everyone's expressions shifted. They looked at one another, each face clouded with complex, unreadable emotions. Kirito's expression darkened even further. He stared hard at the floor, clenching his fists as if wrestling with himself. Diabel turned to Kibu and asked, "Mr. Kibu, are you referring to those who had the privilege of participating in the beta test?" Kibu waved his hand dismissively. "Isn't it obvious? Those beta testers ditched the newbies the very first day this game began. They hogged the best hunting grounds, grabbed the best quests, and focused only on making themselves stronger. But they didn't care about anyone else's life or death. People like that owe us an apology." By now, Kibu's face had twisted with fury. He gritted his teeth and added, "Not just an apology, they should be on their knees, handing over all the money and items they've been hoarding. Otherwise, how can we trust them with our lives as teammates?" Hearing Kibu's accusations, the heaviness in Kirito's heart only grew. He could feel his body trembling, almost imperceptibly, as the sense of guilt and pressure mounted. But just then a cold, dismissive snort cut through the tension. It was precisely that cold, dismissive snort that shattered Kirito's overwhelming excitement. He turned his head and saw the three figures draped in black robes standing nearby. But Kirito wasn't the only one who heard that snort. Standing at the front, the King of Fangs also caught Su Yi's cold remark. He fixed his gaze on the trio in black, and without the slightest hesitation, declared, "If I'm not mistaken, you three must be beta testers, right? Hiding under those robes. Are you too afraid to show your faces?" The moment the King of Fangs finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Su Yi and his two companions. Faced with all those eyes, Su Yi showed not a hint of fear. He remained seated, his tone cool and unruffled as he replied, "Well, you certainly live up to the name King of Fangs. That knack for biting at anyone and everyone. Hell, not even a dog could keep up with you." With that, Su Yi slowly rose from his seat. Asuna and Cece followed close behind, moving with him in the King of Fangs' direction. Watching the three approach, the King of Fangs felt a sudden, unfamiliar pang of dread in his heart. This kind of apprehension was something he had never experienced before. "What do you beta testers want? I'm warning you. The King of Fangs, don't scare easily. If you're willing to get down on your knees right now, beg for our forgiveness, and hand over all your gear and money, maybe, just maybe, we'll let you off the hook." The ugliness of the King of Fangs' threat was plain for Su Yi to see. Su Yi burst out laughing, wild and unrestrained. "You call us beta testers? Let me tell you, even those so-called beta testers are nothing but trash when they stand before us. And besides, do you even know where you are? This is SAO, a game of life and death. And the original sin of this game? When it comes down to it, it's just being weak." At that moment, amidst the ruins of the old site, everyone could feel the air grow heavy and tense. Quite a few people even felt that these three black-robed figures gave off an uncanny, unsettling aura. Just then, Diabel, the organizer of this meeting, was the first to break the silence. "Ahem, if I may, I'd like to say a few words about all this." As he spoke, Diabel produced an old, simple notebook from his belongings. He addressed the crowd. "This is the beginner's guide, handed out free at the item shop. The very first people to distribute these guides were the beta testers. Information was available to anyone, and even so, many players still died. So, at that, Diabel let his words trail off. There were those who had access to the same information, and yet perished all the same. In the end, the reason was clear: they simply weren't good enough. Just as Su Yi had said moments before. However, as the organizer of this expedition, Diabel did not voice his support for anyone in particular. Instead, he subtly steered the conversation in a new direction, addressing everyone present. "Ladies and gentlemen, precisely because of all this, our upcoming raid is of utmost importance. Only if we succeed in one go and defeat the boss on the first floor can we inspire more people to believe that we truly have a chance to escape this deadly game." As soon as Diabel finished speaking, everyone responded with resounding enthusiasm. "That's right. We need to show Kayaba Akihiko that our courage is far greater than he imagined. We're willing to charge at the front and prove to everyone that a better tomorrow is possible. Let's achieve victory in one strike and defeat the first floor boss." All around, people shouted what was in their hearts. Over these past days, the pressure had built up unbearably within them. Now, Their cries served as a much-needed release for their pin-up emotions. Feeling the surge of passion in these warriors, each eager to prove themselves in battle, Diabel declared, "Everyone, let's seize this momentum and head straight for the boss chamber. Let's show it the true extent of our strength." Tooth King glanced at Diabel beside him, then turned his gaze to the black-robed Su standing ahead. Clenching his teeth, his face was full of resentment. He glared fiercely at Su. "You don't think for a second this is over. Just wait. Once we're done with the boss, you'll see what I have in store for you." "Is that supposed to be a threat?" A threat? Sure, call it a threat. I know for a fact you're a beta tester. Mark my words, I'll make you kneel before me and hand over every last item and coin you have. Not for myself, but for all those players who died." With that, Tooth King turned on his heel and left, falling in at the back of the group, heading toward the boss room. At this moment, Cece drawled in her own lazy tone, addressing Su. "Oh my, I never thought I'd see the day when our group leader was threatened by someone." Asuna's voice was thick with disgust toward Tooth King. "That guy just wants to stand on some moral high ground so he can force beta testers to cough up the loot and money they fought so hard to earn. In a death game like this, isn't that just another kind of murder? You could even say it's more despicable and downright disgusting." Both Asuna and Cece saw right through people like Tooth King. As for the others, the main reason they stayed quiet was because they, too, hoped to get their share of the spoils. After all, people are selfish by nature. However, what the Fawn King might not realize is that anyone who has ever threatened Su now has grass 3 feet high growing on their grave. Stifling a yawn, Su turned to the two women and said, "All right, let's just follow at the back and see for ourselves how impressive their skills really are." "Whatever you say, Su." The two women nodded lightly, then fell in behind Su, walking at the very end of the group. Before long, everyone arrived at the entrance to the boss's chamber. The door was colossal, grand to the point of awe. Its surface was carved with the likeness of the boss, surrounded by its personal guard. Yet the carving seemed somewhat blurred and indistinct. Only the eyes, glowing with a menacing red light, stood out, so strikingly fierce they sent a chill down the spine. The sheer presence of the door alone was enough to make many people's hearts race with fear. After all, this was their first time challenging a boss. The greatest terror always lies in the unknown. Diabel took a deep breath and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, if you're scared, you still have time to back out now." He had said it deliberately. Sure enough, as soon as Diabel's words fell, the others shouted in unison. "Scared? We're not afraid at all. We will be the vanguard for everyone. With our own hands, we'll bring hope to the rest." Just then, Fawn King turned to look at Su and his two companions at the back. With a mocking, sneering tone, he called out to them, "Looks to me like the ones who are really scared are those 3 at the end. Didn't you say you were even stronger than the beta testers? Yet here you are, hanging back. Maybe you were just bragging earlier. Humph, hiding behind your black cloak. Is it the only way you can talk big without worry?" As soon as Fawn King finished, the boss chamber doors began to swing open with a deep rumble. Seeing this, Fawn King snorted coldly. "TCH, you're useless. If you ask me, you better just leave now. Otherwise, you'll only get in our way." With that, Fawn King followed closely behind Diabel and hurried into the boss room. As the boss room doors slammed shut, darkness swallowed everyone whole. At that moment, it felt as though a strange enchantment had settled over the whole group. The entire room was awash with dazzling, shifting colors. Suddenly, a towering boss wielding a battle axe and shield appeared before everyone's eyes. With a thunderous roar, the boss's cry echoed in everyone's ears. At its side, lights began to shimmer and flicker. As the glow faded, 3 elite guards materialized beside the boss. Without warning, they charged straight at the gathered players. Seeing this, Diabel immediately swung his sword-wielding right hand and shouted, "Begin the assault." At his command, all the players charged toward the boss, Kirito included. No one hung back. Only Su and his two companions walked toward the boss at their own unhurried pace. "Charge! Let's show the boss what we're made of. I'm on fire. Let's go. Here we go." Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs, rousing their own spirits. For a moment, the scene resembled 2 armies clashing on a battlefield. Players and the boss became entangled in a chaotic melee. A team, C team, switch out. They're coming, B team, hold the line. C team, keep up your defense and get ready to swap in. Even in the thick of battle, Diabel kept barking out orders, directing the others in both offense and defense. His commanding presence was on full display. Everyone except Su and his companions followed Diabel's commands, launching wave after wave of attacks on the boss. The boss's health bar began to drop at a steady pace. However, just as the boss's health fell by 1 full gauge. A thick cloud of steam suddenly erupted from the boss's body. Not only the boss, even its 3 elite guards began to emit swirling jets of steam. The vapor billowed out from deep within their bodies. As the steam burst forth in unison, the boss and its guards suddenly moved 3 times faster. Kirito immediately shouted in alarm. "This is bad. Fall back. The boss is going berserk." He had encountered berserk bosses during the beta test, so the moment he saw this, he was the first to warn the others. Yet it was still too late. Just as Kirito's warning rang out, the A-team at the front line was swept aside by the boss's massive axe. With terrifying ease, the gleaming axe cut clean through all 6 of them at the waist. Their faces froze, etched with shock and terror. "Defend. Hold the line. C-team, don't fall back. Follow orders now." The sudden turn of events threw everyone into chaos. Even Diabell's frantic shouts did nothing to restore order. Fear had utterly consumed their hearts. They stumbled backward, panic written all over their faces. This is Kayaba Akihiko's trap. There's no way to beat a boss like this. 1 swing and it kills 6 players at full health. How are we supposed to fight that? Open the door. Damn it. The boss room door won't open. The first to reach the door was the player who had charged ahead the fastest just moments before, King of Fangs. At this moment, his psychological defenses had completely collapsed. In his eyes, with their current strength, there was simply no way they could defeat the enraged boss. Diabell's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He kept repeating to himself, "This can't be happening." During the beta test, this boss never went berserk. Why is it happening now? No, we have to pull ourselves together. Once you enter the boss chamber, there's no way out. Only by defeating the boss before us can we survive. If we fail, we're as good as dead. But can we really defeat this boss in its berserk state? Such overwhelming power and terrifying speed. There's no way we can withstand it at our current level. Just as Diabell's thoughts reached this point, he suddenly heard Kirito's voice shouting from nearby. "What are you 3 doing? Fall back now. The 3 of you alone can't possibly take him down." As Kirito's words echoed, Diabell saw Su-E and his 2 companions already standing face-to-face with the boss. A deafening roar erupted. The boss, seeing Su-Yi's trio stand their ground, let out an earth-shaking bellow. Before the royal guards could rush Su-E, the boss swung its massive battle axe, bringing it crashing down toward the 3 of them like a force of nature. And just then, Su-E spoke calmly. "Asuna, CC, it's our turn to put on a show. It's our turn to put on a show." As Su-Yi's words fell, CC and Asuna shot forward with incredible speed. The moment they took their first step, their blades flashed from their waists, drawn with practiced, fluid motion. They moved swiftly and naturally. With blinding speed, they charged at the boss. "Just the 2 of you? There's no way you can beat the boss. Get back now." Kirito shouted at Asuna and CC, his voice brimming with urgency. He wanted to rush over to help them, but the royal guards blocked his path. In an instant, he was locked in a fierce struggle. "Damn it! If this keeps up, they're going to die." With that cry, Kirito's sword flashed even faster, moving at a speed unheard of among most players on the first floor. Diabell thought, maybe, just maybe, Kirito could actually defeat the boss before them. Yet, just as everyone harbored this desperate hope, the boss's agonized howl rang out, dragging everyone's attention back to Asuna and CC. As Asuna and CC raised their rapiers, the slender blades burst forth with dazzling light all at once. One strike landed, swiftly followed by another. In the blink of an eye, countless new holes appeared across the boss's body. Fragments as red as fresh blood drifted downward from the air, softly falling like snowflakes. All could see the boss's health bar plummeting at a rate visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it dropped all the way to the very last bar. Kirito, Diabell, and everyone around them all felt their eyes widen in shock. They stared in disbelief at this astonishing scene before them. Only moments ago, they had experienced firsthand the boss's overwhelming power, that wild, relentless speed, and the crushing force of its massive axe. None of them, not a single one, had the strength to withstand such an assault. Just a single touch would mean certain death. Yet these 2 figures in dark cloaks, swords in hand, had so easily accomplished what was impossible for the rest of them. The sheer intensity of this display rattled their very minds. This is unbelievable. With that kind of speed and power, their levels must be way higher than ours. If they're with us, maybe there's a chance we'll all make it out alive. This is amazing. I thought we were as good as dead. Now the boss is down to its last health bar. I refuse to believe we can't take it down now. They're incredible, those 2. That kind of strength is just unreal. Kirito and Diabell couldn't help but murmur in awe. As beta testers, they had a much deeper understanding of the game's mechanics. Yet even they had never reached this level of power on the very first floor. It was truly terrifying. Just then, under everyone's watchful gaze, the boss hurled its massive axe aside. Reaching behind, it drew a gigantic nodachi from its back. The moment the boss gripped the nodachi in its hands, already in a berserk state, the boss's aura and pressure surged, tripling in intensity. Kirito's expression changed instantly, and in his mind, he cried out in shock, "What? The weapon isn't a scimitar this time, it's a nodachi. This is different from the beta." Diabel realized what was happening as well, and hurriedly shouted to Sue, E, and the others in black cloaks, "Hey, fall back. Jump back with everything you've got. The nodachi's attribute bonuses are way higher than those of the scimitar." Diabel's warning reached Sue, E, and his companions. But despite his words, none of them paid him any mind. After Asuna and CC finished their attack, they sheathed their swords and obediently stood behind Sui. Meanwhile, the boss let out a piercing scream of rage, planting both feet firmly before leaping onto a nearby pillar. It began to move rapidly along these pillars. The sound of its movement echoed through the chamber. Thud, 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 thud. The boss's speed on the pillars kept increasing, each impact coming faster and faster. It was like a streak of crimson lightning, gathering power before suddenly diving down from above, aiming straight for Sui. The wild nodachi in its grip burned with a fierce, blood-red light, making it look even more menacing. Kirito watched the scene unfold, feeling his heart sink like a stone. No, it's too late. Those three are doomed. Damn it. Diabel also felt a chill run through him. A moment ago, he'd been planning to charge in himself, hoping to land the final blow and claim the boss's special reward all for himself. But now, all he felt was relief. He could only think how lucky he was that he hadn't tried. If he had, he would have been the one to die. Everyone else in the room felt much the same. They were convinced that Sui and his companions were finished. But at that very moment, Sui reached behind his back. He drew forth a massive sword, black as ink, gripping it tightly in his hand. As the boss came crashing down from above, swinging its wild nodachi, Sui stepped forward. His heavy sword swept through the air in a powerful arc, smashing directly into the boss's blade. The boss's nodachi and Sui's greatsword collided. A deafening explosion rang out, reverberating in everyone's ears. A fierce wind whipped through the boss room in an instant. The gusts tore at Sui's black cloak, revealing his true face beneath the hood. Asuna and Cici each reached up with pale, slender hands, tugging their hoods down a little further to keep their faces hidden. So this is the first floor boss? How weak. Sui muttered to himself. Then, gripping the fabric of his cloak, he swept it off with a flourish. The cloak slipped from his shoulders in an instant. What emerged beneath was Sui's real form. He wore gleaming metallic armor, inlaid with gemstones that caught the light. He looked just like a noble knight from ages past. His armor radiated both a regal splendor and a formidable presence. The sight of that equipment left everyone utterly stunned. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. Was it really possible to have such gear on the very first floor? It was simply too dazzling. While everyone else was still clad in cloth armor and simple garb, Sui was already adorned in a suit of jeweled plate. This utterly shattered their worldview. At that very moment, Sui placed his other hand firmly on the hilt of the greatsword. It was as if this was the final straw that broke the boss's back. With both hands gripping the sword, Sui unleashed its power to the fullest. In the blink of an eye, the boss's wild katana was cleaved cleanly in two by Sui's greatsword. Without pause, Sui's legs gathered force, and he launched himself straight at the boss's head. The sword's edge seemed to tear through the very fabric of space. In a single, fluid motion, he beheaded the boss. Instantly, the boss dissolved into countless fragments, quietly fading away within the room as everyone watched in stunned silence. At this moment, all they could feel was that the Sui before them was simply overwhelming in his strength. And just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Why? You're obviously so powerful. Why didn't you make a move earlier? Why did you wait until all 6 of them were killed before you stepped up to face the boss?" The speaker was none other than King Fong, who had been hopping around in front of Sui earlier. Hearing King Fong's words, Sui smiled, and in the next second, his greatsword pointed straight at King Fong. At the same time, an aura even more intimidating than the boss's radiated from Sui. The oppressive force emanating from Sui was terrifying, far greater than what the boss had projected moments before. It was so overwhelming that King Fong's lips trembled uncontrollably. Still, he glanced around at the crowd. That gave him a bit of confidence. After all, the room was full of people, What could Sui possibly do to him? Thinking this, King Fong allowed himself a fleeting smile, though he quickly reined it in. His gaze fell once more on Sui, lingering on the armor Sui wore, and his eyes filled with barely concealed greed. That greedy desire, in a heartbeat, devoured every shred of King Fong's reason. He turned to Sui and declared, "Do you understand? You owe those 6 an apology. You must kneel before us all, and hand over every piece of equipment and all your money to everyone here. Otherwise, we will never forgive you." Saying this, King Fong even took a few steps forward. He drew closer to Sui's greatsword, showing utter fearlessness. Many people around them, upon hearing King Fong's words, began eyeing Sui's gear, and they remembered that after defeating the boss, there should be even better equipment up for grabs. With that thought, a chorus of voices began to echo around him. King Fong is right. You owe us an apology. You must kneel before us. Hand over all your equipment and money to us, right now. If you don't, we'll never forgive you. When Sui heard these demands, it was as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. He burst out laughing. Then he turned to the crowd before him and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the ones speaking up now are the very same few who ran the fastest just a moment ago. Aren't they? And you, especially Mr. Fong King. That expression on your face when you dashed to the boss room door and realized it was locked. I saw every bit of it. You looked absolutely miserable. Ha ha ha." Sui's mocking words rang clearly in the ears of Fong King and everyone else present. Diabel, who was leading the operation this time, had also witnessed Fong King's pitiful behavior just a moment ago, especially considering his actions caused a lapse in the team's coordination. If Sui hadn't stepped in, it's entirely possible that even more people would have died in the boss fight, maybe even a total wipeout. To be honest, it was Sui and his 2 companions who'd saved them all. "Fong King, that's enough out of you. If it weren't for..." Diabel was about to speak when Fong King cut him off and retorted, "Am I wrong then?" Then he turned to Sui and said, "Stop wasting everyone's time. You're definitely a beta tester. So get on your knees, apologize, and hand over all your gear and money. Right now." With that, a sly grin spread across Fong King's face. He was certain Sui would do as he said. After all, what other choice did Sui have? But just as Fong King thought he had everything under control, Sui suddenly burst out laughing again. "Ha ha 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 ha. You say I'm a former beta tester? Don't make me laugh. Don't lump me in with those players who had all the advanced information, yet still played like garbage. They're not worthy, and neither are you. If we hadn't just finished exploring the entire first floor, you wouldn't even have had a chance to be in this boss fight at all." As Sui finished speaking, Kirito suddenly remembered what Klein had once told him about a certain trio. Could be these 3 standing before him now? Looking at Sui's equipment, Kirito felt as if his own pride had just been utterly crushed by this man before him. All his supposed gaming talent, and even his status as a beta tester, seemed worthless in comparison to Sui. A complete nobody. Is this guy even human? Upon hearing Sui's words, Fong King's expression turned even more crazed. "You little punk, how dare you insult us? If you keep it up, we'll..." Before the King of Fangs could finish his sentence, he felt a chill sweep past his face, gliding toward the side. In the very next instant, one of the men who had forced Sui to kneel was sliced cleanly in 2 by Sui. He burst into a spray of crimson fragments, vanishing from this game world. At the same time, his real body perished completely in the real world. And right then, the green marker above Sui's head turned red. A killer player. Sui had become the very first killer player. Everyone was frozen in shock. The boss room fell into an unprecedented silence, especially with Sui's presence, which now radiated an aura even more menacing than the boss itself. They all felt as if the King of Fangs had provoked someone he absolutely should never have antagonized. The King of Fangs turned his head toward his fallen comrade, a chill running through his heart. Instinctively, he blurted out, What are you doing? You just killed him." Sui replied, almost playfully, "Oh, are you really that nervous? I simply took out the trash, that's all." He added, "By the way, anyone who threatens me rarely lives to see tomorrow." As Sui's words echoed in the room, yet another man was cut in half. And this, too, was one of those who had demanded Sui kneel. A devil. He's a devil, there's no doubt. This game, you can actually kill people in here. This is terrifying. No, I don't want to die. Please, let me go. I'll give you all my gear and money. One by one, those who had spoken against Sui dropped to their knees before him, repeatedly bowing their heads in desperate supplication. Even the others instinctively took 3 steps back. Kirito and Diabel fell deep into thought. They watched the scene unfold, momentarily at a loss for words. They didn't even try to intervene, instead falling into a heavy silence. Su-yi strode over to the King of Fangs, looked him in the eye, and asked, "What about you, King of Fangs?" As Su-yi's words fell, the King of Fangs collapsed to his knees with a dull thud. If there was anyone lacking in courage, it was him. Had the King of Fangs chosen to die on his feet, Su-yi might have respected him enough to grant a swift end. But the King of Fangs and his ilk, those who preyed on the weak, who stood atop their moral high ground to coerce others, all to satisfy their own desires. Su-yi had nothing but contempt for them. "Now, taste the despair of death." With those words, Su-yi slashed at each of them again and again. The King of Fangs and his followers were instantly reduced to fragments, vanishing from the world without a trace. At the same time, the sound of the chat group echoed in Su-yi's mind. As the voices from the chat group rang out, they filled Su-yi's thoughts. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su-yi's lips. "It looks like this mission has been a complete success." Su-yi slung his heavy sword over his back, then led the two women toward the second floor. Even after the three of them left the boss room, the others remained frozen in place. They were still too stunned by what had just happened to regain their senses. Meanwhile, Su-yi and his companions felt as if their bodies had undergone subtle changes. A torrent of new skills poured into their minds. Not only that, but fresh insights into the way of the sword brought them all significant growth. After taking a moment to process it all, Su-yi turned to Asuna and said, "Asuna, CC, once we get to the second floor, you can take off your cloaks. This way, no one will suspect a thing. At most, they'll think you're beta testers. No one will guess you're on my team." Hearing this, Asuna immediately lowered her hood and looked at Su-yi. "What are you talking about, Su-yi? Honestly, you're just protecting us." CC chimed in. "That's right, Su-yi. Taking all the blame on yourself is totally cheating, you know?" Su-yi smiled at their words. He didn't say much more, just told them, "All right, you two keep playing. I'm heading back for now. If you need anything, just message me in the group." With that, Su-yi's figure quietly faded away from the world of SAO. As someone far beyond the limits of this world, Su-yi could control his own form at will. The full dive helmet's restraints were nothing. There was no way it could contain Su-yi's power. Watching Su-yi disappear before her eyes, CC turned to Asuna and said, "With Su-yi watching over us, it really feels like home, doesn't it, Asuna?" Asuna nodded slightly, a gentle light in her eyes, and murmured almost unconsciously, "Yes, it does." But as soon as she finished speaking, she realized CC was already heading upstairs. At once, Asuna called out, "Hey, wait for me." Then she hurried after CC, sprinting in her direction. Elsewhere, Hella was shopping nonstop in the heart of Monaco with the cards Su-yi had given her. It said that women's love of beauty is in their very nature. Even the goddess of death, Hella, was no exception. By now, she was already carrying 4 shopping bags in her hands. But she was still in high spirits, happily wandering the city on her own. But at that very moment, Hella suddenly glanced to her right. Her exquisitely beautiful face, usually devoid of any expression, showed a rare hint of gravity. They really couldn't have picked a better time, Hella murmured to herself. By chance, a man passing by overheard her words. Seeing Hella's explosive figure and her breathtaking beauty, he was instantly stirred with excitement. He pointed at himself and said, "Hey, gorgeous, were you talking about me? Did you mean I came at just the right time?" Before Hella could respond to his question, a deafening roar erupted. The floor of the mall began to tremble. The noise grew closer and closer. In the next instant, a massive figure of steel burst through from the direction Hella had been watching. Chunks of shattered stone were flung into the air, crashing directly onto the unsuspecting man. He was buried under the falling debris without a chance to react. Thud, thud, thud. The steel giant strode toward Hella, its steps echoing with relentless force. As it passed over the pile of rubble, it didn't hesitate for even a second. It simply stepped right on top of the heap. Not even a scream escaped the man beneath. Only a dark pool of blood spread slowly from the mound of stones. Watching the iron colossus draw near, Hella felt her heart gradually sink. She let go of her freshly bought clothes, letting them slip to the ground without a second thought. Then, in a voice as cold as ice, she addressed the looming metal behemoth. "I didn't expect Odin to go this far. He actually sent the destroyer after me." Hella muttered to herself again. As her words faded, she ran her hands back through her hair. In an instant, a black and green battle suit materialized on her body as if summoned from thin air. At the same time, her body began to float gently above the ground. With a cold, regal gaze, she stared down the destroyer. Once, she had been part of Asgard. Hella knew all too well how formidable the destroyer was. Forged from enchanted URU metal, the destroyer was nearly indestructible, capable of annihilating all known matter. Its face could unleash a continuous beam of scorching energy, melting almost anything in its path. It could even shift its own form. Odin had created the destroyer to defend Earth from the invasion of the Celestials, to protect the world at any cost. These facts alone were enough to show the true might of the destroyer. Meanwhile, outside them all, Loki's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In his mind, Odin's words echoed, "Whosoever destroys the target first shall become the king of Asgard." With that thought, Loki grinned and said, "Thor, it looks like this time I'll be the first to succeed." As Loki's words fell, he immediately commanded the destroyer to launch its assault on Hela. In the instant the destroyer stepped forward, his eyes gathered with golden radiance. As the light intensified, the aura emanating from the destroyer grew even more terrifying. From his eyes, searing golden beams burst forth, surging with overwhelming might. The beams burned through the very air, distorting reality itself. The moment these fearsome high-temperature beams appeared, they shot toward Hela with unstoppable force. Yet Hela's expression remained unchanged as she swept her hands through the air. Under her control, sword after sword of midnight blue steel hovered by her side, shimmering like fragments of the night sky. If one listened closely at that moment, they would hear the clear, resonant singing of those swords, ringing through the air. Just as the blazing beams were about to engulf Hela, she flicked her delicate wrist forward. Her arm did not pause for even a breath after that first swing. Divine power surged unceasingly from within her, molding itself into more swords of the night sky, which shot toward the burning beams at breathtaking speed. The terrifying rays consumed Hela's swords in an instant, but her conjured blades seemed inexhaustible. Wave after wave, they hurled themselves against the destroyer's beams in a relentless assault. Between the two, their powers clashed and churned, pressing against each other with mounting intensity. And then, a mushroom cloud bloomed into everyone's sight. All eyes saw Monaco's central shopping district vanish beneath the rising cloud. The mushroom cloud swept through, utterly consuming the very heart of Monaco. It rolled outward, churning with flame and smoke, scorching everything in its path. Everyone could feel an unprecedented gale rushing outward from the epicenter, Monaco's heart, spreading in every direction. Glass shattered from countless buildings. Not far from the center, in a lavishly decorated steakhouse, Tony Stark was the first to react. He'd been planning to share a quiet dinner with Pepper, but this sudden catastrophe made him leap to his feet, instinctively shielding Pepper in his arms. The steakhouse's windows burst apart in an instant. Cracks even began to snake across the walls. At any moment, the entire restaurant might collapse. Seeing this scene unfold, Tony Stark felt his heart sink. If you remember correctly, Suyi's companion, Hela, was supposed to be shopping in Monaco's Central Mall right now. Damn it, Tony Stark cursed aloud in frustration. Thinking of Suyi's terrifying strength, a wave of dread washed over him. Pepper quickly gathered her wits as well. She turned to Tony and said, "Tony, Hela, I know," Tony interrupted. "But first, I'm getting you out of here." Tony Stark spoke as he tossed the briefcase beside him onto the ground. Placing one foot firmly on top of it, the Iron Man suit swiftly wrapped itself around Tony, encasing him in gleaming armor. He scooped Pepper into his arms and, without hesitation, soared out of the steakhouse. After settling Pepper safely in a secure location, Tony returned to the hotel. There, he changed into an even more powerful suit of armor. This was his latest invention, the Mark VI, a new generation suit powered by a recently discovered element. Tony had managed to synthesize this new element after analyzing the mysterious gift he'd received from Sui. The enhancements this element provided were nothing short of extraordinary. To be on the safe side, Tony made sure to don this upgraded armor. Without wasting a moment, he launched himself at high speed toward the heart of the Monaco shopping district. Meanwhile, the clouds above were growing ever darker and heavier. Thunder rumbled ominously among the swirling storm clouds. A biting, restless wind swept through the city streets. "Sir, an unidentified energy signature is approaching at high speed. 500 meters. 400. 200. 50. As Jarvis counted down the distance, Tony's expression grew serious, his gaze fixed straight ahead. There, hovering in the air, was a broad-shouldered man with flowing blonde hair, wielding a mighty hammer. The newcomer seemed momentarily surprised to see Tony, but wasted no time, racing toward the center of Monaco at astonishing speed. Seeing this, Tony immediately gave chase. As the two arrived, they found only devastation. Monaco's central district lay in ruins. Amidst the debris, two figures faced each other in a tense standoff. One was Hela, poised for battle. The other, the fearsome destroyer of Asgard. The adversaries watched each other intently, each searching for a weakness. But the arrival of Thor and Tony Stark shattered the oppressive stillness. Tony's eyes narrowed sharply as he recognized Hela. "You're Hela?" Tony had never heard any mention of Hela wielding such formidable power. The scene before him left him utterly stunned. Hela gave a slight nod, then shifted her gaze to the blond man before her. She could sense the blood of Odin running through Thor's veins. Without hesitation, she addressed him. "You must be Odin's son. I never expected Odin to send both his own son and the Destroyer to kill me." Thor regarded Hela, his face a complex mix of emotions he could not easily describe. Because he, too, could sense the strangeness about the woman before him. Yet even now, Thor remained somewhat proud and arrogant. He glanced at the Destroyer beside him and said, "I don't need the Destroyer's help. I suppose it was my brother Loki who sneaked it out, wasn't it?" As soon as Thor finished speaking, Loki's figure appeared amidst the ruins of the Monaco Central Mall. "Thor, if it weren't for me, you'd probably have no clue about the target this time." Loki's voice rang out, teasing and full of mischief. At the same time, his words caught the attention of both Hela and Tony Stark. Tony Stark's expression shifted subtly. "Thor? Loki? Are you those figures from myth? Are you really gods?" Thor nodded slightly. "We came to Midgard from Asgard to fulfill the task entrusted to us by Father Odin." As he said this, Thor's gaze fell upon Hela standing before him. Yet he noticed that the corners of Hela's lips curled upward, a glint of mockery flickering in her eyes. Such an expression struck Thor, so accustomed to pride, as particularly odd. "What's that look for? Aren't you afraid I'll take you back to Asgard? Asgard is mine by right. I'll return to reclaim my throne sooner or later. But your brother, are you sure he's truly Odin's son?" In just a single sentence, Hela revealed far more than anyone expected. Not only did Thor freeze for a moment, but even Loki's face betrayed a hint of unease. "What do you mean by that?" Thor was the first to speak, his tone anxious. He would not allow anyone to insult his brother. Though Thor was still arrogant, when it came to his brother, he was fiercely protective. In a way, these two brothers were the very definition of love and rivalry intertwined. "What else could I mean? I'm asking if your brother was picked up by Odin. There's not a trace of his bloodline in him. And, what's more, he reeks of that detestable frost giant heritage." As a warrior goddess who once conquered the 9 realms, Hela was all too familiar with such auras. Her words had barely faded when Loki's anger erupted. "You wretched woman, I'll kill you right here and now." Loki, the god of lies, was seldom deceived by anyone. So when Hela spoke, Loki immediately sensed she was telling the truth, which meant everything Hela said was real. But so what if he wasn't Odin's son? As long as he could kill the woman before him, he would still be the next king of Asgard. With that thought, Loki didn't hesitate for a moment. Instantly, he commanded the Destroyer of Asgard to attack Hela. Seeing this, Thor didn't hesitate for a moment. He swung his hammer and charged straight at Hela. Tony Stark took a deep breath. Standing before these gods, Tony Stark couldn't help but feel a certain pressure. But then, thinking of Sue-E, of that guy, he suddenly regained his confidence. As long as he could hold out until Sue-E returned, surely everything in front of them would be resolved. With that thought, Tony piloted his Iron Man suit and moved to block Thor's path. The Monaco Central Mall, already reduced to ruins, once again became the heart of a fierce battle. Hundreds, even thousands, of night sky swords were conjured out of thin air by Hela's divine power, swirling with the wind as they hurtled toward the Destroyer ahead. Meanwhile, Tony Stark and Thor, the god of thunder, began to fight each other as well. Thunderbolts from the sky cooperated with Thor, occasionally crashing down in terrifying strikes. A circle of lightning exploded outward. A small crater appeared instantly in the ground. Tony Stark was well aware of the devastation thunder could bring. Jets of fire erupted from his back, blasting him up from the ground in a split second. As he soared upward, miniature missiles sprang out from his shoulders, locking onto Thor and launching in rapid succession. A series of explosions echoed in everyone's ears. The battle raged on amidst the ruins of the Monaco Central Mall. At the same time, Monaco dispatched a fleet of helicopters, circling low overhead to observe everything unfolding below. "What on earth is happening here?" Report. "There appears to be a fight inside the Central Mall. We could only identify one of them. It looks like Iron Man, Tony Stark." Tony Stark? This news didn't just reach the local forces in Monaco. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. received word in record time. They had only just finished dealing with the Red Hulk incident. It had come at a tremendous cost. But now, after receiving intelligence from Monaco, Nick Fury felt another headache coming on. Without delay, he gave his orders, send people to investigate every detail of what's going on, especially the current battle situation. "I don't care what equipment you need. Find out everything now." At Nick Fury's command, S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action like a well-oiled machine, operating with staggering efficiency. In no time at all, Nick Fury received a report from his field agents. Director, right now the situation is not looking good for Tony Stark's side. Tony Stark is fighting a man wielding a hammer, and he's at a clear disadvantage. At the same time, Su-Yi's companion, Hela, seemed far from ordinary herself. She was locked in combat with a figure that looked as though it was forged entirely from steel, and nearby, another shadowy figure kept providing support. It appeared that she too was being steadily overpowered. After receiving the agent's report, Nick Fury anxiously asked, "What about Su-Yi? Have you spotted Su-Yi anywhere?" "Director, we have not seen any sign of Su-Yi," came the reply. Hearing these words from his subordinates, Nick Fury felt his heart sink completely. This alone spoke volumes about the sheer gravity of their current predicament. Inside the Monaco Central Mall, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Thor swung his hammer, and before Tony Stark could react, he brought it crashing down onto Tony's body. With a thunderous impact, Tony was slammed hard into the ground. At that moment, Hela felt a pressure unlike any she had ever known. She hadn't yet recovered her full strength, and now found herself facing the depletion of her divine power once more. She looked up to see Thor, the Destroyer, and Loki standing before her, each radiating murderous intent. Her heart, heavy with dread, seemed to sink into a bottomless abyss. And just then, at that very instant, Loki, gritting his teeth, directed the Destroyer to unleash a blast straight at Thor. Catching him off guard, Loki succeeded in ambushing Thor. A searing beam of energy engulfed Thor without mercy. The terrifying wave of superheated light battered Thor's body relentlessly. "Arf!" Thor's cry echoed through the chaos. Even for someone as mighty as Thor, the ferocious assault from the Destroyer was overwhelming, leaving him struggling to defend himself. Watching the scene unfold, Loki could finally restrain himself no longer. He burst into triumphant laughter. It's over. No one can stop me now. I, Loki, will be the king of Asgard." Hela, however, watched with an unchanging expression. Even with her divine strength entirely spent, she showed not a trace of fear. She fixed Loki with a cold, deathly stare, an aura of mortality emanating from her presence. Looking Loki in the eye, she declared, "You're Loki, aren't you? If you're willing to submit to me now, I'll overlook your past insolence. In fact, once I've fully recovered and defeated Odin, I'll make you a general. You could lead Asgard's warriors to conquer the 9 realms. What do you say?" Loki listened to her offer, his face first alight with excitement, but soon his expression faded back to its usual guarded calm. He stared at Hela and retorted, "Are you bargaining with me? Do you even realize the situation you're in right now? Your ally is already lying there, their life or death uncertain, and the divine power within you must be completely depleted. Now tell me, how do you plan to fight me? As long as I can kill you, I will become the king of Asgard. Then, I will be the most honored person in all 9 realms. Even if I'm not Odin's son, so what?" Hela gazed at Loki with an expression as calm as still water. Her face betrayed no emotion whatsoever, as tranquil as an ancient well, undisturbed by even the faintest ripple. In a voice chillingly indifferent, she said to Loki, "If that's how it is, then kill me." With that, Hela slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, the Central Mall had already become a labyrinth of shattered paths. The once thriving structure lay flattened, its walls completely collapsed, leaving no trace of its former splendor. Tony Stark, hearing Hela's words, clenched his jaw and called to Jarvis. "Jarvis, can the Iron Man suit be restarted?" "Sir," Jarvis replied, "the power system has been destroyed, the weapons system is offline, and aside from basic life support, all major functions are inoperable. Running diagnostics now, sir. You are experiencing massive internal bleeding and require immediate medical attention." "Damn it," Tony cursed under his breath. If only this suit had been just a bit stronger, he wouldn't have been so thoroughly thrashed by Thor. In the end, it was the new energy core that was powerful, but stranded in Monaco, he couldn't build a better suit. If only he had more time, he'd design an anti-Thor armor and reclaim his lost dignity. But now, it seemed everything was too late. A wave of dizziness washed over him, stronger and stronger. Tony Stark was on the verge of blacking out at any moment. With that thought, he said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, send a message to Pepper Potts. Tell her, if she ever runs into Su-Yi, to apologize to him for me. This was my mistake. And also, tell Pepper that I love her." With those words, Tony Stark slowly closed his eyes. Drained of blood, he slipped into a deep, unresponsive coma. Meanwhile, excitement was written all over Loki's face, barely contained. He could hardly wait to claim Hela's head. His hands, trembling with eagerness, reached forward. Controlling the destroyer, Loki advanced slowly toward Hela. With every step the destroyer took, the golden glow in its eyes grew more concentrated. The terrifying light so intense that, even without firing, it seemed to make the very air around them shimmer and distort. This was, without a doubt, the most powerful strike the destroyer had unleashed since this battle began. At that very moment, Loki's voice rang out, more exhilarated than ever. "The throne is mine at last." As Loki's words echoed, a fierce light surged from the destroyer's eyes. Blazing beams of scorching heat shot out, locking unerringly onto Hela, standing before them. Far off in the distance, Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. let his arms drop helplessly at his sides. Gazing at the feed on the screen, he couldn't help but mutter in despair. "It's all over. God damn it." Nick Fury shuddered to imagine what would happen to Sue-E if Hela were killed. From everything Nick Fury had observed in recent days, Sue-E was fiercely protective of those he considered his own. If someone fell under his protection, no one would dare to bully them, not on his watch. But if a man like that ever lost control, the very thought made Nick Fury's head ache. Just as Nick Fury was about to give in to utter hopelessness, a subordinate called out, "We're detecting intense spatial fluctuations in front of Hela. Something seems to be coming through." "What?" Nick Fury strode swiftly to the technician's side, eyes fixed on the data and the live feed. He saw that just as the destroyer's beam was about to strike Hela, a man-sized portal shimmered into existence right in front of her. No sooner had the portal appeared than a hand reached out from within, utterly unfazed by the blinding beam. The destroyer's scorching, terrifying beam struck Su-Yi's palm, burning relentlessly. Yet before their eyes, Su-Yi's hand was wounded and healed, over and over in a cycle. Only after Su-Yi stepped fully out of the portal did his hand suddenly clench into a fist. With an overwhelming force, his grip crushed the destroyer's beam as if snuffing out a candle flame. Like a chain reaction, the force rebounded straight back at the destroyer. In the blink of an eye, the destroyer was blasted backward, flying in a wide arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A human-shaped crater was left where it landed. The sudden appearance of this figure instantly caught Loki's attention. His pupils contracted sharply. A sense of impending doom spread through his heart. Just then, Thor, who had been flung aside earlier, gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. He shot Loki a glare of pure fury, then turned his gaze to Sue-E standing before him. Thor too could feel the immense pressure radiating from Sue-E. "Loki, I'll settle scores with you later. For now, let's deal with this guy together." Loki could not have agreed more. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded at Thor. At the same time, he regained control of the destroyer, making it stand up from the crater. Now faced with the combined encirclement of Thor, the destroyer, and Loki, Sue-E let out a lazy yawn, then turned to glance at Hela behind him. He said to her, "Looks like my timing couldn't be better." Hela slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Sue-E before her. For reasons unknown, the once aloof and icy Hela now had tears shimmering in her eyes. Sue-Yi's heart instantly softened. He immediately pulled Hela into his arms. With both hands resting gently on her graceful back, he patted her softly. His voice sounded soothing by her ear. All right, leave the rest to me. I'll make sure to teach them a proper lesson for you." As his words faded, Loki suddenly commanded the destroyer to fire at Sue-Yi's back. But it was as if Sue-Yi had sensed it all along. Without missing a beat, Sue-Yi, still holding Hela, stepped to the side. The blazing beam narrowly grazed the edge of Sue-Yi's clothes, striking the ruins in the distance. A cloud of dust burst into the air. Loki's heart sank. He hadn't expected that even with his back turned, Sue-Yi could so effortlessly evade the destroyer's attack. Seeing this, Thor didn't hesitate for a second. He swung his hammer and charged straight at Sue-Yi. Under Thor's control, the hammer spun rapidly, slicing through the air with a fierce whistling sound. It was as if Mjolnir was stirring up the very fabric of the space around them. Arcs of lightning danced across the hammer, crackling with thunder as it hurtled towards Sue-Yi. A sharp glint flashed in Sue-Yi's eyes. He took a step back, anchoring himself with one leg. Using his waist to pivot, he spun, all while keeping an arm around Hela's slender waist, guiding her gracefully to the side. In a single, fluid motion, Sue-Yi landed a kick squarely on Thor's face. Then, without missing a beat, Sue-Yi leaned in and pressed his lips softly against Hela's. The movement just now was like a dance atop the ruins. Exquisite elegance, yet breathtakingly fierce. Thor's face had just made intimate contact with the sole of Sue-Yi's foot. The blow was so powerful that it knocked several teeth from Thor's mouth. He looked nothing short of miserable. Thor's body then crashed to the ground, skidding nearly 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. A delicate blush bloomed across Hela's beautiful face. It was impossible to see any trace of the once dreaded goddess of death. In that moment, she looked just like a shy young girl. Damn it! Thor struggled up from the ground, forcing himself to his feet. At the same time, he glanced over at Loki and said, "Loki, this guy is really strong." Loki grumbled inwardly. "Do you think I'm stupid? I saw the fight played out earlier, you know?" But what actually came out of Loki's mouth was, "Yes, he's incredibly powerful. If we wanted to feed him, maybe we should channel our divine power into the Destroyer. One of Asgard's most formidable weapons. Not nearly as vulnerable as it looked in the movies." As Loki finished speaking, Thor didn't hesitate for a second. He moved straight to Loki's side, joining him in channeling their divine energy into the Destroyer. Watching their actions, Sue-Yi teased Hela, "Hela, don't you think it's a bit silly for them to be coming up with their strategy right in front of their enemy?" If Sue-Yi hadn't had his own plans in mind, he would have already smacked them both to the ground without a second thought. Hearing Sue-Yi's comment, Hela couldn't help but burst into laughter. But then, she turned to Sue-Yi and warned, "Be careful. Even at my peak, I would steer well clear of the Destroyer's power." As Hela's words faded, the Destroyer's divine might surged to an unprecedented level. The aura surrounding the Destroyer kept rising, growing more and more intense. At that moment, a strange light flickered in Loki's eyes. No one knew what he was plotting, but it was clear that the divine energy he was channeling into the Destroyer suddenly dropped significantly. Obviously, he was scheming for what was to come. Yet, even so, the Destroyer's power, fueled by Thor and Loki, became incredibly dense and formidable. The Destroyer glared furiously at Sue-Yi, just a short distance ahead. A scorching beam, blazing with unimaginable heat, burst from the Destroyer's eyes. With terrifying speed, it shot straight towards Sue-Yi. Faced with this fearsome, searing beam, Sue-Yi slowly opened his arms, closed his eyes, and stood his ground. He looked for all the world as if he'd given up on any defense, letting the blazing power wash over him. Thor and Loki stood frozen by what they saw, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? If they could send reaction memes, they'd definitely be posting the classic confused guy meme right now. Meanwhile, Sue-Yi started up a live stream for the chat group. In an instant, members from the group poured in to watch. Even Asuna, Yuki, and CC, who were both in the middle of SAO, joined the live stream. Asuna, Yuki, what's going on right now? CC, Sue-Yi, you didn't just return to your own world only to get yourself beaten up, did you? Whitebeard, Gurarararara, for a man, there's nothing more romantic than a good fight. It's death. Come on, Whitebeard, for me, battle itself is a kind of romance, you know? And if I'm fighting alongside someone I like, that's the ultimate kind of romance. Retsu Uno Hana, agreed. Edward Elric, why do I get the feeling that Sue-Yi's presence is fading away? C.C, maybe he's about to die again. Retsu Uno Hana. Is that confused face même? Sue-Yi, hey now, shouldn't you all be paying attention to the two people in front of us? One is Thor, the god of thunder, and the other is Loki, known as the god of fire and mischief, and also called the god of lies. Asuna Yuki, Ushoked Gatmem. Edward Elric. If I remember right, in the point shop, Thor's hammer is worth 50,000 points. Is death. So, Sue-Yi basically got 50,000 points for free? That's insane. Retsu Uno Hana, but I really feel your presence getting weaker and weaker. Are you sure you're okay? Sue-Yi, you mean dying? I actually forgot about that until you mentioned it. After Sue-Yi sent that message in the chat group, he slowly closed his eyes, gathering nearly all his willpower, suppressing his body's natural healing instincts. He forced his bodily functions to drop to their absolute minimum. At last, after an incredible effort, he was finally killed by the Destroyer's blazing, divine power-infused beam. His entire body faded away, not even a trace of dust left behind. Thor and Loki, witnessing this, were utterly astonished. Even Hela was visibly taken aback. She had no idea what Sue-Yi was up to. But as the goddess of death, she was more attuned to the aura of death than anyone. Before, she knew Sue-Yi would revive after dying. But this time, there wasn't a single trace of his body left. Thor and Loki grew tense, watching their surroundings with sharp vigilance, worried that Sue-Yi might leap out and ambush them at any moment. Yet, as each second ticked by, Sue-Yi's presence never reappeared. It looks like he really is dead, Thor said quietly to Loki beside him. Loki watched Hela's expression closely. He could sense that, beneath her calm exterior, she was deeply shocked as well. Seems he truly is dead. Seriously, what goes on in that guy's head? If he wanted to die, couldn't he have just said so? Instead, he put us through all this trouble. So now, our task is to finish off the man standing before us, completely and utterly. Thor spoke these words to Loki, who stood at his side. Yet even as he said this, Thor kept a wary eye on his companion. He was proud, but not foolish. With the throne at stake, he realized he could not put too much trust in his brother. Not now. Even if the man beside him wasn't his blood brother, Thor still acknowledged Loki as Odin's son, and thus, in his own way, accepted him. But what Thor did not know was that Loki's thoughts were far from such brotherly sentiment. After learning the truth about his origins from Hela, Loki's heart ached, but at the same time, he felt an unprecedented surge of elation. For now, he could wield the casket of ancient winters. That was the treasured heirloom of the frost giants, possessing a terrifying elemental power of ice. Just as Loki was preparing to draw forth the casket and catch Thor off guard with a sudden strike, something wholly unexpected happened. A golden sigil appeared out of nowhere before them. The glowing pattern unfurled rapidly, as if etched directly onto the fabric of space itself. At last, it took the shape of a radiant sun, emitting a blinding light as brilliant as daybreak. The pattern continued to spread, and from its blazing center, a human silhouette took shape at astonishing speed. The outline filled with light, and soon Su Yi's figure emerged into their sight. He was covered head to toe in shimmering golden runes, dazzling to behold, exuding the majesty of a supreme being. Floating effortlessly above the ground, wreathed in light, his eyes reflected the pattern of the sun itself, like the gaze of a true deity. This form, Su Yi himself had named Supreme Doomsday Awakening Eye. Loki and Thor both stared at Su Yi, unable to believe what they were seeing. How is this possible? Weren't you just dead? There wasn't even a trace of you left. How can you be standing here now? Su Yi looked at the two of them, his expression serene, and replied, Yes, I was dead just a moment ago, but now I've returned. Is that really so surprising? At Su Yi's calm words, Thor and Loki both opened their mouths, but for a moment, neither could find a retort. The others watching the scene unfold in the chat were equally astounded, for this was the first time they had seen Su Yi in this form. Yuki Asuna exclaimed, Oh my gosh, this form is so cool. Cece added, It feels like there's an ancient, timeless aura, and it even gives me a sense of warmth. Whitebeard declared, It seems Su Yi has become even stronger in this state. Loki, almost without thinking, swallowed nervously. When it came to the power of the Destroyer, as its master, he understood it better than anyone. That terrifying, searing heat, even Odin himself wouldn't dare to stand beneath the beam. Yet the man before them was not only bathed in that blazing light, but now stood before them with complete ease. This was already beyond anything they could have imagined. Su Yi's gaze landed on Thor and Loki before him. His expression brimmed with disdain. He floated in the air, looking down at the two from above. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you can't kill me in 3 seconds, then the ones who die will be you. Loki was especially attuned to any hint of falsehood in one's words. Thor, do it. He means it. At this moment, Loki didn't hesitate for even a second. With a sudden motion, he thrust out his hands, and the casket of ancient winters, originally intended to use against Thor, appeared in his grasp. A frigid aura billowed from the casket. Because of his frost giant bloodline, Loki was entirely unaffected by its curse. On the contrary, he could now wield a frost power greater than ever before. The chilling air seemed to freeze space itself. As Loki slowly opened the casket, cold like that of a 10,000-year-old ice vault surged forth. It was as if even the very air was turning to ice. Watching the live broadcast in the chat group, Isdeth couldn't help but cry out in shock. This icy aura is even stronger than what my Imperial arm can produce. Su Yi replied, Perhaps it's because the casket of ancient winters is a product of myth itself. After posting his thoughts in the chat, Su Yi slowly extended his hand. The golden patterns on his body began to shine even more brilliantly. The icy chill could not penetrate Su Yi's body at all. Not even the slightest bit could get through. All the frost was blocked outside by Su Yi. As the light grew ever more dazzling, a surge of immense energy, under Su Yi's control, instantly enveloped the casket of ancient winters, and he then easily closed his hand around it. A thunderous crash echoed in everyone's ears. Immediately after came the dull thud of someone hitting the ground. Loki was sent tumbling awkwardly to the distant ground. The casket of ancient winters had vanished completely from his hands. Thor and Hela were both left utterly stunned. With this single move, Su Yi gave everyone in the chat group a far deeper understanding of his power. Yuki Asuna said, If I'm not mistaken, Su Yi just said the casket of ancient winters is a product of myth. Yuki Asuna said. Are all mythical artifacts poorly made? Otherwise, why did the icebox shatter the moment Su-E grasped it? CC mused. Maybe Su-E possesses power that surpasses the realm of myth. CC then turned. Whitebeard, if I recall correctly, your body has no hidden injuries left, right? Whitebeard responded. That's right. Why bring this up all of a sudden? CC pressed on. If my memory serves, you once mentioned that as soon as your old wounds were healed, you'd challenge Su-E, the group leader, didn't you? Whitebeard burst out laughing. Gurarararara. The weather's wonderful today. My sons are inviting me to a feast. Whitebeard quickly added. Guess I'll be making my exit now. As the group exchanged teasing banter in the chat, Su-Yi's gaze fell upon Thor, who stood nearby. Thor immediately felt the weight of Su-Yi's eyes upon him, a heat that was hard to put into words. Driven by an overwhelming instinct to survive, Thor's power, as the god of thunder, suddenly surged awake within him. In that instant, he was no longer just the god with a hammer, but truly the god of thunder, his body surging with crackling energy. Electric arcs coiled relentlessly around Thor, his aura swelling and growing ever stronger. Thunder roared, splitting the air. With a mighty cry, Thor hefted his hammer high and charged straight at Su-E. His muscles bulged to their utmost, making him look like a living mountain. A worried glint flashed across Hela's eyes at that moment. As one who had inherited Odin's power, Thor's bloodline strength was never to be underestimated. Right away, Hela, anxious for Su-Yi's safety, blurted out, "Watch out." Yet Su-E remained calm, simply extending a finger, meeting Thor's hammer with effortless grace. With the lightest touch, a raging gale erupted from where their powers met, sweeping outward in all directions. Hela marshaled every scrap of her divine power, just to withstand the onrush. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, who lay not far away, was caught up in the blast and sent flying into the distance. The sheer destructive force engulfed everything within thousands of meters. Even the very space around Su-E and Thor warped and twisted under the overwhelming might. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, as if racked by a massive earthquake. Splitting sounds cracked through the air, the earth yawning open into bottomless chasms, as if a horde of monsters had torn the land asunder with their gaping jaws. The whole landscape fractured and crumbled, collapsing in all directions. Hela never imagined that the clash between Su-E and Thor would unleash such devastating power. Just as she was about to be swallowed by one of the widening fissures, she suddenly felt a force lifting her to safety. He then gently laid her down on a flat, open spot. Only at this moment did Hela finally breathe a sigh of relief. Her gaze swept toward the heart of the distant battlefield. It was then that she noticed a massive crater had appeared beneath their feet. Standing at the center, Su-E radiated with dazzling light, still looking every bit like a god as he surveyed everything below him. Thor's hand was ruined. Even the mighty Mjolnir, the hammer of thunder, could not escape its fate. It was shattered into countless fragments, scattered around Thor. Damn it! Loki looked on as Thor lay gravely wounded. He, too, had exhausted every last trick he had. The suffocating sense of helplessness and frustration left him drowning in utter despair. Destroyer, get in there. Kill that man. Loki's voice quivered with rage as he glared at Su-E before him. Even if the Destroyer can't defeat you, its body is forged from Asgardian URU metal. There's no way you could. Before Loki could finish his sentence, Su-Yi's figure vanished from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared right in front of the Destroyer. Su-E pressed his thumb and middle finger together. With a flick, his middle finger snapped forward. The Destroyer's head caved in instantly. A tremendous force exploded against its forehead. The next moment, the Destroyer was nothing but a metallic blur, sent hurtling thousands of meters away, crashing violently into the distant earth. Only then did Su-E seem to realize that Loki had just been speaking. He turned his head toward Loki, his voice calm and unhurried. What was it you were trying to say? Hearing Su-Yi's words, Loki's mouth twitched, and his expression froze in place. Nick Fury slumped back into his chair. He stared, wide-eyed, at the scene unfolding before him. Su-E floated in the air, godlike in presence. Even through the screen, Fury could feel that overwhelming, almost tangible pressure with ease. So this is Su-Yi's true power? The words slipped from Fury's lips in a murmur. He honestly had no idea what he should do now, when faced with someone like Su-E. All he felt was a deep, inescapable sense of powerlessness rising within him. Meanwhile, Alexander Pierce, who sat nearby, watched the display of Su-Yi's power on the screen. His eyes burned with an intense and feverish light. If only he could harness such power for himself. Wouldn't that make him a god among men? Greed swelled within him, twisting into a devil that began to devour his reason, bit by bit. Despite his awe at Su Yi's strength, the hunger for that power consumed Alexander Pierce. But he still knew that, relying on his current strength alone, it would be extremely difficult to obtain Su Yi's blood. It could even be said to be nearly impossible. However, that didn't mean there weren't ways to take an unconventional approach. The corners of Alexander Pierce's mouth curled up ever so slightly, and he felt that all the cunning schemes he'd harbored could finally be put to good use. Amidst the ruins, Su-Yi looked at Loki and Thor before him and spoke slowly. Now it's your turn. Before you die, do you have any last words? I am willing to submit myself at your feet. You are the most powerful person I have ever met. Serving you is the best decision I could make in this lifetime. Please accept my surrender. Without hesitation, Loki dropped to his knees before Su-Yi with a quick motion. He displayed not a shred of dignity or backbone. Su-Yi simply gazed at Loki, his expression indifferent. His tone rose slightly. Oh, are you serious about this? A glimmer of hope flickered in Loki's eyes. He nodded at once and began, of course, for the great. Before Loki could finish a sentence, Su-Yi's eyes blazed with searing beams. These beams burned even hotter than those of a destroyer. This was the power Su-Yi had evolved after his previous death. No, to be precise, it was an upgraded version of his former heat vision. Its destructive force had increased by at least tenfold. His terrifying gaze transformed into a scorching ray that struck Loki with lightning speed. Truly, killing with a look. As Su-Yi's gaze fell, all that remained where Loki had been was a newly formed crater. By now, the mall's central plaza was riddled with craters, large and small, too many to count. Wherever the eye could see, it was nothing but shattered walls and broken pillars. As the smoke and dust from the blast faded away, Su-Yi saw only one of Loki's arms lying at the bottom of the crater. There was no sign of his body at all. Everyone else noticed this as well. Yuki Asuna said, should we say, as expected of the god of mischief and lies? He must have put all his skill points into survival. I'd bet anything. That was a desperate move to save himself by sacrificing his arm. CC chimed in, to escape from Su-Yi's grasp. He'll probably brag about this for the rest of his life. Istef added, to get away from Su-Yi's clutches, that's already an incredible feat. Retsik and Ohana said, indeed, the more I learn about Su-Yi, the more I realize how overwhelming his power truly is. She went on, at this point, I honestly think even our Captain Commander wouldn't be able to defeat Su-Yi. Hinata Hyuga cheered. Big brother Su-Yi is the strongest. It wasn't just the people in the group who noticed. Su-Yi himself also realized that Loki had managed to escape. Moreover, the aura around them grew even fainter, making it rather difficult to continue the pursuit. So, Su-Yi decided to abandon the chase. Instead, he would deliver a wide-ranging funeral right here. Live or die. It was up to their own fate now. With this thought, Su-Yi's figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared above the ruins. From high above, he gazed down. The entire city was already more than half destroyed. The rest of the people had been evacuated to other locations. One could say this place had become a ghost town. Upon seeing this, Su-Yi slowly raised his right hand. Golden patterns began to unfurl from his fingertips, weaving through the air. In the blink of an eye, these golden threads outlined a miniature sun floating above the shattered city. Just its presence was enough to ignite an unprecedented inferno in the ruins below, thanks to its searing heat. Loki had clearly noticed what was unfolding before him. At this moment, he was in utter disarray. His tattered clothes were the least of his concerns. His severely wounded body and the loss of an arm tormented him with a pain he had never known before. Loki pressed forward, desperately fleeing. Right now, a single thought echoed in his mind. Escape this city. Anything else, any other concerns, had long vanished. If the heavens granted him another chance, he would never set foot in Midgard again. Compared to this place, even Asgard seemed far less terrifying. Just as this realization struck Loki, Su-Yi, still in the sky, swept his arm downward. That blazing sun slowly descended from the heavens. At the same time, Su-Yi unleashed his magnetic field, locking onto Hela, the Destroyer, and Tony Stark, drawing them close to his side, before leisurely flying off into the distance. Behind Su-Yi, a blinding radiance erupted. The light turned the sky a dazzling white. Everywhere else seemed to sink into shadow, as if night had swallowed the world. It was as though the entire world was illuminated by nothing but that fierce sun. As the blazing sun gradually faded away, the entire city was reduced to a massive crater. The pit was eerily smooth, as if polished. Within the crater, all things were annihilated. Perhaps only dust, drifting through the air, remained. Su-yi regarded his handiwork without the slightest concern. As for the fate of Thor, Loki, and the others, they didn't trouble Su-yi's thoughts at all. After all, before Su-yi, they were no more than ants. As the golden patterns on Su-yi's body slowly faded, the tremendous pressure he exuded also lessened somewhat. Su-yi let out a casual yawn. It must be said, the moment the awakening eye state was lifted, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness crashed over him like a rising tide. It wasn't a matter of physical exhaustion. It was simply that his mind was worn out. Hella, let's head straight back to Queens. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-yi's figure vanished from spot. A second later, Su-yi and the others appeared in Queens. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-yi handed Tony Stark over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Then, wrapping his arm around Hela, he returned to the villa, where they both drifted into sweet dreams. At that same time, Pepper Potts learned from S.H.I.E.L.D. that Tony Stark was safe. Without delay, she hurried from the shelter and flew straight to S.H.I.E.L.D. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Time slipped by, and before anyone realized it, 3 days had gone. During those 3 days, Su-yi and Hela did little besides sleep. Occasionally, they would eat, only to return to bed for more sleep. You could say they elevated laziness to an art form. Who would have imagined that someone so fond of sleeping held the power to destroy the world with a mere thought? In stark contrast to the serenity surrounding Su-yi and Hela, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in utter chaos, busier than ever. They had a mountain of bizarre issues to resolve. Questions about how the city was destroyed, what exactly had happened, what that strange sun was, and, above all, who was behind all these events. Nick Fury had to compile report after report, organizing every detail and handing them off to the appropriate authorities. It was no exaggeration to say that the workload of these 3 days surpassed everything he'd done in the previous year, by far. Even Nick Fury, hardened director of S.H.I.E.L.D., felt his body was on the verge of collapsing. Sui, it's all because of Su-yi. We need someone who can counter Su-yi. As Fury shouted, his fists crashed down on the desk with a resounding thud. But his face betrayed not anger, but a kind of despair and defeat he'd never shown before. For all his brave words, Nick Fury knew deep down that with their current resources, they didn't stand a chance against Su-yi. And that was the heart of the problem. Whatever Su-yi decided to do, not only could they not stop him, sometimes they even had to help. That was what filled Nick Fury with the deepest despair. Just then, Pierce approached and said, "Nick Fury, sometimes we don't have to target the man himself." Pierce's words made Fury pause. He turned to look at Pierce and asked, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we go after the people close to Su-yi?" Pierce gave no reply. He simply gazed silently at Nick Fury before him. Yet his silence alone was enough to reveal to Fury what was going on in his mind. Nick Fury looked at Pierce and said, "Pierce, are you out of your mind? You should know that when faced with absolute power, no scheme stands a chance of success. I have a fair understanding of Su-yi's abilities too. No, you really don't grasp how terrifying Su-yi is. What you've seen barely scratches the surface. He's got other powers we know nothing about. We don't understand Su-yi at all." Pierce listened to Fury's words, feeling his face darken with unease. "Is that so? Maybe you're right," he muttered under his breath. Still, from the look on his face, it was clear he wasn't convinced or willing to accept it. Perhaps Fury sensed what was on Pierce's mind. He warned him again, "Pierce, I advise you not to entertain any reckless ideas. If you truly provoke Su-yi, S.H.I.E.L.D. might be wiped clean from the pages of history." Pierce, the wily old fox, broke into a smile the instant he heard Fury's warning. "Relax. These are just passing thoughts. I wouldn't actually do something like that." With that, Pierce turned and walked away, no longer paying Fury any attention. At the same time, he thought to himself, whether S.H.I.E.L.D. disappears from history or not, what does that have to do with me? After all, Hydra has already wormed its way into S.H.I.E.L.D. and taken control of a great many resources. Even without S.H.I.E.L.D., they could easily stand on their own 2 feet. At this thought, Pierce cheered inwardly. Hail Hydra! Pierce was, in fact, the leader of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. Given that identity, it was impossible for him to ever stand with Nick Fury. Turning the idea over in his mind, Pierce made up his mind to target the women around Su-yi. First on the list was Hannah Marks, the woman obsessed with Su-yi. He'd received word that lately, she'd been making frequent visits to Su-yi's villa. That meant she was the perfect target, and his demands were simple. He just needed Hannah to collect some of Su-yi's hair, skin, or, better yet, DNA samples. The more Pierce thought about it, the more thrilled he became. If they really could get their hands on such things, wouldn't the whole world fall into Hydra's grasp? With that, they could mass-produce warriors like Su-yi, and from childhood, they could condition them to obey Hydra's will. This, after all, was Hydra's specialty. Once he got what he wanted, Pierce would waste no time. He would leave S.H.I.E.L.D. with the rest of Hydra. When the time comes, all that's left is to let Nick Fury take the fall at S.H.I.E.L.D. It's truly a plan that kills two birds with one stone. In Pierce's eyes, there was absolutely no way it could fail. After all, everyone has weaknesses simply because they're human. And family is one of those weaknesses. The only thing to watch out for was Nick Fury himself. He mustn't catch on to what was happening. Otherwise, everything would be for nothing in the end. He slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at the sunlight streaming in through the window, then glanced at the time on his phone. To his surprise, it was already afternoon. As expected, the best way to let time slip away is simply to sleep a while. He stretched lazily, then, out of habit, pressed a gentle kiss to Hella's lips before getting out of bed. He grabbed his phone and dialed Tony Stark. "Tony, how's your recovery going?" At Stark Industries, Tony Stark glanced at the Iron Man suit nearby and replied, "Not bad. I'm pretty much back to normal. Do you remember you still owe me a favor?" "Of course, just say the word. What do you want me to do?" A small smile played at the corners of Su Yi's mouth. "It's simple. I'm giving you something, and I want you to make me a custom Iron Man suit. That's all." Hearing this, Tony Stark felt a wave of relief. If it was just a custom Iron Man suit, that was no big deal at all. After all, every time he built a new suit, he'd send one over to Su Yi anyway. This time, it was just a matter of customization. Thinking this, Tony said to Su, "If it's just a custom suit, that's perfectly fine. I'll be at Stark Industries. Just let my assistant know when you arrive." By now, he had already made his way to his underground vault. He looked at the destroyer armor and the space stone resting there, a faint smile curling on his lips. Then he said to Tony Stark, "All right, I'll be there in a flash." As soon as Su-Yi finished speaking, he hoisted the destroyer onto his shoulder, pressed it firmly against the space stone, and, in an instant, Su-Yi vanished from the underground vault. In a blink, Su-Yi's figure disappeared from the room below. At Stark Industries, Tony Stark hung up the phone and took a sip of coffee from the cup beside him. The moment he set the cup down, Tony Stark suddenly saw Su-Yi standing right in front of him. For a split second, Tony lost control and spilled coffee all over himself. Then, almost on reflex, he blurted out, "How did you get here so fast?" Only Su-Yi's voice could be heard teasing at this moment. TSK. Are you really that excited to see me?" Tony Stark casually wiped his mouth. He looked at Su-Yi in front of him and said, "Su-Yi, when did you get here?" "When else?" "Of course, just now. To be precise, it was the moment you hung up the phone." As Su-Yi finished speaking, he tossed the destroyer he was holding aside. Then he turned to Tony Stark and said, "Here, what you need to do is combine this destroyer with the Cosmic Cube. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Tony Stark knew a bit about the Cosmic Cube's legend, but as for the destroyer, he wasn't quite sure where to begin. He stood up from his seat, walked over to the destroyer, and examined the material from top to bottom. "Jarvis, scan this guy." As Tony finished his command, the AI, Jarvis, operated a scanner, gliding it over to the destroyer. A red beam swept slowly across the destroyer's surface, analyzing its materials. After a long moment, Jarvis reported, "Sir, this is made from extraterrestrial materials. Its toughness is far beyond what we can handle." Tony Stark shrugged at that, turning to Su-Yi and saying, "Su-Yi, as you can see, it's not that I don't want to help you. We simply have no way to work with this thing, unless you're willing to help me out." At this point, Tony's gaze drifted to the sunken spot on the destroyer's face. A chill crept through his heart. He'd seen this thing in action before. The sheer power was one thing, but even his repulsor blast hadn't left so much as a spark on the destroyer's armor. That alone spoke volumes about how extraordinary its construction was. Meanwhile, Su-Yi had already begun to leisurely explore Tony Stark's office. He spoke softly. "No need. I just wanted to build a toy for fun. After all, isn't power armor every man's dream? But if I had to spend ages building this toy, that would be pure torture for me." Hearing Su-Yi say he just wanted to make a toy, Tony Stark felt a headache coming on. What kind of toy? Needs the destroyer and the Cosmic Cube. After a pause, Su-Yi spoke again. "If I brought some adamantium here, would you be able to modify the destroyer then?" Adamantium, at its origin, is a metal synthesized from vibranium, iron, and certain catalysts. This metal is said to be incredibly hard, stronger even than vibranium by a fair margin. However, at present, adamantium is exceedingly rare. And as for the legendary true adamantium, which is virtually indestructible, in Su-Yi's mind, there's only one being who possesses it: Wolverine of the X Academy. Tony Stark had long heard the stories about adamantium. He gave a slight nod at this moment and said, "If I truly had some adamantium, I'd be keen to give it a try. Or, if you could give me a large stockpile of vibranium, I could probably create a metal similar to adamantium for you." With that, Tony Stark straightened his back with pride. After all, he was a genuine scientific genius. He firmly believed that, given enough vibranium, he could develop a metal no less impressive than adamantium. Perhaps it could even surpass adamantium one day. Soo-Yi merely smiled at this and replied, "Sure, but are you ready to pay the cost of using all that vibranium?" Tony Stark paused, a bit thrown off, and asked reflexively, "Cost? What do you mean?" Soo-Yi sat suspended in midair and said, "For example, a great many lives." At those words, Tony Stark visibly shuddered. He had absolutely no idea why using vibranium would require sacrificing so many lives. But one thing was clear, Soo-Yi didn't care about such things at all. If he simply agreed, Soo-Yi could truly deliver vibranium. But if he did agree, then he would no longer be Tony Stark. With that realization, Tony shook his head hurriedly. "No, that won't be necessary. I can't afford to pay the kind of price you're talking about." Seeing Tony Stark so anxious, Soo-Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Why so nervous? I was only joking. Honestly, if you asked me to find vibranium, I wouldn't even know where to look. All right, wait here for a bit. I'm going to pay an old friend a visit. See if I can borrow some adamantium from him." As Soo-Yi finished speaking, he pressed the cosmic cube in his hand. A brilliant blue light pulsed outward. And with that, Soo-Yi's figure vanished from Tony Stark's workshop. A heartbeat later, Soo-Yi appeared at the gates of X Academy. Yet, what he hadn't expected was that, the very instant he materialized in front of the academy, the entire campus erupted with a blaring alarm. Everyone inside the academy, upon hearing the siren, couldn't help but pale in alarm. Jean Grey, seeing the situation, quickly turned to her companions and said, "He's here. Everyone to battle stations. Get the children to the shelters now. I say, you all don't have to be so afraid of me, do you?" Soo-Yi's figure appeared beside the Phoenix girl, addressing her and the people around her. Everyone felt as if they had suddenly been plunged into an icy cellar. "You didn't kick down the main gate again, did you?" The Phoenix girl questioned Soo-Yi with a guarded gaze, her eyes fixed warily on him. In her mind, the scene from 3 years ago resurfaced, the first time Soo-Yi had come here. Back then, Soo-Yi had still been somewhat inexperienced. It had only taken 3 mutants to defeat him. But what truly shocked them was that every time Soo-Yi was killed, he came back even stronger. For an entire month, Soo-Yi showed up at Xavier's school every day, challenging them again and again, until eventually he could defeat them with ease. After that, his visits became rare. He had returned a few times since then, but that was ages ago. To guard against Soo-Yi's sudden reappearance, they had meticulously gathered data on his body type and facial features, just so they could go on high alert the very instant he showed up. And so a year and a half quietly slipped by. They thought Soo-Yi would never come again. But unexpectedly, on Professor X's birthday, of all days, Soo-Yi came back. He came back yet again. The moment the alarms blared to life, the news of his arrival swept through Xavier's school. Everyone sprang into action, putting their rehearsed emergency protocols to use. They had run countless drills for this very scenario, to be ready for the moment Soo-Yi returned. Now that moment had come. Faced with this, Soo-Yi couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. "This time, I didn't come to fight. I'm just here to talk to Professor X about something," he explained. Hearing this, the Phoenix girl jumped in alarm. She immediately stepped in front of Soo-Yi. "I absolutely won't let you see Professor X. Whatever you want, you can deal with me." Soo-Yi looked her up and down. "Nice figure, pretty face. Still, I don't really know you, so who's to say?" Cyclops heard Soo-Yi's words and burst out angrily. "You jerk, don't push your luck." Soo-Yi waved his hand dismissively, then raised his voice toward the depths of the school. "Professor X, I know you can hear me. I'm not here as an enemy today. I just need someone to help me with something. And don't worry, I'm reasonable. I won't make you work for free. I'll pay you, so you can keep building up the school. Isn't that a great deal?" Everyone could hear Soo-Yi's declaration. But when he claimed to be reasonable, the Phoenix girl nearly rolled her eyes on the spot. She remembered well that, 3 years ago, Soo-Yi had once said, "The bigger fist makes the rules." It seems Soo-Yi's words were working now. Wolverine appeared, accompanying Professor X as they walked out together. A gentle smile lit up Professor X's face, making him look especially kind and approachable. "Go ahead, tell me, what exactly brings you to the academy this time?" With the real decision-maker finally present, Soo-Yi turned his gaze to Wolverine beside him. "I want to hire Wolverine to work for me, just for about a month. Once the job's done, he's free to go. Simple and efficient." Hearing Soo-Yi's words, Professor X let out a quiet sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't here to pick a fight, that was enough. He truly feared this man standing before him. "I respect Wolverine's choice. If he agrees, I have no objections." After hearing Professor X's response, Wolverine shook his head and said, I. He opened his mouth, instinctively ready to refuse. But then, memories of the past flashed through his mind. He'd fought Sue-E before. Back then, Sue-E had utterly overwhelmed him, pinning him to the ground in a brutal defeat. If not for his own resilience, he might not have gotten up at all. Not wanting to risk a repeat of that ordeal, Wolverine swallowed his words of refusal. He looked at Sue-E and said, All right, but outside of work hours, I'd like to have some free time to myself. No problem, Sujiri Plave. You're free to use your time as you wish outside of work, and you get weekends off too. Once the job's done, I'll pay you. Wolverine nodded slightly, then glanced at Sue-E in disbelief. He seemed to be wondering if this easygoing Sue-E was really the same volatile, fearsome man from before. With the arrangement settled, Sue-E immediately took Wolverine and left the academy. The others could only look at one another in confusion. At that moment, Jean Grey turned to Professor X and said, He seems different from before, doesn't he? Cyclops, overhearing her, protested indignantly. Different? He's still the same as ever. If we'd refused him, who knows, maybe he would have just exploded. A strange glint flickered in Professor X's eyes. From what he observed, it truly seemed as though the violent aura around Sue-E had vanished. In fact, Sue-E now appeared far more composed and steady. He was nothing like the reckless, angry man they'd known. Thinking it over, Professor X spoke softly. Perhaps he really has changed. Using the cosmic cube, Sue-E transported Wolverine straight to Tony Stark's room. After offering a few quick instructions, Sue-E turned and left the room without another word, leaving Stark Industries behind. Sue-E immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Nick Fury. The call connected quickly, and Nick Fury's voice came through on the other end. Sue-E, is there something you need from me? At that moment, Nick Fury sounded rather tense. Imagine, the great director of S.H.I.E.L.D., actually feeling nervous just because of a phone call. If the agents under his command heard about this, they would never believe it. Then Sue-Yi's voice drifted across the line. Nick Fury, do you remember the incident with the Hulk not long ago? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury responded immediately. Just tell me, what's the price? Nick Fury was already used to these kinds of negotiations. It's simple. I'm here for money and materials. Money and materials? Yes, exactly. Money and materials. You send someone to Tony Stark, whatever amount he asks for, that's the price. As for the materials, I want vibranium. Every scrap of vibranium S.H.I.E.L.D. has in storage. And after that, our accounts are settled? Yes, after that, we're square. Nick Fury hesitated, his expression conflicted. If it were just about money, he wouldn't care at all. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by several countries working together. When it came to funding, Nick Fury was never worried about running short. In fact, if anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. spent the most money, it would definitely be Nick Fury himself. The countless munitions depots he'd built all over the world had cost enough to keep S.H.I.E.L.D. running for years. But vibranium was a different story. Even for S.H.I.E.L.D., it was a rare and precious resource. So far, they'd only managed to collect a tiny amount worldwide. Handing it all over? That was simply out of the question. As Nick Fury wavered, Sue-E gave a lazy yawn and said, By the way, Nick Fury, I've been missing the Hulk lately. Why don't you arrange a meeting for us? That was unmistakably a threat. If Sue-E and the Hulk actually met, a fight would be inevitable. With that thought, Nick Fury didn't hesitate any longer. He replied resolutely, Fine, it's just vibranium, right? You'll have it. But no sooner had he said that than he remembered something Pierce had told him. Just to be cautious, Nick Fury added, By the way, Sue-E, isn't there a girl named Hannah with you? It seems a certain group has their eye on her lately. I'm looking into it, but you should keep your guard up too. Is that so? Got it. With that, the two of them ended the call. Nick Fury let out a sigh of relief. At least now, no matter what Pierce might do behind his back, he wouldn't be the one taking the fall. At the very least, he wouldn't be the scapegoat. There was nothing he could do. After all, General Ross had burned him too many times before. Meanwhile, when Sue-E received this news, it suddenly dawned on him that he hadn't been to school in quite a long time. Maybe today would be a good day to pick up Hannah after class. With that thought, Sue-E had Kingpin arrange a car. Once he was picked up, they headed straight for the school. At the same time, Pierce had begun to set his own plans in motion. When Sue-E arrived at the hospital, he asked the driver to park near the school entrance, just a short distance away. He decided to wait there for Hannah to come out. As Sue-E lounged in the car, yawning and listening to music, he suddenly spotted Peter Parker and Thompson walking out of the school gates together. Sue-E recognized Thompson and knew that he and Peter Parker never really got along. In fact, Thompson made a habit of bullying Peter to the point where Peter would go out of his way to avoid him at school. But now, the two of them were walking out together. No matter how he looked at it, something about it fell off. Peter Parker's face looked stiff and uneasy. He glanced over at Thompson, who had his arms slung around Peter's shoulders like they were old pals. Peter's fist clenched involuntarily. Thompson, what exactly are you trying to do? Well, since your little buddy hasn't been around lately, I thought maybe I'd come be your new pal, Thompson said, grinning as he tossed Peter's backpack onto the grass by the sidewalk. Hey, what are you doing? Peter tried to retrieve his bag, but Thompson yanked him back forcefully. Thompson then dug into his gym bag and pulled out a basketball, waving it at Peter in a mock-threatening way. Come on, Parker, let's hit the court. Graduation's just around the corner. I figure I ought to give you a few more lessons before then. At Thompson's words, Peter's expression changed at once. He knew all too well what Thompson meant by lessons. It always turned into a brutal game of basketball. All through school, Thompson had bullied him constantly, using basketball as an excuse more than 20 times, easily. It was only after Sue transferred in that Thompson's behavior had finally stopped. But now, unbelievably, Thompson was back at it again. Peter Parker could only feel a growing sense of despair deep inside. He was simply too weak, utterly incapable of resisting Thompson, whose body was packed with muscle. And if he did try to fight back, everyone around would surely take notice of the scene. At that point, he would likely attract even more attention. Such a thing would be the greatest humiliation of all. With that in mind, Peter Parker looked at Thompson, who was grinning wickedly right in front of him. His own hands trembled slightly as he reached out and took the basketball from Thompson. Seeing this, Thompson's grin grew wider. That's more like it. Come on, let's go play some basketball, he said, putting extra emphasis on the word play. The forcefulness in Thompson's voice made Peter Parker instinctively shudder. He could feel the weight of Thompson's grip on his shoulder. Unwillingly, Peter glanced at his backpack tossed aside, his fingers gripping the basketball so tightly that veins began to show on his arms. Just as Peter was about to leave, Sue stepped down from the car. He watched this fateful encounter unfold, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Who could have imagined that the future Spider-Man and Venom agent would cross paths like this? Although Peter Parker had helped him quite a bit at school, though he hadn't really needed the help, it was still something Sue figured he might as well return the favor. Otherwise, Peter looked as if he might burst into tears from the humiliation. Sue slowly walked toward Thompson and Peter Parker. It was Peter who noticed Sue first. The moment Peter saw him, his eyes lit up with hope. Thompson caught the change in Peter's gaze and followed the line of sight to see Sue approaching them. Thompson's heart sank. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of wariness toward this guy. After all, Sue, the transfer student, was undeniably strange. He remembered the first time he glanced into Sue eyes. It sent a chill straight through his body. That memory still made him bristle with anger. He watched as Sue walked over to the edge of the lawn, bent down to pick up the backpack lying on the ground, then stepped up to stand before Peter Parker and Thompson. Without a word, Sue reached out and snatched the basketball into his own hand. He handed the backpack to Peter and said, "Parker, even if you're eager to play basketball, you can't just leave your backpack behind." With those words, Sue had clearly spared Peter's dignity. After all, for a man, perhaps nothing matters more than his pride. Next, Sue turned to look at Thompson beside him and smiled. "Seeing how much you guys love basketball, you're making me want to give it a try myself." As he spoke, the basketball in Sue's hand was already spinning effortlessly on his fingertip. He looked so at ease, completely relaxed, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. A flicker of wariness flashed through Thompson's eyes. He sized up Sue from head to toe, studying him carefully. No matter how he looked, Sue seemed like an ordinary person. At most, he just looked a bit richer than the average student. He couldn't help but wonder, how did this guy ever manage to scare him before? The more he thought about it, the more irritated Thompson felt. Without another word, he turned to Sue and said, "All right, but let me warn you in advance. I'm the captain of the school's basketball team. If you lose, don't say I didn't warn you." Sue's face broke into a calm, untroubled smile. With a warning like that, how could I not be scared? This guy. Thompson stared at Sue, noting that not even a flicker of emotion crossed his face. If anything, there was a hint of mischief in his smile. Rage flared up in Thompson's heart. Inwardly, he swore, "Just you wait. I'll show you what I'm really capable of." A cruel smile curled on Thompson's lips at the thought. With that, the group made their way to the nearby basketball court. There were quite a few people already playing there. But as soon as Thompson arrived, he barked out, "Everyone clear out. This court's mine now." As the school bully, Thompson was not someone people wanted to cross. Though many cursed him under their breath, they still forced a smile and quickly left the court. Soon, the basketball court was emptied for them. Now, only Sue, Thompson, and Peter Parker remained on the court. A crowd began to gather around, drawn by the commotion. The atmosphere made Peter Parker feel a bit uncomfortable, as if the walls were closing in. Su-E, maybe we should just go, Peter whispered. Parker, sometimes you have to face things head on. Otherwise, all you'll be left with is regret, Su-E replied, smiling as he held out the basketball toward Thompson, inviting him to take the first move. Seeing this, Thompson flashed a smug grin. He was convinced Su-E was trying to back down, hoping Thompson would go easy on him. But was that even possible? No way. Not a chance. Not only would he not go easy, he was determined to crush Su-E. With that thought in mind, Thompson reached out and grabbed for the basketball. But the moment he did, his expression shifted. He realized he couldn't move the ball at all, not even a little, while it was in Su-Yi's hand. What's going on here? Thompson was momentarily stunned. He wondered if he was just imagining things. Trying to shake off the feeling, he took a deep breath and yanked hard. But the basketball didn't budge. He didn't even budge a single inch. How is this possible? Thompson muttered under his breath. He stared at Su-E in utter disbelief, his face a mask of shock and incredulity. More and more people began to gather around them. They, too, had sensed that something was off about the situation. A murmur of whispers broke out among the crowd. What's going on here? Is Thompson just toying with Su-E for fun? Thompson really is as nasty as they say. Is he planning to humiliate Su-E in front of everyone? That poor Su-E, getting targeted by the school bully like this. All the hushed conversations reached Su-Yi's ears. But Su-E paid them no mind. Instead, he looked Thompson straight in the eye and taunted. What's wrong? Why don't you take the basketball from me? Or is it that you're not strong enough? Thompson's face froze as he saw the smirk on Su-Yi's lips. Damn it, give me the ball. Thompson cursed, his muscles straining and swelling as he summoned every ounce of strength he had. He gripped the basketball with both hands, pouring in all his might. Yet, the ball in Su-Yi's hands remained utterly still, not moving an inch. You, how on earth are you doing this? Thompson gritted his teeth and glared at Su-E. He was convinced Su-E must be playing some trick. But Su-E just smiled and, with a sudden motion, let go of the ball. In that instant, the basketball was freed from Su-Yi's grip. Caught off guard, Thompson lost his balance and toppled backward. He flailed helplessly, landing on his back with arms and legs in the air. A truly sorry sight. The onlookers couldn't help themselves. Even knowing Thompson's reputation, laughter burst out at the scene. Even Peter Parker couldn't hide a faint smile. The fear he once felt for Thompson had all but vanished, thanks in large part to Su-Yi's deliberate efforts. It was only then that Su-E seemed to realize what had happened. Wow, you really are strong. You managed to take it after all. But paired with Su-Yi's infuriating expression and teasing tone, the words only stoked the fire of Thompson's humiliation. Thompson sprang nimbly to his feet. With the basketball now in his hands, it seemed as if the ball was an extension of his own body, moving fluidly under his control. He was determined to use this ball to redeem himself from disgrace. With that thought, Thompson drew a deep breath and charged toward the hoop with all his speed. As captain of the school basketball team, he had once led his teammates to victory in countless games. Especially in the college league, he was even more in the spotlight. Anyone who played basketball at the school pretty much knew Thompson, and Thompson's skills were undeniably formidable. He darted past Su-E at lightning speed, his face set with a fierce determination, brushing aside anyone who dared stand in his way. Immediately, a chorus of startled gasps erupted from the crowd around them. This only made Thompson feel even more proud of himself. Let me show you what it truly means to be a god of basketball. Thompson roared inwardly with wild excitement. In that moment, Thompson soared high into the air, his arms stretching back before powering forward with explosive force. His arm traced a graceful arc through the air. As if to prove his dominance, Thompson yanked hard on the rim with his palm, wanting everyone to see just how powerful he really was. But in that instant, Thompson froze completely. He stared at the basket in disbelief. Suddenly, he realized the ball wasn't in his hand. That thought flashed through Thompson's mind. As he landed, he instinctively turned to the side. There was Su-E, lazily stifling a yawn, the basketball spinning rapidly on his fingertip. He wore an expression of mild boredom, as if mocking Thompson without saying a word. He hadn't even noticed what had happened. A flurry of thoughts raced through Thompson's mind. Worst of all, he couldn't even remember when Su-E had stolen the ball. Then, a sudden realization struck Thompson like lightning. Could it have been just then, right after he'd swung past Su-E, when the crowd let out that surprise cry? Thompson had thought the exclamations were for his own dazzling move. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine they were marveling at Su-Yi's actions. This was an utter humiliation. Thompson howled in frustration deep inside. He would not let his guard down again. He was determined to show Su-E just how relentless his defense could be. With that thought, Thompson took his position once more. A look of unprecedented seriousness shone in his eyes. Those watching from the sidelines could see the shift in Thompson's demeanor. Everyone sensed that Thompson was now absolutely focused. Thompson's getting serious. His attitude might be trash, but you can't deny his basketball skills. Don't forget, Thompson's a basketball prodigy, the kind you see only once in 9,000 years. Oh, come on. Once in 9,000 years? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Well, that just goes to show how amazing Thompson really is, right? I even heard that as soon as he graduates, he could go straight to the NBA. Soo-yi overheard the crowd's praise and smiled, saying, I didn't expect you to be this good. Cut the nonsense. If you're going to attack, then do it now. I promise I'll block you. Oh, well then, here I come. With that, Soo-yi began to dribble the ball, slowly making his way toward Thompson. His relaxed, defenseless posture was almost like a deliberate insult to Thompson. At least, that's exactly how Thompson felt. Don't you dare underestimate me. Thompson growled through clenched teeth. He lunged forward, reaching out to snatch the ball. But at that very instant, Soo-yi vanished from his line of sight. Soo-yi soared into the air, stretching his arm back before unleashing all his strength. His arm swept through the air in a powerful arc. It was a perfect imitation of Thompson's own move just moments ago. With a thunderous slam, Soo-yi dunked the ball straight through the hoop. As Soo-yi landed, the basketball rim shattered completely with a sharp crack. I'll have someone send over a new rim later. And Thompson, don't let me catch you bullying the younger kids again. Without so much as a backward glance, Soo-yi gave a casual wave over his shoulder and strolled off the court, leaving Thompson utterly stunned. Everyone instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path for Soo-yi. Just then, Hana emerged from the school building. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she hurried over to Soo-yi. In a heartbeat, she flung herself into his arms, pressing herself tightly against him and inhaling his familiar scent with abandon. Her sweet voice floated over the crowd. Soo-yi, you actually came to pick me up today? Yes, I came for you. Let's go. Let me take you home. With that, Soo-yi wrapped his arm around the stunning school beauty, Hana, and led her toward his luxury car. All that remained were the envious stares of the onlookers. Each of them couldn't help but wonder, is this what it means to truly win at life? Soo-yi and Hana slipped into the car. The engine purred to life, and the scenery outside began to flow backward in a gentle blur. Hana basked in the peacefulness of the moment. Suddenly, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Why were her parents calling her now? Without hesitation, she answered the call right in front of Soo-yi. Mom, is something wrong? Hana, if you're free today, come home a little earlier. I've made something delicious for you. Soo-yi noticed a tremor in Hana's mother's voice, as if she was anxious or uneasy. Remembering what Nick Fury had warned him about, a faint smile played at Soo-yi's lips, though there was no warmth in his expression. Instead, a cold resolve radiated from him. Anyone bold enough to threaten him or those he cared about would never get away so easily. At once, Soo-yi gave Hana a slight nod. Hana clearly sensed the change in Soo-yi as well. Immediately after, she keenly noticed that her mother seemed a bit off. However, with Soo-yi by her side, Hana quickly regained her composure. She said to her mother, All right, I'll catch a cab and be home soon. With that, Hana hung up the phone. Soo-yi, I feel like something's wrong with my mom. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you can go without fear. Besides, don't forget, you still have your geas. Hana nodded ever so slightly, then removed her colored contact lens, revealing the crimson, bird-shaped mark in her eye. Before long, Soo-yi and Hana arrived at the base of a building. Soo-yi used the power of the phantom fruit to blend himself seamlessly into the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, Hana made her way toward her home. This entire scene was being watched by people peers had dispatched. Target has entered the building. Target is in the elevator, heading up. Target has entered the apartment. Initiate containment immediately. Across the building, the steady rhythm of marching footsteps echoed, each one caught clearly by Soo-yi's attentive ears. It seemed they hadn't targeted Hana directly, but had gone after her parents instead, hoping to use them as leverage to control her. Soo-yi pondered this quietly. He followed Hana into the apartment. Hana saw her parents, restrained on the sofa. Surrounding them, the intruders stood fully armed. The cold, black barrels of their guns were trained on Hana's parents, making Hana's expression shift dramatically. Who are you people? Let go of my parents right now. Furious, Hana clenched her delicate fists, her gaze sharp and cutting as she stared down the agents before her. One who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, addressing Hana. No need to be nervous. We're only here to discuss a few things with you. Hearing this, Hana's brows drew together in a frown. Her aura did not waver for a moment as she replied, Is this your idea of a discussion? Lower your guns from my parents' heads at once. Hannah. Her parents looked at their daughter with deep worry. If it were up to them, they'd never have let Hannah come home. But meeting her parents' anxious gaze, Hannah gently shook her head, then reassured them. It's all right, Mom, Dad. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. With that, Hannah turned her attention back to the agent and demanded, put the guns down. Now, the agent felt a headache coming on. Usually, when they carried out this kind of mission, their targets would be on their knees, begging for mercy. But why was this woman so defiant? Or perhaps she was simply too bold, utterly unaware of the danger she was in? Still, their superiors had made it clear. Hannah was not to be harmed unless absolutely necessary. With that, the agent made a quick gesture, and the surrounding agents lowered their guns from Hannah's parents. Even so, their eyes remained sharp and vigilant, never straying from Hannah's parents for a second. Witnessing this, Hannah settled herself confidently onto her own sofa, her gaze fixed on the agent in front of her. Go on then, she said. Who sent you here? This was a move Hannah had learned from Hela. After all, Hela's queenly presence was nothing short of formidable. Though Hannah could never fully emulate her, she managed to capture a hint of that commanding air. It left the agents momentarily at a loss for words. But the lead agent quickly regained his composure. He glared coldly at Hannah and said, Don't get the wrong idea about your situation. If you refuse to cooperate, we won't hesitate to kill your parents. Hannah, however, met his threat without the slightest trace of fear. Her eyes, icy cold, locked onto the agent. If you dare lay a finger on them, believe me, I'll kill you with just a look. Hannah's parents looked at their daughter, sensing that she had undergone a transformation they couldn't quite comprehend. Meanwhile, Sue-yi watched the dramatic scene unfold, a broad smile on his face. He even took the chance to sneak a sip from his bottle of soda, quietly enjoying the spectacle. He never would have guessed that Hannah could be so imposing. She was a far cry from the girl who used to scream at the first sign of crisis. It was clear that Hannah had changed in ways no one could have predicted. Perhaps this was the kind of change that comes with newfound strength. And Sue-yi, for one, found himself completely taken with this new side of her. The agent, on the other hand, was utterly unprepared for Hannah's defiance. Even though they'd been ordered not to harm Hannah herself, there was no such restriction when it came to her parents. Was there? As for killing with a look, what nonsense! It sounded like something out of a fantasy, almost laughable. Without hesitation, he turned to a fellow agent and ordered, Kill her father first. The moment those words left his mouth, Sue-yi moved swiftly to Hannah's parents' side and knocked them both unconscious. At that instant, Hannah shifted her gaze to the agent standing nearby. As long as she could meet the agent's eyes, she could use her power. A red bird appeared, its wings beating as it dove straight into the agent's eyes. There was no warning, no sign. The agent's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor. At this moment, Sue-yi used his magnetic field to control Hannah's parents, guiding them safely back into the room. When they woke up, it would all seem like nothing more than a terrible nightmare. Meanwhile, the agent was left completely bewildered. What am I even doing? But after all, an agent is still an agent. Years of rigorous training kicked in, and his body moved instinctively. In a flash, he drew his gun and aimed it straight at Hannah. Yet just then, Hannah's gaze fell upon the leader of the agents. A crimson bird flashed into the agent's eyes. In an instant, it felt as if a nuclear blast had detonated inside his mind. The overwhelming force snuffed out his life on the spot. He didn't even have time to react. At this point, Sue-yi withdrew his illusionary powers, revealing his figure in the room. The magnetic field surged forth. In the blink of an eye, Sue-yi took control of all the agents in the room, lining them up before Hannah. Hannah drew a deep breath. She looked at the agents before her and murmured softly, "Explode." As her words faded, the crimson birds began to dance gracefully through the air, one after another, flying into the eyes of the assembled agents. The strange commotion in the room quickly drew the attention of the agents stationed outside the door. Without hesitation, they burst in from the hallway. However, the moment they stepped inside, the sight before them struck their nerves like a drill. The room was perfectly tidy, nothing out of place. But on the floor lay the formidable team leader, along with the other agents, all seemingly lifeless. "You, what the hell did you do? Damn it." The first agent through the door snapped, his composure breaking. Instinctively, he raised his gun and aimed it at Hannah. A crushing sense of impending death pressed down on Hannah, forcing her eyes to unleash her power. The crimson birds now glowed brighter, dripping with an almost tantalizing vividness. One by one, they pierced into the minds of the agents, each bird detonating like a miniature nuke inside their heads. Their spirits shattered in an instant. In the blink of an eye, every agent sent on this mission was completely wiped out, single-handedly, by Hana. Staring at the scene before her, Hana whispered in disbelief. How could this be? Did I lose control of my powers? With that, she turned to Sui, seeking his reassurance. But just at that moment, a bird swooped straight towards Sui. Hana's nerves jolted violently, and a wave of intense regret swept through her heart. A sharp cry escaped her lips, and instantly, her face drained of all color. As Sui slowly closed his eyes, Hana's heart plummeted into an abyss. The overwhelming shock shattered her completely. Pain engulfed her, leaving her surrounded by torment. And now, in another pair of eyes, the blood-red bird appeared once more. Gia's had awakened. It had evolved from the verge of losing control, finally reaching complete stability. Yet Hana cared nothing for any of this. Crushing guilt threatened to break her entirely. She rushed to Sui's side, clutching him tightly, and cried out, Sui, are you all right? Sui. She kept repeating his name, Sui, Sui. Suddenly, Hana felt two large hands gently rest on her back. She immediately looked up at Sui before her. At that very moment, Sui slowly opened his eyes. I have to say, Hana, your power is truly overwhelming. If you can strengthen your body a little more, you need both offense and defense all in one. Sui had already died once before in Hana's psychic blast. But now his psychic barrier had awakened, capable of neutralizing her attack. Otherwise, he figured, he'd be dead again. After comforting Hana, Sui said gently, Hana, your parents should wake up soon. Just live your life as usual, and tell them all of this was just a nightmare. Leave the rest of these people to me. Hana nodded firmly, but the arms wrapped around Sui tightened even more. Unbidden tears soaked his chest. Sui affectionately ruffled Hana's hair. Then, with his magnetic field, he lifted the agents into the air. Using his illusion fruit power, he blended them seamlessly into the surroundings. With the bodies of the agents in tow, Sui flew off toward S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. As he made his way slowly through the sky, Sui slipped into the chat group for a little idle conversation. Chatting there had become second nature to him. Group leader Sui has entered the chat. As the familiar notification chimed, the chat group instantly became even livelier. Hinata Hyuga. Brother Sui, it's been so long since I've seen you. When will I get to meet you again? Hinata Hyuga. Sobbing emoji.jpg. CC. Haha. Little Hinata. If Sui doesn't come to you, you can always go find him. I'm sure Sui would never turn you away. Hinata Hyuga. But I can't go out lately. I need to prepare for the Chunin exams. Sui, Chuninayams. So soon. Sui was a bit surprised, but once he remembered the flow of time, it didn't seem so shocking. After all, each world runs on its own timeline. Hinata Hyuga. Brother Sui, will you come to watch my Chunin exams when the time comes? Retsu Uno Hana. Hinata, you're only inviting your brother Sui? Aren't you going to invite the rest of us too? It's death. Exactly. We want to watch your exams as well. Hinata. Edward Elric. By the way, if old man Whitebeard shows up, his size alone will definitely draw a crowd. Whitebeard. Gurarararara. That's nothing to worry about. Whitebeard. When I was browsing the point store, I happened to see a shrinking experience card. For just 10 points, I can shrink to any size for a while. Whitebeard. So if Hinata is having her exams, I can go and watch too. Gurarararara. Asuna Yuki. But when will the 9th member finally arrive? I really want the chat group to upgrade soon. Otherwise, slackers like us never get enough points to spend. Ding! The 9th member of the chat group has been confirmed, but since their world is about to collapse, they cannot join for now. Ding! Mission issued. Save the collapsing world where the 9th member is located and stabilize it. Participant limit. 5 people. Reward. 5,000 points. Ding! Once the 9th member's world is relatively stable, they will join the chat group, and the chat group will upgrade. A series of electronic notifications suddenly rang out in the chat group. Everyone's attention was instantly captured. Asuna Yuki. A collapsing world? Oh my gosh, that sounds terrifying. CC. Am I the only one who's focused on those 5,000 points? Edward Elric. Arg, I really want to join, but there's something I can't get away from right now. It's death. I'm out on campaign at the moment, so I can't make it either. Hinata Hyuga. I'm also busy preparing for the Chunin exams. Retsu Uno Hana. If none of you can make it, then doesn't that leave exactly 5 people to go? So, the only problem is we don't know which world is collapsing, or who the 9th member is. And at that moment, the chat group's electronic voice sounded once again. Ding! The name of the collapsing world is High School of the Dead. The 9th member's name is Seiko Busujima. Note, since this is a collapsing world, only the group leader, Sui, will be able to use all of their powers. Other participants will have most of their abilities sealed to prevent the world from being completely destroyed. As the electronic voice from the chat group finished speaking, everyone instinctively paused for a moment. With the message from the chat group echoing in their ears, everyone was momentarily stunned. They stared at the restriction displayed above, and a deeper understanding of the collapsing worlds began to take root in their hearts. Still, for most of them, having their powers restricted wasn't a big deal. After all, the group leader would be there to support them from behind. Whenever they thought about the strength of the group leader, a sense of unprecedented reassurance settled over them. Looking back, they felt truly fortunate that Sue had been chosen as the group leader. Otherwise, in situations like this, if the leader's abilities were lacking, things would have gotten awkward fast. Seeing the message from the chat group, Sue knew without a doubt that he would be taking part this time. Fortunately, he was quite familiar with the world of High School of the Dead. If he remembered correctly, the threats there were mostly zombies. Aside from their strong infectiousness, their weaknesses were numerous. Even in the original story, the main characters managed to survive just fine. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem likely that the world would truly collapse. But it didn't matter. He was confident in his own strength. Sue, at Hinata Hyuga, at his death, at Edward Elric, are you three sure you don't have time to join? Hinata Hyuga, I've been busy preparing for the Chunin exams lately. When the exams start, everyone's welcome to come and watch in my world. His death, there's a war going on in my world right now, but there'll be plenty more opportunities like this in the future. Edward Elric, I'm busy investigating something at the moment. Next time I get the chance, I'll definitely join in and earn as many points as possible. Once Sue got everyone's confirmation, he tagged the others. Sue, at Asuna Yuki, at C.C, at Whitebeard, at Retsu Unohana, get ready. I'll wrap up what I'm doing, and we'll all meet up soon. Asuna Yuki. All right, I'll start preparing now. Hopefully, when I log out, Akihiko Kaiba won't be too shocked. CC, I'll take this time to return to my own world and make the necessary preparations. Whitebeard, Gurarararara. He let out a hearty, booming laugh. Retsu Unohana, we'll be waiting for you here. So, if possible, try to prepare as much food and medical supplies as you can. With that, Sue exited the chat group. Now that he had a mission, he knew he had to see it through and resolve everything. With that thought, Sue sped up, racing toward S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, Director Nick Fury was busy mobilizing the last reserves of vibranium, sending them over to Tony Stark. Just then, Nick Fury's expression changed. He suddenly glanced at the glass window beside him. A sense of foreboding swept through his heart. After all, this was a glass he had just ordered to be replaced. As that thought crossed his mind, there was a sudden crash. The glass shattered once again. Sue appeared, deactivating the power of the Phantom Fruit. He tossed a heap of bodies directly in front of Nick Fury. Nick Fury, these are the people you told me about before. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already been infiltrated by Hydra. You know what I mean? I'm giving you 1 month. Find every last Hydra agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. I want to deal with them myself. If you can't manage that, then S.H.I.E.L.D. has no place in this world. As Sue finished speaking, the corpses dropped at his command, landing in a pile at Nick Fury's feet. In an instant, a grisly mound of bodies formed before him. Nick Fury was completely stunned. What had he just heard? S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra. He snapped back to his senses, wanting to question Sue further. Where had he gotten this information? But the moment he realized what was happening, Sue was already gone. Still, Nick Fury was certain that Sue would never speak without reason. There must be solid evidence behind his words. Did that mean S.H.I.E.L.D. truly had been compromised? The thought made Nick Fury shudder, almost involuntarily. But Sue paid all this no mind. Once he had dealt with the Hydra agents, he sped back to his villa. He had just opened his door when he saw Hela changing into her pajamas. The two of them locked eyes, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. Sue gave a practice cough and smoothly closed the door behind him. Then he swept Hela into his arms. Like caring for a little girl, Sue helped her finish changing clothes. He spoke gently to her. Hela, I'll be going out for a few days soon. While I'm gone, you can spend time with Hannah. And if you want to buy anything, just use the card I gave you before. There are $300 million on that card. If you ever need more, just let Kingpin know. He'll take care of everything. Hela, usually the picture of regal composure, now blushed crimson under Sue Yi's teasing. She wrapped her arms around Sue Yi's neck, her eyes locked onto his, and parted her ruby lips. Come back soon, all right? Don't worry, I'll be back as quickly as I can, Sue replied. He gave Hela's delicate nose a gentle, familiar tap. Then, turning to the group chat, he addressed everyone. Is everyone ready? Yuki Asuna replied. All set. CC chimed in. Everything's perfectly arranged. Whitebeard declared. Always ready. Retsu Unohana simply nodded. Yes. All right then, let's begin the mission. Sui announced it. Ding. Mission. Save the ninth member's collapsing world and restore relative stability. Mission members: Su, E, Yuki Asuna, Whitebeard, CC, Retsu, Unohana. Ding. Initiating member transfer. Ding. Transfer complete. With a flash of radiant light, the five of them found themselves in the crumbling world of the ninth member, Seiko Busujima, inside the realm of high school of the dead. Su, he turned a glance at the other group members. When his eyes fell on Whitebeard, he noticed something unusual. Whitebeard, who had stood an imposing 6.66 meters tall, was now only 2.16 meters. Whitebeard, what happened to you? Whitebeard let out his signature booming laugh. Gurarararara. I used a miniature experience card from the points shop. Retsu Unohana narrowed her eyes at Whitebeard. I didn't expect the card to shrink your weapon down to size as well. Yuki Asuna and CC surveyed their surroundings, then warned, let's save the small talk for later. I think we're surrounded. As their words hung in the air, everyone turned to look around. All at once, a horde of corpses, dressed in torn school uniforms, drenched in blood, faces devoid of life, began to close in, unmistakably transformed into zombies. The crowd surged forward, a suffocating sense of dread settling over them. In the blink of an eye, they were completely encircled with no way out. The zombies uttered guttural, menacing groans as they limped and staggered towards Su, E, and the others. Thick, sticky blood dripped steadily from their bodies. Judging by their wounds, this must be the very first day of the outbreak. And from their uniforms, it was clear they had been transported straight to the story's starting point, Fujimi Academy. As the zombies pressed ever closer, Su, E turned to his teammates and asked, how much have your abilities been restricted? Asuna Yuki took the katana from CC, a blade that CC had brought from her own world. After casually swinging the sword a few times, Asuna glanced at Su, E and said, I feel like I'm at the level of a sword master now, but I can't seem to unleash any sword energy anymore. CC added, it's the same for me. There's just no way to send out sword energy here. But the immortality granted to me by code still seems to be working. Whitebeard grumbled, my devil fruit powers and hockey, I can't use any of them anymore. Still, my other abilities are intact. Taking care of these creatures ahead of us won't be a problem. Retsu Nohana took a moment to sense her own body, then spoke slowly, it seems I can't use Kido, and both Shurkai and Bankai are out of reach. My spiritual pressure won't release either. All I seem to have left is my swordsmanship. Hearing their words, Su, E quickly pieced together the situation in his mind. This is a world overrun by zombies. The only way to truly kill them is to destroy their heads. Most of your powers are sealed, but in a way, this is the perfect training ground. It puts you all in life and death situations, and once the seals are lifted, you'll come out even stronger. Su, E paused, then continued. But remember, not a single one of you should let a zombie bite you. The antidote in the points shop costs 500 points. Everyone listened to Su, E with unshakable confidence. Don't worry, Su, E. We'd never make such a rookie mistake. Just watch from the sidelines and leave it to us. We'll make sure nothing happens to you during this mission. Su, E could tell they were eager to grow stronger, and he grinned. All right then, I'll be counting on your protection. Ha ha ha. As Su Yi's laughter rang out, it instantly drew the attention of a horde of zombies, who began shuffling toward them. The other four, except for Su, E, charged straight into the oncoming zombies. As for Su, E himself, he became little more than a spectator. His only job was to make sure nobody got hurt. The rest was their own trial by fire. Not far from Su, E, inside a nearby school building, a girl with striking purple hair moved among the zombies, bamboo, sword in hand. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the halls, catching the attention of the purple-haired girl. That's the nurse's office? Seiko Busujima murmured softly, her grip on the bamboo sword tightening as she picked up her pace. In Seiko's hands, the bamboo sword seemed to transform into a true blade. She danced among the zombies, her sword tracing arcs of light and shadow. With every swing of her arm, Seiko felled another zombie, one after another. Before long, Seiko Busujima arrived at the infirmary. She opened the door to the nurse's office. Inside, Seiko saw a zombie voraciously gnawing on a human shoulder. All around, the air was filled with the victim's agonized screams. My, what's going on here? Student, why are you biting someone? That's not very nice, you know. At that moment, a woman with striking blonde hair and an incredible figure pointed at the scene before her and spoke up. Her voice was soft and gentle, almost as if she felt no urgency at all. Seiko immediately recognized who the blonde woman was. It was none other than Shizuka Marikawa, the school nurse at Fujimi Academy. By now, the zombie had finished tearing into its victim's shoulder and was shuffling toward Shizuka Marikawa. With hands outstretched and jaws agape, the zombie lunged, making Shizuka's eyes widen in shock as she instinctively covered her mouth. Just then, Siko's arm flashed. Her wooden sword swept through the air in a clean arc, crashing down upon the zombie's skull. The head caved in, and the creature collapsed, motionless. Siko lifted her gaze to the person beside her. No, more accurately, after suffering a zombie bite, he would soon cease to be human. With that thought, Siko drew a slow, steady breath. She approached the injured student and said, "I'm Siko Busujima from the Kendo Club." A senpai cough. He coughed several times, blood staining his lips. He could feel the pain intensifying within him. "You know what happens after you've been bitten, don't you? I'm sure you don't want your family to see you like this." Siko paused, then added, "I've never killed anyone before, but if you're willing, I can." She left her words hanging in the air. The younger student looked up at Siko. The memory of the zombie's ghastly face still haunted him, making him recoil in dread. "Senpai, I don't want to become like that. Please let me die as a human. I'm begging you." As he finished speaking, Siko noticed a faint, peaceful smile on his face. Perhaps, in its own way, this was a kind of salvation. Yet for Shizuka Marikawa, the meaning of this moment hadn't quite sunk in. "Wait, what do you think you're doing, student?" Siko shot Shizuka a cold, steely glance. "Even though you're the school nurse, I won't let you interfere. This is his final choice." As Siko finished speaking, the last rays of the setting sun streamed through the window. As the junior fell to the ground, Siko Busujima turned to Shizuka Marikawa, standing before her, and said, "Listen, school nurse. The world as we know it has collapsed. If you lack the will to survive, then jump out the window now. But if you want to keep on living, stop asking questions and stay close to me. Your medical expertise is invaluable in a world like this." The more desperate the situation became, the calmer Siko Busujima grew. I understand. I want to live. Please help me, Busujima. Then just keep up and don't fall behind." With that, Siko Busujima prepared to lead Shizuka Marikawa and charge out of the infirmary. But just then, something outside the window caught the corner of her eye. Siko froze in place, her eyes fixed, stunned, at the scene beyond the glass. These people are so strong. Through the window, Siko looked down toward the school gates. She saw 4 figures relentlessly cutting down the zombies gathered there. Their movements were so effortless that even Siko herself was left astonished. And in the middle of those 4, one person was yawning lazily, like a young master with not a care in the world. Siko immediately dismissed the yawning Sui from her attention. Her focus was entirely on those 4 who were fighting so fiercely. She was deeply curious about these formidable individuals. What were they doing at the school? If they were students, how had she never seen or heard of them before? Especially that old man, towering over 2 meters with a crescent white beard. If he belonged to the school, he ought to be famous. "Siko, why are behind you?" Shizuka Marikawa's voice reached Siko's ears. In an instant, Siko snapped back to reality and spun around. Using the momentum, she brought her wooden sword down hard upon the zombies behind her. In a flash, she dispatched all 3 of them. Then, Siko cast one last deep glance at the 5 figures outside, and led Shizuka Marikawa away. As Siko departed, Suyi's gaze shifted, landing on the glass of the room she had just been in. "It looks like she noticed us." After cutting down another zombie, Retsu Unohana turned to Sui and spoke. A faint smile played on Suyi's lips as he addressed the others. "That's her, the 9th one, Siko Busujima." Everyone present had felt Siko's gaze upon them just moments before. Now, hearing Suyi's words, they couldn't help but be surprised. None of them had expected that, so soon after arriving in this world, they would run into Siko Busujima herself. "Should we go over and say hello to her?" Asuna Yuki asked. "No need. Right now, she probably has no idea about the chat group or our existence. She might even be suspicious of us already. This is the apocalypse, after all. Compared to zombies, I bet she's even more wary of powerful strangers like us." Standing within the protective circle formed by the 4 of them, Sui addressed the group. "All right, now that we've just about finished clearing out the zombies, let's head into the school. By the way, how are you all feeling?" Whitebeard answered. "It's been ages since I've felt this tired. Looks like our stamina is being limited, too." Retsu Unohana added, "I know, right? I thought this mission would be a breeze, but it turns out the real challenge is only just beginning." Sui grinned. "Well, no need to worry. With me here, you can fight as hard as you want. Just immerse yourselves in the thrill of life-and-death battle. I got your backs." As Sui finished, the 4 regrouped and strode together toward the school building. Inside the academic building, more zombies kept pouring out from every classroom. None of these zombies were unscathed. Their clothes were stained with blood, and as they staggered through the hallways, they were nothing more than walking corpses. Siko Busujima was breathing heavily. She just barely escaped a dangerous situation. I never imagined those zombies would have such terrifying strength. It's hard to believe they were once ordinary people. If one of them gets hold of you, it's almost impossible to break free. Hearing Siko's words, Shizuka Marikawa immediately replied. After turning into zombies, they must have lost the brain's natural restraints on the body. Now they can use their strength without any concern for consequences. Is that so? Then, before Siko could finish, she heard the sharp sound of gunfire coming from not far away. Those people? No, it can't be. The direction is completely different. That way, it must be the staff room. Realizing there might be other survivors, Siko quickly exchanged a glance with Shizuka and rushed in the direction of the noise. In this world, you need a team to survive. Without one, you're doomed sooner or later. At this thought, Siko couldn't help but recall the team she had met earlier. Her heart grew anxious. It would be fine if those people meant no harm, but if they turned hostile, could she really defeat them? No matter what, she needed to form her own team. With that resolve, Siko picked up her pace. Before she could get too close, panic shouts reached her from ahead. Oh no, I'm out of ammo. Hey, what are you joking about at a time like this? There's a dead end behind us. Takagi, we need to figure out how to get out of here, quickly, or else. But there's no way out. There's no way we can escape this hellhole. Takagi Saya, her hair, a striking shade of pink, had already retreated to the very back. She had nowhere left to run. All she could do was watch as the zombies ahead shuffled slowly toward them. A crushing sense of despair settled over her. Big, heavy tears slid down her cheeks. Why? Why do we have to go through this? Why did the world turn out like this? Why is this happening to us? Saya felt as if she were about to fall apart. Staring at the zombies drawing closer, she squeezed her eyes shut on instinct. It was then that Siko Busujima's voice reached her ears. Hey, don't close your eyes. Move your body. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Saya's eyes snapped open without thinking. All she saw was a flash of flowing purple hair. The purple hair danced in the air, and Siko's wooden sword glinted coldly as it swept forward, bursting with power. With a single motion, the wooden sword shattered the zombie's skull. Siko then raised her long, elegant leg and kicked the zombie aside with ease. Meanwhile, Hirano was saved by Takashi Komuro, short-haired and wielding a baseball bat, along with Rei Miyamoto, who brandished a long iron rod. And so, the three groups finally converged at this spot. Siko Busujima took a quick look around at everyone, her air of leadership radiating out in that moment. Takashi Komuro, second year, Class B. Siko Busujima. Siko's tone was relaxed. Compared to the 5 people she'd just encountered, at least these faces belonged to students from her own school. You're Siko Senpai, the champion from last year's kendo tournament, right? I'm Rei Miyamoto, from the gun club. Rei introduced herself with a respectful nod. I'm Hirano, Class B, Hirano said, scratching his head, the same one who'd been firing the nail gun just moments ago. All right, enough. Stop bothering me. If you have the energy to talk, why don't you tell me why the world is like this? Why is this happening? Siko looked at Saya, who was on the verge of complete collapse, and stepped up to her. Gently, she placed her slender hand on Saya's trembling shoulder. You're alive. For now, that's enough. Siko's words drifted into Saya's ears like a whisper. At last, Saya could no longer hold herself together. She collapsed directly into Siko Busujima's arms, sobbing uncontrollably in her embrace. Only when she was held by Siko Busujima could she feel the slightest hint of safety. Siko's weeping drew everyone into a heavy silence, each lost in thought. The world had utterly changed, and with it, their sense of destiny had been shattered, leaving them more uncertain than ever before. As Saya Takagi gradually composed herself, Siko Busujima addressed the group. The world isn't what it used to be. We have to form a team. Only then do we stand a chance of surviving in this new reality. She continued, because what we're fighting against isn't just the undead. It's also human nature itself. No sooner had she finished speaking than the sound of applause echoed from afar. Turning to look, they saw Sui approaching, flanked by Asuna Yuki, CC, Retsume no Hana, and Whitebeard. At the sight of these 5, Siko Busujima's eyes widened in shock. Her mind raced. How did they find us? She regarded the newcomers with intense wariness. Every inch of them seemed to exude an air of suspicion. Noticing her apprehension, Suyi's lips curled into a faint smile. Come on now, there's no need to be so guarded. In times like these, isn't there strength in numbers? What Sui didn't realize was that, in Siko's eyes, he might as well have had, I'm the villain written across his face. Siko instinctively tightened her grip on her wooden sword and stepped protectively in front of the others, her gaze locked onto Sui. You're not from our school, are you? Tell us why you're here. Sui similite pides antiater. He could clearly sense the slight trembling in Siko's body. Clearly, as an ordinary person, she couldn't help but feel a certain tension when faced with them, especially considering that. Standing beside him was Whitebeard, towering at 216 centimeters and wielding one of the supreme 12 great swords, Songyunxia. 1,000 thoughts flickered through his mind, and Su Yi's smile grew even warmer. Well, the truth is, we're here to protect you. As the group chat leader, it was only natural for Su Yi to safeguard the future members of the group. Yet, under these circumstances, Siko Busujima only became more suspicious. Sayada Kagi, meanwhile, started analyzing the newcomers' outfits. Apart from Su Yi and Asuna Yuki, who dressed similarly to themselves, the rest were downright bizarre. Outfits as strange as you could possibly imagine. Siko, Takagi Saya, was just about to remind Siko Busujima of something, but Siko stopped her with a single glance. They heard Siko speak, her voice clear and commanding. No matter what you're thinking right now, if we don't leave the school soon, we'll be completely surrounded by the undead. Once that happens, escaping will only become more difficult. Sui replied, So what are you suggesting? Siko answered directly, So, regardless of your intentions, let's cooperate for now. Once we get out of the building, we can go our separate ways. How's that sound? She looked Su Yi in the eye as she spoke, all the while keeping a wary watch on the 4 people standing by his side. In Siko's mind, those 4 were probably Su Yi's protectors. Given her assessment, Su Yi himself didn't seem much of a fighter. If any of them made a move, at this distance, she could easily use Su Yi as a hostage. Su Yi listened and nodded slightly. From Siko's perspective, her suggestion made perfect sense. In a world like this, the greatest threat wasn't just the undead, it was human nature. At that moment, Komuro Takashi, who'd been standing quietly nearby, spoke up with his own proposal for Siko and Su Yi. There's strength in numbers. Why don't we form a team right now? If we work together and divide up the tasks, no matter how many zombies there are, we'll have nothing to fear. Komuro spoke with unwavering confidence. His suggestion was the complete opposite of Siko's. After hearing him out, Hirano Toda nodded in agreement, clearly supporting Komuro's view. Seeing someone on his side, Komuro's smile grew even brighter. He harbored his own ambitions. If he could become the team's leader, survival would be within reach, and with a bit of luck, he might even have women flocking to his side. At this thought, a self-assured grin crept across his face. He remained blissfully unaware that, in Takagi Saya and Siko's minds, he was already a source of endless scorn. In fact, the 2 women had already guessed most of what Komuro was plotting, making them feel even more disgusted by him. As they considered how best to handle the situation, Su Yi, standing in front of Siko, broke into a slow smile and said, Sure, why not? You're absolutely right. There's strength in numbers. The moment Su Yi spoke, Saya and Siko felt a chill settle in their hearts. Both of them could sense the pointed, deliberate smile on Su Yi's face. A smile that set their nerves instantly on edge. No matter how you looked at it, if her team clashed with Su Yi's group, there was no doubt that they would lose. Adding to that was the strange fact that Su Yi had gone out of his way to enter the school building just to find them. Siko Busujima found it hard to believe. Were these people in front of her really up to something else? And just then, Takashi Komuro did something that made them all feel utterly defeated. With a cheerful grin, Takashi strolled right up to Su Yi, extended his hand, and said, I look forward to working with you from now on. But Su Yi merely glanced at Takashi with a calm, indifferent look, then turned his gaze to Siko Busujima and said to her, I look forward to working with you from now on. Those words, I look forward to working with you, carried layers of meaning. As Su Yi's words faded, he simply turned around and started walking toward the school gate. He looked for all the world like he was leading the way. No one noticed the shadow that flickered in Takashi Komuro's eyes as he walked to the end of the group. It's death. I'm curious. Have you found your 9th member, Siko Busujima? Su Yi. Yes, we found her. Hinata Hyuga. So, what kind of person is Siko Busujima? Edward Elric. Curious.jpg. CC. I think Siko Busujima is an outstanding person. Her temperament and her abilities are both remarkable. Asuna Yuki. Absolutely. I feel like once Siko Busujima joins the chat group, her strength will definitely grow quickly, and she'll become a really reliable member. Retsu Unohana. But there's a man here who's truly disgusting. That look in his eyes makes me sick. I'd love nothing more than to cut him down. It's Sui. I thought I was the only one who found Takashi Komuro such a fool. In this apocalypse, he still thinks he can control a team stronger than his own. Honestly, that's just naive. At Retsu Unohana. Let me know when you can't take it anymore. I'll team up with you. Retsu Uno Hana. It would be my honor. In the corridor, Su-e walked right in the center. A subtle smile played across his lips. They were fighting their way through the building, all while chatting in the group at the same time. It was a secret way of communicating in its own right. After witnessing the strength of Whitebeard and the others, Siko Busujima and her companions felt a growing sense of dread. They realized that escaping from here might not be so easy after all. Gradually, Siko and the others found themselves growing distant from Takashi Komuro and his group. Yet Takashi Komuro himself seemed entirely unaware. He was lost in self-admiration. With every zombie he took down, he felt a little more powerful, a little more heroic. That feeling lingered, lingering stubbornly in his heart. Even Rei Miyamoto, who had grown up alongside Takashi Komuro, noticed that he had changed, if only a little. But as they kept fighting their way through, the number of zombies around them only grew. This was no longer a time for quiet reflection. Right now, the most urgent task was to break out of the school. Yet, just as Rei's attention wavered for an instant, 5 zombies suddenly lunged at her from the front. In that split second, Rei's face went ashen with fear. If she were up against just one, she wouldn't have been so afraid. But facing 5 at once, she felt an icy chill pierce straight through to her bones. I don't want to die yet. I don't even know if my parents are still alive. If they found out I've been bitten by a zombie, wouldn't it break their hearts? Rei's body froze on the spot. In that perilous moment, Su-yi's voice rang out, Retsu Unohana. Upon hearing her name, Retsu Unohana's lips curled in a faint smile. In a flash, she appeared in front of Rei. Graceful as a Yamato Nadeshiko, she drew her Zanpakuto from her waist in a single, fluid motion. Suddenly, the aura around Unohana shifted. The calm grace of a refined lady gave way to a torrent of fierce battle spirit. Steel flashed. In an instant, the 5 zombies were sliced cleanly in two. With their brains destroyed, the zombies collapsed to the ground. Unohana calmly sheathed her blade and resumed her place at Su-yi's side. This scene did not escape Siko Busujima's notice. It stirred in her a feeling she could not quite describe. The entrance to the school building is just ahead. I remember there's a school bus parked there. We can use it to get away. Shizuka Marikawa called back, already hurrying forward. Seeing this, Siko couldn't help but call after her, hey, at least keep an eye out for zombies. Watching Shizuka's carefree rush, Su-e thought to himself, as expected, there's just no cure for this woman's cluelessness. With that in mind, he called out Asuna, Cici. As soon as Su-e spoke their names, Asuna Yuki and Cici immediately moved to flank Shizuka, covering her as they ran toward the bus. Siko, after dispatching a zombie, turned to Su-e and said, thank you. Though she still didn't know exactly what Su-e and his companions wanted, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Su-e replied mildly, after all, they're your people. It's only right to look out for them, isn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to the white-bearded man beside him. Whitebeard, clear the area. Siko instinctively frowned and glanced over at Whitebeard. She didn't quite understand what clearing the area meant. It wasn't just Siko Busujima. Even Sayadakagi and Rei Miyamoto also turned to glance at the white-bearded man beside them. Having heard Su-yi's words, the white-bearded man drew a deep breath, his muscles swelling even more impressively. Then, with a booming laugh, the white-bearded man exclaimed, Gurarararara, leave it to me. As soon as his words faded, he hefted his Song Yunxia and strode boldly toward the horde of zombies. At that moment, Siko and the others felt their pupils contract in shock. They watched as the white-bearded man, wielding Song Yunxia, charged straight into the swarm of zombies. His arms swung relentlessly, and not a single zombie managed to get past him. Not one drew close to Su-yi's position. Incredible. This guy is unbelievably strong. Siko murmured in awe. Saya couldn't help but gasp. Are there really people this powerful in the world? He's amazing. No matter how you look at it. No human should have a physique like that, Rei muttered to herself. Hearing Rei's comment, Takashi Komuro's mouth twitched involuntarily. In his heart, he nursed a silent grudge against the white-bearded man. He felt that his own moment to shine had been completely stolen. Just then, Shizuka Marikawa had already started up the bus. Seeing this, Asuna Yuki called out to everyone, hey, hurry up and get on the bus. Siko gritted her teeth and said, get on now. The zombies are closing in. Hearing Asuna and Siko's urging, Su-e let out a yawn. I have to admit, seeing Asuna Yuki and Siko Busujima standing side by side, people from different worlds crossing paths like this, it really is a strange and fascinating feeling. Su-e murmured to himself as he headed toward the bus. Retsu Unohana followed close beside Su-e, stepping onto the bus with him. Seeing that everyone had boarded, the white-bearded man abandoned his zombie-slaying rampage, gripped his Song Yunxia tightly, and leaped effortlessly onto the roof of the bus. After all, he was Whitebeard. There was no way he'd squeeze into such a cramped space. He'd much prefer riding on top of the bus. It felt far more comfortable that way. Once Shizuka saw that everyone was accounted for, she immediately pressed down on the accelerator, ready to charge toward the school gates. Wait, please help us. Suddenly, a cry for help carried from the distance. Hearing this, Takashi's sense of chivalry flared up instantly. He called to Shizuka in the driver's seat. Don't drive off yet. Someone's calling for help over there. Siko's brow furrowed as she turned to look at the people running toward the bus. I think that's Koichi Shido. Upon hearing Siko's words, Rei's eyes widened in alarm. Koichi Shido. Rei Miyamoto murmured softly, but then, as if realizing something, she quickly turned to Takashi Komuro and said, We don't have to save someone like that, do we? Let's just get out of here quickly. Takashi Komuro felt a surge of disgust at Rei's words. Why shouldn't we help someone who's asking for our help? Isn't there strength in numbers in a situation like this? With that, Takashi turned to Hirano Koda, who had been idly standing by. Am I right, Koda? Hirano, who had been drifting on the sidelines, was caught off guard by Takashi's question and nodded reflexively. Seeing the looks on Takashi's and Hirano's faces, Rei's frustration bubbled over. Her emotions were teetering on the edge. Wouldn't it be better if someone like him just died already? At the very back of the bus, Su-e, Retsuhana, CC, and Asuna Yuki watched the scene unfold, each shaking their head ever so slightly. CC remarked, This Takashi Komuro, he must have grown up in a sheltered bubble. He's hopelessly naive. With a gentle smile that radiated warmth, Retsuhana spoke, her voice as sweet as honey. That's exactly why I'd like to cut down this kind of sanctimonious fool. Hearing Unohana's words, everyone was caught between laughter and disbelief. They'd long grown used to Unohana's way, uttering the most chilling threats in the gentlest tone, always with a serene smile. At that moment, Asuna Yuki chimed in. Siko Busujima really is something else. No wonder she was chosen by the chat group. She's outstanding in her own right, especially when you compare her to Takashi. Su-e added, Now, let's not talk about him. I'd rather hear about how your fights have been. Asuna replied, Not bad. I feel like constant fighting is really helping me improve quickly. CC agreed. I feel the same way. Unohana nodded. I've gained some insights too, but now that physical stamina is becoming an issue, we have to be more careful in every way. While the group chatted, Koichi Shido arrived with several others, boarding the bus. Takashi Komuro, once again eager to play the hero, assured them, Don't worry, you're safe now. Then, in a commanding tone, he barked at Shizuka Marikawa, Drive. Right now. That guy. Siko Busujima, watching this, had to fight the urge to draw her wooden sword and teach Takashi a lesson right then and there. Let him see just why the flowers bloom so red. Takashi Komuro was putting on a show, desperate to look like the leader and prove his own worth. He must have wanted others to see him as someone they could count on. But Rei Miyamoto knew there was no way that was ever going to happen, because Koichi Fujido was definitely not that kind of person. As expected, once Koichi Fujido had caught his breath and recovered a little of his strength, he straightened his collar, still breathing heavily, and announced to everyone on the bus, That was tough, but we're finally saved. Then, turning to Takashi Komuro, Koichi Fujido said, Takashi Komuro, are you the leader of this group? Takashi was about to respond, a slight smile playing at the corner of his lips, when Siko Busujima interjected calmly, We don't really have a leader. We're just helping each other out to survive, that's all. After saying this, Siko glanced over at Su-e. If, at this moment, Su-e could take their side, it would be a tremendous advantage for their current situation. But, honestly, Siko had no idea what Su-e actually intended to do. No matter how she considered it, it just didn't seem likely. Koichi Fujido pushed up his glasses, confidence radiating from his face. His voice echoed throughout the bus. That won't do. For survival, a leader is absolutely essential. And I will lead you all toward true hope, a future filled with sunshine. Koichi Fujido, as if delivering a speech, waved his arms passionately and addressed the crowd. Rei Miyamoto, unable to stand another second of Fujido's disgusting words, finally lost her patience. She turned to Takashi Komuro and said, Takashi, you're going to regret saving this guy. Without waiting for a response, Rei called out to Shizuka Marikawa, Stop the bus. I'm getting off. Takashi looked on baffled. Rei, what are you trying to do? Su-e, watching all of this unfold, leaned toward CC and said, CC, I remember you've got some snacks, right? CC pulled out her bag and handed Sue-e a packet of pizza-flavored chips. Immediately, Sue-e and the three women at the back of the bus began munching on chips, becoming mere spectators to the ongoing drama. Just then, Koichi Fujito turned his attention to Sue-e. Fujito's voice drifted over. "Hey, classmate, with the world falling apart, food is a precious resource. Please hand over those snacks." As he spoke, Koichi started walking towards Sue, his gaze drifting to the three women next to him. A lecherous glint flashed his eyes as he continued. "Ladies, you're not wearing school uniforms, so you must not be students. How about joining my group? If you do, I'll make sure you never run out of treats. You really are something else." Just as Asuna Yuki was preparing to give Koichi Wisteria in front of her a good lesson, she suddenly heard Sue-e's voice ring out slowly from inside the bus. "What if I refuse?" Sue-e looked at Koichi Wisteria with a cheerful smile as he spoke. Before Koichi Wisteria could respond, the students he'd brought with him immediately chimed in. "If you don't agree, we'll kick you out of the group. Following Mr. Wisteria is the only right choice. If you refuse, then just get off this bus right now." Each remark from these students was sharper and harsher than the last. Yet before Sue-e could even get angry, it was Takashi Komuro who lost his temper. Komuro glared at Koichi Wisteria and shouted, "Hey, don't forget who saved you. This isn't your bus. If I hadn't rescued you all back there, you wouldn't even be here." At the sound of Komuro's outburst, a glint of cold light flashed across Koichi Wisteria's glasses. He then turned to address the classmates he'd brought, saying, "It seems this guy isn't willing to join our group either. So, what should we do with those unwilling to be part of our team?" Koichi Wisteria's voice was smooth and tempting, like a devil luring his followers. His students, as if bewitched, all shifted their gaze toward Komuro. "Toss him out." No one knew who shouted it first, but in the next instant, the students Koichi Wisteria had gathered surged toward Komuro. Chaos erupted inside the bus. Up above, the white-bearded man sitting at the front noticed the commotion. Curious, he looked down just in time to see Komuro seemingly thrown out by an invisible force. Right after, Hirano Toda was also thrown out by Koichi Wisteria's group. Now, apart from Koichi Wisteria and his followers, Sue-e was the only man left inside the bus. "So, do you want to be thrown out by them, or would you rather walk out of the bus yourself?" Koichi Wisteria looked down at Sue-e like a victor, his tone dripping with arrogance. In that moment, the atmosphere inside the bus became so tense it could snap. Seiko Bisujima's hand tightened around the hilt of her wooden sword. The expressions of Saya Takagi, Rei Miyamoto, and Shizuka Morikawa all turned grim. And at that critical moment, Sue-e's calm voice echoed through the bus. "What if I choose a third option?" "A third option?" For a moment, Koichi Wisteria was completely caught off guard. "That's right, the third option. I'll break your arms, throw you and your students out of the bus, and let you get a real taste of this ruined world." But as soon as Sue-e finished speaking, Shido Koichi suddenly burst into a wild, almost deranged laughter. "Ha ha, you? You think you have what it takes, ugh? Ha ha, you of all people? Ugh." Before Shido Koichi could finish his taunt, he felt something clamped tightly around his neck. His body was suddenly lifted off the ground. A wave of suffocating pressure crashed over him, stealing the air from his lungs. When did this happen? Seiko Bisujima's pupils contracted sharply. She hadn't seen Sue-e move at all just now. Could someone really move this fast? Was he even human? Recalling how she'd actually considered taking Sue-e hostage just moments before, Seiko shivered involuntarily. Shido Koichi's hands flailed desperately at Sue-e's arm. He tried to speak, but the crushing pressure on his throat made it impossible to utter even a single sound. And in that moment, Sue-e leaned in and said, "Hey, maybe you didn't hear me clearly before, so let me repeat myself. Do you want to know what it's like to have your arms broken and then try to survive in this world?" Shido Koichi's eyes went wide in terror. He wanted to scream, but not a sound came out. His voice was completely choked off. Bloodshot veins spidered through his eyes, and his face had turned deathly pale. If he could have a second chance, he'd never dare provoke this man standing before him. This wasn't human at all. Who else could hoist a grown man into the air with just one hand? And now, dizziness was clouding his mind more and more. But Sue-e paid him no mind and continued. "Cat got your tongue? If you won't speak, I suppose I'll just keep making the decisions for you." Seeing Sue-e like this, not only was Seiko Busujima filled with fear, even Rei Miyamoto and Saya Takagi felt a chill run through their hearts. None of them could have imagined that the one who appeared the weakest, Sue-e, was actually so overwhelmingly powerful. And more than that, his way of dealing with things was utterly ruthless. But Rei Miyamoto couldn't help but think she loved it. Shido Koichi was nothing but scum. He'd used his authority to deliberately hold her back a grade. And he'd targeted her father too. For someone this disgusting, Ray felt that whatever happened to him just felt thoroughly satisfying. At that moment, a look of disappointment appeared on Su-Yi's face. Sigh, why won't you answer any of my questions? It seems you really want me to make the choice for you. If that's the case, then let me help you decide. As Su-Yi finished speaking, he slowly extended his other arm. An unprecedented sense of despair completely engulfed Fujito Koichi at that instant. Only now did he truly understand the depths of hopelessness felt by those students he had once abandoned. Yet, not even a shred of remorse stirred in Fujito Koichi's heart. Instead, he glared at Su-Yi before him with even more resentment. If looks could kill, perhaps Su-Yi would. Oh, that's right. Su-Yi was immune to being killed by a glare. Su-Yi's hand closed around Fujito Koichi's arm, and with a gentle pull, a guttural, agonized cry burst from Fujito Koichi. He struggled even harder, eyes fixed desperately on Su-Yi. But Su-Yi didn't seem to care. He simply tossed Fujito Koichi's arm out the window. Then Su-Yi reached for Fujito Koichi's left hand, and then both his legs. Once he was finished, Su-Yi dragged Fujito Koichi and dumped him outside as if he were nothing. Immediately after, Su-Yi turned his gaze to the inside of the bus, where the students sat speechless, stunned into silence. He murmured, "If I recall, you were the ones making the most noise just moments ago." The moment Su-Yi's words fell, the students erupted into screams. They stared at Su-Yi as if they were seeing a demon, terror written all over their faces. Without a moment's hesitation, they scrambled to leap out the windows or rush straight for the bus doors. Like startled birds scattering, they fled in all directions. Fujito Koichi watched the frenzy unfold, struggling to suppress the urge to cough. With a voice hoarse beyond recognition, he called after the fleeing students, "Help! Help me! Come back, please, save me! I'm your teacher, please!" Cough, cough. Before he could say another word, a violent cough racked his body, and blood spattered from his lips. At that moment, Su-Yi stood by the window, looking down at Fujito Koichi from above. "It seems you still don't understand. In this shattered world, people like you will always be a burden. When you have no strength, even fools won't cling to you." Fujito Koichi glared at Su-Yi with all the hatred he could muster. He wasn't alone. Down below, even Takashi Komuro and Hirano Koda couldn't help but swallow hard. A cold, unprecedented fear took root in Komuro's heart. This guy, he's truly terrifying. Why are there such terrifying people in this world? Komuro Takashi felt an unfathomable aura emanating from Su-Yi, an oppressive force as deep as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, crashing over him like a relentless tide. Perhaps it was this overwhelming terror that made itself felt. Instead of retreating to the bus, Komuro Takashi let out a shrill scream and bolted off into the distance. Hirano Toda, after glancing nervously at Su-Yi, instinctively followed Komuro, hurrying away as well. Seeing this unfold, Su-Yi let out a languid sigh. "My, why did those two run off like that?" Uno and Aretsu gently stroked the hilt of her zanpakuto, whispering softly at that moment, "What a pity." Asuna, Yuki, and CC, upon hearing Unohana's words, couldn't help but grumble silently in their hearts. What you really regret is not getting to cut down Komuro Takashi, isn't it? Just then, Miyamoto Rei, who had up to now remained silent, looked at Su-Yi with utter admiration. She spoke earnestly, "Whether they stay or go doesn't matter at all. That's what he gets for dragging Shido Koichi on board in the first place and causing you all this trouble. Serves him right." Hearing her words, Su-Yi cast a faint, indifferent glance at Miyamoto Rei. "Oh." He then turned to Shizuka Marikawa and said, "All right, it's settled. You can drive now." With that, Su-Yi made his way to the last row of the bus. The engine rumbled to life, and the bus began to move slowly. Shido Koichi's pupils grew ever more unfocused. Watching the bus draw farther and farther away, feeling his body grow cold and lifeless, and seeing the loathsome undead drawing near, he summoned the last of his strength to shout, full of spite, "Su-Yi, even if I become a zombie, I'll never let you off." Siko Bisujima stepped forward, coming to stand before Su-Yi. She fixed her gaze on him, demanding, "You? What exactly are you planning?" Su-Yi returned her look. Unlike the cold detachment in his voice when speaking to Miyamoto Rei, Su-Yi's face now broke into a warm, genuine smile as he faced Siko. He replied, utterly at ease, "Didn't I already say? Of course, I'm here to protect you." "To protect me? Why? Don't tell me my parents sent you." Siko probed, watching him closely. Su-Yi simply shook his head. Looking Siko straight in the eyes, he replied, "No one can command us. So, no, we weren't sent by your parents to protect you." He paused for a moment, then added, "In time, you'll come to understand all of this." Before Siko could press him further, Shizuka Marikawa, who was at the wheel, suddenly slammed on the brakes. Rei Miyamoto let out a sharp scream as her body lurched uncontrollably forward. Standing beside Su-e, Seiko Busujima and Sayakagi were both swept into his arms, shielded from harm. Only after the bus stabilized did Su-e finally release his protective embrace. He then turned to Shizuka Marikawa, who was still sitting at the driver's seat not far away, and asked, "Did something happen up ahead?" With her usual airhead innocence, Shizuka replied, "It seems like we can't go any farther." Everyone turned their eyes to the world outside the bus. Not far ahead, the road was packed with a dense stream of vehicles, all lined up in a queue, waiting for their chance to cross the bridge. At the head of the bridge, however, a crowd of armed men stood guard, blocking the way. And not too far from them, the group could occasionally spot a few zombies wandering in their direction. It seemed only a matter of time before the noise here would draw a horde of the undead. After a quick glance, Su-e declared, "Looks like we have no other choice. We'll have to continue on foot. Gather your things. There's sure to be a fight ahead." As soon as Su-e finished speaking, CC, Retsu Unohana, and Asuna Yuki all rose from their seats. A subtle but unmistakable aura radiated from their bodies. Even that faint, drifting presence felt like a vast ocean to Seiko Busujima's keen senses. What's more, each of the three women held a gleaming sword. For reasons she couldn't explain, Seiko felt as if she had finally found her own kind. She knew herself to be a deviant, someone who took a twisted pleasure in violence. In her mind, she was unworthy of a maiden's heart, undeserving of giving or receiving love. Yet with the arrival of Su-e and his companions, Seiko found herself feeling a kinship she'd never known. Almost without realizing it, her wariness of Su-e's group had faded to nothing. Su-e had, without question, become the leader of their team. With his decision made, the rest of the group began packing up their belongings and prepared to leave the bus behind. Whitebeard leapt down from the roof with a single bound, his towering form and massive weapon making for an awe-inspiring sight. "Well then, I'll leave the zombies on the road to you all. Push your limits. A real battle might just help you grow even stronger." With a thunderous, booming laugh, Whitebeard replied, "That's exactly what I was hoping for." Asuna and CC both added, "We'll give it everything we've got." Retsu Unohana smiled faintly. "It looks like it's time for another round of slaughter." With those words, the group scattered in all directions, cutting down every zombie in their path, and steadily widening the scope of their hunt. Shizuka Marikawa paid no attention to Whitebeard and the others. Once they had vanished from sight, she turned to Su-e and said, "I just remembered, my friend has a house nearby, and as luck would have it, I have a key." As she spoke, Shizuka pulled out a key from somewhere on her person. Su-e blurted out instinctively, Where did you just take that out from?" Shizuka straightened, pointing to her chest. "From here, of course. Is that so strange? Come on, that's exactly why it's weird." Su-e couldn't help but grumble, but then he remembered Shizuka's reputation for being a scatterbrained airhead of legendary proportions, so he decided to drop the complaint. After all, the only one who'd end up exhausted from arguing would be himself. "Well, since you have the key, let's spend the night at your friend's place and get some rest." With that, Su-e opened the group chat and messaged everyone, "If you come across a convenience store, grab as much food as you can. I'll go with the others to find a place to stay. Once I have an address, I'll send you the location. You can come straight over." After giving these instructions in the chat, Su-e followed Shizuka toward her friend's house. Because Whitebeard and his group were moving as a team, sweeping outwards and hunting everything in their path, not a single zombie could be seen in the area. At that moment, Seiko Busujima turned to Su-e and asked, "Su-e, are you sure your companions will be able to find us if we just leave like this?" "They'll find me. You'll see how eventually." "Eventually, huh? Will we really get to see that eventually?" A sudden sense of unease crept into Seiko's heart. Just this morning, the world had seemed perfectly ordinary. But now, with evening approaching, everything had collapsed into chaos. And as time passed, she could only imagine that the collapse would accelerate. Though she found a strange thrill in this newfound freedom, especially in the constant fighting, which excited her, she couldn't help but wonder how long she could keep going in a world like this. Perhaps sensing the shift in Seiko's mood, Su-e stopped in his tracks. For a moment, he simply gazed up at the tattered clouds overhead. The sky was already growing dim and overcast. It wouldn't be long before darkness swallowed everything. And then Su-e spoke slowly. "This world has already fallen apart. If the thrill of killing was once a sin, in a world overrun by zombies, it becomes a force that drives you to grow stronger. As someone once said, it's not you who's wrong, it's the world itself." At this moment, Su-e turned to look at Siko Busujima beside him and said, "Try to find joy in the fight. No matter what happens, I'll always stand behind you, keeping you safe." As the group leader, Su-e was showing his care for future members. But when Siko Busujima heard these words, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Will he always stand behind me, protecting me? She didn't know why, but in that instant, Su-e's image became even clearer in her mind. Soon, everyone arrived at the house Shizuka Marikawa had mentioned. As soon as they stepped inside, the girls unconsciously let down their guard. Shizuka, ever absent-minded, immediately changed out of her blood-stained clothes, paying no attention at all to the fact that Su-e was present. Then, in her usual playful way, she bounced toward the bathroom, calling out to the others, "Siko, let's take a bath together. Rei Takagi, you should come too." Takagi Saya found herself squeezed tightly in Shizuka's arms, almost unable to breathe. Help me, someone help." She struggled desperately in Shizuka's embrace, her delicate face turning as pink as her hair. Watching the girls playfully quarrel and tease each other, Su-e let out a sigh. Fortunately, he was the only man in the room. Actually, on second thought, that wasn't such a bad thing. With this in mind, Su-e made his way out to the balcony. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the distant bridge. By now, heavy clouds had gathered in the sky. Only the lights at the end of the bridge shone, piercingly bright. Bathed in that glow, the room Su-e stood in seemed completely hidden in the stillness of the dark. As Su-e was lost in these quiet reflections, someone else stepped onto the balcony. He saw Takagi Saya approach, and, just like him, lean over the railing. "Aren't you going to take a bath?" Su-e asked her in a neutral tone. For some reason, the coolness in his voice made Saya feel a pang of discomfort. Especially after witnessing how gently Su-e treated Siko Busujima, she found herself feeling unexpectedly jealous. "No, I'd rather talk to you for a bit." "Talk? About what?" "I feel like you care a lot about Busujima Siko. Did you two know each other before?" "We didn't, but from now on, we'll be like family." To Su-e, everyone in the chat group felt like family. However, Saya Takagi misunderstood. She thought Su-e was planning to pursue Siko Busujima. For some reason, Saya felt a faint sense of disappointment in her heart. She wondered if it was because she wasn't attractive enough. Why didn't Su-e like her? A quiet melancholy settled over Saya. As if to change the subject, Saya turned to Su-e and asked, "Can I ask where you all come from? Your clothing styles look so different, as if none of you are from the same place. It's all rather mismatched." Asuna, Yuki, and Su-e were both dressed in normal sportswear. CC wore a white straitjacket. Retsu Unohana was in a traditional kimono, and Whitebeard had a billowing cloak draped across his back. No matter how you looked at it, the group did appear rather strange. Su-e's lips curled into a faint smile. "If I told you we came from entirely different worlds, would you believe me?" Saya's eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively asked, "Different worlds? What do you mean?" But before Su-e could answer her question, a sharp, piercing scream rang out, startling everyone. Su-e's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned toward the direction of the scream, his gaze reaching far into the distance. With the scream, the women in the bath, still wearing damp, freshly washed clothes, rushed out in a hurry. Siko Busujima scanned the area warily. What happened? Saya wasted no time. She dashed over to the sofa, grabbed a pair of binoculars, and hurried to the balcony, peering in the direction the sound had come from. Immediately, Saya exclaimed, "It looks like there's a little girl. She's surrounded by zombies." The moment Siko heard Saya's words, her expression changed dramatically. Even Su-e's face grew serious. He spoke up, "Leave this to me. You all finish your baths, and don't catch a chill. I'll be back soon." With that, Su-e, under everyone's astonished gaze, leapt straight off the balcony. The women rushed to the railing, fear gripping them as they worried Su-e might get hurt. But when they looked down, his figure had already vanished. In a traditional Japanese courtyard, a pale-faced little girl cowered in a corner. Clutching a puppy tightly in her arms, tears streamed down her cheeks. But what truly terrified her was not the zombies before her. It was because the body lying before her was not a stranger, but the last family she had left, her own father. A knife was deeply buried in her father's abdomen, and blood kept pouring out from a wound. The scene was heartbreakingly tragic. "Why do they have to kill my dad? Why do they have to kill my dad?" The little girl murmured softly, completely oblivious to the zombies slowly approaching her. Perhaps she knew the zombies were already near, but the despair in her heart had paralyzed her body, making her unable to move an inch. Only the little dog in her arms barked desperately. Yet, this did nothing to scare the zombies away. Instead, it only attracted more of them. Not until one of the zombies stood directly before her, its foul, decaying stench wafting in her face, did the little girl seem to come back to herself. The zombie let out a guttural snarl. The little girl lifted her head, staring blankly at the creature before her. Her eyes were empty, void of any emotion. She simply watched, helpless, as the zombie drew nearer and nearer. That won't do it all. Suddenly, Su Yi's voice rang out in the courtyard. In the next instant, the little girl felt herself swept up and held tightly in Su Yi's arms. If you give up on life like this, you're not showing it the respect it deserves. Su Yi's voice sounded gently in her ear once more. Then, Su Yi slowly extended his right hand. No blade style slash. As Su Yi finished speaking, a surge of sword energy shot from his hand. In the blink of an eye, the forceful slash hurtled straight toward the zombie. The zombie's body was effortlessly cleaved in half. Its remains fell limply to the ground, a sight as horrifying as it was final. The little girl stared at Su Yi in a daze, and tears streamed down her cheeks even more fiercely. She clung to Su Yi, her tiny body trembling uncontrollably. "Daddy, my daddy, Sobi, Sobi." She wept without end, her cries so heart-wrenching that even Su Yi felt a pang of sorrow. He glanced at the man with the knife still lodged in his abdomen. That man was already gone. His lifeless eyes stared up at the sky, as if filled with resentment and regret. Su Yi had no time to linger in his grief. More zombies seemed to be gathering before him. Without hesitation, Su Yi's right hand swept out again and again. With each motion, a wave of sword energy surged forth. This was a skill he had once obtained together with Asuna and CC. Against these deathly zombies, it proved especially effective. And within moments, Su Yi had cleared every zombie from the area, leaving none behind. Soon after, Su Yi gently set down the little girl, Alice. Alice quickly scampered over to her father. She gazed at her father, now lifeless before her. A soft whisper escaped Alice's lips. "Papa, are you really gone?" As her faint words hung in the air, Su Yi began walking toward Alice's father. With a casual motion, he picked up a white shirt hanging nearby and plucked a few wildflowers growing at the side. Then, with a sudden, forceful step forward, Alice watched as the ground split open in an instant, a fresh earthen pit appearing right at her feet. "Oni-ai-chan," she called out, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she looked up at Su. She saw Su Yi gently lay her father's body into the newly dug pit. He draped the white shirt over the body, then placed the wildflowers tenderly atop it all. Su Yi spoke softly in that moment. "Let your father rest in peace now. He died protecting you. He was a good father, so you must find the strength to live on bravely." With that, Su Yi drew Alice into his arms, holding her gently. He stroked her hair with the utmost tenderness. He held her until her tears were spent, until she had cried herself into exhausted sleep. Only then did Su Yi carry her, along with her little dog, back to their room. After giving a few quiet instructions to Siko and the others, he returned to the balcony once more. But this time, his gaze fixed on a distant house. His eyes narrowed. Anyone who knew Su Yi would recognize this look. He was seething with anger. "If you killed Alice's father, then you must pay for it with your lives," he murmured coldly. As Su Yi finished speaking, he raised his arm high into the air. His finger pointed toward the ink-black sky. Sword energy began to gather at his fingertip, swirling and coalescing with all the force of Su Yi's will. As his finger slowly swept downward, a razor-sharp blade of energy tore through the night. Nothing could stand in its path. Everything was shredded to pieces by the sword's fury. And as the sword energy reached that distant house, its power did not wane. Instead, it carried an even heavier sense of blood and vengeance. The house was obliterated, reduced to fragments in an instant. No sword style, tornado. As Su Yi whispered the name of his technique, a faint commotion sounded from behind the balcony. Su Yi cast a calm glance back at the glass door, then let it go without another thought. He knew that Uno Hanaretsu and the others had returned. Though Whitebeard, finding the house too small for his liking, had instead moved into a villa next door. And so, in the end, Su Yi was the only man left in the house. This left Su Yi feeling completely overwhelmed. Not to mention anything else. Just the thought of cleaning all the bloodstains from the girl's clothes already made him feel immense pressure. He had the sense that this night was unbearably long. Siko Takagi was the first to wake from her dreams. She hadn't slept well at all through the night. She kept thinking about how, just yesterday, Su Yi had destroyed a house with a simple gesture. That kind of terrifying, almost miraculous power made Siko Takagi tremble inside. Especially when she recalled Su Yi telling her before that he came from a different dimension. Although he'd been interrupted at the time, she now believed, without a shred of doubt, that he'd told the truth. Because of that, Siko Takagi hadn't been able to sleep soundly all night. Getting out of bed, she noticed her arm felt a bit numb. Glancing over at Shizuka Marikawa beside her, Siko immediately understood why. She had to admit, Shizuka Marikawa's strength was truly impressive. Carefully withdrawing her arm from Shizuka's embrace, Siko Takagi changed into her clothes and headed for the balcony. The moment she stepped onto the balcony, Siko saw Sue-e standing there, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Without hesitation, she walked over and leaned on the railing beside him. This way, Siko felt some relief from the tightness in her chest. "Sue-e, you're up so early?" she asked. I noticed something rather interesting," Sue-e replied, tilting his chin forward. Following Sue-e's gaze, Siko looked off into the distance. Instantly, Siko's face was filled with disbelief. She looked as if she'd been struck dumb with shock, her hands flying to her mouth as she stared at the scene before her. Her hands pressed tightly over her lips, as if trying to keep in a scream. I'm not dreaming, am I? Is this really happening?" Siko uttered, her voice trembling with astonishment. All she could see far away was a countless horde of zombies, surging forward at terrifying speed. They trampled over one another in their rush. The slower ones crushed beneath the stampede, piling up higher and higher. In the end, the swarm rose like a monstrous tidal wave, a tsunami of undead already towering dozens of meters into the air. Any building in their path was flattened to rubble without effort, and the size of the horde was growing at a frightening pace. At this rate, in no more than 10 minutes, they would reach the bridgehead. Siko Takagi snapped out of her shock in an instant. "Sue-e, we need to leave right now. Run as far as we can." Sue-e looked calmly at the zombie tidal wave and said in a mild tone, "No need to run just yet. But you should go wake the others now." Takagi-saya nodded firmly, wasting no words. She immediately returned to the room and woke the other girls from their slumber. One by one, the girls gathered on the balcony. As they gazed out at the terrifying, surging tide before them, each of their hearts was filled with shock. For Rei Miyamoto in particular, the moment she took in the scene before her, her body instantly grew weak and limp. She instinctively clutched the nearby railing, her voice trembling with disbelief. What on earth is happening? Why have the zombies changed like this? They must be stacked 10 meters high. This wall of zombies, towering over 10 meters, surged forward like a crazed tidal wave. Behind them, countless more zombies pressed on relentlessly, never hesitating for a moment. No matter how they looked at it, everything about this scene was utterly bizarre. A chill of dread crept into the hearts of every girl. Meanwhile, in Sue-e's mind, a question was forming. If he could somehow quell this monstrous wave, would the world finally return to peace? After all, in his memory, nothing like this had ever happened in the world of High School of the Dead. But before he could dwell on that, Sue-e turned to the others and said, could you all move back a bit? The balcony's only so big, you know. You're acting like I'm not even here." At his words, a blush of embarrassment colored each girl's face. Yet somehow, that embarrassment managed to dispel the fear lingering in their hearts. It was then that Siko Bisujima looked towards Sue-e and asked, "Sue-e, what exactly should we do now?" Shizuka Marikawa chimed in, "Maybe we should evacuate right away. There's still an armored vehicle in my friend's garage." Alice said, "If we just run far enough, there shouldn't be any problem, right?" Meanwhile, CC, Asuna Yuki, and Retsu Unohana all turned their attention to Sue-e. Unohana spoke first. "Sue-e, I think it's your turn now." Asuna followed. "It's time to show us what you can really do." CC added, "Sue-e, we're counting on you for the rest." "Sue-e, don't tell me you're planning to." Siko's heart suddenly flashed with a wild thought. And in that very instant, as the idea crossed Siko's mind, Sue-e's silhouette vanished from their sight. Only a shadow remained, cast beneath the sunlight. The zombie tide, towering dozens of meters high, surged toward them with terrifying speed. Countless zombies roared, merging into a single, raging wave, flinging themselves forward in endless succession. Nearby, many more zombies were still queuing, waiting for their turn to enter what they believed was a perfectly safe zone. Little did they know, before they could even make it there, they were confronted with this horrifying spectacle. Watching the writhing mass of zombies rolling toward them, the human survivors couldn't help but feel impossibly small. As they snapped back to their senses, all they could hear was a chorus of terrified screams echoing above the bridgehead. Crossing the bridge was now out of the question. In fact, they wished they could turn around and run as far away as possible right this instant. Staying here could only mean one thing: certain death. Wherever the zombie horde swept through, devastation followed in its wake. Anyone not already infected, once crushed beneath the relentless tide, would soon become part of the swarm. The soldiers stationed at the bridgehead looked on in despair, their hearts turning cold at the sight. All our firepower, focus it on them. Let them taste the full might of our artillery. Yes, Captain. At the squad captain's command, they quickly retrieved their limited supply of RPG rockets from the armored vehicles nearby. At the same time, the tanks stationed at the bridgehead rotated their turrets, aiming directly at the oncoming zombie horde. With a single crisp order from the captain, the RPG launchers roared to life, spewing fire as the rockets streaked through the air, howling toward the wave of the undead. The tanks joined in, unleashing volley after volley, shells blazing and exploding across the writhing mass. Yet, as the rockets and shells struck the zombie tide, they barely made a dent, hardly even a splash. The relentless, churning horde swallowed every blast with ease, undeterred and unstoppable. A despair deeper than any before settled over them. It was summer, and yet everyone felt as if they had been plunged into an ancient, frozen tomb. The squad captain, witnessing this scene, felt hope sink completely in his chest. You all still have rounds in your pistols, right? As soldiers, we'd rather die than become one of them. Wait, Captain, look at the sky. The captain's brow furrowed at the call, and he instinctively glanced upward. There, beneath the sunlight, a solitary figure hovered below the blazing sun. The captain and his men froze, stunned by the sight. What in the world is going on? Is that a human? How can anyone fly through the sky? Or maybe we're all dreaming, and the world never really fell apart after all. He extended his arm, a small black orb forming in his palm. He had wielded this power once before, back in the world of One Piece. But this time, he didn't call down a meteor. Instead, he slowly raised his hand toward the sky. The black orb began to swell, growing larger and larger in an instant, until it was the size of a basketball. This should be big enough, Sui murmured. With that, he gently swept his hand downward. The basketball-sized black sphere began to drift downward from the sky, descending slowly toward the earth. The women on the balcony stood in silent awe at the scene before them, momentarily at a loss for words. Siko Takagi managed to keep her composure a bit better. After all, she had caught a glimpse of Sui's actions by chance the night before. But for the others, Siko, Busujima, and the rest, this was truly their first time witnessing such a sight. Sui, is he? Siko Busujima's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at what was unfolding before her. Rei Miyamoto instinctively rubbed her eyes, needing to make sure that the figure suspended in midair was, in fact, Sui. She could never have imagined that Sui could fly. And not just fly. He could conjure a swirling black sphere in his hands. At that moment, Shizuka Marikawa suddenly piped up. Huh? Is that Sui up there? When did he get up there? CC fell silent. Asuna Yuki was speechless. Retsu Unohana said nothing. Siko Busujima could only stare. By now, everyone was more than accustomed to Shizuka's airhead remarks, just as they were left at a loss for words. The black sphere in the sky began its descent, falling into the heart of the zombie horde. Every eye was fixed on the black sphere, as if the world had shrunk to that single point. The sphere began to expand, growing larger and larger, and every zombie it touched was effortlessly swallowed into oblivion. The howling of the zombie horde, which moments before had filled the air, was suddenly silenced, the noise vanishing almost completely in an instant. No one was running anymore. They simply stood where they were, staring dumbfounded at the sight, their hearts pounding with an unprecedented sense of awe and shock. What on earth just happened? Did those zombies just vanish into thin air? Does it mean we don't have to run anymore? That we'll survive this? This guy, he's unbelievably powerful. Murmurs rippled through the crowd below. To them, it felt as if a god had descended from the heavens to save them. On the rooftop, the women exchanged glances, turning their gaze to Retsu Unohana and the others. Siko Busujima turned to Retsu Unohana and asked, if Sui has abilities like this, does that mean you all have similar powers too? Her question caught the attention of Rei Miyamoto, Saya Takagi, and the rest. All of them leaned in, eager to hear the answer. Retsu Unohana replied, that's something you'll come to understand in time. In time. Confusion flickered across Siko Busujima's face once more. She'd heard this phrase from Sui and the others more times than she could count. And yet, even now, its true meaning remained a mystery to her. At that very moment, an electronic voice echoed in the minds of Unohana, Retsu, and the others. Ding! The collapse in High School of the Dead has weakened. All mission participants may now use more of their power in this world. As the message from the chat group faded, the women turned their eyes to the raging tide of zombies ahead. They saw that, by now, more than half of the zombie horde had already been smashed apart. Yet, high above in the sky, Sui's expression shifted ever so slightly. Because in the crater left by the black sphere, Su-yi spotted a face he knew all too well. Yes, only the face. That face belonged to none other than Koichi Shido. Only now, he looked as though he'd undergone some monstrous transformation. The limbs that Su-yi had once snapped were now crudely stitched onto the body of a zombie. It looked utterly mismatched, without a trace of natural coordination. And just then, another strange figure appeared in Su-yi's line of sight. This shadowy figure was none other than Takashi Komuro, who had fled earlier. But the Takashi, standing there now, was nothing like the boy from before. His face had turned ghostly pale, almost as lifeless as the zombies themselves. Yet, not a single wound marred his body. On the contrary, he was clutching his zombie's arm, gnawing at it hungrily, as if it were some sort of delicacy. The sight nearly made Su-yi retch. Takashi's eyes had become blood red, and he stared up at Su-yi in the sky, utterly unbothered by the sunlight, shouting, "Who would have thought we'd meet again? Like this? Yes, we meet again." Su-yi slowly descended toward Takashi. But in the end, he stopped, hovering about 3 meters above the ground, looking down at Takashi from above. Seeing Su-yi descend, Takashi chomped down the last bit of zombie flesh in a few quick bites, then gave a satisfied pat to Koichi Shido beside him. Then, turning to Su-yi, he said, "Do you remember him? How about that? I gave him a complete makeover. That's how he managed to survive your attack. Pretty impressive, don't you think?" A chilling smile split Takashi's face, especially when he bared his teeth, blackened and streaked with blood, making for an absolutely revolting sight. Su-yi gave the super zombified Koichi Shido a casual glance, then said to Takashi, "Compared to that trash, I'm much more curious about how you became like this." It was as if Takashi had just heard the world's greatest joke. No sooner had Su-yi finished speaking than Takashi burst out laughing, loud and wild. "Of course it's because of you. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of which, I really ought to thank you. If it hadn't been for you back then, I never would have run away, and I certainly wouldn't have tasted the delights of being a zombie. Do you know what happened? While I was on the verge of starving to death and about to be bitten by a zombie, I bit the zombie first. In that instant, I felt as if something new had awakened inside me. I bet I'm the first person in the world to ever do that. Now I can control every zombie out there. I am a king of zombies. So, as a token of my gratitude for this opportunity you've given me, I've decided to turn you into my subordinate, to make you bow to me forever. And of course, as for those women, I won't let a single one escape." As Takashi Komuro finished his speech, Su-yi nodded slightly. "No wonder you've become so disgusting. So you've lost all your humanity. I'm not the scared little kid you can intimidate with a single glare anymore. Now, let me show you my true power." Takashi Komuro, wild-eyed and manic, jabbed a finger forward. Instantly, Koichi Fujito, now transformed by Komuro, launched himself towards Su-yi, who hovered in the air. At the same time, Komuro shouted, "Because now, I am invincible." As if to prove Komuro's words, Koichi Fujito shot up at Su-yi, soaring through the sky. His power and agility were nothing like those of ordinary zombies. He was on a completely different level. He moved even faster than the RPG rocket that had been fired just moments before. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Su-yi. But Su-yi had no intention of bothering with this guy. Now that the big boss had finally shown himself, Su-yi understood why he had become so strong. At this point, the priority was clear: take down Takashi Komuro. Once that was done, he could invite Seiko Busujima to join the chat group, unlock new functions, and lead everyone to greater strength. With this thought, golden patterns began to shimmer across Su-yi's body. The glowing lines spread rapidly, covering him completely in just a second. He now looked like a divine being, radiant and pure, standing in stark contrast to Koichi Fujito before him. Su-yi activated his magnetic field, unleashing a powerful force directly ahead. With a simple swing of his arm to the side, an immense force crashed into Koichi Fujito. Fujito's body shot downward toward the ground at a speed even faster than before. As for zombies, Su-yi had no desire to touch them at all. Takashi Komuro's expression flickered, the first hint of uncertainty showing on his face. He never expected that Su-yi's presence and aura could grow so powerful in such a short time. But so what? Don't underestimate me. Kota Komuro roared in anger, and in an instant, the surrounding zombies surged toward him. Zombies from all around began converging on Kota Komuro. Kota Komuro's arm shot out, clawing fiercely toward Su-yi. Behind Kota Komuro, countless zombies grabbed onto one another, rising from the ground in a tangled, writhing mass. The horde of zombies came together, forming a gigantic hand, which, accompanied by Kota Komuro's wild, arrogant laughter, swept down toward Su-yi. This is the ultimate power. I'm the king of this world. From now on, no one will ever dare stand before me. As Kota Komaro's furious roar echoed, Su Yi's eyes remained utterly calm, undisturbed by the chaos. To Su Yi, Kota Komaro's outburst was nothing but a grating noise. In that moment, Su Yi pushed his magnetic field ability to its absolute limit. Everything within Su Yi's sight. It was as if the world itself had suddenly frozen. The zombie hand stopped abruptly, just 3 meters away from Su Yi. Su Yi let out a quiet breath. In the next instant, the monstrous hand of zombies recoiled, reversing its course and shooting backward. With a heavy crash, it slammed straight into Kota Komaro. Kota Komaro's pupils contracted sharply. He could not comprehend how Su Yi could forcibly seize control over the very zombies he himself commanded. The next second, the massive zombie hand swallowed Kota Komaro whole. Darkness engulfed him completely. A crushing, overwhelming force bore down on Kota Komaro, pulverizing him to dust. In a heartbeat, the zombies that had formed the giant hand came tumbling from the sky, crashing to the ground. Deprived of their leader, the zombies scattered, becoming once again the mindless husks they had always been. Meanwhile, the girls arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Siko Takagi gazed at the scene before her, something like a miracle, and murmured, "Is it all over?" Rei Miyamoto replied, "Perhaps it really is finished." Siko Busujima stepped up beside Rei and asked, "Aren't you sad?" Rei Miyamoto answered, "I don't know. But if I had the chance to choose again, I would never have met Kota Komaro." His heart was simply too dark. Kota Komaro's earlier shouting had been so loud that Rei and the others, arriving just in time, had heard every word. So, with his death, none of them felt even the slightest ripple of emotion. But as Rei finished speaking, a wild, manic laughter suddenly erupted from the mountain of corpses. "Ha ha ha! This really hurts. I've never felt pain like this before. But it doesn't matter because I can't die. I can never die, haha." Accompanied by Takashi Komaro's voice, the sound drifted out from the horror zombies. All the girls felt their hearts jolt in alarm. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight like this? Just as they were reeling from shock, the pile of zombies suddenly scattered in all directions. Takashi Komaro's figure appeared before their eyes once again. They saw him, just revived, his face brimming with unbridled arrogance, as he slowly stood up. "I already told you before, didn't I? I'm invincible now. So, did you really think you could kill me with just your abilities?" Takashi's face was painted with boundless pride. Right then, his greedy eyes swept over everyone standing before him. "Just wait. One by one, I'll turn you all into zombies, and you'll become my eternal subordinates." As Takashi spoke, the surrounding zombies had already formed ranks, encircling him protectively. Takashi opened his mouth wide, right in front of everyone. And then, with grim seriousness, he performed a show of what could only be called a true feast of gluttony. It was a spectacle as revolting as anyone could imagine. Siko Busujima, standing nearby, instinctively covered little Alice's eyes at that moment. Takashi drank in the shock on everyone's faces, savoring their horror. His mind was consumed by desire, and he was thoroughly pleased by their reactions. Munching as he spoke, Takashi addressed them all. "Did you know? For every new zombie in this world, my power grows a little stronger. And every time a zombie dies, my strength increases tenfold. If I consume a zombie, my power surges by 100-fold. So, as long as I keep humans penned up, I can keep getting stronger and stronger. That's why I want you to truly feel the same despair I once did." As Takashi's words faded, the surrounding zombies surged toward the girls, threatening to overwhelm them. Meanwhile, Takashi, moving even faster, began devouring other zombies with relentless hunger. Sayatakagi's expression changed drastically. Known as a genius, she instantly recognized the broken nature of Takashi's power. "Damn it, if this is true, then we can't kill any more zombies at all. Otherwise, Sway will never be able to win." Rei Miyamoto's face had gone completely pale. "How can this be? How could such a disgusting power exist in this world?" Siko Busujima spoke gravely. "Maybe this really is the malice of the world." Yet, just as Siko and the others were feeling utterly overwhelmed, Lieutenant Uno Hanaretsu and her companions stepped forward to stand protectively in front of Siko and the others. Uno Hanaretsu slowly drew the blade at her waist. The blade gleamed coldly, its chill reflecting off Anohana's breathtakingly beautiful face. "Stand behind us," she said calmly. "Given the situation right now, none of you are in a position to handle what's coming." Seeing this, Sayatakagi asked, "Are you planning to attack? But if you do, won't that just make Komuro Takashi even stronger?" At that moment, Rei Miyamoto added, "Wouldn't that make Su Yi's battle even more difficult?" Just then, a deep, familiar voice rang out from behind the women. Whitebeard spoke up, "Don't worry. This man is named Su-E. There's no way he'll fail." "Whitebeard, where have you been? Why are you only showing up now?" Whitebeard let out a hearty, booming laugh. "Gurarararara. I found a stash of fine liquor at the convenience store yesterday, and with my powers restricted, I only just woke up." As he spoke, Whitebeard strode forward, taking his place at the front lines, shoulder to shoulder with Unohana and the others. The aura radiating from them surged ever higher. "Come, let's have a glorious battle," Whitebeard roared. With those words, everyone saw both of Whitebeard's hands, along with his naginata, enveloped in a jet black, inky coating, his armament haki. With some of his restrictions lifted, Whitebeard could now wield his haki once more, and his fighting strength soared, more than doubling. Unohana then released her Zanpakuto to its initial form, transforming it into Minazuki and charging straight at the oncoming zombies, shielding Saya and the others behind her. Cece and Asuna Yuki unleashed their prowess as master swordswomen, their blades sending sweeping arcs of sword energy surging through the air with every strike. In an instant, countless zombies fell where they stood. Seiko Busujima and the others stared in awe, overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. They had never imagined that it wasn't just Su-E who possessed such overwhelming power. His companions were just as formidable. Witnessing the scene, Seiko Busujima slowly drew her wooden sword. Even though the zombies had become alarmingly agile, she could no longer suppress the fire of battle burning in her heart. With a fierce cry, Seiko charged forward, joining the ranks of the zombie slayers. Komuro Takashi burst into maniacal laughter. "I can feel it. So much power is surging through me. Ha ha ha. This feels incredible. There's no way you can kill me now." A savage look twisted Komuro Takashi's features. He took a single step and vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Su-E, fist raised high, and brought it crashing down towards Su-Yi's head. It was as if the very air had been blasted apart by Takashi Komuro. As his fist crashed down, Komuro's arm punched straight through Su-Yi's head. A glimmer of triumph flickered across Komuro's face. But in the next instant, his expression shifted. He suddenly realized that something was off. The sensation beneath his fist was all wrong. Before Komuro could react, the Su-E in front of him flickered and dissolved into a phantom, vanishing completely. At the same time, Su-Yi's voice echoed coldly from behind him. "You're far too weak." A chill swept over Komuro at the sound of Su-Yi's icy tones. If Komuro was like a child holding a kitchen knife, then Su-E was an adult wielding a Gatling gun spitting blue flames, backed by 1,000 nuclear warheads. The difference between them was simply world apart. Yet Komuro remained oblivious to just how vast the gulf between himself and Su-E truly was. With a sneer, Komuro retorted, "I'm already invincible. Even if you kill me, I'll just keep coming back, again and again." Ha ha ha. Do you know? The last person who called himself invincible lost even the ability to think. And to me, you're nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. With that, a sly smile tugged at the corners of Su-Yi's mouth. "Komuro, do you have any last words? Komuro, do you have anything left to say before the end?" Su-Yi's cool, clear voice wafted from behind Komuro. Komuro grinned defiantly. "Don't underestimate me." Suddenly, two bulges rose beneath the skin of his back. With a sickening rip, two grotesque arms burst out from behind him. Zombie-like, the monstrous limbs lunged for Su-Yi's chest under Komuro's command. It was a vicious strike, like a black tiger pouncing for the heart. But in his supreme Doomsday, awakening I state, Komuro simply couldn't reach Su-E. When his clawed hand was just 10 centimeters away, Su-Yi's form vanished once more. Bathed in golden light, Su-E now appeared right in front of Komuro. A playful, almost mocking smile curved across Su-Yi's lips. "Let me send you on a little trip to outer space, oh invincible Takashi Komuro." He put deliberate emphasis on the word invincible, the sarcasm unmistakable. As Su-E finished speaking, he altered the force acting upon Komuro's body. Suddenly, Komuro felt as if the earth itself was rejecting him. He shot skyward at breakneck speed. Faster and faster he flew. Flames erupted and roared all around him, engulfing his body as he hurtled upward. The searing flames burned Takashi Komuro so intensely that he screamed out in agony. His desperate cries tore through the sky, harsh and piercing to the ear. He began to accelerate, moving faster and faster. In the end, Mother Earth hurled Takashi Komuro into the vastness of outer space. All that could be seen was the fire on his body slowly flickering out. A biting cold gradually enveloped him. "I'm supposed to become the king of Earth. I don't want to drift through space." Takashi's face was filled with panic as he tried with all his might to fly back toward Earth. But without the power of flight, it was an impossible feat. On the contrary, the distance between him and Earth was only growing wider and wider. He reached out for help, only to find his arms had turned entirely into ice crystals, frozen stiff and unmoving. Slowly, those crystals spread, encasing his entire body, and Takashi Komuro drifted farther and farther into the depths of space. At last, his mind faded. He lost even the ability to think. With his consciousness extinguished, the zombies on Earth reverted to their former, clumsy state. When Sui witnessed this scene, he realized that this so-called invincible being had followed in the footsteps of the last one. All that was left was to wait until every last zombie on Earth was eliminated. Then, Takashi Komuro would truly meet his end. In the end, though Komuro's powers seemed formidable, in reality, they were riddled with limitations. At that moment, the survivors on the ground gazed in awe at the sight before them, feeling as if they had witnessed a miracle. Was that guy really defeated? This is nothing short of a miracle. That radiance, like the sun itself, fills me with warmth. Meanwhile, the zombies facing the women had nearly all been dealt with by their companions. Soon, a familiar electronic chime echoed from the group chat. Ding! Congratulations to group leader Sui, Whitebeard, CC, Asuna Yuki, and Retsu Unohana for completing the mission and earning 5,000 points. Ding! The High School of the Dead World has stabilized. An invitation is now being sent to the 9th member, Seiko Busujima. Ding! Seiko Busujima has joined the chat group. As a flurry of notifications rang out, the chat instantly burst into lively activity. Sui, at Seiko Busujima, welcome. Introduce yourself. I'm Sui, the group leader here. Retsu Unohana. I'm Retsu Unohana. You know me. Whitebeard, Gurarararara. It really wasn't easy getting you in here. Asuna Yuki. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Asuna Yuki, the poorest in the group. CC. Forever 18. That's me. Edward Elric. Welcome, welcome. Newcomer, you finally made it. Ha ha ha. It's death. Welcome aboard. Hinata Hyuga said cheerfully. Welcome, Seiko-ne. I'll be counting on you from now on. Seiko Busujima suddenly froze in place, an odd feeling welling up inside her. Just now, she had absent-mindedly clicked agree. But suddenly, a chorus of voices flooded her mind. What struck her most was that she recognized quite a few of the names among them. Sui, Chichi, Asuna Yuki, Whitebeard, Retsu Unohana. Aren't these the very people now standing before her? She recalled Sui and the others telling her she'd understand everything in time. So this was the reason. At that moment, Sui and the group walked up to Seiko. Seiko Busujima, welcome to the team. From today onwards, we're family, Sui said, deactivating his awakened state as he spoke to her. For reasons she couldn't explain, as Seiko gazed at the scene before her, her heart trembled violently. Tears welled up and spilled from her eyes, unstoppable. Only now did she finally understand. She understood why Sui cared so much about her. She understood why Retsu Unohana and the others were willing to protect her. She understood the feeling of mutual support that connected every member of this chat group. Most importantly, within this group, Seiko no longer felt like an outsider. Instead, she was enveloped in a warmth she could only call family. Overwhelmed with emotion, Seiko's feelings surged. Without warning, she dashed forward and threw herself into Sui's embrace. Time itself seemed to stand still in that moment. Inside the chat group, as the 9th member, Seiko Busujima, joined, the electronic voice rang out once more. Ding! New features unlocked. Check-in feature, event feature. Check-in feature. You can check in once per day to earn points. If you check in for 30 consecutive days, you'll receive a random power-up. Event feature. The chat group will periodically host fun events. Complete tasks according to the rules for event rewards. Ding! The chat group is currently level 3. Once there are 10 members, it will level up to 4, unlocking even more features. Edward Elric exclaimed, "This is awesome. I got so much going on. Now I can finally get stronger." Isdeath added, "With this check-in feature, I feel like we can keep getting stronger and stronger." Isdeath continued, "How about we conquer some other worlds while we're at it?" Whitebeard let out his signature booming laugh. Gurarararara. Sound good to me. That way, I can go to other worlds and recruit more sons. Edward Elric remarked, "Speaking of which, Whitebeard, if I remember right, your real name is Edward Newgate." Whitebeard said, "That's right. Well, Elric, are you thinking of calling me old man now?" Gurarararara. Seeing Whitebeard's message, Edward Elric was momentarily stunned. Edward Elric was momentarily stunned. He'd grown up in the countryside, raised by his mother. As for his own father, In his memory, there wasn't a single good thing to say about him. On the contrary, what lingered in his mind were only images of his father shirking responsibility, compared to Whitebeard, who would move mountains and unleash all his might for the sake of his sons. Edward Elric felt there was simply no comparison. Edward Elric asked, "Oh, really? Are you serious?" Whitebeard replied with a hearty laugh, "Gurarararara, as long as you wish, from this day forward, you're my son." Edward Elric didn't hesitate. He replied in the group chat, "Father." Back in the world of High School of the Dead, Whitebeard couldn't help but burst out in laughter when he saw Edward Elric's message. Seiko Bisujima and the others naturally saw the message in the group chat and understood what was happening. But Rei Miyamoto, Saya Takagi, Shizuka Morikawa, and the rest were clueless. They stared blankly at the grinning Whitebeard beside them, completely at a loss. All they heard was Whitebeard turning to Sue-E and saying, "Sue-E, let's celebrate today. We brought back a lot of good stuff yesterday, and there's still plenty left to enjoy." These days, Whitebeard stood over 2 meters tall. He'd never experienced what it was like to eat at such a size before. As the group's leader, Sue-E readily agreed. He also had a few things to take care of. Inside a villa that had long been abandoned, the living room alone soared to an impressive height of 6 meters. A magnificent chandelier hung from the ceiling, sparkling like a cascade of diamonds, casting brilliant light all around. Sue-E and his companions sat together on the sofa in the living room. In front of them sat a large hot pot, surrounded by all sorts of sliced meats, meatballs, drinks, snacks, an eclectic feast of treats. They'd picked it all up from the convenience store next door when they arrived at the villa. In fact, the group had completely cleaned out the store's inventory. Gathered around, everyone began to savor the delicious hot pot. Sue-E sat beside Seiko Bisujima and turned to her, saying, "Seiko, although Takashi Komuro has been defeated, the world is still in chaos, and zombies are everywhere. What do you plan to do next?" Seiko Bisujima gazed thoughtfully at the bubbling hot pot before her, lost in contemplation. After about a minute of silence, Seiko Bisujima turned to Sue-E and said, "Maybe I'll take the others, find a place in the countryside, start farming, and then build a new social order from there." Her words immediately drew the attention of Saya Takagi and the others. "Sue-E, will you come with us?" Saya asked. Sue-E shook his head. "No, we each have our own path to follow. We'll only come by if you're ever in danger and need protection." For some reason, Saya Takagi's spirits dropped a little when she heard Sue-E's reply. Sue-E paid no mind to Saya's reaction, instead turning to Seiko Bisujima. "That's actually how I see it too. Right now, the world has fallen into chaos, so it's the perfect opportunity to create a new order. And among all of us, you have every right to become the ruler of this new world." "To become the ruler of this world?" Seiko echoed, almost unconsciously. "Yes," Sue-E replied, his tone earnest. "Take control of all resources on this planet, and then become its king." He wasn't joking at all. He was deadly serious, for this idea was something Sue-E truly believed in. Of course, he still intended to respect Seiko's wishes. If she wanted to pursue that path, he would wholeheartedly support her. Seiko felt her heart stirred by Sue-E's words. Her nature had always been that of a strong-willed woman. If she could carve out a domain for herself with her own 2 hands, she would feel nothing but pride. But could we really do it, just a few of us? She wondered aloud. Right now, Seiko was at best a novice swordswoman. She wasn't even close to being a true sword master. She could handle zombies without issue. But faced with people wielding weapons, she was the one most likely to get hurt. At this, Sue-E looked over at Saya Takagi. "Saya, you always say you're a genius. No matter what kind of knowledge it is, as long as you set your mind to it, you can master it in no time, right?" Saya's eyes lit up at his words. She nodded eagerly. "Yes, I have total faith in my mind. No matter what I want to learn, I'm sure I can master it in the shortest time possible." After getting Saya's confirmation, Sue-E's lips curled into a faint smile. "Then, when the time comes, I'll deliver several sets of Iron Man suits and all the blueprints I have. I'll leave all the research and development of our equipment to you." Saya's eyes shone with excitement. "There are also all kinds of blueprints for the Iron Man suit. Are these tasks meant for me? Does this mean that Sue-E, standing before me, already trusts me? If so, will I have more chances to get close to Sue-E in the future?" With that thought, Seiko Takagi nodded, patting her chest in reassurance. "Don't worry, Sue-E. I promise I will not let you down." Seeing Seiko's firm promise, Sue-E's face broke into a smile. Ever since he arrived in the world of High School of the Dead, he'd wanted one thing: to seize this entire world, to hold it firmly in his grasp, to make this world their private sanctuary, a safe haven for their chat group. And this was just the first step. Stark Tower. Tony Stark was deep in research examining the Tesseract. He was trying to find a way to fully harness the power of the Tesseract. Meanwhile, after getting paid today, Wolverine had taken the day off to go have some fun. It was only the first day. After all, there wasn't any need for Wolverine's skills just yet. Jarvis, keep monitoring the Tesseract's energy fluctuations at all times and record all the data. I'll need it, Tony Stark instructed. The AI, Jarvis, replied at once, yes, sir. Recording spatial stone energy fluctuations now. Tony nodded slightly and turned back to his work. But just then, the Tesseract began to change. The sudden shift startled Tony Stark. Sir, the Tesseract's energy is rising rapidly. Sir, the energy output from the Tesseract has exceeded the limiter's threshold. Sir, please step away from the Tesseract immediately. Energy levels are spiking and a discharge is imminent. Inside Stark Industries. Within Tony Stark's office, the Tesseract pulsed, casting waves of deep blue light. It was the sign of an imminent energy surge. Tony Stark's expression changed as soon as he saw what was happening. Jarvis' suit. Before Tony could finish, a terrifying burst of energy erupted from the Tesseract. The energy shattered the limiter in an instant and swept out in all directions. Not just Tony Stark. Even the desk, chairs, and all kinds of equipment were hurled against the walls by the force. Damn it! Tony cursed loudly, feeling as if a sledgehammer had crashed into him. The pain was sharp and intense, forcing Tony to gasp for breath again and again. Clenching his teeth tightly, Tony Stark forced himself up, barely managing to rise from the floor. At that very moment, the energy of the Tesseract suddenly gathered into a focused beam of light, shooting forward. The beam rippled through the air, distorting the space around it. A deep, mysterious blue portal appeared right in the middle of the room. As a figure stepped out from the circular gateway, Tony Stark's pupils contracted sharply. He stared blankly at the person before him, feeling as though he were seeing an illusion. Almost on instinct, Tony Stark called out Loki's name. Loki, holding his scepter, turned at the sound of his name, his gaze falling upon Tony Stark and the Iron Man suits scattered around. A flash of intense resentment flickered in Loki's eyes. In the next instant, memories of what had happened before raced through his mind like a kaleidoscope. The more Loki recalled the humiliation of being beaten so badly, the more his heart seethed with an unprecedented hatred. If it hadn't been for the limits of his own power, he might not have survived at all. Not to mention, he had later encountered the Mad Titan himself, and only after obtaining the Mind Scepter from him did he seize this chance for revenge. This time, Loki's main purpose for coming to Earth was to erase the disgrace he had suffered before. He was determined to defeat the one who had wronged him, to show his enemy just how terrifying the consequences could be. The thought brought a wide, sinister smile to Loki's face. I remember you. You're the one who tried to stop us last time. If it hadn't been for you, I'd have succeeded long ago. Maybe I'd even be king of Asgard by now. So I'll start with you. Wearing a smile that was anything but kind, Loki strode purposefully toward Tony Stark. The Mind Scepter in Loki's hand glimmered with a faint light. With an air of arrogance, Loki looked down at Tony Stark and declared, "Let me make you my very first servant." As Loki finished speaking, the glowing scepter tapped directly against Tony Stark's chest. There was a crisp, ringing sound as the scepter touched Tony's chest. Yet Tony Stark showed no reaction at all. He wasn't under the scepter's control. Instead, he began to wonder why Loki would even try this, his mind racing to find a way to break out of the current predicament. Unwilling to give up, Loki jabbed the scepter at Tony's chest several more times. Each time, there was nothing but that sharp, ringing sound. Tony Stark remained completely unaffected. What's going on here? Loki had originally planned to take control of Tony Stark and gather information about Sue-E, but the current situation left him utterly bewildered. Seeing Loki's confusion, Tony Stark immediately pressed a button at his side. At the same time, he shouted to Jarvis, "Jarvis, suit up." "Yes, sir." Jarvis's voice rang out in the room. The sudden command startled Loki, who was standing ahead. Loki's expression changed instantly. He brought his scepter down hard onto Tony Stark. With divine power empowering him, Loki sent Tony Stark crashing against the wall once again. Tony then hit the floor with a heavy thud. But as an ordinary human, Tony Stark was no match for Loki's overwhelming strength. A cold sneer appeared on Loki's face. "Trying to play tricks in front of me." Yet before Loki could finish his sentence, a rushing sound erupted from behind him. Loki frowned and instinctively turned to look back. Suddenly, there was a dull, heavy impact. One of the components of the Iron Man's suit struck Loki squarely in the face. Had Loki not instinctively shielded his face with divine energy, he would surely have been knocked to the ground by the suit's powerful impact. The entire room was under the control of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. With Jarvis's assistance, the Iron Man armor locked onto Tony Stark's body, piece after piece attaching themselves to him. In the blink of an eye, Tony was fully encased in the suit. Loki, you really shouldn't underestimate us humans. Now suited up, Tony Stark's face was set with determination. Using the agility granted by the armor, Tony darted around the room. Both his palms were aimed directly at Loki. Energy gathered and glowed in the center of Tony's palms. With Jarvis's targeting assistance, Tony's shots were almost guaranteed to hit their mark. In the next instant, he fired his repulsor blasts. Twin beams of light shot toward Loki at astonishing speed. They reached Loki in the blink of an eye. Loki's face froze, his pupils flashing with a look of terror. Just as Tony Stark was certain his blast would land, Loki's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Frankly, it's you who's underestimating the gods. As Loki's words faded, Tony's expression shifted dramatically. He saw Loki's figure ahead blur and become ethereal. The repulsor blast passed right through the illusion, striking harmlessly against the floor. Scorching rays seared the ground, leaving behind charred, pitch-black scars. Before Tony Stark could react, Loki's scepter, crackling with divine power, came crashing down on him. The tremendous force, laced with Loki's considerable strength, struck Tony's Iron Man suit hard, inflicting significant damage. As the force dissipated, Tony groaned in pain inside his armor and crashed heavily to the ground. Sir, damage to the chest armor has reached 67%. Jarvis's voice rang out, sinking Tony's heart. He had barely begun to rise from the ground when Loki drove his foot down hard onto Tony's chest. I told you, I'm here for revenge this time. This isn't some childish game. So, do me a favor and die first. With those words, Loki raised his scepter high, its tip gleaming as it traced an arc through the air, descending relentlessly toward Tony Stark.